Navigating the entertainment industry, every female celebrity wants to be my girlfriend. Chapter 1, Collecting Rent in Person. A parallel timeline, the winter of '99, in the capital city of Beijing. Near Houhai, just inside the second ring, stood a recently rebuilt two-courtyard siheyuan, covering about 500 square meters. At the west wing door, a young man, still half asleep, knocked impatiently while calling out, "Fatty girl, it's been long enough time to pay the rent." The door didn't open, but a young woman's voice came from inside. "My finances are a bit tight lately. Brother Chen, could you lend me 5,000 first?" Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Not only refusing to pay rent, but daring to borrow money from the landlord. Was there no law, no justice left in the world? The man frowned and said in a low voice, "We'll talk about borrowing later. First open the door." Moments later, the girl opened up, wrapped in a big red cotton coat, and warmly invited him in. "Brother Chen, come sit inside." She was chubby, with a pretty face but dressed in a country bumpkin style. The man stepped in casually. His name was Chen Lang, Chen from their 100 surnames, and Lang as in romantic. Tall and fit at 1.8 meters, born in 1980, Chen Lang was considered outstanding for his generation. His looks, though a hair short of the so-called tomato idols, were more than enough to make him a heartthrob for the masses. In his past life, Chen Lang had been a small-time director scraping by at the bottom of the entertainment industry. After over a decade of grinding, he finally rode the wave of short dramas. Just when he was about to soar, a runaway dump truck ended it all, leaving him in a pitiful state. Perhaps out of pity, Lady Meng at the underworld's bridge spiked his bowl of forgetfulness soup, and Chen Lang awoke in a parallel world, this time with a sharper mind, a stronger body, an enviable stamina that every man would kill for. This life, he was born into privilege. His father, Chen Zhongwo, was the third in command at the Beijing film studio. His mother, Song Shuwan, was a division head at the film bureau. His relatives all worked in film and television too. What he had bled for in his previous life was now his starting point. Chen Lang swore he'd never again touch gambling or drugs, though fleecing capitalist fat sheep was, of course, fair game. Growing up in a compound, he was unbeatable in scraps. Even Li Chen, 2 years older, had to respectfully call him Big Brother. In '97, Chen Lang entered the directing department of Beijing Film Academy. By his second year, he was sent on public funds to study at the California Institute of the Arts. During his year abroad, he did quite a bit, raked in cash during the '98 World Cup, lost over $2 million in taxes, and even spent unforgettable nights with Jessica Alba. But he also made serious progress, befriended Chinese-American Wang Yiyu, worked as an intern director on Final Destination, and used his World Cup earnings to buy a Beijing courtyard, the very one he now lived in, and a mid-sized bar nearby. The night before returning to China, he had one last wild fling, then came home with a smug conclusion: no foreign beauty could compare to the softness of Chinese girls' skin. Now, as landlord, Chen Lang had two tenants. Huang Bo, a down-on-his-luck singer working in Chen's bar to cover rent and scrape by on tips. And the girl in front of him, Fan Binbin, nicknamed Fatty Fan, who had once played a maid in Princess Pearl. She had only paid rent for the first 3 months. The last 2+ months, she had fallen behind. Chen Lang knew why she'd quarreled with her old company, spent all her savings to buy out her contract, and even her family chipped in. She was left broke, and an old actress had sneered, "You'll never be more than a maid in this life." Given her pitiful circumstances, Chen Lang handed her 50 crisp bills. Though only 19, Fan Binbin had endured much. Clutching the life-saving rations tightly, tears spilled down her cheeks as she stammered out, "Thank you, Brother Chen. Once I make money, I'll pay you back immediately." Chen Lang had seen too many such scenes before. He sighed and held out his hand. "Still, shouldn't you pay the rent first?" For a second, Fan Binbin froze. Was this man a devil? How could he say something so heartless at 37°C room temperature? Thinking she hadn't heard, Chen Lang repeated firmly, 3 months is 2,000. Half of this month makes it 300. That's 2,300 total. If you want to stay on, then 4,000. Business was business. Chen Lang never mixed it up with emotions. The cash in her hand hadn't even warmed, but she had no choice. If she got kicked out now, she'd freeze in the winter streets. Reluctantly, while crying, she counted out 40 bills and handed them over. Count them, she said, eyes red. No need, Chen Lang waved it off. I trust you that much. Fan Binbin stared at him, silent, but his expression didn't waver. She still had baby fat, and while pretty, she wasn't yet dazzling enough to outshine the glamorous Hong Kong stars still ruling the scene. After business was settled, Chen Lang casually sat down and asked, "So, what's your plan next?" The puffed-up girl didn't know if he was genuinely concerned or just worried about his money. She bit her lip and answered stubbornly, "Don't worry. I'm not running away." Chen Lang chuckled. "You're a living person. Of course I can find you." Just as Fan Binbin was about to snap back, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Chen Lang shook his head. "Don't fight your stomach. Freshen up, we're going out to eat." "You're treating?" she asked tentatively. When Chen Lang nodded, her gloomy face instantly brightened. She perked up and eagerly followed him out, ready to feast on the landlord's tab. Chapter 2. Once you step into the Jianghu, you can't help but dream big. In a century-old eatery hidden down an alley, the glowing red charcoal fire sent the broth in the copper hotpot bubbling furiously. Thick-cut slices of mutton, fatty yet not greasy, were tossed into the boiling broth. After a quick count to 10, they were scooped out and dipped into the secret sesame sauce. Delicious. Having barely eaten properly for days, Fan Binbin finally let go of all restraint, chewing heartily with oil dripping down her chin. As for keeping her weight under control, she had long since tossed that thought aside. Without Chen Lang tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, his mind already wandering far away. Oddly, images of Oreos and cream puffs floated through his thoughts. Was hotpot not to his liking? Was he craving something sweet instead? After all, they knew each other. So he finally said seriously, "Fatty, think 3 times before you act." "Brother Chen, what do you suggest?" Fan Binbin gazed at him intently. He was her type. Perhaps, before burying her youth with her own hands, leaving behind a memory with him wouldn't be a bad thing. Chen Lang explained, "The gap between backdoor paths and the proper route, I don't need to spell it out, you know it. If you want my advice, go study at one of the 3 top academies. Even if you just get your name on the rolls, it'll serve as your pledge of loyalty. The entertainment industry will only keep growing, and opportunities will multiply." Fan Binbin nodded. "That's something I've overlooked. But I hate studying the most, and I don't have the courage to face the college entrance exam." Chen Lang spread his hands and teased, "The entrance bar for those 3 schools is already low. With a bit of effort, anyone can get in. Unless, of course, you're such an idiot you can't even pass the cutoff, then just forget I said anything." He had spent his youth running wild, hardly ever studying properly, yet his grades had never been bad. That unintentional jab pricked Fan Binbin a bit. But considering her own score barely hovered above 300, the bar really couldn't be lower. She thought for a moment, then smiled slyly. "So what you're saying is, there's a chance I could end up being your junior?" With Beijing's arts exam just over a month away, for someone like Fan Binbin, who already had a little fame, it wasn't that difficult. In fact, if she applied, the school might happily offer some convenience. After all, students trained by the academy were bound to enter society in the end. After finishing their meal, the two settled the bill and strolled back to the courtyard house. Just as Chen Lang was about to leave, the chubby girl grabbed his arm. "I'll boil some water," Fan Binbin offered. The room fell into quiet. Staring at the dancing flames, countless thoughts churned in her mind. Chen Lang had a close buddy also from his hometown named Cheng Hao, the class monitor of Central Academy of Drama's 1997 acting class. They had been inseparable since freshman year. Later, when Chen Lang became an exchange student, Cheng Hao waited over a year for him. How did Fan Binbin know all this? Simple, if you cared enough to ask, such things couldn't stay hidden. A man like Chen Lang, her age, running a bar and with such good conditions, how many girls wouldn't he be tempted? As his housemate, Fan Binbin had also seen Cheng Hao come by twice. But perhaps it was natural rivalry between pretty girls. In the circle, beautiful stars preferred befriending those less attractive. Even as fellow townsfolk, Fan Binbin instinctively disliked Cheng Hao. She even found her shameless, clinging so hard to Chen Lang. What troubled Fan Binbin now was that, though she had made up her mind, Chen Lang's words earlier made her feel there was still hope. After all, she wasn't the type to willingly play the role of a third wheel. No one shows kindness without a reason. If they do, they probably want something. Chen Lang accepted the glass of hot water, blowing on it slowly as he waited for her to speak. Fan Binbin came straight out with it. Brother Chen, what kind of girl do you like? Beautiful, and with an interesting soul, he replied. She pressed further. Then what kind of girlfriend would you want? Chen Lang put down his cup, narrowed his eyes at her, then chuckled and shook his head. I've gotten used to freedom. For now, I'm not planning on that. Fan Binbin began to understand Cheng Hao's frustration. This man was not as simple and honest as he looked. But the harder the challenge, the more a woman wanted to test herself. As the saying went, if a man isn't a little bad, women won't love him. Fan Binbin looked him dead in the eye. If I told you I liked you, would you think about it? Chen Lang said solemnly, it's late. Did you fry your brain? Want me to get you a shot? The internet hadn't yet taken off, and cheesy pickup lines weren't all over the place. Fan Binbin didn't even catch the joke. But since she was already in the Jianghu, she couldn't worry about niceties. Hands on her waist, she looked like a bandit leader not backing down until she got her way. As for Chen Lang, when faced with choosing between taking the lead or letting things happen naturally, he decided to go with the flow. Chapter 3: The bargaining chip for signing the chubby girl. The person is still the same, but by simply changing her outfit, she immediately transforms from a country girl into a fashionable young woman. Looking at the radiant Fan Binbin, Wang Bo, who was pushing his motorcycle to the bar, exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you've made a fortune." Looking at Wang Bo, who was wearing a green coat and a dog-skin hat, Fan Binbin couldn't help laughing and said, "We just robbed a wealthy man." Fan Binbin, who had little money in his pocket, naturally couldn't afford it. This fashionable milky white outfit cost tens of thousands of yuan, so it was naturally paid for by Chen Lang. Chen Lang's taste was naturally impeccable. He dressed the chubby girl, who had not yet grown up, in the style of his first love. Wang Bo gave a thumbs up, pedaled his 125 and prepared to set off, not wanting to get involved. Fan Binbin was pleasantly surprised by last night's initial trial, especially when he learned that Chen Lang intended to make a career in the entertainment industry in the future. Instead of pinning your hopes on unrealistic plans, it is better to keep your feet on the ground and keep up with the pace of the people in front of you. Fan Binbin has always been very courageous, otherwise he would not have dared to venture out so early. Although the first experience was not very friendly to me. But Fan Binbin still decided to put everything he had on Chen Lang. As for the reason behind this, apart from the other party reminding me to apply for the 3 major colleges, the more important reason was an inexplicable intuition. Chen Lang knew very well how malleable the chubby girl was. She could be pure, lustful, sweet, and charming, especially when he was sure that she had not been polluted. As a playboy, when I personally felt the clumsy kiss of the chubby girl last night, I inexplicably had the idea of nurturing her. As a director, Chen Lang will sooner or later enter the entertainment industry, and when the time comes, it will be a good story for him to create a Chen girl with his own hands. Chen Lang likes girls with plump figures, otherwise he would not have rushed to the Central Academy of Drama as soon as he entered his freshman year and made Cheng Hao so happy. Even after being separated for more than a year, Cheng Hao has not started another relationship, and after Chen Lang came back, she still took the initiative to find him. In the end, Chen Lang personally promised that he would definitely let Cheng Hao be the heroine in his first movie. Now there is another little fat girl. It's not that Chen Lang wants to take responsibility, but he just doesn't want to miss out on such a good girl. But Chen Lang suddenly realized that whether it was Cheng Hao, Fan Binbin, or Wang Bo, these 3 people came from the same place. Fate is so wonderful. It was still dark, and like a cheerful lark, a chubby girl with twin ponytails came bouncing in and asked, "Brother, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Just a bite will do. I still need to go to the bar later." The chubby girl took off her down jacket and said with a smile, "Then I'll let you eat my bottom." Chen Lang didn't say anything, guessing that the other party only knew how to make this simplest food. The chubby girl came to the kitchen, humming a song while cutting a small piece of green onion, beating 2 eggs, and after the water boiled, she poured it directly into the pot. Looking at the steaming noodles in the bowl, Chen Lang took a bite and was very sure that there was no salt. Fan Binbin's face looked a little embarrassed, but luckily he was able to remedy the situation in time. To ease the awkwardness, Chen Lang asked directly, "What other work do you have on hand?" Fan Binbin replied, "I have a commercial this month, and I will be filming a movie called Floating in Troubled Times after the new year. Chen Lang took out a bank card and placed it on the table. From now on, don't take any jobs, and don't put those low-quality cosmetics on your face. I will find a tutor for you tomorrow and the day after tomorrow so that you can prepare well for the college entrance examination. As for the rest, I'll talk about it when I think of it. Fan Binbin smiled innocently and said, no need. Seeing that the other party didn't take it, Chen Lang directly stuffed the card into Fan Binbin's hand and said seriously, save money when you should, spend it when you should. Besides, this is also an investment, the wool comes from the sheep, why are you still worried that I, the boss, will lose money? Fan Binbin widened his eyes. When did he sign the contract? How come he didn't know about it? Patting the other person's head, Chen Lang laughed and said, don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I, the boss, will eat the meat, and I guarantee that you, the employee, will have the soup to drink. It would be a waste if you don't pluck the wool from the capitalists. Fan Binbin accepted the bank card with a clear conscience and responded cunningly, you can ask me to be obedient, but the premise is that you can't sell me out. Chen Lang said solemnly, let's be frank. We will split the profits 50-50. If we encounter poaching, you can't run away Tilder. Fan Binbin said seriously, although I haven't received much education, I do understand contracts. How many years is the contract? What guarantees do I have? Chen Lang pondered for a moment and said, it will take at least 15 years, during which time she will have starred in 3 movies that have grossed over 100 million yuan. You have to know that nowadays in mainland China, the number of movies with a box office of over 50 million, let alone 100 million, can be counted on one hand. Fan Binbin exclaimed, although I'm a bit slow-witted, I'm not stupid. Let's not talk about the movie for now. Just the 15-year deadline alone, how can you, a black-hearted boss, have the nerve to say it out loud? Normal contracts are mostly for 5 to 7 years, and may be extended to 8 to 10 years to take into account the actor's schooling. Chen Lang said calmly, do you know how difficult this goal is? That's 3 movies with box office revenues exceeding 100 million. If the contract period is too short, I, as the boss, will be left with nothing. This goal is indeed difficult. Fan Binbin felt guilty, ashamed, and also a little moved. Noticing the other person's expression, Chen Lang said sincerely, of course, for the little fat girl's dream, as a good boss, I am willing to do my best to pay for it. The atmosphere was so tense that Fan Binbin was moved to tears and promised directly, if you don't let me down, I will never let you down. The promise deep in the heart sometimes makes people feel it's weightier than the promise written on paper. Patting Fan Binbin on the shoulder, Chen Lang stood up and said, I'm going to the bar first. You clean up the house. The bar opened by Chen Lang is only about 10 minutes drive from the courtyard. When people do business outside, their car is their face. When Chen Lang, driving an Audi, arrived at the bar, people had already come in one after another. Bars during this period were a lucrative business, especially for young people who loved excitement. Of course, you can't open a bar whenever you want, but Chen Lang relies on his connections in the compound. Forgive me for my uninhibited and free-spirited life. As soon as Chen Lang entered the venue, he heard Huang Bo playing the guitar and singing crazily on the microphone. According to the rules of the bar, all tips from customers belong to the resident singers. It is for this reason that many music dreamers who move to Beijing choose to perform in bars for the sake of living and their dreams. After seeing Chen Lang coming over, the stylishly dressed Cheng Hao greeted him with a smile, here you are, brother Tilder. Chapter 4, Good Choice. How can we describe the current relationship between Chen Lang and Cheng Hao? The metaphor of more than friends but less than lovers is inappropriate, it is more of a revolutionary comradeship. Although Cheng Hao had never really gotten to know other men, she was exposed to many new things after going to college. The most questionable thing is that there is no land that cannot be destroyed by plowing, only cows that can be worked to death. In front of Chen Lang, a perpetual motion machine in human skin, the one who will surrender in the end will be himself. What really made Cheng Hao make up his mind to bind himself to Chen Lang with all his might was that the longer he was in contact with him, the more he would discover the hidden shining points in him. There is no perfect person in this world, including Chen Lang, and of course his flaws are not fatal. Chen Lang may not be aware of it, but the meticulous Cheng Hao has already realized it and secretly used some tricks. The harvest was naturally fruitful. Cheng Hao, now a junior in college, completed his identity transformation through the information inadvertently revealed to him by Chen Lang. Last year, I clung to Chen Lang's thigh, took advantage of the World Cup, grabbed the first pot of gold in my life, and then bought a house without thinking. Cheng Hao, who now owns 2 properties in Beijing, is far ahead of his peers. Apart from the emotional ties, Cheng Hao and Chen Lang's careers are also deeply bound together. For example, the Fanxing Entertainment registered by the two has only one artist, Wang Bo, one director, Chen Lang, and 2 odd jobs, but Cheng Hao is the legal representative after all. For example, in this bar in front of us, Cheng Hao is also a small shareholder. He often comes here to take care of it and can get hundreds of thousands of dividends every year. As for Chen Lang, who managed to convert a Hollywood star into a black carp with a few popular English love songs while he was abroad, Cheng Hao completely turned a blind eye. Cheng Hao was not worried at all about what Chen Lang would do. Anyway, he would be able to find the person by following the clues in his hand. Cheng Hao is not afraid of competing in face, and he is not worried about competing in body shape. In the past year or so, Cheng Hao has also taken management courses, not in order to get a second certificate, but just to improve himself. Such a hard-working and motivated student is naturally favored by school teachers, who recently took the initiative to recommend him to the crew of Lu Buwei. What disappointed the teacher was that after reading the script, Cheng Hao found an excuse of lack of ability to refuse. As for the real reason, Cheng Hao felt that the character of Yun Jiang was a bit too explicit. No matter what others think, it is better to have a clear direction, but you don't want to lose the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Rejection was rejection, but Cheng Hao hadn't forgotten it and used this matter to ask Chen Lang for credit. "I'm so chaste, don't you have to show some appreciation?" Chen Lang didn't say anything, but Cheng Hao still noticed the upturned corners of his mouth. Cheng Haosen thought that it was just as he thought. Chen Lang, who was protecting his own food, was a typical male chauvinist. He only allowed the governor to light lamps but not the people to set fires. Of course, Cheng Hao was not angry. Instead, he was not worried that Chen Lang would cut off the ties with him. Chen Lang did have a lot of things to do, and he asked Cheng Hao to participate in them so that he could better integrate into his circle. Chen Lang is preparing to shoot his first independent film, My Sassy Girl, and the framework is built by himself, while the content is filled in by Cheng Hao and several auxiliary screenwriters. Unlike foreign screenwriters who have a high status, the status of a single screenwriter in China is even lower than that of a dog, and with the development of the times, this situation will become more and more serious. There is a joke about the future: investors can enter, producers and directors can enter, even the leading actors can enter, but screenwriters cannot. As the legal representative of Fanxing Entertainment, Cheng Hao occasionally takes advantage of Chen Lang, such as the lyrics of a song called Blooming Life that he got in the past 6 months. As Wang Bo's hit song, whenever the prelude of Blooming Life sounded, the guests in the bar immediately became enthusiastic, and the sales of drinks also increased a lot. There are many musicians in the circle who often come to the bar to sit, and some even take the initiative to show their friendship. After all, the lyrics written by Chen Lang are really popular. Chen Lang, the person involved, naturally knew that scarcity makes things valuable. He wrote 7 or 8 English songs in just over a year, but only 5 Chinese songs in all these years. Compared to making movies and directing, the other things are considered side jobs. Even my current main job has not made much progress. As the night progressed, the guests in the bar gradually left. Cheng Hao, who had some free time, smiled and said to Chen Lang, "A beautiful woman hidden in a golden house. Congratulations." The matter of the little fat girl certainly couldn't be hidden, and Chen Lang didn't want to hide it. He sneered and retorted, "What do you mean by hiding a beautiful girl in a golden house? I'm just recruiting talents for Fanxing." Cheng Hao was not angry, and praised cheerfully, "It's rare for Director Chen to be so proactive. I would like to thank you here." Chen Lang said proudly, "That's about right." Cheng Hao continued, "When will you bring the person over here so that I, the legal representative, can take a look?" Chen Lang curled his lips, "It's not like you haven't seen it before. The office of Fanxing Entertainment is an office on the 2nd floor of the bar." Fan Binbin, who was brought here to introduce himself to their boss, felt a little nervous when looking at his fellow villager in front of him. This boss was not someone to be trifled with. Women have a natural sixth sense, and Fan Binbin's understanding of Cheng Hao. We shouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but we must not be afraid of it either. If we are wronged, we must not swallow it. There will be people who support you. Chapter 5: Nortal's Fine Tradition. This circle is a mixed bag, with all kinds of people involved. Every industry has its own rules and jargon. The so-called existence is reasonable. Having a background is certainly powerful, but the strong dragon will not suppress the local snake. It is not because it cannot suppress it, but because it is too troublesome. According to the rules of the game, anyone who can get ahead must have some background. Even an ordinary person has 3 or 5 friends. Normally, the big boss will only stay by your side to keep the situation under control. All you can rely on is yourself. If you are strong, he will be weak, and if you are weak, he will be strong. This is why there is an unwritten saying in the entertainment industry: small success depends on support, big success depends on luck. If the weak and fragile little cabbage does not have powerful connections to protect her, she will become the favorite target of bullying by these old foxes. Being beautiful is an advantage, but it also comes with troubles. Perhaps this is the law of balance of all things. Cheng Hao's words of protection touched Fan Binbin deeply, as if he was a lost little wildcat that suddenly found its way home. Everyone was very happy during this formal conversation. Cheng Hao magnanimously stated that he would not be jealous of the little fat girl joining. The little chubby girl has regained her innocence, but she has not yet become truly experienced in human nature, and the joy on her face cannot be hidden. Playing the emotional card can maintain a relationship, and interests can prolong the bond. However, the behavior of only talking about giving without talking about returns is destined to end up as a castle in the air. Cheng Hao smiled and said, "Let's make an appointment with Sister Hua when we have time." Managing a company is not just talk. Although you don't have to do everything yourself, you still have to have control over the overall situation. Cheng Hao had naturally heard of Sister Hua, whom Fan Binbin had previously intended to join. Although he had no intention of making close friends with her, he also didn't want to make an enemy of her. The entertainment industry is so small that you'll see people everywhere. Competition is inevitable, but there is no need to turn it into mortal enemies. Drinking buddies are also friends. The story of Meng Changjun's 3,000 guests will never be wrong in any era. If you want to go far, you have to take a wide road. Fan Binbin and Cheng Hao, 2 fellow villagers, were chatting in private with each other, and Chen Lang also mentioned to Wang Bo something about the movie, My Sassy Girl. Unlike Fan Binbin, who took the entrance exam for Beijing Film Academy seriously, Chen Lang planned to use his connections to let Wang Bo study for a period of time. Whether it is method acting or experimental acting, the two are essentially the same, which is to allow the actors to present themselves better. But one thing is true: once you have learned the knowledge, no one can take it away from you. Wang Bo chuckled and said, "Brother Chen, I'll listen to you. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to butcher a dog, I won't kill a chicken." The song Life in Bloom helped Wang Bo successfully buy an apartment for his parents in his hometown. Cheng Hao had already given Wang Bo the 50,000 yuan salary for his role in My Sassy Girl, even though the script had not yet been finalized. Chen Lang patted Wang Bo on the shoulder and didn't say much. The other party knew what he wanted and knew how to do it. That was enough. In the next few days, Chen Lang took the finished script and went straight back to school to beg for alms. Beijing Film Academy will provide a certain degree of assistance to outstanding students of its directing department who want to make films, or financial support of 50,000, 100,000, or even 300,000 or 500,000 yuan, and will also provide technical assistance. A good movie requires the script, lighting, shooting, editing, and many other processes to work together to be created. Anyone who doesn't utilize the ready-made resources is definitely a fool. This time, Chen Lang is fleecing his own people. Conservatives who read the script of My Sassy Girl said, "What kind of crap is this? It has no meaningful nutrition at all." However, the innovative faction strongly supported it, saying, "It's a good idea, very joyful, especially since it clearly targets the audience. I, Marta Chow, must help the venue. It's not easy, it's too easy tilde." Chen Lang, that bastard, finally came to his senses and got down to work. Don't blame these old guys for being so proud. Look at the past 2.5 years. Chen Lang has been either writing songs or running a bar. How does that relate to making movies? A prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. Even if the film is a rubbish, we must fully support it. Looking at the old men in the room arguing with each other until their faces turned red and their necks became thick, Chen Lang held back his laughter. At this time, the director of the Academy of Performing Arts, Wang Jinsong, said, "Boy, who are you going to ask to act?" When they heard Wang Jinsong speak, the old men stopped arguing, focused their attention on Chen Lang, and listened attentively. The hero in the script is obviously a buffoon, and none of the students in the school can handle him. Of course, the most important thing is that the directors of Beijing Film Academy have always had the old tradition of looking for actors from the Central Academy of Drama, and this is something that is passed down from master to apprentice. Chen Lang muttered softly, "You should have seen him before. He was Cheng Hao who came to see me." Wang Jinsong covered his heart, and several old men were distressed. It was over, barbecue was ruined, even Chen Lang was polluted. Wang Jinsong held back his anger, brought the fat, round face closer, and said seriously, "This can be exchanged." Chen Lang insisted, "This cannot be changed." Wang Jinsong felt that he should be rescued and asked with great sorrow, "Why?" Chen Lang chuckled and immediately changed the subject, "There are so many roles left. How about I audition at home when the time comes?" The 1996 Beijing Film Academy's three musketeers are Huang Xiaoming, Chen Kuan, and Zhao Yanzi. The 1997 Beijing Film Academy students include Hai Qing, Hai Bo, and the junior students from grades 98 and 99. With so much free labor, it would be enough to just provide them with meals. Chen Lang said that he would eat at home and also take things from home, just to use what he wanted. After some bargaining, the start time was probably determined, which was for months later when spring came and flowers bloomed. As for whether the script could pass the review, the old men present were not worried at all. After all, Chen Lang's mother did this. As for the source of funds for filming, the old man has nothing to worry about. Chen Lang is really a hard worker and he is really capable. He makes money like robbing a bank. Nowadays, it is harder than climbing to the sky for an actor to get rich quickly, and there are very few who can achieve commercial monetization. Take Fan Binbin as an example. Her total salary for playing the leading role in a 20-episode TV series will definitely not exceed 300,000 yuan, but if she takes on an advertisement, her salary can still be tens of thousands of yuan. But what about those Hong Kong actors who go north? Not only do they get several times more pay, they also enjoy special treatment during the filming period. This is the limitation of the times, which Chen Lang cannot change, but he can choose to overtake on the curve. It is said that outsiders are better at chanting sutras. Chen Lang's career plan for the next few years is to save the country in a roundabout way. After finishing My Sassy Girl, I went straight to Hollywood to make The Butterfly Effect, and then moved to Hong Kong to meet those older sisters who have not yet aged. Chapter 6: Chen Lang's view on film. During the period when the script of My Sassy Girl was submitted for review, Chen Lang also started to beg for arms everywhere. China Film Group, with an investment of 1.2 million, took up 4. Of course, we can't treat people as fools and spend 10,000 yuan on a pair of straw sandals and 8,000 yuan on a straw hat. Listening to Chen Lang's clear and logical teaching, Cheng Hao complained, "It's really dark." Chen Lang did not expose Cheng Hao's pretending to be ignorant. After all, the other party was involved in the management of the bar and knew a lot about the matter. Chen Lang spread his hands and said, "We worked so hard on the film, we shouldn't have to pay for it ourselves in the end, right?" What Chen Lang said made a lot of sense, and Cheng Hao was speechless. Compared to these crude methods, the capitalists in Hollywood have gone even further. A movie with a box office of $1 billion was able to make a loss openly through various budgets. So the waters in the film and television industry are very deep. If a big money sponsor who knows nothing comes in, he will become a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. In any industry, people without skills won't go far, and people who eat alone won't go far either. However, some people understand this truth early on, and some people will remain stubborn and refuse to turn back even if they hit a wall. Today's entertainment industry is too small, especially when it comes to the film and television industry. Chen Lang's actions were not small and were heard by a small number of interested people. Sister Hua, who had chatted with Cheng Hao a few days ago, expressed her desire to meet Chen Lang. Hua Jie's full name is Wang Jinghua. She can be regarded as the #1 entertainment agent in mainland China today. She manages the mainland agency contracts of Chen Daoming, Li Bingbing, Hu Jun, and even Guan Jilin. Wang Jinghua naturally had special channels to inquire about the general story of the script of My Sassy Girl, and she became even more interested in the new director Chen Lang. You have to know that in the mainland's film and television circles, most directors shoot art films, while My Sassy Girl is obviously a commercial film. Wang Jinghua now completely understood that Fan Binbin would rather refuse to join Houhai than be devoted to such a young man. He has the background, the connections, the resources, and he is capable at a young age. Most importantly, he is good looking and any young girl would be attracted to him. As an excellent agent, such a target is naturally worth winning over in advance. Wang Jinghua is not the only one who is interested in Chen Lang. For example, Li Xiaohong from Rong Xinda, the big and small Wang from Houhai, and Chen Lang's senior brother Jiang Wen. These people all want to see what Chen Lang, the rising star, can do. After hearing Cheng Ha's message, Chen Lang thought for a moment and replied, "Then let's meet. Set a date and let me know." The students of Beijing Film Academy have already started to enjoy their winter vacation, but the teachers of the performance department are still busy preparing for the upcoming art exams. Chen Lang wandered into the office and saw Wang Jinsong boasting, "Old Wang, look how much I support my alma mater. I was able to lure a promising student like Fan Binbin over here." Wang Jinsong also replied cheerfully, "You have done something good, kid. There has been almost no shortage of outstanding actors, especially actresses, graduating from the Central Academy of Drama. For example, Zhang Ziyi, who is very popular this year, has successfully entered Hollywood. On the other hand, in recent years, there has only been one actress, Xia Yanzi, who has been doing well on the small screen at Beijing Film Academy." The relationship between movies and TV series at this stage is one that has an insurmountable chain of contempt. As the director of the acting department, Wang Jinsong was naturally very happy that Chen Lang, a talented actor, was able to be recruited to the school. Although he was happy, Wang Jinsong did not forget to remind others, the art exam is not a problem, but you can't be careless about the college entrance examination. Chen Lang personally lit a cigarette for Wang Jinsong and assured him earnestly, "With 2 tutors watching over us, we're just one step away from being taught how to do things." Chen Lang lives a carefree life, but Fan Binbin suffers from old age and only regrets that he did not study hard in junior high school. Chen Lang gave a strict order: English speaking must be practiced well, Chinese and history must be passed, but the political performance must not be bad. Chen Lang is a serious person. Since he has decided to train a child, he must be responsible to the end. Maybe the little fat girl will not become the dazzling red carpet queen in the future, but she will definitely be a model actor. Chen Lang came to find Wang Jinsong, naturally for the actor matter, to see if the other party had any recommendations. My Sassy Girl revolves around the emotional line between the male and female protagonists, but it also requires a large number of supporting roles. What made Wang Jinsong happy was that this bastard in front of him was quite clear-headed and provided students with an opportunity to practice. What Chen Lang was thinking was that being able to attract so many free laborers was simply killing several birds with one stone. If it were possible, Chen Lang would be eager to pack up all the veteran actors from his alma mater and take them away to work illegally for him. Wang Jinsong said confidently, "I'll take care of this matter, so don't worry, brat." After leaving Beijing Film Academy, Chen Lang went to Beijing Film Academy and China Film Academy, selected suitable actors from the recommended actors, and then held an audition to finalize the roles before the new year. After being rescued from the sea of questions, Fan Binbin finally got a chance to relax and was as happy as a child. Maybe because she debuted early, the little fat girl gives people the illusion that she is very big, but this adult who just turned 220 is just a child at home. Holding the chubby girl, Chen Lang drove to meet Wang Jinghua. Chapter 7: The Fatty Takes Action. Wang Jinghua only brought Li Bingbing to this private banquet. Chen Lang's appearance is quite similar to the cold and aloof villain described in novels a dozen years later. He is really handsome, just a little bit less handsome than Tomato's Daniel Wu. When Wang Jinghua and Li Bingbing saw Chen Lang in person for the first time, both of them were dazzled. Especially for Li Bingbing, there are many handsome guys she has worked with. If her best friend Ren Quan is a scholar with a curly hair, then Chen Lang in front of her is a handsome and evil guy. If we have to find a similar image in the circle, we can say that Edison Chen is the Chen Lang of Hong Kong. Men like to look at beautiful women, and women also like to look at handsome men. Li Bingbing joked to Fan Binbin, who was almost living under the same roof with her, "Were you mesmerized by Director Chen's handsomeness, and that's why you rejected Sister Hua's invitation?" Fan Binbin chuckled and said, "That's indeed the reason." Wang Jinghua also praised him, "If Director Chen was an amateur, I would really plan to sign you and train you well." Chen Lang smiled and said, "I'll take this face's place." Thank you, Sister Hua, for your attention. Har 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 tilde. Har 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 tilde. At this dinner, Wang Jinghua, the old fox, and Chen Lang, the shrewd man, exchanged meaningless polite words with each other. Wang Jinghua, if you need any actors, tell me and I will make sure everything is arranged clearly. Chen Lang, I have the same plan, but my funds are limited. I can't let Sister Hua's people suffer. Wang Jinghua, that's so strange. It's only natural to help one's family. On the other hand, Fan Binbin and Li Bingbing have similar experiences and similar personalities, so they are almost the same. Looking at the disappearing Audi, Wang Jinghua, who had been smiling, became extremely calm and said to Li Bingbing, I didn't expect that such a young Chen Lang would be so shrewd and slippery as a loach. I have to be more careful when dealing with him in the future. Li Bingbing echoed, Don't worry, Sister Hua, I'll be careful. Fan Binbin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was surprised and said, Brother, I've never seen Sister Hua like this before. You've only eaten so much rice, and others have eaten so much salt. It won't hurt to learn more from them in the future. For a public figure, it is very important to master the use of language skillfully. To sum up, it means speaking the truth to different people and telling lies to different people, making the most of it, which is the essence of nonsense literature. After spending time with Chen Lang, Fan Binbin was no longer as cautious as he was at the beginning. He said half-jokingly, Brother doesn't seem to be much older than me tilde. The little fat girl didn't know where she learned the clip sound, so Chen Lang just parked the car on the side of the road. Fan Binbin asked nervously, What's wrong, brother? Chen Lang's face darkened, There's something stuck in my throat. Can you be more normal? Fan Binbin was not angry at all. Instead, he gloated over the misfortune. His eyebrows twitched and he asked complacently, Don't you think my brother doesn't like this kind of tune? Chen Lang smirked and said, Are you so impatient that you're planning to throw yourself away? Fan Binbin took the initiative to say, If you like it, just take it. Playing billiards makes you feel sad, while others hit the ball with every stroke. When I borrow someone else's bicycle, I can't wait to stand up and pedal it. As brave as the little fat girl in the car was, she was as panicked when she came back, because what was described in the book was all lies. It's just a preliminary attempt, not even the tip of the iceberg, and you can already see how ridiculous the previous ideas were. Fan Binbin, with tears in his eyes, listened quietly to the strong heartbeat and whispered softly, Brother, you must always love little fat girl, always pamper little fat girl, and always protect little fat girl, okay? The novice is led by the old driver. The pursuit is not speed. What matters is the degree of tacit understanding. No acceleration required. Hold on to happiness tightly. You can take the most beautiful path. According to various estimates, the annual transaction volume of the piracy-related industry chain in the mainland market is as high as tens of billions, and the actual statistical figures will definitely be even more exaggerated. Whether it is a digital computer store, a music and video store, or even a street stall, you can find the CD you want. Wild disco. Humorous and fresh. The imagination is so vast that it is hard to imagine, as if you can see another world. The ignorant and naive little fat girl bought some goods quietly, hoping to cram her knowledge secretly in the dead of night. The result was that I washed my dusty eyes again and again, and my stomach acid kept churning. I could only use 2 words to sum it up, disgusting. If you add one more word, disgusting. The more she came into contact with others, the more she realized her own superficiality, and the colder the little fat girl felt all over. After noticing the abnormal behavior of the little fat girl, Chen Lang threatened her mischievously, What are you hiding? Fan Binbin's eyes were erratic, and he timidly said, What do you mean? Chen Lang emphasized, Children who lie will be punished. In fact, Chen Lang didn't expect that the seemingly healthy little fat girl was actually a little underdeveloped in private. Of course, this is not a big problem. It can be alleviated by insisting on nutritional supplements, and it can become normal after giving birth to a baby. As for their patient in front of him, Chen Lang still maintained enough patience. In this interactive game of chase and escape, the little fat girl gives people the illusion that she is growing a little bigger, as if a flower bud is about to bloom. Make a little progress every day. By the way, spin the hula hoop. La 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 tilde la la la. I'm going to class by looking through the books. The test papers have become more clear and beautiful. Fan Binbin refused to admit it, So Chen Lang punished the lying child by making him do 3 sets of test papers in one go. The chubby girl not only did not resist, but answered quickly. When she encountered a multiple choice question she didn't know the answer to, she just chose C, because this was in China. When you see a fill in the blank question you don't know the answer to, just circle it. When you encounter difficult questions, calm down and think more. The last pair of answers showed great improvement, from a poor student with 20 points to a 50-point candidate. Work harder and harder, obey arrangements and instructions, don't kneel down with your head down, and refuse to live a mindless life. Seeing this little fat girl, Chen Lang was a little amused and confused. Did he sign a cash cow or raise a future daughter? Cheng Haokan saw all these changes and found them quite funny. While retreating in order to advance is certainly a clever idea, it is still powerless in the face of such powerful abilities. Cheng Hao not only accepted all of Fan Binbin's flattery, but was also very generous and took Chen Lang's face into consideration. But after Chen Lang left, Cheng Hao said with a half smile, "My good fellow, it's not fair to tell others about your open poaching." Fan Binbin swore, "Don't misunderstand, sister. I just treat Chen Lang as my own brother. I really don't have any other thoughts." Chapter 8. Some people waste their own energy, while others waste others' energy. The origins of bathhouses in the north can be traced back to the Song and Liao dynasties, and then gradually developed and flourished, forming a culture. Nowadays, whether it is public bathhouses or high-end one-stop services in the city, business is extremely prosperous every day. Cheng Hao took his fellow villagers to a bath center he frequently visited and enjoyed the VIP services comfortably. However, when enjoying the service, you will inevitably encounter a confession situation. Fan Binbin took a few secret glances at Cheng Hao, feeling extremely envious of her devilish figure, which was truly enchanting with its curvy figure. Cheng Hao also glanced at the other person out of the corner of his eye, and inwardly he felt that his fellow villager's cold white skin was glowing, and his pink skin was so delicate. There is no need to elaborate on the benefits of taking a bath. It accelerates blood circulation, relieves fatigue, and helps with some weight loss. Cheng Hao casually touched the rippling water and shared life advice with his fellow villagers. It's normal to like someone, but you also have to know how to cherish yourself. It's too easy to let others get you. What Cheng Hao didn't know was that his good intentions were actually misinterpreted by Fan Binbin. The words were still the same. The little fat girl who came back was entangled in front of Chen Lang and said, "Sister Cheng Hao said this, is there any misunderstanding?" Chen Lang asked back, "Oh? Then tell me, what misunderstanding could there be?" Fan Binbin's brows knitted together, and he replied self-reproachfully, "I haven't read much, and my brain is so dull, I really can't guess." Chen Lang smiled. The little fat girl's tricks were obviously full of loopholes, but he didn't want to expose them directly. He replied in a pretentious manner, "If you can't guess, don't guess. Save a few more brain cells." Fan Binbin said cunningly, "That makes sense, but fools have their own luck. I'm so good and obedient, my good brother will definitely not want to let a little fool like me get hurt, right?" Chen Lang said with a smile, Yes, the little fool is so well behaved, of course the good brother is reluctant to let him go." Although the old lady surnamed Chiong's complaints may be unpleasant, there is no need to deny them completely. At least Jinswoer is definitely as her name suggests, especially to Chen Lang, it is like Elder Tang chanting the tight hoop curse. What is more important is that the little fat girl looked so pitiful that Chen Daxian couldn't bear to be so rebellious that he crushed Ling Xiao without any scruples. People are sometimes so inexplicably strange, but after all, Chen Lang still has a kind heart towards his own people. Fan Binbin, realizing Chen Lang's good intentions, said with shame and distress, "It's all my fault for being useless. I made my brother worry so much." After a pause, the little fat girl said proudly, "But I am so lucky to have met such a considerate brother. The Chinese New Year is less than 10 days away. People are going home and preparing for the new year. Business at the bar is a bit slow." Chen Lang, who was chatting with the bartender at the counter, saw an acquaintance coming over and greeted him with a smile, "Senior sister, why haven't you returned home yet?" Yang Danchen smiled and said, "I'm staying here to take care of the art exam. It's been a while since I've seen my junior." Chen Lang continued, "What would you like to drink?" Yang Danchen looked at the menu and asked with a smile, "If you are treating me, I will have a glass of Blue Dream." Chen Lang agreed cheerfully. Just as he was about to ask the bartender Arshing to prepare, he was interrupted by Yang Danchen, I want to see my junior take action. Chen Lang smiled and said, "You can treat me to some wine, but if I do it, there will be an extra charge." How did Yang Danchen know that Chen Lang was in the bar? So of course he saw the Audi at the door. As for the charges mentioned by Chen Lang, Yang Danchen had also heard about it, and even caused an interesting story. When the bar first opened, customers who wanted Chen Lang to mix their drinks personally had to pay a service fee of 100 yuan per drink. There is a reason for charging this much. It is more accurate to say that Chen Lang is showing off his skills rather than mixing cocktails. Plus, the guy is handsome, so the women who come to the bar really like this service. The funniest incident was when a rich young lady booked Chen Lang's service for 3 consecutive days, and the guests in the bar almost had a dispute because of it. Helpless Chen Lang then changed the charge. 100 yuan became a single number. If he was in a good mood, he might only need 1 yuan, but if he was in a bad mood, he would directly ask for 10,000 yuan. This effectively prevented disputes. Of course, if there is someone who is willing to spend a lot of money to contract this service, Chen Lang will not refuse. After all, when running a business, you can't resist money. Yang Danchen thought for a moment and smiled. "I wonder how you feel, junior brother. How much do you want me to pay? I'm in a good mood, a coin will be enough for me. It is impossible to be free, after all, making cocktails requires labor," Chen Lang gave the answer. For the next few minutes, Yang Danchen watched quietly as Chen Lang put on a dazzling performance, feeling deeply moved. The way his junior flirted with the girl was truly extraordinary. It is said that if a girl meets a rich, talented and handsome guy, how many girls can resist him? The original meaning of Blue Dream, a curtain of dreams brings spring, and it is already March on earth. But Yang Danchen, who was tasting the wine, not only did not feel the arrival of spring, but the more he drank, the colder his heart became. A short pain is worse than a long one, so Yang Danchen simply drank the rest of the cup in one breath. What is Blue Dream? It's vodka mixed with blank, diluted with Sprite, but still around 20-30% alcohol. Noticing Yang Danchen's behavior, Chen Lang asked, "Are you worried about something?" As soon as he finished drinking, Yang Danchen flushed his face. He asked, "Don't you know, junior brother?" Chen Lang asked in surprise, "What should I know?" "Senior, I'm single." After Yang Danchen answered, he set his eyes on the wine cabinet, and his thoughts were naturally self-evident. Oh tilde. Yang Danchen wanted to hear a few words of comfort from this junior, but nothing happened. Unhappy, Yang Danchen said directly, "Another glass of Blue Dream." Chen Lang advised, "Drinking any more will be too much." Yang Danchen said stubbornly, "It's more than enough, just enough to get drunk and forget all my worries." Chen Lang. Seeing that Chen Lang didn't move, Yang Danchen frowned and urged, "What? Are you worried that I can't pay?" A cup of Blue Dream was only 150 yuan, which the other party could certainly afford. However, Chen Lang didn't want to make any money from it, so he smiled and recommended, "How about a change? Summer Breeze is pretty good too." Summer Breeze is a fruit wine with a negligible alcohol content and a particularly sweet taste. Yang Danchen pulled out 5 large bills from his wallet and placed them on the counter with a dignified look. "I want to drink Blue Dream." It was really generous. Even the previous cup was included in the price, as well as Chen Lang's 2 hard work fees. After collecting the money, Chen Lang consoled her while mixing the drink, "Just one drink, go back and have a good sleep." But when Yang Danchen took the wine glass, he drank it all in one gulp under Chen Lang's surprised gaze. Chapter 9. This man is so charming. The thing that business places like bars fear most is drunk customers who are alone, because it is easy for many irreparable things to happen. Compared with young girls, the situation of handsome young men is often more potentially dangerous. When Yang Danchen first entered college, she was still a cute chubby girl. After losing weight in recent years, she has become more and more beautiful and elegant. Looking at Yang Danchen, who was lying drunk on the bar, Chen Lang gently pushed her and called out, "Senior sister, wake up quickly. This is not a place to sleep." But Yang Danchen, who had lost consciousness, refused to cooperate no matter what and didn't even give a response. Fortunately, the other party paid the bill in advance. Although he didn't have to worry about losing money, Chen Lang was still worried because he had no idea where the other person lived. It was getting late, so Chen Lang could only continue trying to wake up the drunk Yang Danchen. Yang Danchen seemed to be uncomfortable with being swayed, and raised his heavy head. Just when Chen Lang breathed a sigh of relief, he lay down again. Chen Lang sighed helplessly and called Huang Bo over directly, "Get him to the second floor first." Huang Bo looked at Chen Lang, then didn't take any action. Chen Lang urged, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up." Huang Bo smiled awkwardly and said, "Hey, boss, you should do it yourself." Chen Lang complained, "What's the matter? I can't order you around." Huang Bo didn't respond and disappeared in a flash. Chen Lang rolled his eyes and refused to do such a small thing. He must deduct Huang Bo's salary tonight. Was Yang Danchen really drunk and unconscious? The answer was no. Although his head felt a little heavy, he just didn't want to move. So those who understand will understand that you can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Of course, there is another saying, if the sister hadn't been drunk, how would the brother have had a chance? Some things are sublimated in half-hearted efforts. But no matter whether he was pretending to be drunk or really drunk, Chen Lang's first principle was not to have any thoughts about the guests. Chen Lang, who was struggling, moved the twisted and unsteady Yang Danchen to the bed in the rest room on the second floor, covered her with a quilt and left. When the door closed, Yang Danchen opened her eyes and complained helplessly, "I am so unattractive." Yang Danchen's idea was simple, which was to indulge himself, but the target of his attack was obviously uncooperative. There aren't so many coincidences. Yang Danchen lives in two completely different directions from the bar. If I go down now, there are too many things to complain about, so I have to pretend for a while. Yang Danchen, who was lost in thought, laughed again unconsciously. If the other party really wanted to cooperate, wouldn't it seem superficial? If Chen Lang knew about this, he would definitely come to his senses. After all, how could someone from the acting department have such a bad alcohol tolerance? Although he was an experienced person, Chen Lang did not realize that when a man is too attractive, women will also be attracted to him. One of them has a car, a house, a career, a good family, and is handsome, and most importantly, has a good reputation, even before he graduates. He is not a potential stock at all, but the most ideal partner. As for whether Chen Lang has a girlfriend, it is completely unimportant. Not to mention a girlfriend, even if it's marriage, you still have to fight for it. It is said that beautiful women are a scarce resource, but handsome men who are capable and have a career are simply strategic resources. Chen Lang will encounter such troubles sooner or later, and Tomatoes Yenzu will encounter such troubles even more. Being too good is also a sin. After about half an hour, Yang Danchen, who looked like a tumbler, walked down staggeringly. It just so happened that the bar was about to close at this time. Chen Lang, who was worried about this, saw Yang Danchen coming down and said in surprise, "Senior sister, are you okay?" Yang Danchen rubbed his temples and replied perfunctorily, "I drank it a little too quickly. This wine is really intoxicating." Chen Lang didn't notice that Huang Bo's legs seemed to be equipped with accelerators at this time. He jumped on the motorcycle and disappeared. Several bar staff who realized the situation later disappeared from Chen Lang's sight through various means. Yang Danchen seemed to remember something, patted his forehead and sighed, "Being drunk really makes things difficult. This is terrible. It's hard to get a taxi. How am I going to get home?" Chen Lang was just about to grab the errand boy to give Yang Danchen a ride, but when he looked up, he found that the man was gone. This makes these bastards run faster and faster than each other. It is really inconsiderate to deduct their bonuses when they are brought back. "Don't worry, I'll take you back." How embarrassing. Chen Lang locked the door, but he didn't notice that Yang Danchen was not embarrassed at all, and was looking for something in the car with great interest. Fortunately, after seeing Chen Lang get in the car, Yang Danchen immediately retracted his gaze and told him where he lived. The bar is located on the south side of the school, and you live on the north side of the school. Chen Lang realized that something was wrong and started the car silently. They were silent all the way until Yang Danchen got out of the car. Then he started to wander around again and sighed, "The corridor light is broken. I have to trouble you, Junior, to take me upstairs." Chen Lang narrowed his eyes and replied playfully, "Okay." Perhaps realizing that she had been exposed, Yang Danchen did not act too excessively while going upstairs and threw herself into his arms. However, since they have helped so much, they should at least be brought into their house. Even offering them a drink of water is a basic way of hospitality. The danger was approaching step by step. Chen Lang, who was already on guard, stood up and said casually, "It's getting late, senior sister, make sure you get some rest. I'll be leaving first. Is Yang Danchen beautiful? She is completely different from before she lost weight, and her appearance is amazing now. It's just that the two of them had no contact before, and this sudden incident was quite like a game between prey and hunter. Whether they were greedy for his body or had other ideas, there were many women who showed their favor to Chen Lang in the past. Chen Lang admits that he is sentimental, but he will never be promiscuous, at least he will not fall in love until he is familiar with someone. Even if it is a one-night stand that the public jokes about, it is fine to play around with it abroad, and it can be tried occasionally in the Hong Kong film and television circles, but the mainland is the bottom line that Chen Lang does not want to touch. Noticing Chen Lang's obvious refusal, Yang Danchen realized that he had been reckless and said goodbye awkwardly. It's really late, drive slowly on the road, and send a text message when you get home to say hello. Looking at Chen Lang's leaving back, Yang Danchen felt very regretful and regretted his own irrationality. But just a moment later, Yang Danchen suddenly laughed. If she really gave up on such a decent man, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Yang Danchen laughed louder and louder, and even felt quite relieved that nothing had happened just now. There are challenges only when there are difficulties. As a girl, who doesn't he want to find a reliable man? Chen Lang did not reply to the message, nor did he return to the courtyard, but came to Cheng Hao. After all, he was being flirted with, and the fat girl was not helpful, so Chen Lang had no choice but to find like-minded comrades. Cheng Hao remained calm on the surface about Chen Lang's return, but he was quite happy in his heart. After all, he had an informant at the bar. The moment the resounding horn sounded, the smoke-filled battlefield was ignited. Chapter 10 My Sassy Girl. Fan Binbin successfully completed the art exam. All the actors recommended by Wang Jinsong were finalized at this time. What surprised Chen Lang was that Yang Danchen was among them. What Yang Danchen had to do to get the spot was to assist the school teachers in completing the art exam during the winter vacation. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, spring comes and flowers bloom, and the filming of My Sassy Girl officially begins. For the actors who have read this script, especially the young actors, it is incredible that love can be discussed in this way. It can only be said that each era has its own characteristics. Most people in the country have only just solved the problem of food and clothing, and people in many places still don't understand what idle dramas are. In the script of My Sassy Girl, the heroine's beloved ex-boyfriend passed away and her relationship was on the verge of collapse. At this time, the kind-hearted hero quietly appeared. The two of them started dating without knowing the reason. During the relationship, the heroine always teased the hero, and the introverted hero gradually fell in love with the heroine's savagery. Then there are the nerve-wracking emotional twists and turns, but fortunately the story has a happy ending. The script of My Sassy Girl is not difficult to understand, but among the movies that Chinese people are exposed to today, it is definitely full of freshness. Especially for women, I believe that after watching this movie, they will also try to be a savage girlfriend. At this time, some people can't help but ask why Huang Bo was chosen to play the male lead instead of a handsome guy. Chen Lang said, "I am making a movie, do I need to explain to you, just go wherever is cool." Huang Bo just looks a little hasty, but he is definitely not ugly. After a little dressing up and matching with Cheng Hao, they look like a pair of flowers in cow dung. Chen Lang reminded him, "Bozy, put away your obscene smile and stand up straight." Huang Bo grinned, all right. This is my first time acting in a movie, and I'm playing the male lead. I'm a little excited." Cheng Hao, who was standing by, was so amused by the two people's nonsense that he covered his mouth and laughed. The movie, My Sassy Girl, was really not difficult to shoot, and the actors didn't even need to wear makeup. Cheng Hao, who plays the heroine, wears a plaid shirt over a white t-shirt, jeans and white sneakers, and the main focus is on youth and beauty. Huang Bo, who plays the male lead, is dressed in casual clothes and carries a crossbody bag. There were many newcomers in the crew, and it was their first time to make a proper movie. After watching it, they were surprised and said, "That's it." In the following days, there was no so-called rigor and rigidity in the crew, and laughter was everywhere. Especially when Huang Bo put on a skirt and high heels and came out awkwardly, she looked completely hopeless. Har ha har har tilde. Chen Lang laughed so hard that he slapped Heibo's shoulder, causing the latter to grimace in pain. Yang Danchen pinched her thigh, trying hard not to make any sound. Cheng Hao said seriously, "Take 2 steps, try to take 2 steps." Wang Bo really wanted to shout out loud, "Who the hell invented high heels? This is fucking crazy." What everyone doesn't know is that before this, director Chen Lang wanted Wang Bo to wear stockings. It's a pity that Wang Bo refused to wear it no matter what, and even threatened to return the money and quit the performance. He is so socially retarded. Wang Bo couldn't walk in high heels. He walked cautiously and unsteadily as if he was drunk. However, this is exactly the effect Chen Lang wants. After all, even if the performance is so realistic that it is hard to tell the difference between real and fake, the final picture presented is only to this extent. Chen Lang pretended to be serious and said, "Bozy, you can't shoot the chase scene if you're like this." Wang Bo's head ached, but suddenly his eyes rolled and he grinned as he assured, "Don't worry, leave it to me." The next scene made everyone on the set almost laugh out loud. I saw Cheng Hao running hard in front. Wang Bo was wearing high heels, lifting up her skirt, with her two big bare feet, happily chasing behind her. The breeze just happened to brush against Wang Bo's leg hair, which was quite artistic. The shooting location was moved to the multi-purpose hall of Beijing Film Academy, and Chen Lang started to make money without any hesitation. The loudspeaker on campus announced, "Attention all students, attention all students. If you come to the art hall as an extra, you will not only have the opportunity to show your face, but also receive a bottle of Arctic Ocean. It is better to act than to be moved. Come here quickly." In just over 20 minutes, more than 300 people arrived and filled the venue. Student A, who was unaware of the situation, said, "What's going on?" Student C, who knew the inside story, said, "Let's make a movie. Pay attention and cooperate well later. Scream as hard as you can." There was a piano on the stage, and Cheng Hao pretended to be serious and began to perform in an intoxicated manner. Here Chen Lang chose the classic canon. If it is paired with a piece of chocolate, it will be a silky indulgence. During Cheng Hao's performance, Wang Bo, holding a rose, approached her affectionately. The quiet scene immediately became filled with thunderous applause. During the applause, student A couldn't help but stand up and cheer. Chen Lang, who was recording, smiled slightly and performed very well. He also knew that if he tried to steal the spotlight in this way, he would not be given the screen. The happy and crazy filming continued for several days until director Chen Lang reminded him, "Stop, stop, stop. Get your composure right now. It's time to be sad." After all, the plot has reached a heartbreaking point, and filming it in such a cheerful manner has become an accident. Just when everyone thought that Chen Lang would be very strict in the future, they didn't feel any changes. That's it. Of course that's it. More than 20 days have passed in a flash, and Wang Bo, who has finished filming the movie, still feels a little unsatisfied. Chen Lang asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Wang Bo chuckled, "So this is what it feels like to make a movie." Since it is a commercial film and the content is already here, Chen Lang did not expect it to become a classic, so his requirements were naturally not so high. In addition, the atmosphere of the entire crew was very good. Everyone was talking and laughing and discussing together, and all the filming was completed smoothly. The next step is post-production editing, adding music, and many other steps. A good movie also needs good music. After some inquiries, Chen Lang contacted Sun Yanzi, a less popular singer, who was about to debut. For the movie My Sassy Girl, Chen Lang directly took out Meeting, not only making some extra money from Warner Music, but also making the excited, unpopular singer work for him for free. After a busy period, the hero and heroine meet again at the end of My Sassy Girl. Sun Yanzi sang the ending of Meeting you is the most beautiful accident. One day, the answer to my mystery will be revealed. Chapter 11 Planning to film Full House. In mid-May, with My Sassy Girl submitted for review, Chen Lang also had some free time. Today, the television stations and film and television industries have not yet completed their reforms, and the vast majority of actors work at a relatively comfortable and slow pace. Of course, it can also be understood that because there are no resources at hand, one can only stay at home and hone one's internal skills. After finishing filming, Wang Bo occasionally took on a couple of commercial performances, but most of the time, he was still performing in the bar. Cheng Hao, who participated in the filming of the movie throughout the whole process, also began to make various summaries, make up for his shortcomings, and try to develop in the direction of producer. As for Fan Binbin, there is only more than a month left before the college entrance examination, and he is just one step away from working hard and entering the sprint stage. The little fat girl was quite pitiful. She didn't have enough time to begin with, and she still took out a month after the new year to shoot a movie called Floating in Troubled Times. After seeing Chen Lang coming back, Fan Binbin pouted, his face full of unhappiness, and complained bitterly, "Brother, look at me, I'm so tired and thin." Chen Lang observed carefully and found that the man's once plump baby fat had receded by 50% or 60%, revealing a distinct oval outline. Fan Binbin with a strong face is absolutely lethal, but the chubby girl with light makeup is also very stunning, and she can switch between pure desire at will. Chen Lang rubbed the little fat girl's bun and encouraged her in a pertinent way, "Hold on a little longer. After the exam, I'll take you out to play." As if remembering something, Fan Binbin took out a wad of money from the drawer and placed it in Chen Lang's hand proudly. "If you borrow, you must return. It's not difficult to borrow again." Then he pulled out an exquisite gift box from the drawer and said proudly, "Guess what's inside?" Chen Lang also happily opened the box, and there was a watch inside. Fan Binbin put it on Chen Lang personally and asked conceitedly, "Do you like it?" Chen Lang also shook happily, then directly hugged the beauty in his arms. The little fat girl also noticed that Chen Lang was holding her very tightly, so tightly that he didn't want to let go. The next moment, even breathing became difficult. Breathing in the fresh air, with his whole face held in the palm of his hand, Fan Binbin blinked his big watery eyes, and saw himself in the other's deep eyes. With nothing to do, two bored people squeezed into a chair and spent their time under the grapevines in the courtyard. However, Fan Binbin vaguely felt that his relationship with Chen Lang seemed to have become closer. Fan Binbin casually asked, "Do you think I can become a big star in the future?" Chen Lang said seriously, "I guess it will be difficult." Fan Binbin asked in confusion, "Why?" Chen Lang said directly, "Because I won't let you." Fan Binbin pressed on, "Why?" Chen Lang said with a wicked smile, "You are too beautiful, and it is easy to attract bees and butterflies. I can only cruelly seal you away." This answer really shocked the little fat girl. Was it because she was too beautiful, or was it because you, Chen Lang, were too domineering? All right, I teased you and you took it seriously. Being a big star is nothing. I'm going to train you to be an international movie queen anyway. After Chen Lang said this, Fan Binbin was so happy that he flew away. He said proudly, "If I can really win an international film actress, I am willing to give birth to a football team for you. Of course, if I win any of the 3 major film actress awards, I am also willing to give birth to a basketball for you tilde." Chen Lang exclaimed, "Wow, is this a reward or a punishment for myself? It's really terrible." It interrupted the little fat girl's nonsense and paused the leisurely moment. When Chen Lang took out the exam booklet, Fan Binbin's originally happy face immediately fell. "Brother, work and rest tilde." Noticing Chen Lang's serious expression, Fan Binbin sighed, "Are tilde such fate? Binbin, be good. We're going to have a new play and let you play the leading role." After hearing Chen Lang's promise, Fan Binbin immediately calmed down and asked curiously with his big eyes flashing, "What play?" "You'll know when the time comes, so study hard." Chen Lang kept the question in suspense and then left the room so as not to disturb the little fat girl from studying. Of course, Chen Lang did not fool Fan Binbin. Fanxing Entertainment planned to shoot a movie, Full House, to test the waters, and the male and female protagonists already had their targets. The heroine is Fan Binbin, who plays a scriptwriter with strange ideas. The male lead is Zhao Enjuan, who plays a handsome, somewhat introverted, and kind-hearted film and television star. Last year, The Flying Dagger of Li Xiao was broadcast in mainland China, and Zhao Enjuan's role as the amorous knight Li Xuanwan was well known to countless audiences. However, Chen Lang's deepest impression of Zhao Enjuan was the scene where this handsome man in ancient costume was brutally raped by Auntie Shimen. As for why Zhao Enjuan was chosen, it was Cheng Hao who strongly recommended him. As the producer of Full House, Cheng Hao thought of this fellow villager at the first time. After filming My Sassy Girl, Cheng Hao has had many in-depth exchanges with Chen Lang over the past month, and also clarified the company's development direction for the next few years. Chen Lang's idea is very simple. He cannot do everything by himself. His main focus in the future will naturally be to become a commercial director. From the perspective of the company's development, in the domestic market in the next few years, making TV series is obviously more suitable than making movies, and TV series can promote more people than movies. Compared with costume idol dramas, urban idol romance dramas are easier to shoot, require relatively less investment, and have low requirements for acting skills. Handsome men and beautiful women are enough. It takes 3 to make a hero, and everyone needs to grow. Full House is Chen Hao's first trial work as a producer. The combination of Zhao Enjuan and Fan Binbin means that the drama won to be sold at a high price. Although the Star Bar is closed during the day, Chen Hao, Chen Lang, and even Huang Bo all came here. As the producer of Full House, Chen Hao said, "Old Chen, Zhao Enjuan has agreed, but he has to wait until October to free up a month." Nowadays, actors from the Dujiangwan area who come to the mainland to film are paid ridiculously high salaries. For actors of the same status, the salary difference is at least 3 to 5 times. Zhao Enjuan's agency is asking for an exorbitant price. After separate negotiations, Zhao Enjuan was finally paid 1 million yuan to star in 20 episodes of Full House. Fan Binbin only received 100,000 yuan in salary. In order to prepare for the filming of Full House, Chen Lang prepared a total of 6 million yuan, almost all the cash he had on hand. As a producer, Chen Hao naturally felt bad about spending so much money, but Chen Lang smiled and said, "The more you spend, the more you earn. Don't worry about it." Chen Hao continued, "Do you have any actors you want to recommend?" Chen Lang thought for a moment and replied, "How about letting Yang Danchen play the role of fashion designer?" Chen Hao thought for a moment and said seriously, "There's no problem with the image, but I think senior sister Xing Li is more suitable." Chapter 12. It's hard to explain now. Xing Li's temperament is indeed more suitable for the role of fashion designer. Chen Hao and Chen Lang were both considering the drama Full House. As for the role of Yang Shizhen, the friend of the heroine Ji Eun, both Hu Jing and Yang Danchen can play it. Chen Hao naturally knew that Chen Lang's senior sister had some thoughts about Chen Lang, but he didn't care. Chen Hao is not even afraid of the threat from Fan Binbin, so how could he be afraid of Yang Danchen? It is always better to have their enemy within his sight than to hide in an unknown corner. Since they had decided to choose Yang Danchen, Chen Hao smiled and asked, "Should I go and talk to you about this, or should you?" Chen Lang spread his hands. "Is there any difference?" Chen Hao said directly, "You should go, I will contact senior sister Xing Li." The two continued to discuss. In June, the graduation season, graduates who are about to leave the campus commemorate their fading youth in various ways. The policy of guaranteeing job placement for college graduates has completely ended in the past 2 years. Fortunately, in today's era, the national economy is booming and there is a shortage of talents in all walks of life. The value of a university diploma during this period was also very high, so graduates did not have to worry about not being able to find a good job. As a prominent figure in Beijing Film Academy, Zhao Yanzi naturally received praise from her younger classmates when she walked on campus. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhao Yanzi is now definitely the #1 star on the mainland's small screen. Chen Lang didn't want to make any comments about Zhao Yanzi, nor did he want to have any contact with her. They would go their separate ways in the future. Even Chen Lang would not use the little fat girl as a cash cow and embark on a controversial road to fame and fortune in the future. Zhao Yanzi, who was surrounded by the crowd, naturally saw Chen Lang walking on the road. Unlike this group of innocent younger classmates, Zhao Yanzi, who has already developed ambitions, has a strong interest in Chen Lang. Junior Chen, long time no see. Senior Zhao, long time no see. When two influential figures in the school met, the people around them immediately made room for them. Zhao Yanzi invited, "Are you free at noon? Let's have lunch together." Upon hearing Zhao Yanzi's invitation, many of the male classmates who were watching were envious. But surprisingly, Chen Lang refused, "Sorry, I already have an appointment. Speak of Cao Cao, and he will indeed appear." As Zhao Yanzi's classmate, Yang Danchen was not only surprised that Chen Lang took the initiative to find her, but also felt more pleasantly surprised and expectant. After the bar farce, Yang Danchen has secretly observed Chen Lang countless times in the past 6 months. What kind of man is attractive? Of course, the man who devotes himself to his work is the most attractive. Having almost witnessed the filming process of My Sassy Girl with her own eyes, Yang Danchen admired Chen Lang's talent even more. But the more Yang Danchen admired Chen Lang, the more humble he felt. He even felt that he was just a firefly and was not worthy of competing with the bright moon. Due to such contradictory psychology, Yang Danchen, who has a crush on Chen Lang, has not taken the initiative once in the past 6 months. When reaching the crossroads of graduation and having to give up some things, Chen Lang's active invitation made Yang Danchen feel confused. With wavy curls, long earrings, pink lips, a light blue dress, and completely slim, Yang Danchen was obviously dressed up carefully. Zhao Yanzi was surprised by the appearance of this old classmate, and even felt a strong psychological fluctuation when the other party greeted Chen Lang. Of course, Zhao Yanzi didn't show it, but smiled and said, "It turns out that the beauty that junior brother is dating is actually Danchen." Yang Danchen, what did I just miss? But Yang Danchen was still quite happy, and even felt a little grateful for the assist from Zhao Yanzi. Chen Lang didn't care about Zhao Yanzi's quibbling. He simply said a few polite words and left with Yang Danchen. Not all female stars have Fan Binbin's naturally fair skin, so white that even the blood vessels are clearly visible. Compared with Fan Binbin and Cheng Hao, Yang Danchen's well-proportioned and slender legs are obviously better. After finding a relatively quiet place and sitting down, Chen Lang got straight to the point. The company has a modern drama that will probably start filming in October. The lead actor is Jiao Enjuan, who plays Li Xuanhuan. Chen Lang briefly recounted the story of Full House and the character Yang Shizhen. Yang Danchen's state seemed to be somewhat detached from the sky. Chen Lang coughed lightly and said, "Senior sister." R. Tilder. Startled by the suddenness, Yang Danchen said embarrassedly, "It's getting late, let me treat you to lunch." Women hold up half the sky, so Chen Lang had no embarrassment and accepted Yang Danchen's invitation. Just as Chen Lang was about to park his car when he arrived at the designated hotel, he saw a man holding an umbrella and opening the car door. Yang Danchen said in disbelief, "Wang Xiaoming." Chen Lang also saw Zhao Yanzi getting out of the car. Adding to Yang Danchen's revelations, he asked hesitantly, "How about changing to another one?" Yang Danchen didn't understand why and asked, "Why?" It was obvious that Zhao Yanzi also noticed Chen Lang and the others, and stopped at the door of the hotel. Wang Xiaoming followed Zhao Yanzi's gaze and said in surprise, "Isn't that Yang Danchen? Who is the person next to her? She looks quite rich." Wang Xiaoming is a very busy man. Since he entered his sophomore year, he has rarely returned to school and has never met Chen Lang. Zhao Yanzi explained briefly, and Wang Xiaoming immediately understood. "I didn't realize that our classmate had quietly found such an amazing boyfriend." When Chen Lang and the other man came over, Zhao Yanzi smiled and said, "What a coincidence, we meet again." Wang Xiaoming held an umbrella for Zhao Yanzi with one hand, and extended his other hand to introduce himself. "Hello Chen Lang, I'm Wang Xiaoming, and I'm a classmate of Dan Chen." Chen Lang also extended his hand, shook Wang Xiaoming's hand, and responded, "I've heard a lot about you." "Hello, Senior Wang." Wang Xiaoming warmly invited, "Meeting is fate, how about having dinner together?" Chen Lang was not polite either, but looking at Wang Xiaoming, who took the initiative to pull a stool for Zhao Yanzi and showed his affection in various ways, he looked like a bootlicka no matter how you looked at him. On the other hand, Zhao Yanzi seemed to enjoy such treatment, while Chen Lang and the other man behaved much more normally. While ordering, Wang Xiaoming started to make arrangements again. "We finally get together, we should at least have a drink." There is no such thing as drunk driving checks nowadays, but Chen Lang used the excuse of driving to say that he would definitely drink well next time, and Yang Danchen accepted everything. Looking at the full glass of white wine in front of Yang Danchen, Chen Lang secretly complained that he must have been cheated last time. Wang Xiaoming then curiously asked Yang Danchen, "By the way, how long have you two been together?" Yang Danchen. Chen Lang Ro. Chapter 13. Junior brother Chen is so powerful. Wang Xiaoming's great assist is so pleasant to listen to. I wish I could listen to it for 3 days and 3 nights. But Yang Danchen knew that she couldn't deceive herself, so she directly explained that she was invited by Chen Lang to discuss filming. It is said that the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Wang Xiaoming, is there any need to hide it? If we are together, then we are together. Zhao Yanzi was extremely interested, simply because Chen Lang was a different person. Zhao Yanzi inquired subtly, "Can you tell me what kind of drama it is?" Yang Danchen is stupid, but not brainless. He knows that this is a leak of secrets, and keeps looking at Chen Lang. Wang Xiaoming saw Yang Danchen's performance directly and was full of admiration for Chen Lang. "We are both men, but why do you, Chen Lang, have a herniated disc? You can train your girlfriend to be completely obedient, while even if you kneel down and lick her, you still can't get her attention." Chen Lang smiled and replied, "What's there to be ashamed of? It's just a youth idol drama." Zhao Yinzi pressed on, I wonder if the male and female protagonists have been found. Chen Lang replied, it's already been decided. The female lead is an acquaintance of yours. Zhao Yinzi envied, Binbin is so lucky to have a good boss like you. Chen Lang said proudly, I am also very lucky to have met a good employee like Binbin. Compared with repressive teaching, children who are taught with praise tend to have a higher success rate in the future. The little fat girl is one of ours, so you can criticize her however you want behind closed doors, but you must praise her more in public so that you won't be looked down upon. Zhao Yinzi praised him, junior brother is not only handsome, but also very capable. He is truly an extraordinary person. Chen Lang said modestly, compared to my senior sister who is famous all over the country, I am really nothing. Zhao Yinzi modestly said, compared to my junior classmates, my achievements are really not up to par. The two of them sang in unison, which made Huang Xiaoming feel uncomfortable. He asked Zhao Yinzi ramblingly, it seems that you know your junior very well. Zhao Yinzi, who hangs out in the Jiangwan area, actually knows a lot about Chen Lang. Our junior fellow student is an amazing person. At this moment, Zhao Yinzi looked a bit like a storyteller. Her expressions and movements were so well controlled that she could really arouse the interest of the audience. Huang Xiaoming asked curiously, oh, why not tell me about it? Zhao Yinzi took a sip of her wine and began to elaborate. You know the American music Billboard, right? Our all-rounder, from his album, Wave, released a few years ago, the songs, Apologize, and Counting Stars directly made it into the top 20. Isn't that impressive? Wow tilde. R tilde. Huang Xiaoming and Yang Danchen were both shocked. They didn't expect Chen Lang to be so powerful. Chen Lang also spread his hands helplessly. When he went to the California cinema, he thought it would be convenient for him to communicate with the sweethearts of Hollywood. Chen Lang chose to cooperate with Warner Music and released his first solo album, Wave, which included 8 songs. Not only did he make a lot of money, but he also made a lot of friends. Warner Music has never signed a mainland singer, and even the contract starts at 10 years. But for a genius like Chen Lang, the other party's sincerity was extremely generous. Although the two parties did not reach an agreement, Chen Lang promised that if he had any moves, the first thing he would consider would be Warner Music. This was more than a month ago when Chen Lang contacted Song Ku, the director of Warner Music. The two sides hit it off, and that is how Sun Yinzi added the song Meeting to her first album. Of course, this phenomenon will be greatly improved in the near future. The meal went very smoothly. The 3 old classmates drank 2 large bottles of white wine, and Wang Xiaoming even took the initiative to pay the bill. After they separated, Yang Danchen got on the passenger seat. Chen Lang didn't start the car immediately. Instead, he looked at her blushing face and said with a half-smile, Senior sister, do you have anything to say? Yang Danchen's eyes wandered around, and he rubbed his temple and said, my head hurts. I must have drunk too much. I really want a cold drink. When they arrived at the cold drink shop, Yang Danchen, who had drunk 3 glasses of white wine, didn't care whether she would gain weight by eating too much ice cream, so she ate 2 in one go. When she left, she didn't forget to order another glass of shaved ice. The aunt who was selling the goods kept praising the young man's girlfriend for being so beautiful and the young girl's boyfriend for being so handsome. The two of them didn't want to explain, so they paid the money and got into the car. On their way back, Yang Danchen didn't say a word until he stopped at the entrance of the community, then he started talking. Aren't you curious about why I broke up? Yang Danchen noticed that Chen Lang didn't respond, and continued, I said I would give it to him when I get married, but he just couldn't wait and found another woman. At that time, I didn't understand why he had to betray me over such a small matter. Maybe I was angry, or maybe I just wanted revenge, and then I pretended to be drunk in the bar. Chen Lang, do you think I'm sick? Chen Lang was speechless, so I am doomed to be unlucky tilde. Yang Danchen chuckled and said, I can't help it. You're so handsome, and you're exactly what I like. I don't feel like I'm losing out by giving you my first time. Chen Lang complained, should I be glad or regretful? Perhaps it was the alcohol that emboldened Yang Danchen, but his words were simply vicious and ruthless. It turned out that Yang Danchen was planning to use him as a tool at that time. Chen Lang immediately interrupted and Chen Lang also yelled, you are being unreasonable. Yang Danchen continued loudly, I'm not kidding. I've clearly decided to forget you, but why do you still appear in front of me? Tell me why. Is this Li Kuei meeting Li Gui, or Li Gui meeting Li Kuei? Chen Lang was speechless. What a coincidence! Was this really God playing a joke on him? Seeing Chen Lang remain silent, Yang Danchen said angrily, "Why did you call me? Tell me." Chen Lang complained, "I can tell you that this is just a coincidence." Xiao tilde 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 or tilde tilde tilde. Perhaps because he was too excited, Yang Danchen felt the alcohol rising up, immediately covered his mouth and rushed into the bathroom. The following scene is too strong. Chen Lang really wanted to take a camera and record this precious footage so that this crazy woman could see the embarrassment she had made after she woke up. After settling Yang Danchen, Chen Lang went to do other things until he received a long text message in the evening. The text message was naturally sent by Yang Danchen, and the content can be summarized in 3 points. The first is to apologize for the drunken ramblings. The second is to admit that he has been secretly in love with me for more than half a year. The third is to show that you will not give up and pursue yourself openly. Cheng Hao leaned over, looked at the content on his phone, and said jokingly, "Yo hoo hoo tilde yo hoo hoo, our master Chen is so charming that people have confessed to him." Chen Lang also retorted, "Someone is greedy for your man's body, why are you gloating over it?" Cheng Hao asked back, "What do you want me to do? Not to mention that we haven't got the marriage certificate yet, even if we did, my words wouldn't work." Chen Lang chuckled and said, "How would you know if you don't try?" Cheng Hao spread his hands and said, "I know what I'm doing. Let's not talk about the distant past. Let's just talk about Binbin. He's already in the fish pond. I don't believe you'd be willing to let him go." Chen Lang snorted coldly, "I don't have a habit of wearing a green hat." In other words, after spending a long time with Chen Lang, Cheng Hao was able to understand these words that were not yet popular. Cheng Hao was also quite envious of this fellow villager, because he really treated Chen Lang, this bastard, like his own daughter. But because of this, Cheng Hao doesn't think Fan Binbin can become her competitor. She will even be nice to her and let her fellow villagers sit in the front row to attract attention. Back to the topic, Cheng Hao gloated, "This senior sister has revealed her cards. What are you going to do next?" Chen Lang said proudly, "It's their freedom if they like me. What can I do? I can only blame myself for being too outstanding. I can't stop this romantic luck." Cheng Hao said, "If you have no other options, I can help you. At worst, I can just release Binbin and see if that woman dares to do anything else." The chubby girl who was working on her homework sighed helplessly for a moment, saying, "I must be too tired. My body is protesting. I'd better get some rest." Chen Lang held his forehead and said, "This unlucky little girl didn't realize she was sold, and she was so happy to help others count the money." Chen Hao also said cheerfully, "As expected, things should be viewed dialectically. There are bad sides, but there are also good sides. Yang Danchen is a man of action. Since he has chosen to confront the issue, he doesn't care about the outcome and starts to take the initiative. In this era, if a girl pursues a boy, especially a beautiful girl, for most people, it is definitely a unique situation for a Scorpio father. Yang Danchen first used some tricks to bribe a young brother in the bar to tip him off. On the 4th day after receiving the text message, not long after Chen Lang arrived at the bar, Yang Danchen rushed over. She put on makeup, powder, tattooed her eyebrows, and wore jeweled earrings, and she looked very cool. Yang Danchen, twisting her slender waist, greeted Chen Lang happily. "Oh, what a coincidence." There were quite a few customers in the bar at this time, and as if they smelled the gossip, they stopped bragging about something. A few minutes before Yang Danchen came in, the young man shouted loudly, "Sister-in-law is here." When several customers who had just come to the store recently heard this name, they immediately realized that it was Boss Chen's girlfriend, who was so beautiful. Many old customers smiled in mysterious ways. After all, the relationship between Chen Lang and Cheng Hao was a little unclear. Yang Danchen secretly gave a thumbs up to the actors she invited. Their 100 yuan was not really spent, and the show effect was great. Chen Lang whispered, "Senior sister, are you planning to come here?" Yang Danchen blinked innocently, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Seeing the two people chatting so closely, the bartender next to them decisively chose to take 2 steps away. The bartender had a very good impression of Yang Danchen, as he had gotten drunk here last time. Of course, the bartender could remember it so clearly because she was pretty. If she was ugly, she would be immediately excluded from her mind. Yang Danchen didn't make any trouble. She sat on a high stool in front of the bar and slowly drank her juice. The reason why he chose not to drink was because Yang Danchen had learned his lesson and was afraid that drinking would cause trouble and affect the next big plan. Of course, someone at the bar also tipped off Cheng Hao, but the latter had no intention of coming at all. Chapter 15 Confession with Yang Danchen. As an only child, Yang Danchen has lived in a wealthy family since childhood. Although her parents are busy with work, they have never lacked love and care. But Chen Lang didn't know why Yang Danchen, who was so spoiled, had such a rebellious personality now. The bar was noisy and Chen Lang had no mood to stay, so he went straight out and got in the car. Yang Danchen followed directly behind him, casually sat in the passenger seat, and took the initiative to smile and said, "Where are we going later? Shopping or watching a movie?" There is still more than half a month left before Yang Danchen bids farewell to school. He hasn't even decided on a job yet, but he is still thinking about personal issues. How can he be so careless? Chen Lang simply made it clear, "If you pester me like this, nothing good will come of it." Yang Danchen seemed to have expected this and replied calmly, "You don't have to tell me. I drank quite a bit that day, but I still remember what I said." Chen Lang said helplessly, "You just have to choose me." Yang Danchen said seriously, "If it was half a year ago, I would have just thought it was willful and reckless, but after 6 months of deep reflection, I don't want to deceive myself anymore." Chen Lang started the car and headed straight for the suburbs. Yang Danchen remained silent during the drive. Chen Lang drove directly to a place where there was no village in front and no shop behind. After turning off the car, he said, "It's not too late to regret now." Looking at the darkness around her, with only the dim scenery inside the car and the man beside her, Yang Danchen said firmly, "No regrets." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Danchen felt a big hand hugging him. Yang Danchen only resisted for a second, and then let him do whatever he wanted. Noticing the body shaking like a sieve, Chen Lang reminded, "If you get scared now, it's too late." Yang Danchen said stubbornly, "I'm not afraid, I just didn't expect to be in a place like this." Chen Lang smirked and said, "Actually, I didn't expect that either. It's not all your fault." Yang Danchen didn't refute, but simply reminded, "Be gentle later, senior sister didn't lie to you last time." Chen Lang observed 3 seconds of silence for Yang Danchen's ex-boyfriend whom he had never met, and then forgot about him. The unknown is what makes us uneasy. When Chen Lang took the rebellious senior schoolmate to do something bad, he clearly felt Yang Danchen's surprise, and then became even more nervous. Chen Lang's whisper was like a devil, directly piercing Yang Danchen's hypocritical mask. "What are you afraid of?" Yang Danchen insisted, "I'm not afraid." Chen Lang continued, "If you are not afraid, why are you shaking?" Yang Danchen said stubbornly, "I'm not shaking, I'm just too excited." Chen Lang threatened, "Since you are so stubborn, I wonder if you are really scared or lying." If the perspective could be switched to a third party, one would find that the couple at this moment is extremely ambiguous. Yang Danchen, who had always been stubborn, no longer had the toughness she initially had. No words could express the thoughts in her mind. Senior sister Yang, with her curvy figure, seems like a little lamb that allows herself to be bullied by bad guys. But the original big bad wolf suddenly changed his attitude and whispered softly, "Actually, I have been thinking about you for a long time." Yang Danchen bit her lip and asked, "So?" Chen Lang said greedily, "I want everything about my senior sister, including her heart." Yang Danchen whispered, "Senior sister's heart has long been given to you, and she is not in front of you." Chen Lang corrected her, "Senior sister, you only understood half of it. I'm not just referring to the present, I'm also referring to the future." Yang Danchen was a little excited. "So, you are willing to let go of other women for my senior sister?" Chen Lang criticized, "Senior sister is so greedy, I didn't do anything wrong." Yang Danchen understood and said, "It's not me who is greedy, it's you, the bad junior." Chen Lang smiled slightly and frankly admitted, "I am indeed greedy, but I am also very focused. Senior sister hasn't found a job yet. How about the Beijing film studio? You can't make a lot of money there, but you're guaranteed to make money." Yang Danchen chuckled, "Isn't that uncle's unit?" Chen Lang chuckled and said, "Just tell me if you're willing or not. By the way, I'll tell you a secret. There's going to be big moves over there in a few years." Yang Danchen was tangled up and said, "But if I do this, the original feelings will no longer be pure. I feel like I'm selling myself out." Chen Lang retorted, "You can't say that. Since you chose to follow me, I can't let you wander around outside. Yang Danchen smiled foolishly and said, "You are quite thoughtful." Chen Lang said modestly, "I'm not usually emotional, but when I am, it's serious. Naturally, I won't be careless. Since senior sister has said that you've given me your heart, I naturally have to take it seriously." After listening to Chen Lang's confession, Yang Danchen felt that it was not eternal or earth-shattering, but it made her feel extremely at ease. Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Yang Danchen hugged Chen Lang and cried, "I'm grateful to God for blessing me and letting me see a person clearly. I'm also grateful to God for reminding me to meet the right person. I thought true love was far away, but I didn't expect happiness to be so close." Yang Danchen greedily wrapped up the sour, spicy and sweet taste in it. The night is lonely, but unforgettable. Although the road is difficult, the aftertaste is long. Yang Danchen, whose emotions have stabilized, no longer feels any sadness about her ex-boyfriend's betrayal. "It's just a pity that I made the wrong choice at the wrong time. To be realistic, it is indeed sad that after being in a relationship with such a beautiful girl for nearly 2 years, he can only become a monk." The two returned to the community where Yang Danchen lived, and Chen Lang naturally chose to stay. After all, it was very inconvenient in the car. As soon as she got home, the first thing Yang Danchen did was to find some water to drink. She had just shed too many tears and needed to make up for it. Chen Lang didn't hesitate and sat down casually as if he was back home. Yang Danchen sat opposite him and didn't know how to start the conversation at first. Chen Lang took the lead in breaking the deadlock. He stood up and walked over, hugged Yang Danchen and said mischievously, "Senior sister, tell me the story of you and that man." Yang Danchen rolled his eyes. "Why did you mention him?" Chen Lang said proudly, "Of course I'm curious, and I also want to thank her for letting such a beautiful senior out." Yang Danchen was really impressed by Chen Lang's bad taste, but he did not complain about his behavior. After all, the cause of all this was his own fault. "I don't want to mention it now, nor in the future. Just think of that man as having disappeared from this earth." Chen Lang was surprised, so resolute. Yang Danchen asked back, "Why don't you tell me the story between you and Cheng Hao?" Chen Lang confessed, "Of course there is no problem, but before that, I would rather talk to my senior sister about life." Dong 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 tilde dong 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 tilde. Does the upstairs owner have any sense of public morality? They won't let people sleep at night. Chapter 16 Whereabouts of Yang Danchen. The sudden shout, with a furious tone, scared Yang Danchen, and she immediately looked at Chen Lang in panic. Chen Lang was very calm, but he definitely felt a little sorry for the grumpy old man downstairs. He would have to buy something to apologize tomorrow no matter what. As for why it was so disturbing, there were two specific reasons. The first was that the bedboard creaked very uncooperatively, and the second was that Yang Danchen's voice was really too penetrating. But Yang Danchen put all the blame on Chen Lang. "It's all your fault. I can't face anyone now." Chen Lang curled his lips and said, "My dear senior sister, you can't just pass on the blame like this." Noticing Chen Lang's little action, Yang Danchen was so angry that she frantically refused. "Why are you still here?" Chen Lang emphasized, "After all, we have to see things through to the end. It's really unkind of you to just give up like this." Yang Danchen was speechless. He never expected that this little ancestor was so energetic and excited, which was really unreasonable. Yang Danchen said ashamedly, "Then can't you take it easy? Listen tilde, this is what a human being can say." Seeing Chen Lang's rogue look, Yang Danchen didn't know what to do. After all, he had never experienced it before, and even the theory was blank. Chen Lang still has some conscience. At least he can't disturb the grumpy brother's rest. After all, he may have to go to work tomorrow. Then the passive Yang Danchen seemed to have seen a new world, and was gradually led off the normal track by the old driver Chen Lang. Yang Danchen was speechless and felt extremely ashamed. How could this bastard Chen Lang have so many weird ideas in his head? In fact, Chen Lang had not yet used his ultimate move, because he discovered that this lovely senior sister actually had a hidden taciturn nature, so he gradually approached her and made her accept it little by little. Yang Danchen felt a little uncomfortable, but she was still very careful, comforting the little ancestor like coaxing a child. "Little darling, be obedient, sister will coax you to sleep." Yang Danchen is so cute. Chen Lang finally got his treasure this time. Yang Danchen breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting it done. This restless little ancestor boldly asked, "Hey, were you like this with Cheng Hao before?" What outsiders consider to be ferocious words are like commonplace to Yang Dan, and he has no qualms about asking about them. Chen Lang asked in confusion, "Hello, who is this?" Unable to exert any strength, Yang Dan could only roll his eyes and angrily complained, "Get lost. Stop pretending to be clueless." Chen Lang chuckled, "My god, for a girl like you, it's too harsh to speak like that." If his strength allowed, Yang Dan really wanted to kick the annoying bastard in front of him onto the bed. Noticing Yang Dan turned away and remained silent, Chen Lang turned sideways, gently stroked her hair, and said softly, "I'll tell my family tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and remember to report to the Beijing film studio." Yang Dan also asked seriously, "Are you serious about this? Are you planning to keep me by your side for a long time? Sometimes you can laugh and joke, but some things are not a joke. Come on, you're just greedy for my body. Senior, you're just trying to turn the tables. Who's really craving whose body?" Yang Dan did not refute, but just thought quietly. The more he thought, the more confused he became. After all this was too absurd. Chen Lang hugged the weak senior sister tightly in his arms and said forcefully, "Be good, I told you, I want you too, I want your heart too, I'm not kidding." "But Tilda, there's nothing to worry about." "I know what you're worried about, but you're my wings, and we need to be together." This is an extremely romantic, touching, and sentimental oath. How can the shackles of the world trap two loving hearts? Even the heart of Chen Lang, that bastard, has been chopped into countless pieces long ago. The killing power was too great, and Yang Dan was obviously unable to withstand it. She could not blame herself for being useless, but only blamed the bastard for being too cunning. Her heart had been stolen, and she was unable to resist at all. Yang Dan used the last of his sanity to plant a seed in the place where his heart flew away. One day in the future, if Chen Lang chooses to get married, he will quietly withdraw and end this absurd farce. But before that, let that flying heart follow Chen Lang to wander around the world. When Chen Lang returned home, his father Chen Zhongwo was busy stewing pork ribs in the kitchen, his mother Song Shuwan was looking for white wine in the cupboard, and a little yellow dog, Xiao, was wagging its tail like a propeller. Compared with traditional families, the relationship status of Chen Lang's family currently seems a bit chaotic. The person with the highest status is 43-year-old Song Shuwan, who has an extremely strong personality. She is decisive in her work outside and it is common for her to argue with her superiors. At home, she is the one who has the final say, just like Empress Dowager Cixi. Ranked second is Xiao, the little yellow dog raised by Chen Lang's mother while he was abroad. Relying on the support of Empress Cixi, he dared to bare his teeth at Chen Zhongwo. Ranked third is 45-year-old Chen Zhongwo, who always looks like a good guy, both at home and at work. The last one on the list is of course Chen Lang. Originally, his status was second only to Empress Dowager Cixi, but ever since Xiao came into the family, and he often didn't go home, his situation became very embarrassing. At first, Chen Lang didn't understand how the elegant-looking old man could fall for the fierce old lady. Later, Chen Lang understood that it was the old Buddha who took the initiative to attack and directly took down the old man. Of course, it is not ruled out that the old man was impressed by the heroism of the old Buddha. The old couple naturally look good, otherwise they would not have given birth to Chen Lang. Especially when Karl Lagerfeld was young, to use the words used on the internet more than 10 years later, he was a typical cold and beautiful queen. You are not a fish, so how can you know the joy of a fish? As for Chen Lang, he has had high emotional intelligence since he was young. He would steal the old man's cigarettes and honor his class teacher so that he wouldn't have to do his homework. After the truth was revealed, the old lady gave the prodigal son a severe beating, and the old man couldn't stop him. As a naughty child, Chen Lang naturally had a complete childhood like most people. Since Chen Lang entered junior high school, his parents basically stopped beating him because the child was so righteous and thought like an adult. At first, his parents were very worried that Chen Lang would go astray. Later, they gradually discovered that although their son did not like studying very much, his grades were still good, and he did not do anything out of the ordinary. When Chen Lang entered high school, the old couple was even more proud of him. They were full of pride in front of outsiders because they had a child in the family who could be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. But what is surprising is that although Chen Lang has the ability to go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, he only studied at Beijing Film Academy. Chen Lang also gave his own explanation and knew what he wanted in the future. The old couple never asked about it again because the child had really grown up. The main reason why Chen Lang returned home this time was to get Yang Danchen into the Beijing film studio. When Chen Lang finished, the room was a little quiet, with only the sound of Xiao Liuzi gnawing on ribs under the table. Putting down his wine glass, the old man smiled and asked, "This senior sister you mentioned is a great beauty, right?" The old man put down his chopsticks, pricked up his ears and waited for what was to come. Chapter 17 Night Running, Forever God. After Chen Lang left home, Chen Jungwo said with deep sorrow, "What a misfortune for our family. How could we raise such a bastard?" Song Shuwan said loudly and impatiently, "You old fool, you have the will but not the courage to do it. You are jealous of your son." Chen Jungwo pointed at the lamp and swore, "God and heaven swear, you, Song Shuwan, don't even know Houhai, Chen Jungwo, Song Shuwan stroked Xiao Liu's head and said expectantly, "You should ask your brother to work hard and give birth to a bunch of nieces and nephews to play with you." If Chen Lang knew about the conversation between his parents, he would be shocked. It turns out that crookedness is really hereditary. Yang Danchen still went to the Beijing film studio to report. After all, if she didn't take action now, she might never be able to move again. The killing power of the humanoid monster is so terrifying that Yang Danchen, as a direct victim, was greatly shadowed for a short period of time. Cheng Hao, who had just met Chen Lang, came up to congratulate him, saying, "The romantic Mr. Chen has once again won the heart of a beautiful woman. How about we have a couple of drinks to celebrate?" Chen Lang denied it, saying, "What the hell is this? There's nothing to celebrate." Cheng Hao complained, "Several brothers in the store helped with the move, don't think I don't know." Chen Lang, a bachelor, said, "It's just helping with the move. What's the big deal?" Cheng Hao said sarcastically, "Just moving. How come I didn't know? When did you become so enthusiastic?" Of course, it's only natural for a junior to help such a delicate senior. Because of the grumpy big brother downstairs and also because of going to work at a new unit, Yang Danchen changed to a new environment, and Chen Lang naturally contributed to this. In order to repay the favor of Mr. Chen, Yang Danchen was forced to open a new copy of Tun Shanhe, allowing the former to achieve new achievements. After discussing the progress of Full House with Cheng Hao, Chen Lang drove away. Yang Danchen, who was wearing an apron, was cooking in the kitchen when she heard the doorbell. Looking through the peephole, Yang Danchen panicked and said, "It's over. Why is this bad guy here again?" Chen Lang shouted, "Senior, open the door quickly. I smell pickled fish." There was no way to hide, Yang Danchen had no choice but to open the door. But the next second, the tiger that was let in closed the door and gave the little fat sheep a wall bang. Yang Danchen panicked even more and begged for mercy, "Let go. The food is going to get burnt." Chen Lang said mischievously, "If it fails, then it fails. I have my senior sister so I won't have to worry about having nothing to eat. This is a donkey that goes with the flow and will only respond to soft words and not to harsh ones." Yang Danchen has no choice but to stand on tiptoe to give her a kiss so that she can get out of their difficult situation. But when Yang Danchen arrived in the kitchen, she had to deal with the bad guy behind the scenes. With her waist tightly embraced, Yang Danchen, holding a shovel, could only helplessly say, "Don't make trouble now, so you can eat later." The reason why Chen Lang came here was naturally because the senior sister had just moved to a new home, and how could she do without the help of an all-round man? For example, moving boxes and cabinets, changing a light bulb, or checking the pipes. Yang Danchen's cooking skills were pretty good, and the pickled fish was very tasty. Chen Lang finished 3 big bowls of rice directly. But when it was time to pack up, Chen Lang, who was helping, reminded them, "Put on your gloves quickly." Yang Danchen asked, "Why?" Chen Lang chuckled, "Senior sister, your delicate fingers are so delicate and tender, it's not good for them to come into contact with oil too much." Yang Danchen directly splashed Chen Lang with clean water, frowned and said with a wicked smile, "Get out of here quickly and don't make trouble here." Looking at Chen Lang's embarrassed escape, Yang Danchen couldn't help laughing. Our ancestors would never lie. Men are definitely the best skin care products for women. In less than half a month, Yang Danchen could clearly feel that her skin had become more lustrous and she had become more beautiful. That big bad guy with all kinds of tricks really made people love and hate him. After dinner, I digested the food. In this era, there were indeed not many entertainment options, there were only a few TV programs, and there was no concept of yoga. But Chen Lang knew how to do yoga, and began to give hands-on guidance to Yang Danchen, the rookie. Holding Yang Danchen's shoulders, Chen Lang patiently said, "Take a deep breath, relax," and beads of sweat had already appeared on Yang Danchen's forehead. Although he followed Chen Lang's instructions in his actions, he was worried inside. Yang Danchen had only been following Chen Lang for a short time, but she felt that she had lived the past 22 years in vain. This big bad guy knows so much that Yang Danchen is completely speechless. Where did he learn so much weird knowledge from? If you say it is useless, you are lying. Yang Danchen, who had just finished yoga and taken a shower, was worrying about how she would get through the night, but she never expected the scene to change next. Chen Lang's sudden gentleness is simply annoying. "My dear senior sister, I will obey your orders tonight." Yang Danchen was very satisfied. Just as she was savoring the sweetness of happiness, her cell phone rang. Since Yang Danchen had just started a new job, he did not refuse to answer the unfamiliar call. However, the voice coming from the other end of the phone cast a shadow over Yang Danchen's originally happy expression. Chen, it's me. I know I was wrong. I regret it. I really. R. Tilder. Chen, what's wrong with you? I twisted my ankle while running at night. Tilder. Yang Danchen made up an excuse and looked at Chen Lang angrily as he was doing something bad. The other party didn't let him hang up the phone, but he still did this. Chen Lang, who was holding Yang Danchen, signaled with his eyes that he did not mean it. After all, maintaining the same posture for a long time could easily cause blood circulation obstruction. The ex-boyfriend on the other end of the phone also said anxiously and concernedly. Yang Danchen warned Chen Lang with a cold look that if he continued to do bad things, she would not cooperate and would hang up the phone. Chen Lang felt a little aggrieved and started making some small movements again. Yang Danchen suppressed his anger and spoke with Oscar-level acting skills. "I'm fine. I just tripped over a brick. It's okay, Chen, I regret it, I regret losing her. She is the best girl in the world, please give me another chance." Tilder. Chen, what's wrong with you? Chen. Yang Danchen was so angry. This bastard was simply full of evil intentions. She had already given in to him, but he still did this. Looking at Chen Lang again, he buried his head directly, like a child who had done something wrong and wanted comfort from an adult. Yang Danchen knew that this farce had to end, and gritted his teeth and said, "A wolfhound just popped out, and it's been controlled by someone." Chapter 18 Hong Kong Entertainment Circle. It is well known that wolfhounds have extremely brutal fighting abilities. It was not long after Yang Danchen left the novice village that Chen Lang finally failed to stand up, letting the other party know the true lore of the jungle. But even so, Yang Danchen couldn't help but turn on the sound wave mode. As for whether the phone was hung up or whether the other party heard it, it was no longer a matter of concern. After his feet left the ground, his IQ returned to a high point. Yang Danchen said in shame and anger, "What are you crazy about?" Chen Lang emphasized, "Think about what you said an hour ago." What he said was completely improvisation. As for what he had acted out, Yang Danchen had no idea how to remember it. Yang Danchen said a little unsurely, "What did I say?" Chen Lang said sadly, "You said a wolf dog jumped out, and you controlled it." Yang Danchen you are so brave, yet you said such hurtful words. But looking at Chen Lang's aggrieved expression, it seemed as if, perhaps. Yang Danchen hung her head and shook Chen Lang's arm. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Chen Lang knew when to quit and did not continue to play PUA. After all, there was still a long time to go. He gave the other party a long kiss of comfort and ended the argument. "Something is wrong. I always feel like something is wrong." Yang Danchen saw the phone on the ground and wondered what had happened and when it fell to the ground. Yang Danchen picked up the phone and found 5 or 6 missed calls, as well as several obscene abusive text messages. Who is this psychopath? Yang Danchen frowned, deleted all the text messages, and ignored them. Knowing that Chen Lang was going on a long journey, Yang Danchen said gently and virtuously, "Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of myself after you leave, and I won't open the door to anyone." When Chen Lang's car disappeared from view, Yang Danchen jumped up happily. "Great! It's vacation time. I can finally have a leisurely time." First go to Hong Kong to meet up with the crew of Final Destination, and then go for a stroll in Taiwan. This is Chen Lang's destination. In recent years, many directors from Jiangwan district have gone to Hollywood to seek careers, such as Wu Beige and Xu Leoge. The most successful among them is undoubtedly Lian, the director of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which was screened at the Cannes Film Festival a month ago. At this stage, both film and television practitioners in Jiangwan district and actors from the mainland regard being able to make it into Hollywood as the ultimate goal of their acting career. The director and screenwriter of the movie Final Destination are both of Chinese descent, and it has already achieved huge success. When it came to Hong Kong for promotion, it was naturally very popular. Almost half of the people working in the Hong Kong film industry came to attend the premiere of Final Destination. Chen Lang, who came to Hong Kong for the first time in his life, also saw Wang Zuxian, Guan Jilin, Li Jusin, Zhu Weimin, these goddesses whose beauty has not yet faded. After all, it is a beautiful memory of an era. The fledgling Chen Lang couldn't help but feel a little excited and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Rosamund Kwan, handsome boy, so cute. Li Jusin, my little brother is blushing. Zhu Weimin, wave is great, can you write a song for me? Chen Lang, who has a muscular body when he takes off his clothes, is handsome and charming, but he still blushed when he was touched by several older sisters. The reason why Chen Lang is so popular is that his appearance suits the taste of older sisters. Another reason is that his album, Wave, has been a best-seller for over a year. As for the identity of in-turn director and screenwriter of Final Destination, it actually did not add much to Chen Lang. The elder sister was so enthusiastic, and she even touched him. How could a shy little handsome boy like Chen Lang resist this? At this time, Ma Yanfang, the big sister, stopped them and said, Okay, you guys will scare Xiao Chen like this. After escaping from the clutches of these female players, Chen Lang ran to Ma Yanfang and said gratefully, Thank you, Sister Mai. Chen Lang is so popular among the older sisters that he is envied by many male actors. Mainland boy, what are you so proud of? Isn't he it just? In order to welcome the crew members of Final Destination, a grand reception dinner was held here. Chen Lang, who was following Ma Yanfang, heard the older sisters talking about who could have him tonight from time to time, but he was not as scared as he pretended. Ma Yanfang still has a great liking for this young man from the mainland. On the one hand, it is related to her righteous character, and on the other hand, it is related to the fact that he and her boyfriend are from the same place. Ma Yanfang smiled and comforted him, Don't take it to heart, they are just talking nonsense. Chen Lang nodded, I understand, the sisters are just making fun of me. Ma Yanfang didn't say anything, but just shook her head helplessly. It seemed that this young man was still too naive and didn't understand the local customs at all. What is the entertainment industry? Peel off the glamorous surface and you will find a place where people are eaten without leaving any bones. Of course, Ma Yanfang had absolutely no idea that the sensible and well-behaved Chen Lang beside her was actually a hungry wolf in sheep's clothing. As a member of their Final Destination crew, I witnessed with my own eyes how romantic and happy Chen Lang was when filming the movie. In just 2 months, Chen Lang had been around 5 or 6 Hollywood actresses. Of course, these people didn't intend to tell others that Ma Yanfang brought Chen Lang to introduce him to many people. However, among these people, some actually mentioned Chen Lang. While Wensi introduced him carefully, he is a truly talented young man. Not only has he released music albums, he is also a bar owner, and he even made a movie not long ago. Xie Tingfeng was surprised and said, I remember now, Life in Full Bloom and Spring are the songs he wrote. The song Meeting, sung by Warner Music newcomer Sun Yanzi these days, seems to be a song he also wrote. Sun Yanzi's first album of the same name was a huge hit just about a week after its release. Among them, the songs Hey Hey and Yuan Jian are the most popular among the audience. P.S. Chen Lang is currently buying the leather pants, and has only bought 4 songs so far. Meeting originally belonged to Sun Yanzi, so this is called returning the property to its original owner. Zhang Baiji, who was next to Huo Wensi, immediately had some ideas when she heard that Chen Lang was so outstanding. At this moment, under Ma Yanfang's introduction, Chen Lang and director Wang Jing were having a very happy chat. What is brother? This is what brothers are, it has nothing to do with age. Wang Jing felt that Chen Lang was just like himself when he was younger, but a more talented version of himself. The two friends, regardless of age difference, almost burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers on the spot, and then secretly stabbed each other in the back. Chapter 19. Chen Lang, I like the intoxicating fragrance here. Since the Asian financial crisis in 1998, the Hong Kong film market has been in a state of mourning in the past 2 years. Many crews had to choose to suspend production due to lack of investment sources. More low-level film and television workers are forced to change careers due to lack of income. At this time, Fatty Wan stood up and said that no matter how bad the script was, as long as the boss gave some money, they would start filming directly. Fatty Wan certainly has no shortage of money, but he cannot bear to see his subordinates go hungry. In particular, cultivating a mature behind-the-scenes worker cannot be accomplished overnight. Therefore, Chen Lang still admires Wang Jing very much, and the two of them do share similar ideas in some aspects. Chen Lang said directly, "The rise of the mainland is a major trend. If you have time, come and take a look around. I will definitely do my best to be a good host." Wang Jing smiled and said, "Brother Chen is a very open-minded person. My brother is organizing a private party at sea tomorrow. Come over and have fun then." Chen Lang chuckled, "Since my elder brother has said so, I naturally dare not disobey." Wang Jing glanced at the beauties in the distance, and his eyes happened to meet Li Jusin's, and then they quickly separated. Wang Jing said mysteriously, "If there's anyone you're interested in, I'll invite you over. Some people say that it is easy for actresses from the mainland to come here to make money, but they don't know that local female stars are also very open. In the vanity of drunkenness and dreams, enjoy the brief but brilliant moment, and then go your separate ways without disturbing each other's normal life." With Wang Jing's ability and Chen Lang, a delicious fish, catching a few mermaids is a piece of cake. Chen Lang, who was very reserved in the mainland, has no scruples here. His main focus is to be sociable, and he does not dodge the sugar-coated bullets thrown by capitalism at all. The sharp old fox Wang Jing naturally noticed Chen Lang's flaws, as if the two had known each other for a long time and had no scruples when speaking. At this moment, Ma Yanfang came over with a glass of wine and said with a smile, "You seem to be having a good chat. Are you planning to go out and play?" Chen Lang had great respect for the older sister in front of him, and immediately followed her obediently. Talented people emerge in every generation. Wang Jingju called him an expert and raised his glass to Ma Yanfang, saying, "Brother Chen is an interesting person." In front of Wang Jing, Anita Mui didn't hold back and directly exposed his shortcomings. "This fat guy is full of bad water. You'd better not associate with him, otherwise he will learn bad things from you." Chen Lang cooperated sensibly and said, "Thank you, Sister Mai, for the reminder. It's just that I'm new here and I'm unfamiliar with the place. Brother Wang thinks highly of me, so I feel embarrassed to refuse." Ma Yanfang was even more satisfied with Chen Lang's honesty and reminded him again, "Fatty Wang, my little brother is a good and honest boy. You must not lead him astray." Wang Jing chuckled, "How could that be possible? Seeing my little brother is like seeing my younger self." "Yanfang, don't worry." Ma Yanfang was also wondering why Chen Lang, whom she had just met, was so caring. Perhaps it was because she saw the shadow of that person when he was young in this guy. "Hello handsome, I'm Houhai. Sister Manny, I've heard a lot about you. If Wang Jinghua is the top agent in the domestic entertainment industry, then the top agent here must be the beautiful public relations woman Houhai." Compared to Ma Yanfang, Houhai has a lot of information about Chen Lang. When Houhai was chatting with Chen Lang, her attitude was obviously much more friendly. When Houhai simply shared Chen Lang's abilities and background with Ma Yanfang suddenly realized what was going on. She turned around and looked at Chen Lang, who was still pretending to be good. She was a little amused and helpless for a moment. Does it mean that this kid is really well behaved, or is he deliberately pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Chen Lang said obediently, "This is really nothing. Compared with what happened to Brother Jie back then, it's simply not worth mentioning." Chen Lang was not being modest. After all, Jet Li's background was much better than his own. But because of this background, Jet Li almost lost his life when he came here to develop his career. So no matter where you go, the one who jumps around the most is always the most likely to be targeted. There is nothing wrong with being low-key and humble. Being outspoken is a personality trait, but it depends on the time. If you start complaining as soon as you arrive, that is not a personality trait, it means you are brainless and heartless. "Hello Chen Lang, my favorite song of yours is Counting Stars. Hello Sister Cece, I also like to listen to your singing of Wish Upon a Star. The Zhang Baiji in front of him was very naughty. During the handshake, she deliberately scratched Chen Lang's palm. Zhang Baiji, who is 3 months older than Chen Lang, became famous with her first movie. She is known as the leader of the new era of Jade girls. She is full of collagen and makes people feel hungry just by looking at her. Of course, Chen Lang also saw Xie Tingfeng and Camera Chen beside Houhai. Xie Tingfeng has long hair and a cool look that makes people want to slap him twice. Camera Chen was chewing gum, looking so arrogant that it made people want to go up to him and use their size 40 big feet to trample on his face a few times. The two of them looked at each other unfriendlily, naturally because Zhang Baiji was too enthusiastic just now and had deep hostility towards Chen Lang. Chen Lang treated the two jealous little brats as air and said, "If you have the guts, come together and I will send you to ICU immediately." Chen Lang, who has believed that fists are the only way to win since he was a child, is least afraid of fighting. Among those who grew up in the compound, how many of them spent their childhood living under his shadow? Women are sensitive when they first come here. Zhang Baiji, who noticed all this, thought Chen Lang was so manly. In private, Zhang Baiji is completely a little gangster who is good at smoking, drinking and playing cards. Camera Chen and Xie Tingfeng were like Zhang Baiji's followers, and they couldn't get rid of them. Moreover, in Zhang Baiji's eyes, Chen Lang is the combination of these two followers. He has strong muscles and looks smart and safe. The lively dinner ended in laughter and joy. When leaving, Wang Jing secretly gave Chen Lang a look of surprise. The next day at around 1 p.m., after lunch, Chen Lang arrived at Victoria Pier at the agreed time. Wang Jing, wearing a floral vest and big sunglasses, was on a private yacht, smiling and waving to Chen Lang. Chen Lang, who had similar experiences in Los Angeles, naturally understood what was about to happen and jumped onto the plank in one step. After the yacht left the harbor, Chen Lang walked into the first floor and saw a colorful world. Fatty Wang is still very charismatic. Looking at the beautiful older sisters in front of him, Chen Lang recognized several familiar faces, including the returning Peach, Li Lizhen, Little Cabbage, Wen Hong, and enemy of the rich, Li Jisun. Patting Chen Lang on the shoulder, Wang Jing said proudly, "Surprise." Li Jisun greeted with a smile, "Handsome boy, we meet again Tilder." Chapter 20 Big Sister is really enthusiastic. The beauties of Hong Kong's golden age were all beautiful in their own unique ways and were extremely beautiful. For example, Wang Zuxian's charming and charming, Qiu Shuzhen's sexy and playful, Zhu Huiman's elegant and graceful, and Li Jisun's bright and elegant. On the other hand, although the graceful and elegant Wen Hong is also an elegant beauty, she is obviously not valued in this era of pursuing publicity. But if the popular actress with a good figure, pretty face, good temperament and good acting skills could have been born 20 years later, she would have received more attention and might even have replaced one of the great poets of the Tang dynasty. By the swimming pool on the top floor of the yacht, Chen Lang, who was pushed and shoved by several enthusiastic older sisters, looked like a pitiful and helpless big bad wolf. The older sisters were so unrestrained that they kept feeling Chen Lang's strong muscles. "Don't be shy, handsome boy Tilder. Handsome boy, act pretentiously Tilder." The more reserved Chen Lang was, the more excited the sisters became. They even forgot who was the prey and who was their hunter. The big bad wolf is still the big bad wolf after all, and Chen Lang will inevitably resist. He hugs Wen Hong, who is closest to him, and then accidentally, both of them fall into the water, splashing a large amount of water. Wen Hong was wearing a white gauze, which, after being wetted by water, immediately revealed her hazy and charming figure. Wang Jing invited Hong over mainly to help her establish a good relationship with Chen Lang, so as to facilitate the development of her future career. Wen Hong refused at first, but after hearing some information about Chen Lang, she agreed to come out and relax. At this moment, Wen Hong was completely embraced by Chen Lang. She symbolically resisted for a few times, then reluctantly agreed. "We are all out here to have fun, so why should we be so nervous? We have been through all sorts of things, so just have fun to your heart's content." The sisters of this era have experienced all kinds of prosperity and also seen a lot of darkness, so they simply liberate their nature. Not only are they very generous, but they can also make people blush when they flirt with them. Chen Lang hugged Wen Hong, looked at the older sisters who were eager to try, and shouted in fear, "Don't come over here." Unfortunately, Chen Lang's threat had no killing power at all, and the sisters became even more unscrupulous and followed suit, like dumplings being put into the pot. Led by Li Jusun, several sisters who went into the water kept splashing water at Chen Lang. Chen Lang was really scared, and when he dodged, he hugged Wen Hong tighter in his arms. Chen Lang was really attracted by the fact that there was an older sister who stretched out her claws to her brother. Hearing the surprised voice, Chen Lang guessed it was Li Jusun. Either explode in silence or explode in silence. Catching their culprit, Chen Lang hugged Li Jusun tightly on his left and Wen Hong on his right, threatening with a fierce look in his eyes, "Don't come over here." Li Jusun and Wen Hong looked at each other and realized that everything this naughty brother had done before was just a disguise. After smiling at each other, they continued the game together. If the naughty little brother is a little naughty, there will be more fun to play next. Fatty Wang, who is accompanied by Li Lizhen, is very cooperative and does not come over to disturb them. After playing for a while, Li Jusun became a little angry because Chen Lang seemed to be more interested in the Og Hong in his arms. You have to know that Li Jusun came here on her own initiative this time because of the prey in front of her. She wanted the rich businessman herself, and she also wanted to seduce the handsome young man. Wen Hong naturally knew Li Jusun's purpose, but this was the handsome boy's choice, and she felt a little proud. Noticing that the atmosphere was not right, the other sisters in the swimming pool very considerately chose to find other fun things to do and free up the space. Li Jusun smiled and said, "Stinky little brother, come here quickly." Chen Lang shook his head like a rattle and hugged Wen Hong tighter. "Sister Jusun is so fierce, I'm scared." Li Jusun found it very interesting and continued to say with a smile, "Handsome boy, do you know who you are hugging?" Chen Lang naturally knew Wen Hong. He had watched her repeatedly in his previous life. Both her figure and skin were worthy of praise. But knowing some of the other person's bad experiences, Chen Lang chose to play dumb. "Although I don't know her, I feel that compared to the super fierce Sister Jusun, this sister makes me feel more secure." Li Jusun, sister. Buzz Red, sister. Li Jusun smiled and asked, "Handsome boy, how old do you think the little girl in your arms is this year?" Chen Lang affirmed, "How can you guess a woman's age? But I'm sure she's definitely younger than you." Li Jusun's fist hardened, and Wen Hong's fist hardened as well, but their moods were naturally at two extremes. Although Li Jusun is proud of her beauty, she still admits that when she stands next to Wen Hong, strange men will guess that she looks more like the older sister. Li Jusun unclenched her fist and said with a smile, "Sister Hong, why don't you introduce yourself to the handsome boy?" Wen Hong was actually quite embarrassed that she was not recognized, but at the same time she was also very happy because the handsome boy had a very sharp eye. Wen Hong simply introduced herself and said she was 32 years old. Chen Lang was even more shocked. He said in disbelief, "Sister Hong Hong, you didn't lie to me." Wen Hong was in a really good mood at the moment. She smiled and nodded, "Why would I lie to you?" Li Jusun didn't mention the fact that Wen Hong had filmed erotic films in the past. She just smiled and beckoned, "Stinky little brother, come here quickly. If you ask me to come over, I will come over. Doesn't that mean I have no face?" Chen Lang was so bold that he had no scruples at all. Just like at the beginning, he pulled Li Jusun over. Surrounded by beauties, so happy. Although the two sisters also started to retaliate, Li Jusun pinched Chen Lang's kidney with obviously more force, while Wen Hong was much gentler. Seeing the three of them coming down like this, Wang Jing gave a thumbs up and praised with a smile, "I was right about Brother Chen." Li Jusun was a little angry, but she couldn't break free at all. Chen Lang's arm was like a pair of pliers, completely restraining her waist. Chen Lang had naturally noticed Li Jusun's mood a long time ago and had also heard the purpose of her coming. It is naturally extremely difficult to kill two birds with one stone. Fortunately, the understanding Wen Hong indicated that she would not compete with her sister. After letting go of Wen Hong, Chen Lang naturally put his arm on Li Jusun's shoulders, and their relationship looked as close as it could be. Male celebrities in Hong Kong are generally not tall. Jackie Chan is 175 centimeters tall. Among the four heavenly kings, only Leon Lai is 180 centimeters tall. In contrast, these female stars all have long legs and thin waists. Wang Zuxian is 172 centimeters tall, Li Jusun is 170 centimeters tall, and Wen Hong is 168 centimeters tall. Even if they wear flat shoes, they are not inferior to these male stars when standing next to them. Chen Lang, who stands at a standard barefoot height of 178 centimeters, would definitely not look equals when standing next to Li Jusun. Chen Lang just used some internet jokes from more than 10 years later to make Li Jusin very happy. The long night is, of course, a night of missing you. After a glass of red wine, I found a soulmate here. Chapter 21, Master Chen's Kindness. Li Jusin could swear to the ceiling that Chen Lang was definitely the wildest and most unruly man she had ever met. Whether it is amazing talent, or fierce strength, whether it is super endurance, or explosive intensity, Chen Lang was completely ignited, allowing Li Jusin to deeply experience the true speed and passion. Good times, although short, are eternal. The yacht docked at noon the next day. Wang Jing looked at Chen Lang with eyes filled with complexity. Li Jusin, who came down from the yacht, had to be supported by someone because she kept shaking while walking. Chen Lang, in a cheerful mood, smiled and invited everyone. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you later. Li Jusin, I have something to do, I'll leave first. Wang Jing, my family is looking for me. We'll talk when we have time. Seeing the main person speak like this, the sisters who were traveling with him also found excuses to leave. Although Wang Jingren had left, he still made thoughtful arrangements and left a car for Chen Lang to use. Just as Hong Hong was about to say goodbye, Chen Lang stopped her and said sincerely, Sister Hong Hong, I'm unfamiliar with this place. Do you have time to take me around? Facing Chen Lang's invitation, what could Wang Hong do? She couldn't just turn him away, which was not in line with the way she treated others. Wang Hong smiled and asked, What do you like to eat? I'll take you there. Chen Lang said seriously, I'm not picky about food. As long as it's delicious, I'm eager to try it. Wang Hong, who was sitting in the back seat, felt very nervous and didn't know how to get along with Chen Lang next. Noticing that his elder sister was trembling, Chen Lang asked with concern, Sister Hong Hong, are you feeling unwell? No, maybe I didn't get enough rest last night, so I feel a little dizzy right now. Wang Hong was not lying. After all, she was not the only one who did not get a good rest last night. Chen Lang said seriously, how about we go back to the hotel first and order takeout later? Alright, I'll do as you say. Wang Hong didn't force herself and agreed to Chen Lang's arrangement. The driver obviously knew the rules very well. He didn't say anything and just safely took the person to the designated location. Chen Lang has always respected the lower class who worked hard with their hands. Before getting off the car, he took out a stack of money and handed it to the driver, asking him to help bring some food. As for most of the rest, it was naturally regarded as hard work pay. The driver also declined enthusiastically, saying, Mr. Chen, this is not possible. Chen Lang patted the other person's shoulder and said, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip later. The driver was obviously in a good mood. He won the fight very happily and even went to buy lunch at the restaurant recommended by O.M. Hong. Og Hong, wearing a mask and sunglasses, followed Chen Lang into the hotel with mixed feelings. When Wang Hong entered the room, it was obvious that he was not as proactive and enthusiastic as he was on the yacht. Chen Lang smiled and said, Take a short rest first. I'll call you when the food is served. Although Wang Hong was sleepy, she didn't want to sleep. Instead, she looked at Chen Lang seriously. Chen Lang asked curiously, Do you have anything to say? Wang Hong nodded, but when her hand was held, she resisted a little, but she didn't fight back. Sitting on the comfortable sofa, overlooking the bustling half of Hong Kong through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Chen Lang remained calm and silent. Wang Hong, who was hugged by the slender waist, really couldn't figure out what the little man in front of her was thinking. She followed his gaze but didn't speak first. Behind the prosperous surface lies endless loneliness. After struggling on this land for more than 10 years, Wang Hong feels that he has never found his home. Chen Lang whispered, If you're willing to talk, tell me about yourself in your eyes. Her red lips trembled, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to start. Fortunately, in such an environment and the current situation, when facing Chen Lang whom she met for the first time, Wang Hong gradually tore off her disguise and told him about her past experiences. Born into a scholarly family, she was raised as a lady from an early age. However, during adolescence, Wang Hong was also very rebellious, and by chance, she accidentally stepped into the entertainment industry. Wang Hong had excellent conditions and won the beauty pageant championship when she first debuted, which allowed her to successfully enter the entertainment industry. However, things happen unexpectedly. In this prosperous circle, Wang Hong did not achieve much success in his career in the first few years. Because of his unbalanced mentality and the instigation of the outside world, Wang Hong made the decision that he would regret most in his life. Their fame of shooting erotic films did rise to prominence in the short term, but it was accompanied by even greater controversy. The severance of relations from her parents' side, her personal reputation being questioned. Wang Hong was tracing back the events, tears streaming down her face. At the end of the story, Wang Hong changed the subject. Hearing that I am this kind of person, do you look down on me? Chen Lang said seriously, in one's life, there are too many temptations around. How many people can guarantee that they will not make mistakes? Making mistakes is not terrible, what is terrible is not summarizing them, packing your bags and starting a new journey. Of course, Wang Hong had heard similar words before, but for some reason, she was particularly touched when she heard them from this young man. Lying on Chen Lang's shoulder, Wang Hong cried inconsolably. Chen Lang could also feel that the elder sister had suppressed too much pain in her heart, so he just patted her on the back and looked into the distance calmly. As if she was tired of crying, or as if she heard a knock on the door, Wang Hong broke free from Chen Lang's arms and turned around, not wanting him to see her miserable appearance. Chen Lang also stood up, walked out of the study in the suite, opened the door and got the takeaway. The driver saw the wrinkles on Chen Lang's shirt, handed him the food with a smile, and nodded to indicate that he was leaving. Chen Lang did not explain the misunderstanding. He just said thank you and closed the door. While waiting for the humongous Hong to sort out, Chen Lang thought of Li Jusin, who was lying on his pillow last night. The relationship between the two was nothing but mutual benefit. You covered my body, and I am attracted by your fame. In the final analysis, it is just our mutual collecting hobby. After completing the communication, we will go our separate ways and there is no need to contact each other from now on. But Chen Lang still had a deep impression of what had happened to Wang Hong, as well as what had not happened yet, and felt that she was a pitiful woman. It was fate that I met the kind-hearted Mr. Chen. I was not greedy for her body, I just wanted to give her some care. When Wang Hong, who had just finished putting on her makeup, sat down across from Chen Lang, the latter gestured, the food is still hot, let's eat together. During this time, Chen Lang smiled and said, do you still remember Zhao Enjuan, who encountered Aunt Shiman on the set and ran away overnight after filming because he couldn't afford the high penalty for breach of contract? Wang Hong smiled and said, of course I remember. This incident was very popular at the time. Chen Lang jumped and asked, then are you interested in trying to play the role of a wicked mother-in-law? Wang Hong thought for a moment and replied self-deprecatingly, in my current situation, I don't have the right to be picky. Chen Lang continued, if there is an opportunity for you to play Zhao Enjuan's mother, would you be willing to try it? Puff tilde tilde tilde. Chapter 22, The Willful Buzz. Wang Hong played a cat demon not long ago. Although the TV series has not been released yet, she has now been promoted to a higher generation. Just think about Zhao Enjuan, who is 1 year older than her, courting her mother. Wang Hong was really shocked by Chen Lang's idea. What kind of bad taste was this? Why did he sound so excited? Noticing obvious signs of unusual activity in Om Hong, Chen Lang continued with a smile, the mainland entertainment market is a vast blue ocean with bright future prospects. Why don't you head north to develop, say goodbye to your past self, and embrace a bright future? Wang Hong smiled and replied, even if I wanted to move north to develop my career, I'm unfamiliar with the area. Plus, I'm over 30, so starting over won't be easy. Chen Lang shook his head, Sister Hong is not alone. Wang Hong also shook his head and said jokingly, I forgot about my brother. Chen Lang continued, if Sister Hong really has it in mind, I'll do my best to help. I can't guarantee anything else, but I definitely won't let her go hungry. Wang Hong is a very decisive person, otherwise he would not have done such an extraordinary thing back then. I even feel that if I were still young, I would definitely have a romantic affair with the handsome guy in front of me. But at his age now, compared to his previous impulsiveness, he has become mature and considers things in a more pragmatic way. Love is certainly something people desire, but compared to proving oneself all over again, it is better to put it aside for the time being. Wang Hong knocked on the table and said seriously, I don't believe that there is love without reason in this world, so Brother Chen, I really want to know, what is your purpose in helping me like this? Chen Lang also answered honestly, everyone who dares to face his own life deserves respect. Anyone who dares to step out of a previous predicament deserves encouragement. Of course, fate can be quite miraculous sometimes, and Sister Hong doesn't need to underestimate herself. My whole life is about doing good things and not worrying about the future. Wen Hong chuckled, brother, what you said is very good, but your actions don't really show the unity of knowledge and action. Chen Lang said frankly, that's not my fault, it's because Sister Hong is so charming. Wen Hong jokingly said, let me be honest, are you greedy for my body? The atmosphere here is quite open. Many wealthy businessmen have no qualms about admitting that they have mistresses. The Hong Kong film and television industry is obviously a severely affected area, with too many beautiful actresses eager to marry into wealthy families. Many female celebrities have publicly admitted in front of the media that they are someone's lover, including Wen Hong. Back then, both Hong Kong actress and long-legged goddess Joey Wong were dating ATV's second son, Lam Kin Yuk. It's a pity that playboy Lin Jianyu fell in love with other women and began to pursue Wen Zuxian and Yuan Yongyi. Not only did Hong's dream of marrying into a wealthy family shatter, but the film and television resources he could obtain also became pitifully scarce. This led to a series of events that later led to his partnership with Wang Jing and the break between Mom Hong and his family. Of course, we can't say that Wen Hong deserves it. After all, this circle had such a trend 10 years ago, and even 10 years later, this circle still has such a trend. There are only so many resources. If you want to stand out, how can you do it without paying the price? Don't you see what kind of experience the little fat girl would have had in the next few years if Chen Lang had not appeared? She exchanged her body for resources, and although it was successful, the beautiful flower was also covered with too much dust. Wen Hong was a straightforward person, and she directly broke the window paper. Chen Lang happily admitted it generously. Sister Hong is so beautiful, and there's nothing wrong with my own aesthetic taste. Some of my thoughts are also human nature. Of course, Sister Hong, please don't misunderstand me. Although I admire Sister Hong, I will not use the above conversation as a bargaining chip. Wen Hong could naturally see that Chen Lang was a casual and free-spirited person, and if the other party really wanted to do something, he would not be able to resist. Wen Hong smiled and said, my brother is so outstanding. In the end, I am the one who got the upper hand. The children of the Jianghu are indeed free and easy. Chen Lang likes to communicate with such a reasonable sister. Chen Lang smiled and said, Sister Hong didn't get enough rest last night, so why not catch up on some sleep now? Wen Hong was completely unprepared and fell onto the bed, completely ignoring Chen Lang in front of her. She unbuttoned her clothes and threw them aside, then pulled the blanket over her and fell asleep. Chen Lang had no intention of taking advantage of others' misfortune. It was a matter of mutual consent. The highest state of mind is to have blessings come to you. Wen Hong slept for 5 hours and woke up at 8 o'clock in the evening. Of course, Hong Kong's nightlife had just begun at this point in time. Chen Lang suggested, how about Sister Hong be my guide and take me around? Wen Hong said casually, no problem, but I need to take a shower first. Lan Kwai Fong Bar, the destination arrived by Wen Hong and Chen Lang, is well known in the mainland for its decadent and extravagant lifestyle. Whether they are foreign tourists, local white-collar elites, or even entertainment stars in the circle, they all like to come here to cultivate their sentiments. The explosive DJ music, the hot and intimate dance, and the fragrance of hormones are everywhere. Hong, sure, where did you find this handsome guy? Why don't you give him to me? A fat guy who knew Wen Hong obviously mistook Chen Lang for a fried dough stick boy. Wen Hong whispered, Sister Chen, please stop making trouble. This is my benefactor. Pang Dundon got it right away, thinking that he had caught a big fish. He felt that being beautiful was an advantage, and many young men really like to play the role of an older woman in a relationship with a younger man. Of course, in Lan Kwai Fong, Chen Lang also saw a few familiar faces, some of whom he had seen the night before, and some of whom he had seen on TV. What a coincidence, Sister Cece, we meet again. It seems my brother and I are really destined to be together. Chen Lang and Zhang Baiji were chatting. The latter was obviously bolder than 2 days ago. Not satisfied with tickling her palms, she also pinched her abdominal muscles. Zhang Baiji was obviously more satisfied with Chen Lang's strength and invited him with a smile, come over and have a drink. Wen Hong, who was chatting with Pang Dundon, looked up and saw Chen Lang waving at her. Zhang Baiji glanced at Meng Hong, then looked at Chen Lang, and said half-jokingly, so my brother likes mature people. Chen Lang corrected himself, Sister Cece misunderstood. I naturally like all pretty girls. Wen Hong abandoned Pang Dundon and naturally hugged Chen Lang's arm, which was also a declaration of the latter's ownership during this period of time. Going out without a female companion is like losing half the fun. After chatting with Zhang Baiji for a while and having a drink, Chen Lang played for a while and then prepared to go back to their hotel for dinner. But tonight is destined to let Chen Lang feel their passion here. Just as Chen Lang and Wang Hong were about to take a taxi back to their hotel, a short, stout man suddenly appeared and pointed his finger at Chen Lang arrogantly. "Damn mainland kid, get lost and go back to the mainland." Wang Hong was startled. Chen Lang looked at the two people who appeared with a cold face. Their shorty one was Du Wenjie, and the taller one next to him was Yu Wenle. The reason why Chen Lang could recognize the other person at once was that he had a very deep impression of him. He dared to be the first to provoke Du Wenjie, who jumped out, adhering to the principle of not nagging if he can take action. As everyone looked at him in astonishment, Chen Lang swung his arm and gave Du Wenjie a big slap on the neck. After Du Wenjie turned around on the spot, Chen Lang gave him another big neck kick with his backhand, and the former cooperated and turned around again. Chen Lang, not yet satisfied, kicked Du Wenjie again, causing him to kneel and roll on the ground. Everything happened in a flash, and Chen Lang said two words: "Stupid." Chapter 23. People from all sides. If you want to get involved in this business, you have to be loyal. Seeing their shorty guy rolling on the ground in pain, Yu Wenle, as the younger brother, was completely furious. Yu Wenle immediately rushed towards Chen Lang, roaring and punching hard. Yu Wenle is very brave, but unfortunately he met Chen Lang. Chen Lang turned slightly sideways and tripped Yu Wenle with his foot. The latter fell flat on his face due to inertia. But that's not all. Chen Lang immediately grabbed the opponent's wrist and pressed down with his knee. It was a smooth and flowing movement that he had obviously seen many times. Then the guests around saw it, and the redneck copied the same operation of kneeling down to suppress the Houhai. Many ladies covered their mouths, not because they were scared by the sudden change, but because they looked at Chen Lang with excitement. Naturally, there were two black guests among them. They were obviously just spectators, but their blood seemed to freeze at this moment and their souls couldn't help but tremble. Yu Wenle, who fell to the ground, was already a little dazed. After being hit by Chen Lang, he suddenly saw his great-grandmother waving at him. Chen Lang obviously didn't care about the looks from the people around him. He immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call. "Houhai, I met two scumbags at the west gate of Lan Kwai Fong. Come over if it's convenient for you." "Brother Lang, are you okay?" "I'll be right over." "I'm fine. When you come over, remember to bring some brothers with you." The person who answered the phone was Liu Hu, a strong man. They grew up in the same compound. When they were young, they did not get along well. They had fought twice, but Chen Lang completely defeated him. Because Liu Hu was unwilling to study, "Sir, please quickly capture this dangerous mainland kid. He's so ruthless, I almost won't see the sun tomorrow." "Shut up." Before Chen Lang could respond, the leading officer frowned and really wanted to give Yu Wenle an electrotherapy service. At the same time, Shorty, supported by two officers, stood up shakily and pointed at Chen Lang, yelling, "It's him! It's him! It's him! He's the one who hits people for no reason." The chubby body of Shorty was not grown in vain, but he can only bark wildly at the moment. Wang Hong was no longer happy about this and immediately stood up and pointed, "Sir, it was this dude who cursed for no reason." Shorty retorted immediately, I was just saying some underworld talk, but that's no excuse for this pretty boy to hit someone." The sir in charge was a little overwhelmed by the quarrel between the two. More importantly, he had seen the movies starring O.M. Hong and Du Wenjie. At this time, Madam said softly and loudly, "Stop arguing, Tilder, stop arguing." The leading officer said to Chen Lang, "Why did you hit someone?" Just as Chen Lang was about to explain, he heard a familiar and pleasant flute sound and immediately chose to remain silent. The rhythmic sound of the flute came from far away and gradually got closer. As the people around them paid attention, 6 tall, sturdy, upright and fully armed handsome soldiers came quickly. Chen Lang was very familiar with the leading soldier, who was Houhai, the gangster in the past. But now that Liu Hu is wearing a military uniform, he immediately becomes energetic and gives people a great sense of deterrence. The leading officer frowned at first, not knowing why this group of people came, but he still smiled and extended his hand, showing a scene of unity and friendship with Liu Hu. Liu Hu pretended not to know Chen Lang and asked directly, "What happened?" Chen Lang shrugged, pointed at the short, stout fellow, and said bitterly, "This guy discriminated against me. Not only did he call me a mainlander, but he even went so far as to slap my hand in the face and kick me in the stomach." No one would laugh unless they couldn't help it. The 5 comrades who came with Liu Hu almost broke down. Liu Hu's mouth twitched. Boss Chen was still the same Boss Chen, his mouth could make people angry to death. But the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Liu Hu coughed lightly and said seriously, "You know this person?" Chen Lang sighed, "How would I know her? But she's so ugly, and she's affecting the city's appearance. You guys really need to take care of her." Puff Tilder. Madam couldn't help but laugh at Chen Lang's words. But Du Wenziyi, the person involved, couldn't hold it in any longer and all the filth accumulated in his stomach came out. As luck would have it, one of Liu Hu's brothers was sprayed all over. This is fucking bullshit, absolutely intentional. The hot-tempered guy couldn't bear it any longer, so he elbowed the guy who was being sprayed. The 2 officers who were originally supporting their shorty guy were also startled, because 2 of the soldiers who came over also acted quickly. The 2 men attacked and pinned the short man to the ground. One of them then yelled, "How dare you attack a police officer?" Chapter 24, A Special Gift. Anyone can see that Shorty has definitely hit a wall this time. Don't you see what era we are in? You don't understand the situation and you deserve to be beaten. The officers present pretended not to see their shorty guy being pressed to the ground and shouting. Liu Hu was a very smart person, so he naturally noticed the paparazzi around him and gave his brother a look. 2 of the soldiers walked towards the paparazzi. The soldier who was sprayed all over went to the bathroom in Lan Kwai Fong to wash himself. Shorty was picked up like a chick. Yuanler looked around, trying to ask for help from someone he knew. But people are too busy trying to hide from the plague, so how can they have the courage to stand up and uphold justice? As expected, in the face of absolute strength, any vain barking is nothing but submission. Liu Hu said directly, "Take them all away." Chen Lang told Hong that she didn't need to wait for him after she returned, and got into the car that Liu Hu came in. As for the filthy Du Wenziyi, he was naturally not qualified and could only take the police car driven by the police officer. Du Wenziyi, who was hit hard twice in succession, didn't even have the courage to call for a hospital checkup, and Yu Wenle, the young and inexperienced man, was as quiet as a quail. During the subsequent mediation process, Chen Lang, as an honest man, expressed his sincere apology to Yu Wenle for having been a bit too harsh, and borrowed a coin from Hu Zi as compensation. As for the behavior of Shorty slapping his own hand with his face, the magnanimous Chen Lang chose to forgive him and said that he would not investigate it further. The mediation between the 2 parties went very smoothly. However, regarding Du Wenzi's behavior of assaulting police officers, Liu Hu took into consideration that he was a first-time offender and asked him to write a profound self-criticism of 10,000 words before leaving. You have to know that Liu Hu and others are the people's soldiers. It is naturally impossible for them to take a single needle or thread from the common people, so they proposed such well-intentioned ideological education. Du Wenziyi, whose head was swollen like a pig, didn't dare to say a word of no, and the evil girl even didn't dare to look directly at Chen Lang. The reason is very simple. Chen Lang no longer pretends here and he and Liu Hu are almost as close as a pair of pants. After working hard for most of the night, Yu Wenle took $1 in compensation and left dejectedly. Their shorty guy biting the ballpoint pen was working hard to write a self-criticism. Chen Lang first donated some food expenses to this group of lovely soldiers, and then a large group of people ate hot pot and sang songs. Naturally, many people in the Hong Kong circle knew about this incident, but no one dared to stand up and support Du Wenziyi. It looked quite lively, but there was little action involved, and there was no relevant report in the media. But many people working in the entertainment industry have reached a consensus: Chen Lang, this living devil, is definitely not to be provoked. After all, when people have conflicts in their daily lives, they just argue with each other. How can they start hitting each other just because of a disagreement? It would have been fine if he had just taken action, but he was so unsportsmanlike and directly revealed his trump card. Although there are many people in the entertainment industry here with dirty backgrounds, some are even directly involved in the underworld. But compared with the regular army, this is just child's play. Saying that the father beats the son is just the son overestimating his own status. After leaving Hong Kong, Chen Lang still had some regrets, including not completing the friendly interaction with Sister Hong Hong and not communicating seriously with Sister Cici. However, there will be a chance to meet again in the future. Chen Lang, after getting himself in good spirits, took a plane across the strait and arrived at the charming Taiwan Bay. Song Ku, the director of Times Music, brought several capable people to personally welcome Chen Lang. During the period, Chen Lang also met the unpopular singer Sun Yanzi, who specially sang a song "Meeting" at the dinner. Sun Yanzi, who I meet determines what kind of conversation we'll have. Who I'm waiting for determines how far into the future he'll be. Chen Lang, I hear the wind tilder coming from the subway and the crowd, I stand in line tilder holding the number plate of love. Chen Lang naturally cooperated very well and sang a duet with Sun Yanzi. It has been half a month since the release of the album Sun Yanzi, and the sales performance in the Southeast Coast and parts of Southeast Asia is quite encouraging. As a newcomer, Sun Yanzi has gained a lot of attention thanks to the company's unremitting promotion. Of course, Warner Music still values the mainland market the most. Chen Lang came up with this song and cooperated with Warner for a win-win situation. After all, this song, Meet, is also the theme song of the movie My Sassy Girl, which was released on National Day. First generate profits, then make friends. Warner Music has made at least tens of millions of dollars in profits in Europe and the United States through the album Wave. Of course, Chen Lang also made a lot of money from this. Now, he receives a considerable amount of income every quarter. When Chen Lang came to visit this time, Song Ku naturally gave him a warm welcome. The entertainment atmosphere here is exactly what Chen Lang likes, especially the special gifts arranged by Song Ku. Although Song Ku would not use her cash cow to entertain Chen Lang, she would definitely let the latter personally demonstrate the enthusiasm of Taiwanese girls. Song Ku smiled at Chen Lang and said, "It's not easy to get here, we must have fun." Chen Lang also replied with a smile, "Of course, I have always wanted to experience the local customs and practices here." Song Ku patted Chen Lang on the shoulder, then smiled like an old fox, and whispered, "Brother has arranged a tour guide to accompany you for a good tour." Chen Lang thanked him and said, "Thank you for your trouble, brother." Song Ku said indifferently, No, old brother, please don't be polite to me." After the dinner, Song Ku took Chen Lang to the luxurious hotel where they were going to stay. When he reached the door of the presidential suite, Song Ku smiled triumphantly, "Brother, you're in luck this time." With a little thought, you can guess that the tour guide arranged by Song Ku is waiting in the room. After watching Song Ku leave, Chen Lang pushed open the door and did not rush into their house. Instead, he took out a small square box from his bag. After turning on the switch, the green indicator light on the small box flashed, and Chen Lang carefully searched the room he lived in. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must always be on guard against others. Even after pushing open the bedroom door, Chen Lang looked at the flashing green light and still did not relax. Little did they know that at this moment, there were several beautiful ladies hiding themselves in the quilt. The beauty naturally heard someone coming in and became extremely nervous, worrying that the other person might be a bald, greasy old man with a big belly. What should she do? It was not until Chen Lang made the final confirmation that he was completely relieved and focused his attention on the gift that was playing hide and seek with him. Chen Lang saw a pair of red high-heeled shoes placed beside the bed. They were quite large. Chen Lang said playfully, "This means his planning to continue hiding." The beautiful woman, who had her head covered, felt her heart drop when she heard a young voice. It had risen to her throat. When she slowly stuck her head out and saw a handsome young man, the beauty's heart completely dropped. The beautiful woman showed a charming smile and said in a sweet baby voice, "Hello, brother, my name is Jiling." Even if this face and this voice turned to ash, Chen Lang could still remember them. He waved happily and said, "Hello Jiling, my name is Chen Lang." Chapter 25 is about to start a small class. There are too many top stars who have experienced a history that is too painful to look back on before they became famous. This is true in the entertainment industry, and other industries are no exception. Looking at Lin Jiling, who is dressed in a playful and sexy manner, her body proportions are amazing and her face is exquisite and perfect. She is worthy of being the lover that everyone is obsessed with. Chen Lang was naturally very satisfied with the private tour guide arranged by Song Ku. In the long night, it was not a big deal to have a meal with toppings on top, and there was no need to make any moves right away. Chen Lang has no habit of smoking, but he would occasionally light up a cigarette on certain occasions or when he felt like it. When Jiling saw Chen Lang take out a cigarette, she took the initiative to hand over the ashtray and gently slid the match. This skilled way of dealing with people was obviously professionally trained. Chen Lang took a puff with satisfaction and started chatting with him. If I guess correctly, you should be a model. Sir, you're really good at judging people. I've only been in the industry for a short time and just recently signed with Kaio Models Tilder. Excuse me, how old are you this year? It's okay, I'm 26 now Tilder. Isn't it a bit late to enter this industry at the age of 26? After all, modeling is a job that depends on youth. The competition pressure in this industry is no less than that in the entertainment industry. I can't help it. It's only been a short time since I graduated Tilder. So you've been studying for many years. It's okay. I got a double degree in Western art history and economics from the University of Toronto. Lin Jiling was a little proud. The other party was a handsome boy and was very happy chatting with Chen Lang. The two continued to chat. You have such good conditions and such a high degree of education, why haven't you thought about finding a job with a higher threshold? Chen Lang praised out of curiosity, but influenced by the unique accent of the Taiwanese girl, he added some local characteristics at the end of his words. Lin Jiling hesitated for a moment and replied somewhat helplessly, I can't really accept jobs that are stereotyped, and I really yearn for life in the spotlight, so I got into this industry. Chen Lang agreed, that's right. When choosing a job, passion is also important. And I believe you will be able to achieve your wish. Lin Jiling stuck out her tongue and happily responded, thank you for the compliment, sir. Chen Lang put out the cigarette he hadn't smoked twice, stood up and sat next to Lin Jiling. He naturally put his hand on her shoulder, lifted her chin and said, but this business is not easy to get into. There are endless drinking parties to deal with, and countless private transactions. Sister Jiling is so outstanding, yet she actually participated in such an event. I really didn't expect it. Lin Jiling didn't resist Chen Lang's affectionate behavior. She blushed and whispered, I never thought that I would meet Mr. Chen the first time I did something like this. It seems that God is still very kind to me Tilder. Chen Lang continued aggressively, but what if sister meets an old man who's a grandfather? Will she be scared and run away? Lin Jiling responded tremblingly, I don't know about this. After all, I haven't encountered it yet. They all came out to have fun. Chen Lang was not naive. Lin Jiling, who was already 26 years old, had never had any contact with a man. After all, others are not blind. At least before releasing the beauty, they must conduct necessary pre-job training. Of course, everything takes time. Judging from the other party's reaction, they haven't fully adapted to this business yet. To be frank, this person is not a qualified employee. He or she just relies on his or her figure and looks to skip the internship period and officially start working. Chen Lang knew too much, and Lin Jiling felt dizzy and could only dodge passively. Although her business skills are not up to par, Lin Jiling's appearance and figure are indeed a plus. Especially her performance of wanting to escape but trying hard to restrain herself has won the love of senior actors. When it comes to tutoring new students who are doing poorly in their studies, Mr. Chen, who teaches the human body art subject, is quite patient. He gradually removes the students' disguises and helps them better integrate into the new environment. Student Lin was so moved that he burst into tears, because teacher Chen was not only knowledgeable and talented, but also so kind to others. The get out of class was already over, but Lin, an excellent student in both character and learning, was still greedily absorbing the key points of knowledge emphasized by teacher Chen, even though he was enduring physical discomfort. Noticing something was wrong with Lin, teacher Chen asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin lowered his head in shame and said awkwardly, "Teacher, I want to go to the bathroom." Teacher Chen said ashamedly, "It's my fault, it's my fault. Fortunately you reminded me. It's been so long since get out of class ended that I just realized it." After getting teacher Chen's approval, Lin rushed to the bathroom awkwardly. Teacher Chen took out a wet wipe and wiped his hands repeatedly, and sighed that Lin was indeed a good student with a strong will. Not long after, Lin returned the same way and looked at teacher Chen embarrassedly, waiting for his instructions. After all, time is limited and teacher Chen flies all over the world. It is impossible for him to put all his energy on one student repeatedly. As the saying goes, you can't digest too much knowledge, and reviewing the old knowledge will help you learn the new knowledge. Teacher Chen decided to help Lin consolidate the knowledge points just taught. Teacher Chen came back to class and, while helping Lin review his lessons, he said, "Lin, if you have any questions about the lectures given by experienced professors, experts, and scholars, please feel free to ask. I will answer them for you." Student Lin hung his head, carefully recalling his past class experiences, then shook his head helplessly and answered seriously, "I still don't take many classes, so I don't have many opportunities to interact with scholars and professors." Even if Lin was lying, Teacher Chen did not expose him. After all, everyone has their own little secrets. But Teacher Chen admitted that Lin is definitely a good student with strong will, hard work and progress, and excellent both in character and academic performance. He will surely shine in the future. But before that, Lin still needs to go through more wind and rain before he can see a better rainbow. After confirming that Lin had fully mastered the new knowledge points, Teacher Chen decided to start the next subject. But before teaching, Teacher Chen will conduct a comprehensive test on Lin's current learning progress. Then, with this as the goal, we will fully formulate and provide one-on-one specialized tutoring. Seeing Teacher Chen's serious look, Lin was really nervous, fearing that he would not be able to meet the teacher's expectations and be kicked out of the class. It was another difficult test. The questions given by Teacher Chen were so difficult that Lin was completely unable to cope with them. But this time, Teacher Chen was serious and expressed deep disappointment towards Lin, who vomited from time to time. Lin sobbed, "I'm sorry, I didn't do that well." Although Teacher Chen was very disappointed, he still remembered his glorious mission as a teacher to impart knowledge and said sternly and cruelly, "It's okay, try again." Chapter 26, Teacher Chen's Changeability. The previous generation cut down the trees, and the next generation exposes them to the sun. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade. During the day, Lin Jiling serves as Chen Lang's tour guide, taking him to visit the beautiful scenery around and taste the local special snacks. Sister Jiling said in a sweet voice, "The tea eggs are delicious, please try some more, Sir Tilder." Chen Lang really couldn't refuse. Such a delicate beauty showed such kindness that he reluctantly ate one more. In the evening, Chen Lang serves as Lin Jiling's mentor, and he explores and researches various new topics with this diligent, motivated and meaningful student. For example, the bond between widows, the relationship between doctors and patients, the conflicts between teachers and students, and also involves housework, investigations, many topics. Jiling also works really hard. In just a few days, she has been exposed to so many cutting-edge fields, laying a solid foundation for her future development. Chen Lang is an extremely pragmatic person, and he also possesses the noble spirit of selfless dedication. In order to help those who come after him avoid detours, he has no regrets no matter how hard or tired he is. Jiling was always deeply moved by Chen Lang's noble character of "who else but me." The night before Chen Lang planned to leave, Jiling, an outstanding student, took the initiative to hug him from behind and begged, "Teacher Chen, please give me a few more days." Chen Lang patted Jiling's hand and said firmly, "All good things must come to an end. As long as you keep working hard, your future will be brighter and brighter." Jiling, with tears in her eyes, shook her head frantically and retorted, "I don't care about my future, I just want the teacher to stay." Chen Lang turned around with difficulty, looking at the crying Lin Jiling, and sighed at the future words of this great beauty, "Gentleness can also be a kind of strength." It's just that Chen Lang doesn't want to do anything that would ruin someone's future. Jiling, who is particularly patient, has a bright future. The so-called touching moments now will only become more and more indifferent as time goes by, and in the end, due to differences in ideas, they may even become enemies. Stroking Sister Jiling's hair, Chen Lang said seriously, "Think about your dream and the efforts you have made for it, so don't be so willful. Keep going forward unwaveringly." Lin Jiling said sincerely, "Before, I had no choice, but now, as long as you agree to stay, I'm willing to give up everything." Chen Lang pushed the other person away and said calmly, "You and I are both adults, and we should understand that sometimes people are always helpless. Just like you want me to stay, then let me ask you, are you willing to leave your hometown and return to the mainland with me?" Lin Jiling certainly had no idea what the situation was like in mainland China now, but from what she heard in the media, she knew that the economic development there was vastly different from that in her hometown. Lin Jiling calmed down and answered seriously, "I don't want to leave my parents, I don't want to leave my friends, and I don't want to leave my parents." Chen Lang also said seriously, "In this way, you should also understand my feelings. Lin Jiling nodded and stopped arguing with it, burying all her emotions here. The two crazy people started from the bedroom, passed the sofa, balcony, study, and then returned, completing a perfect circle. Before leaving, Chen Lang gave the following words. Modeling isn't a long-term solution, trying different things is the way out. I wish you the best in your future career. Thank you, same to you. Without saying goodbye until fate allows, Lin Jiling, who has completely let go, bowed deeply to mentor Chen, who has left her with so many beautiful memories in her life. It was half a month later that Chen Lang returned to Suzhou City. Yang Dan Chen has already joined the crew of a new drama because she has taken on a new role. Fan Binbin only has 3 days left before the college entrance examination. Fanxing Entertainment did not assign any work to the little fat girl, allowing her to be happy and enjoy her last complete summer vacation. With the arrival of summer, the bar business has become booming. While Chen Lang was out and Cheng Hao was busy, Zhang Bin, one of the bar owners who grew up with him in the compound, ran the business in an orderly manner. Everything is going in the right direction. After Chen Lang and Cheng Hao reunited, they set out again and visited many cities for the filming of Full House. Chen Lang, who has memories of his previous life, naturally knows the specific reasons why this drama became a hit. What you hear is not as good as what you see. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. With Chen Lang's personal guidance, combined with the scene before him, Cheng Hao's confused thoughts suddenly became clear at this moment. The more this happened, the more Cheng Hao admired Chen Lang, even to an unprecedented level. Chen Lang coughed several times and waved his hand in front of Cheng Hao's eyes. Stop, come back to your senses, busy worship is not good. Cheng Hao chuckled, her smile was like a blooming peony. She put her arm around Chen Lang's arm and continued their romantic journey. After a journey lasting more than a month, Cheng Hao felt that his whole mind had been sublimated again. Looking at the current entertainment industry with his improved vision, it seemed as if money was everywhere. In the end, no domestic director was hired for the drama Full House, because the director was unable to keep up with the effect that Cheng Hao wanted to achieve. While they were inspecting in Seoul, the two interviewed several supporting actors and finally chose Pyo Minetsu, who had just become a director, to be in charge of the filming of Full House. When he returned to Beijing, it was already mid-August. With a good score of 456, Fan Binbin became a member of the 2000 Performance Department of Beijing Film Academy. But when he saw Chen Lang, Fan Binbin was obviously unhappy, pouting and reminding him, "My busy brother, have you forgotten something?" Chen Lang took out the beautiful gift he bought in Seoul and said with a smile like he was coaxing a child, "How could that be? I once promised to take you out to play during your summer vacation." Fan Binbin took the gift and sighed, "But now, school starts in just 2 weeks. Can my brother still keep his promise?" At this time, Cheng Hao said with a smile, "If we don't work hard, are we going to use the northwest wind to support an idler like you?" Cheng Hao was telling the truth, and Fan Binbin couldn't refute it at all. Chen Lang smiled and said, okay, stop teasing her. Hurry up and pack your things. We're leaving tomorrow." Cheng Hao joked, You spoil her like this, and she doesn't even appreciate it." When Fan Binbin heard what was going on, he immediately became happy and asked like a curious baby, "Where are we going?" Cheng Hao didn't keep it a secret, "Your family's 8-day trip to Europe is really enviable." Chen Lang laughed and said, "Are you satisfied now?" If Lin Jiling were present, she would definitely shout that Teacher Chen was unfair. But the reality is that Chen Lang really treats the little fat girl like his sister. Even his fellow villager Cheng Hao feels a little envious. The chubby girl with twin ponytails, a funhouse mirror, and a backpack was jumping around Chen Lang, chirping loudly, "Alps, we'll see you soon." Chapter 27, Personal Assistant Takes Office. In the past week, the motivated Fan Binbin, like a clingy elf, had a thoroughly enjoyable time. Lying on Chen Lang's back, the little fat girl pointed to the sky and chirped happily, "Brother, look, that white cloud looks like." Leaning in Chen Lang's arms, the little chubby girl pointed to the sea and danced excitedly, "Brother, hurry up, that killer whale is saying hello to us again." Boarding the return plane, Fan Binbin was reluctant to leave and bid farewell to this beautiful land, which was full of happy memories. The little chubby girl said affectionately, "When I was most confused, I met the kindest brother who made me feel the warmest care. Binbin is really lucky." Chen Lang laughed and joked, "That sounds nice, but there's no reward." The little fat girl also laughed and said, "I don't plan to ask for a reward." Chen Lang urged, all right, close your eyes quickly. The other passengers in the first-class cabin couldn't help but smile when they saw the two young people being so affectionate with each other. Compared with Jinswoer in the TV series, the little chubby girl now has a face that has transformed from baby fat to a pointed oval, and is obviously more beautiful. In addition, floating duckweed in troubled times has not been broadcast on TV yet. In addition, Fan Binbin has not participated in any business activities in the past 6 months, so it is normal that he has not been recognized. The other passengers only felt that this young couple, the man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, were a perfect match, more dazzling than the big stars on TV, and that was all, so they did not approach them to chat. The plane landed smoothly, but Chen Lang, who had just returned home, received an unexpected message. Zhang Bin, who runs the bar, called directly, "My dear brother, you are finally back." Chen Lang asked curiously, "What's the urgent matter?" Zhang Bin said, "Nothing urgent, but there's a stranger who's been coming to the bar lately, always asking when you'll be back." Chen Lang, who was on the other end of the phone, could hear a strong hint of gossip in Zhang Bin's gloating tone, and said angrily, "If you have something to say, please say it quickly. If you have something to say, please say it quickly, or I'm hanging up." Zhang Bin chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'm just envious. You have such great luck in love. That woman is absolutely stunning among all the gifts, especially her sweet voice, which is enough to make your ears pregnant. You should come and take a look." Chen Lang was really surprised to see Lin Jiling in the bar, and he didn't understand why she came. But since they were guests from afar, when he asked Lin Jiling to follow him upstairs, Chen Lang turned around with a cold face and said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Go back to your work." Zhang Bin and Huang Bo were in a circle. They all gave a thumbs up and dispersed, each going about their own business. Lin Jiling did not hide anything and spoke directly to Chen Lang, saying a lot of heartfelt words, which were roughly the following points. The first was that after I signed with Kaiwo, I was ostracized by my peers everywhere due to my age and other reasons, and my life was not going well. At the time, I wanted to get out of that environment quickly, so I took the business order from Song Ku, and that's how I met Chen Lang. The second is that after the two separated, he collected and inquired about a lot of information about Chen Lang in the next month or so. But the more I know, the more incredible it seems. Whether in terms of talent or ability, I am far ahead of people of the same age. The third is my own ambition, which is to become a big star. There is an opportunity for me to soar to the sky right in front of me, and I don't want to lose the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Rather than being guided by experts, professors and people from all walks of life in the future, it is better to be guided by teacher Chen alone. Fourth, you must have confidence in yourself. Whether it is academic qualifications or beauty, you should be qualified enough to stay with teacher Chen. For this reason, I asked Song Ku to terminate the contract with Kaiyo. Looking at the man in front of her, who was 6 years younger than her, Lin Jiling concluded affectionately. After careful consideration over the past month, I am willing to put my future in the hands of my mentor. Now I have taken the initiative to take 99 steps, and I only hope that you will stop and let me take the last step. In this world, how many ordinary people can withstand the true feelings of such a beauty? Chen Lang would not look at Sister Jiling with tinted glasses. The fact that she had always been dedicated to charity and helping poor children in any situation in her previous life was enough to make people admire her. Chen Lang took the initiative to stand up, gave the other person a gentle hug, and replied with a smile, "Your sincerity touches me, and I am ashamed. I have one thing to make clear: following me will require a lot of hardship, both physically and mentally, so I hope you are prepared." Lin Jiling, who was holding Chen Lang, sobbed, "Even if I have to endure more hardships, I am willing to do it. I just hope you won't push me into the arms of others." Chen Lang said seriously, "You can rest assured about this. I'm doing legitimate business, based on mutual consent. I believe in parting ways amicably." Lin Jiling, who had been crying like a cat, chuckled and said seriously, "Then what are you going to do with me, Boss Chen? Many entrepreneurs have expressed their desire to hire me as their personal assistant." Lin Jiling speaks several languages and holds a diploma in economics, so she has both high IQ and EQ, and she's emotionally stable. Chen Lang smiled and said, "That's a pretty good suggestion." Lin Jiling blinked and said in surprise, "No way, you really want me to be your personal assistant?" Chen Lang frankly said, "The entertainment market in mainland China is still in the exploratory stage and is definitely not as mature as the more mature markets. If you put yourself in my shoes, how would you arrange yourself? Lin Jiling hesitated for a moment, then sighed and replied, it's indeed difficult to arrange, but boss, you can go to Hong Kong to develop your career. Chen Lang said mysteriously, how I develop here must be kept secret from you since you haven't officially joined yet. Okay tilde. Chen Lang continued, more importantly, the current wages here are generally low. Even with your education and looks, as your boss, I can't offer you an exorbitant salary. Lin Jiling blinked and said, excuse me, how much salary can you offer me, boss? Chen Lang counted on his fingers, basic salary 1500, academic allowance 1000, talent allowance 3000, various allowances 2000. Considering that talented people have come to invest voluntarily, I am willing to sponsor another 2500 yuan personally, which will just make up 10,000 yuan. Perhaps you don't know how much 10,000 yuan is here. Let me give you a simple example. The average house price here is 4,000 yuan. If you work hard for a year, you can save up for a down payment. After 2 years, you can basically buy a 2-bedroom apartment outright. After hearing Chen Lang's serious analysis, Lin Jiling nodded, when you calculate it this way, it's really quite a lot. Chen Lang spread his hands and said, it's indeed a lot, but as a personal assistant, I need to be on call 24 hours a day. Of course, if my performance is good enough, I will naturally receive additional rewards every month. Chapter 28 Star Entertainment, more and more lively. After some hesitation, Lin Jiling started bargaining for her own benefit. I admit that the position of assistant has its own special features. It requires working all year round and being on call at any time. This is too cruel. The prisoners of war in Geneva would hang themselves after hearing this. Chen Lang said with interest, I'll make the offer, and you can bargain. Lin Jiling said seriously, normally, there are 8 days off every month. I don't ask for too much, but I must be able to take a full 6 days off. Lin Jiling looked at Chen Lang, who smiled and said, keep going. There are also issues regarding remuneration and bonuses. The bonus description is unclear and depends entirely on the boss's personal preferences. It should be that as long as I ensure that my work is flawless, I will receive a minimum of 1 month's salary every quarter. As for salary, 10,000 a month is still a bit low. We need to increase it to at least 15,000. Watching Lin Jiling's serious proposal, Chen Lang smiled and concluded, according to what you mean, with 6 days off per month and a 3-month internship, you can earn 12,000 yuan per month, and 15,000 yuan after becoming a regular employee. That's 17 months' salary a year, right? Lin Jiling nodded her head vigorously and agreed slyly, you are right, it takes at least 17 months' salary a year tilde. Chen Lang took the other person's hand and said solemnly, deal. I'm just wondering when Assistant Lin can come to work. Something felt wrong, and Lin Jiling was a little confused. After thinking for several breaths, she finally reacted angrily, no, you are so annoying. I have been tricked. Chen Lang didn't let go, and asked in confusion, the average monthly salary is over 20,000, how did I trick you? Lin Jiling emphasized, I came to you to be a big star, not to be your assistant. Chen Lang also asked directly, but can Lin act? Does he have relevant experience in the industry? Or does he have the resources to become a big star? Lin Jiling was completely bewildered by the 3 questions she asked, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Chen Lang continued to ask, of course I don't deny that with Ms. Lin's beauty and ability, if she is really willing to lower her status, let alone a monthly salary of 20,000, even a daily salary of 20,000 would not be a problem at all. But I can't help but ask, is Lin willing to do that? Lin Jiling, who was hugged, trembled unconsciously and murmured to herself, but tilde. Chen Lang whispered, be good and listen. Stay here and study hard. When the time is right, I will find an opportunity to make you a big star. Thinking back to 2 months ago, when classmate Lin and I discussed those topics together, it was really impressive. Chen Lang finally managed to cut off this damn temptation, but this beauty came to him on her own initiative and even let him go, which really made him feel uncomfortable. Lin Jiling was struggling mentally, and said word by word, you have to give me a deadline. Within 5 years, you'll be a household name in the entertainment industry, and within 10 years, you'll be a household name in the entertainment industry. Deal tilde. Little did Lin Jiling know that she was still being tricked. After all, there are so many ways to become famous. You can become famous as a model, you can become famous as an actor, and you can also become famous as an assistant. If Chen Lang fails to make a name for himself within 10 years, it would be a shame for what Meng Po added to the soup. He might as well just find a crooked tree and hang himself on it. Seeing Chen Lang coming down from the second floor, the beautiful girl followed him obediently. The two got into the car together. Everyone in the bar was having fun, whistling and gossiping. I really admire Boss Chen. He can get such a gorgeous girl with just a little effort. They both have the same nose and mouth, but why is Chen Lang's disc so prominent? But I'm uneducated, so I can only use wow to get around. Chen Lang, who was driving, said directly, I'll take you to get familiar with the place and then find a place to stay. Lin Jiling listened to Chen Lang through the car window while looking at the scenery outside. At this time, the city of Siheyuan did not yet have the prototype of an international metropolis, but Chen Lang knew that after next year, everything would happen, and it would change dramatically. As the car passed Tiananmen Square, Chen Lang deliberately slowed down and proudly said to Lin Jiling, on your right, the most complete and largest palace building in the world is preserved. Listening to Chen Lang's popular science, Lin Jiling exclaimed repeatedly, really? That's incredible. There are many places to visit here, such as the Temple of Heaven, the Summer Palace, the Great Wall, and the Forbidden City. When we have time, I'll take you around. This is what the boss said, and you can't deduct my salary. In the next 3 days, Lin Jiling, who had basically settled down, wore a casual long suit with small trousers and high heels to officially meet with everyone from Fanqing Entertainment. As the number of employees at Fanqing Entertainment grew, they moved to a temporary office location during the summer vacation. Although the 200 square meter space was not large, it was still heading in the right direction. Among the current artists under the company, Fan Binbin is the only female artist, while the male artist is led by the top artist Wang Bo, followed by Heibo, and the newly joined Zhu Yiwei and Zhang Sungwen. Except for the boss Cheng Hao, all 5 are related to Beijing Film Academy. As for why the company does not sign female artists, just look at Chen Lang's character and you will have the answer. Fan Binbin felt like he was facing a formidable enemy when it came to the newly emerged Lin Jiling, and Cheng Hao was extremely surprised. With her figure, face, voice, education, experience, etc., she was obviously too advanced to be an assistant. Fan Binbin, what's going on? Cheng Hao, how would I know what's going on? On the other hand, the young men in the company were all very happy. After all, everyone likes to deal with beautiful women, especially such knowledgeable and well-educated beauties who make their hearts blossom and their ears numb. When you spend a long time together, a person's specific behavior cannot be hidden at all. Almost no one can find any major shortcomings in Lin Jiling. She is emotionally stable and considerate of other people's feelings. She is a people-pleasing person, so everyone is naturally willing to talk to her. Lin Jiling could also see pure admiration and a little bit of insecurity in the eyes of Wang Bo and others. In the past few days, Lin Jiling has also found a temporary position for herself, serving as a driver for everyone. It should be a necessary skill for everyone, but Heibo, Zhu Yiwei and Zhang Sungwen, 3 grown men, have very poor driving skills, and Fan Binbin doesn't even have a driver's license. Everyone felt embarrassed to ask Cheng Hao and Chen Lang to help, so they had to ask Lin Jiling for help. Lin Jiling did not become complacent because of this matter. She drove a white jetter and took the 3 of them to run errands everywhere. Time flies and it is late September, and the movie, My Sassy Girl, officially meets the audience. Chapter 29 My Sassy Girl Premiere. In this era, the following methods are usually used to promote a movie. In terms of traditional media, advertisements will be placed on television, such as during the commercial breaks of popular TV series or in the movie information columns of TV stations. Film companies also cooperate with newspapers and magazines to publish movie posters, stills, and film reviews in the entertainment sections to attract audiences. Offline publicity includes posting large posters at places with high traffic volume, such as bus stops, and setting up display boards in shopping malls. In addition, a premiere will be held, inviting celebrities, media and film critics to attend, and using media coverage to expand the influence. Of course, all of this is about identifying the audience, highlighting the key points, and telling a good story. The title of My Sassy Girl is, of course, it's a savage girlfriend. As for how savage she is, it will naturally arouse the curiosity of some people. The director of the film is a young talent who wrote a song, Meeting, for the rising star Sun Yanzi, and part of the film's content can even be used as the MV for this song. One of Assistant Lin's tasks over the past half-month has been to drive a jetter through the streets and alleys of Yangjing, in order to quickly familiarize himself with the city and to collect relevant intelligence. Sun Yan's songs, It's Dark and Meet are often played on traffic music broadcasts. The promotion and marketing of the movie, My Sassy Girl, is handled by China Film Group. As the male and female protagonists of the movie, Huang Boy is known to many listeners because of the song Life in Bloom. Although Chang Hao made a successful debut with That Mountain and That Dog, not many people know him. Although Chang Hao is Huang Bo's boss, he still has to try his best to cooperate with the latter during the show. At the premiere of My Sassy Girl, director Chen Lang could only bring out Fan Binbin for a while, because his family's foundation was weak and this face was the most well-known in China. The chubby girl's main point is that if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. She took the opportunity to blackmail Chen Lang for several thousand yuan in appearance fees. The reason was naturally very simple. What her brother gave her as a reward and what she earned with her own ability were all hers in the end. As for the guest lineup for the premiere ceremony, it reflects the advantage of the regular army. The Beijing Film Academy has given its full support and basically invited all the well-known figures from the school. The reason is very simple. Chen Lang is such a popular guy. Although Huang Bo did not get into the Beijing Film Academy, he often comes here to attend classes, so he is half a family member. Several students including Heibo also participated in the filming of this movie. Let us take a look at Fanxing Entertainment today. All the artists are from Beijing Film Academy. Even though Chang Hao is from the Central Academy of Drama, it is obvious that he is cheaper than Beijing Film Academy. As such a sensible and well-behaved boy, the Beijing Film Academy, with its solid support, will naturally spare no effort to cultivate Chen Lang. As the saying goes, give a peach, receive a plum in return. Chen Lang personally promised that after the premiere, his second stop would be to return to his alma mater. Director Chen Zhuangzhuang, who has directed many famous works, Jin Song, the director of the performance department, Han Sanya, the big boss of China Film Group, and Zhao Yanzi, who just graduated, all came to support Chen Lang. Even Jiang Wen, who had just been internally punished and banned from directing movies within 5 years, came to join in the fun. The appearance of Zhao Yanzi and the little fat girl in the same frame naturally attracted a lot of media attention, because the frequency of their appearance in domestic TV shows is quite high. Congratulations, senior sister, your career has taken a big step forward. Congratulations, junior, for successfully getting into Beijing Film Academy. The two women facing the camera smiled on the surface, but in fact they had different thoughts, and their combined thoughts were at least over 10,000. As for other celebrity actors, especially movie stars, it is really too sad. Of course, this is also a temporary dilemma, because movies from Hong Kong still occupy half of the market. However, in the film My Sassy Girl, directed by Chen Lang, he did not invite any actors from Hong Kong, which is indeed contrary to the current mainstream combination. Without further ado, whether it is a mule or a horse, it should be taken out for a walk. Even if the daughter-in-law is ugly, she must meet her parents-in-law. Lin Jiling, guest host, opened the show in a sweet voice, My Sassy Girl is officially here. As the dragon logo appeared on the large screen, the movie officially began playing. Less than 5 minutes into the film, a scene appeared that made the guests on the scene laugh and cry. The drunk heroine on the bus beat up the gangster played by Heibo fiercely and brutally, which scared the hero who had just had a good impression of him. As the movie continued, when the male lead, played by Huang Bo, was wearing high heels and chasing the female lead in twists and turns, the female guests at the scene could no longer control themselves and started laughing wildly. The film, My Sassy Girl, can be said to have broken too many stereotypes. It takes the perspective of urban youth, the plot is humorous, the emotions are sincere and moving, and the narrative technique is unique. The most important point is that the re-examination and interpretation of traditional concepts of love and the profound and moving description of women made the guests who watched it on the spot shine. The female guests thought Chen Lang was very talented. After all, who doesn't want to become the heroine in a movie and show their savage side? The male guest was not averse to this. After all, in life, there are too many examples of couples where the woman is stronger than the man. For example, the henpecked men in Sichuan and Chongqing, especially the tiger wives in northeast China, have made the burly men in their families need psychological counseling, which is truly shocking. Assistant Lin, who was sitting in the corner, was also in high spirits after watching the movie. I didn't expect that teacher Chen had such a side to him. It is indeed a blessing for the majority of female compatriots. Assistant Lin, who had worked so hard in the past month, felt a little upset because he didn't get a half-day holiday, but after the movie ended, his feeling had long since disappeared. After all, teacher Chen is still in the startup phase and has no free time, which is normal. As an excellent assistant, he must not let down at this critical time point. Lin Jiling's performance over the past month has naturally been noticed by her boss Chang Hao. She did not rely on her beauty and education to be complacent, but devoted herself to her work, and she also had fewer prejudices in her heart. After all, no one doesn't like working with an excellent employee. As a good boss, Chang Hao will not become short-sighted just because his employees are paid high salaries. After all, these days, if a company wants to develop rapidly, it cannot do without the addition of talents. Handling documents, hosting translations, acting as a driver. Lin Jiling is truly an extremely outstanding employee. The reporters who had finished the on-site interviews, as well as the newspaper editor-in-chief and the film critics, all received a red envelope before leaving. So delicious. After watching everyone leave, Chen Lang, Cheng Hao and several other Fanqing Entertainment staff members all smiled with relief. After all, this kind of experience was the first time for everyone, and fortunately it ended smoothly. At this moment, Chen Zhongwo and Song Shuwan, who were attending the premiere, waved to Chen Lang with a smile. "Hey, brat, come here." Chapter 30 Interaction between a family of three. A meeting between a family of three. Old man Chen Zhongwo was the first to speak out. "I shouldn't have agreed to let you go abroad as an exchange student. Instead of learning anything useful, you came back with a bunch of bad habits." Chen Lang naturally argued with the old man. "What do you mean by bringing back bad habits? In this era of reform and opening up, even the top leaders are striving to keep pace with the world, yet you're actually going against the grain." Chen Zhongwo insisted. "I won't say much about the rest. As for your personal problems, as for that girl Yang Danchen, since she is your senior, I helped her." But not long after that, an assistant named Lin appeared beside him. "You have such a good luck with women, you are so arrogant that you are even exaggerating." Seeing Chen Zhongwo's frustrated look, Chen Lang retorted, "You are being unreasonable. He has the education, vision and ability, so why can't I choose to be his assistant?" The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Even so, can't you find someone with a more ordinary appearance, so that I don't have to listen to your sarcastic remarks?" Chen Lang retorted, "This is blatant discrimination. I'm looking for someone who's pleasing to the eye and motivated at work. What's wrong with that?" Seeing the two people in front of her, arguing with each other, the tigress Song Shuwan could no longer bear it and slammed the table and shouted, "Enough!" The old man instantly shrank his neck, and Chen Lang immediately became obedient, massaging tigress's shoulders while reporting, "It's just about finding an assistant, and someone is acting so shady. Mother, please make the decision for me." Chen Zhongwo glared at Chen Lang, and Song Shuwan pronounced her verdict directly, "As a father, I should be proud of my son's outstanding performance. But look at you, you don't have the demeanor of an elder at all. I'm so disappointed." Chen Zhongwo was speechless. It was clearly agreed before they came that one of them would play the good guy and the other the bad guy. But the play hasn't even started with 2 lines yet, and this little bastard was acting so good. Why are you trying to sabotage the show? How can I get justice for this? During this period, Chen Lang had a beautiful assistant by his side. She had followed him from far away, so the news naturally spread among these old antiques. As Chen Lang's father, Chen Zhongwo was often teased by his older brothers, who praised him for having such a good son and for his unstoppable romantic luck. Chen Zhongwo could only smile awkwardly, but he felt conflicted. It was certainly a good thing that his son was outstanding, but if he was too outstanding, wouldn't it make him look very embarrassed? As for why this happened, which parent doesn't want their children to grow up smoothly and healthily? Chen Lang's journey has been so smooth, it's almost like luck. As his parents, we are happy but also worried, fearing that he might take a DT. The tigress set the tone and said seriously, "I don't care, little brat, how you are having fun, or how many women you've been with, or even if you hope to have more grandchildren. But remember one thing, if I find out that you dare to play with a woman's feelings outside, you will never be allowed to enter the Chen family's gate again." Chen Lang fawningly massaged the legs of Lao Fiyit Sishi and made it clear, "Don't worry, mother. I'm not that kind of person." Chen Lang paused deliberately, looked at the old man and continued, "Besides, Dad has misunderstood me. I helped Yang Danchen only because she was my senior sister. Let Lin Jiling be the assistant, because she is indeed a rare talent. The reason for cooperating with Cheng Hao is not for career. After all, a good man takes 3 helpers. As for the fat girl, my junior sister, it just so happens that she is my son's tenant. Hearing Chen Lang's rogue explanation, Chen Zhongwo stamped his feet in anger. Song Shuwan slammed the table and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Zhongwo explained aggrievedly, "My legs are numb." Song Shuwan teased, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're just jealous of your son's popularity with women. If you're capable, go find one yourself." Chen Zhongwo, no, how could I dare? Song Shuwan rolled up her sleeves and said, "So, you've been thinking about this for a long time." Chen Zhongwo, W. It was a slip of the tongue. I wasn't being bullied by a brat. It's not that my legs are numb. It was just a slip of the tongue. The old man had a strong desire to survive. Of course, Song Shuwan also gave Chen Zhongwo face when she was outside and almost never tried to sabotage him. The tigress snorted coldly, "You two eyesores, get out of my sight right now." Chen Zhongwo. Chen Lang. As soon as the 2 men who were at odds with each other left the house, their expressions immediately changed. Chen Zhongwo was the first to speak, "Let's go and have a drink." Chen Lang patted his chest and said, "Sauna, bath, and foot massage are all included. I promise to arrange everything clearly." Chen Zhongwo covered Chen Lang's mouth, turned around to look at him, and said angrily, "You little bastard, keep your voice down." Chen Lang broke free from the old man's hand, put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Stop pretending. Just tell me whether you're going or not." Chen Zhongwo pressed on, "Is it reliable?" Chen Lang smiled knowingly, "My son is in charge, so I can rest assured." The father and son first had a small barbecue, then found a place to take a bath, and Chen Lang found 2 girls to massage his feet. The old man's face turned red from being pinched, because the girl who was massaging his feet had worked in the fields with adults when she was a child, and her hands were very strong. Chen Lang had long seen through his father Chen Zhongwo. He was a typical thief with the intention of stealing but not the courage, and he also had a strong curiosity. Of course, Chen Lang didn't dare to dig ditches on Tai Sui or dance in front of a grave, so he naturally went to a formal place. The old man, who was almost helped out, took a breath of fresh air and squinted his eyes in ecstasy, comfortable tilde. At this time, cinema chains have not yet been reformed, private capital has not yet entered the market, and there is no such thing as roadshows when new movies are released. After the premiere press conference, the main work of the crew basically came to an end for the time being. The next step is to pray to heaven, hoping that all previous efforts will be effective and eventually achieve good results. Of course, we must also be careful about piracy appearing too early. Although we have issued repeated orders to crack down on this kind of behavior, there are always people who turn a blind eye during the implementation process. All the reasons can be summed up in 2 words: profit. Chen Lang and the crew members of My Sassy Girl, who returned to their alma mater, were warmly welcomed by many junior and senior students. Chen Lang is now a senior student. He has decided to continue to get a diploma and become Chen Zhuangzhuang's disciple to study for a master's degree. Chen Lang is after profit, and Chen Zhuangzhuang is after fame. This tacit understanding is of great benefit to both of them. Chen Zhuangzhuang is proud to have such an outstanding student like Chen Lang. Chen Lang can also make use of Chen Zhuangzhuang's personal connections to avoid many detours in the future. My Sassy Girl is currently playing in the Beijing Film Academy's screening room. Chen Lang is looking at the freshman students in the audience, including Fan Binbin, Dong Xian, Che Xiao, Lin Jiachuan. There are quite a few promising talents. Chapter 31 Lively Birthday Party. After being screened at Beijing Film Academy, My Sassy Girl received unanimous praise from all teachers and students. The little fat girl also celebrated her 19th birthday. Compared to the quietness of last year, this year is obviously much more lively. Not only were all the people from Fanxing Entertainment present, but Fan Binbin's roommates Dong Xian, Zhang Yuti, and Che Xiao were also present. But the happiest person at this birthday party was not the chubby girl, but the extremely enthusiastic Zhu Yiwei. On the Fanxing Entertainment side, there is a situation of too many people and too little talent. Zhu Yiwei, the youngest, and Zhang Sungwen and Heibo, who are still single, are naturally anxious when they see others getting together. To everyone's surprise, over the past month, assistant Lin Jiling has had the best relationship with Wang Bo. Wang Bo, an old veteran of Fanqing Entertainment, played an important role in helping Lin Jiling integrate into the new environment. Lin Jiling's cry of brother. Wang Bo was very happy and accepted this girl with great pride. Wang Bo already has a girlfriend, everyone calls her Xiao. She is his first love and they met when they were in school. Their relationship is unbreakable, and 7 or 8 years have passed in a flash. Xiao was not jealous that Wang Bo recognized such a girl. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that assistant Lin was after Chen Lang. Back to the birthday party, the bitchy Zhu Yiwei, with her mouth as sweet as honey, kept calling Binbin sister. Everyone knew what she was thinking. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. What bad intentions could Zhu Yiwei have? He just wants Fan Binbin to help him to get married and solve his lifelong problem. Fan Binbin jokingly asked Zhu Yiwei, who was so talkative, "Tell me, which one do you like?" Zhu Yiwei chuckled and said, "Che Xiao." Fan Binbin chuckled and said, "You have a pretty good eye, but I have to warn you, Che Xiao, you can't handle it." Zhu Yiwei still believed in Fan Binbin's judgment. After all, the latter was a serious person who had worked in large crews. Zhu Yiwei continued, "I feel like Sister Dongxian and I are a perfect match." Fan Binbin covered his mouth and laughed secretly, "You are so shameless." Zhu Yiwei said indifferently, "I hope Sister Binbin will fulfill my wish. I am sincere to you." Fan Binbin asked back, "What will you do if Xian doesn't agree?" Zhu Yiwei didn't care about face anymore, so he said, "I rely on Sister Binbin to take charge of everything." Fan Binbin exclaimed, "What a great guy. He's ready to cast a wide net and not miss any one." Later at the birthday party, Fan Binbin pointed at Zhu Yiwei and whispered to Dongxian, "Xian, what do you think of him?" Dongxian said bluntly, looking at his shifty eyes, "I know he's got some bad intentions." Fan Binbin equals, "It's not that I don't want to say good things for you, but your performance is really lame. Even if the matchmaker tied steel bars to you, you can break it." However, Fan Binbin still wanted to give it a try, so he asked Zhang Yuti beside him what he thought of Zhu Yiwei. As a result, Zhang Yu's answer was completely opposite to Dongxian's. He thought that the cool and handsome Zhu Yiwei was pretty good. As expected, there are 1,000 hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people. It is really difficult to satisfy everyone. When Fan Binbin asked this question, the two of them naturally guessed what he meant. Che Xiao came over and said, Har, Binbin is planning to introduce some partners to the sisters. Honest Fan Binbin strongly recommended, "My brother is honest and kind, and very motivated. He is a man who would rather keep his wealth within his family. Tell me if you like him or not." Dongxian laughed out loud, "It's really as good as you say. You're not kidding us, are you?" Fan Binbin chuckled, "Believe it or not, just get in touch and you'll know." Zhang Yuti said with a smile, "Since Binbin said so, I will contact him." Fan Binbin waved to Zhu Yiwei, who happily ran over, "Sister Binbin, what's up?" The four of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Che Xiao then revealed her true colors. "Binbin said you wanted to find a partner." Zhu Yiwei blushed, but still said frankly, "Sister is right, I have been single since birth, and I really want to make progress." Har tilde. That's so funny tilde. Under the attention of her four sisters, Zhu Yiwei couldn't resist and lowered her head shyly. Zhang Yuti said directly, "Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and tell me your phone number." Zhu Yiwei looked up in surprise. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the better. She immediately exchanged phone numbers with Zhang Yuti. After dinner, everyone went to KTV. During this time, Zhang Sungwen noticed that something was wrong with Zhu Yiwei and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Zhu Yiwei said excitedly, "You may not believe this, but I'm about to find my partner." Zhang Songwen, "We agreed to be friends, but you, Zhu Yiwei, actually pretended to be building a plank road while secretly attacking Chen. Heibo came over to join in the fun, tell me in detail." Zhu Yiwei proudly recounted the entire story. Heibo, with a look of disbelief, asked, "Is it that simple?" Zhu Yiwei said proudly, "It's that simple, but the revolution hasn't succeeded yet. I still need to work harder." Heibo and Zhang Sungwen looked at each other. There were only two left. Time was running out, so they had to act quickly. What was supposed to be a happy birthday party turned out to be a matchmaking meeting. Chen Lang, who knew the whole story, couldn't help but burst out laughing. When singing, Zhu Yiwei is not like Heibo and Zhang Sungwen, whose main theme is that they have the opposite sex but no brothers, and they shamelessly communicate with Zhang Yujie. Dong Xian looked at the man in the MV on the screen, who was painted with oil paint. Whether it was his voice or his figure and appearance, he was a perfect match to Chen Lang. Dong Xian couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chen, is this singer Chen Yu?" Fan Binbin said proudly, "My brother is awesome." Che Xiao and Zhang Yuti were greatly surprised. They didn't expect that the wave that was spread to China was actually an album released by Chen Lang. Of course, no one recognized Chen Lang. Firstly, everyone bought pirated tapes, and secondly, when Chen Lang was recording the MV, he was dressed wildly and unrestrained, and his real face could not be distinguished at all. Che Xiao's eyes were full of admiration, and she said enthusiastically, "Idol, give me an autograph." Dong Xian followed closely behind and said enthusiastically, "Brother, there's me, there's me." Zhu Yiwei confidently assured Zhang Yuti, "Leave the autographed photos to me. I can give you as many as you want." Zhang Yuti also said happily, "Okay, first help me get 10 signed posters." Zhu Yiwei W, "Things are a bit difficult, but I've made such a boast, so Boss Chen must help." Sometimes piracy does not always lead to bad consequences. For example, Chen Lang's song Wave has already gained a lot of listeners in China after 2 years of dissemination. 2 days before the movie, My Sassy Girl, was about to be released, Chen Lang used all the promotional methods he had prepared. The debut work of a genius director, let us wait and see. Who can reject such a sassy girl? Shock. Chapter 32, My Sassy Girl, is a box office success. The existing statistical methods for communications technology are not yet perfect. On the 5th day of the release of My Sassy Girl, Chen Lang and others were shocked to see that the cumulative box office revenue from the first 3 days was as high as 5.21 million. You should know that this number is the result of actual statistics. The reason why it is not inflated is because there is absolutely no need to do so. The current box office statistics for most movies in mainland China have always been very confusing. For example, if the box office is less than 4 million, it will definitely be reported as 5 million. If the box office is 7 or 8 million, it will be rounded up and reported as tens of millions. There are many similar operations. Let us take filming as an example, and let us exaggerate the budget. And this kind of routine operation is nothing more than to boost morale. Regarding the movie My Sassy Girl, the media naturally got wind of it and began to report on it extensively. Chen Lang, who was urgently interviewed by the Sixth Princess, naturally spoke eloquently, and his summary was inspiring: new pattern, new changes, new look. Growing up under the red flag and living in the spring breeze, young people are full of vigor, vitality and vigor. My Sassy Girl box office performance is so good that as Chen Lang's senior, Mr. Hansanya of China Film Group issued a death order. If anyone dares to use My Sassy Girl within a week, don't blame me for turning my back on you. This order is naturally intended to deter those speculators who engage in piracy business and warn them to be clear about the situation. A person's success is often not achieved overnight, it requires countless supporters. Mr. Hansanya's order is to ensure that the movie, My Sassy Girl, will not be pirated during the National Day holiday. Currently, popular movies released in China are usually under key protection within a week. My Sassy Girl extended this time by 3 days. As the director, Chen Lang was naturally very happy. After all, this was his own child, and he naturally hoped that it would grow up healthily. Chen Lang's original expectation for the movie's box office was that it would be around 10 million at most, but now it looks like it could be several million more. The publicly announced production cost of My Sassy Girl was 3 million yuan, actually 1.7 million yuan. If the box office revenue is 7 million yuan, theaters take 55% to 60%, plus a 3% basic tax and a 5% film development fund. Investors, producers, and distributors will receive 32% to 37% of the total box office revenue. Therefore, making movies is definitely a high-risk thing. At least 7 out of 10 movies will lose money, and very few can make money. Of course, in addition to box office revenue, producers can also sell movies abroad. As for how much money they can make in the end, it all depends on the quality of the work itself. This is why, at this stage, the 5th and 6th generation directors in China are trying their best to get into the 3 major film festivals, because the money they pay is still amazing. Although Chen Lang is young, strictly speaking, he can be considered a sixth-generation director. However, the newcomer Chen Lang is clearly an outlier among the sixth generation of directors and doesn't play by the rules at all. Everyone has joined this industry because they adhere to their ideals, stick to their beliefs, and pursue art. But Chen Lang actually degenerated himself and moved towards the second-rate commercial directors. Must be criticized. Harsh criticism. Criticize for the sake of criticizing. Just when everyone was filled with righteous indignation and was about to write a long article, they suddenly put down their pens, thinking that Chen Lang was still a child who had accidentally gone astray and there was still a possibility of saving him. Of course, the real situation is that these people are afraid that the damn tigress song siheyuan will make things difficult for them during the review. The higher the box office of My Sassy Girl, the more excited Feng Xiaogang, a representative of commercial directors, becomes. My way is not alone, my way is not alone. In fact, there are many different opinions about Feng Xiaogang, but Chen Lang recalled the summary of some people in his previous life. Director Feng may be known as a commercial director, but he actually has the heart of an artistic director. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made films like Assembly, Aftershock, 1942, and Youth, which are worth remembering. Unlike Feng Xiaogang, who was a latecomer, was questioned and regarded as a peasant by his peers, Chen Lang, who came from a good family, basically heard no doubts even when he made commercial films. Therefore, as long as Chen Lang does not do anything stupid in the future, his achievements will definitely surpass 99% of his peers. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more my teeth hurt. What's so great about having good parents? It's so damn sour. It's not that young people don't like watching movies, but they don't want to watch genuine movies when there are pirated copies. Mr. Hansanya's order naturally had a great deterrent effect. Throughout the National Day holiday, the box office of My Sassy Girl continued to rise and has accumulated to 18 million. Many couples, even newly married couples, walked out of the cinema, crying and laughing. The story of the movie can be summarized very simply, but the reverse chronological shooting technique, the twists and turns of the emotional entanglements, and the playful banter between their wild girlfriend and their bullied boyfriend all aroused the audience's emotions very well. Just after the National Day holiday, the box office of My Sassy Girl plummeted, and the pirated merchants, who had been eager for the sale, took action against all odds. However, director Chen Lang has no worries about this. With the mascot Hansanya as the main character, it is a foregone conclusion that My Sassy Girl will have a box office of over 20 million. What surprised Chen Lang even more was that the cinema chains in Hong Kong were the first to get impatient and wanted to release this movie. The reason is very simple. The content of the movie is very novel and no one can resist money. Chen Lang was a huge success, and Wang Bo also gained a lot of attention from female fans because of his infatuated character in the movie. Cheng Hao's performance is also remarkable, and coupled with her outstanding appearance, she is also loved by male compatriots. Also, the theme song, which was already very popular, has become even more popular now. When you walk down the street, you can hear the video stores playing this song, Meeting. Lin Jiling, who already admired Chen Lang, now followed him even more wholeheartedly. The reason was simple, it turned out that becoming famous was so easy. Lin Jiling, who had been working overtime for almost 2 months, took the initiative to find Chen Lang and said straight to the point, "If Director Chen is satisfied with my work recently, I would like to discuss becoming a regular employee early." Chen Lang smiled and said, "Your performance during this period has been quite outstanding. I agree to make you a regular employee early." Lin Jiling pressed on, "Thank you. Also, regarding my overtime, what does the company have to say? The system is static, but people are dynamic. If you work 6 days of overtime, it counts as 9 days of vacation. Congratulations, you can enjoy half a month of vacation from now on." Before Chen Lang could finish his words, Cheng Hao walked in and interrupted him. "I don't agree." Taking a deep breath, Cheng Hao continued, "Before and after the vacation, Assistant Lin will cooperate with my work for the next period of time." Chen Lang emphasized, "This is my assistant." Of course, with the development of the times, this stereotype will gradually fade, and women dress up to please themselves and show their own style. So when everyone present turned their eyes to Chen Lang, the latter smiled and said, "Have you overlooked the opinion of Binbin, the person involved?" Fan Binbin nodded frantically. He thought that at this moment Chen Lang was his mouthpiece. "Apologize if you make a mistake, after all, it's all for work. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. Just as Chen Lang was about to leave, he ran into Yang Danchen again, with Eun Hong beside him, who seemed to be smiling. "Oh my god, what have I done to myself? This is a complete disaster." Chen Lang waved calmly. "Hi, long time no see." Yang Danchen rolled his eyes and muttered, "It's been a while." Sharp-eyed Chen Lang spotted Zhao and Juan again and immediately went over to greet him. "Li Xuanhuan, hello." In the following chat, if Meng Hong hadn't blurted it out, Chen Lang wouldn't have known that the other party had known Zhao and Juan for a long time. Zhao and Juan joked, Hong played my sister in Detective Phantom before, and it has only been 10 years, and she plays my mother. How amazing it sounds." Chen Lang added with a smile, "Maybe one day, you two will still be together, playing a couple who love and hate each other." Zhao and Juan laughed heartily. "Let's wait and see." Wang Hong also agreed, "It sounds interesting." Chen Lang's idea was not a sudden impulse, but he had just returned from Hong Kong 2 days ago, where My Sassy Girl was successfully released. When Chen Lang arrived there, he specifically sought out Wang Jing to discuss and work with TVB's production team to prepare a filming plan for The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty. In Chen Lang's conception, the main characters are listed as follows. Yang Danchen plays Shi Feishuan. Fan Binbin plays Song Yuji. P.S. Mr. Chen thinks that the little fat girl is very suitable to play the cute and kind Song Yuji, while the reader thinks that the little fat girl is more suitable to play Wanwan or a certain role. Hong plays Zhu Yuyan. Zhao and Juan plays Shi Jishuan. Other artists in Fanxing Entertainment each play a suitable role. As for the protagonist Xuanlong and other important characters, they will be selected by Wang Jing and TVB. After all, when cutting the cake, the eating manners cannot be too ugly. The reason why Chen Lang wanted Wang Jing to be the director was because although the other party had a low lower limit, his upper limit was also very high, and he would not hesitate to make a movie when paid. The most important thing is that Chen Lang had never seriously dabbled in costume martial arts films in his previous life. He wanted to quietly make up for his shortcomings during the filming of The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty. Even if I don't plan to film a costume martial arts drama in the future, it doesn't mean that I can stop learning. Just to prepare for the filming of The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty, the production funds needed would start at least tens of millions. However, it is not a difficult task for Chen Lang. With such a lineup and his own connections, it is not a problem for him to help a few co-bosses promote people. Back to Full House, in addition to the above-mentioned people, there are many other handsome men and beautiful women in the show who will be familiar to you in the future. Huang Xiaoming, who plays the second male lead gentleman, Yo Minute-hyuk, is known for his 50-50 acting skills. Yang Yiquan, who played the third male lead, Shen Dongshu, was one of the first generation of the Four Beauties of the world. Xing Li, who plays the second female lead, fashion designer, Jiang Huiyuan, has always been tepid, but is the leading figure among the 1996 Golden Flowers of the Central Academy of Drama. Even the waiters and odd jobs on the set were the future famous Ning Hao. However, during this period, Ning Hao was still a college student and Chen Lang's junior brother. Chen Lang called Ning Hao over not only to help the crew, but also to let him earn some living expenses. Nowadays, photographers and filmmakers are all burning money. The equipment costs money, and the film also costs money. Not everyone. Wang Bo also said with emotion, "What is love in this world? It makes people pledge their lives to each other. Don't let it get out of your mind." Lin Jiling laughed awkwardly and said, "It seems a bit off topic. Actually, everyone has misunderstood. My admiration and worship for Director Chen far exceeds my liking for him. I went north alone to meet Director Chen, not for romance, but to realize my dream of becoming a big star in the future." After living here for a while, Lin Jiling no longer speaks in a coquettish voice like she did at the beginning. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she also wears a pair of large framed glasses without prescription to hide her beauty. Wang Bo was skeptical about Lin Jiling's words. If she really just followed him out of admiration, only a fool would believe her. He was just confused by the situation. Seeing that Wang Bo didn't believe it, Lin Jiling was angry and looked a little aggrieved, but Wang Bo's heart was unconsciously teased again. The girl's coquettish expression was really lethal. Lin Jiling analyzed, "Even if I like Director Chen, I can't be ranked. I can't compare to Boss Cheng in terms of bond, and I can't compare to Binbin in terms of favor." Hiding the key information, Lin Jiling briefly introduced herself. She had just started modeling for about a month when she met Chen Lang by chance. After careful consideration, I decided to follow my dream. But now, although I am busy and fulfilled, I feel that I am getting further and further away from my dream. Huang Bo suddenly realized and tried to stand in the other party's perspective and carefully analyze the current dilemma. Huang Bo said with emotion, "Although I don't know much about the entertainment industry in Taiwan, many of the principles are the same. It's not easy to get into any circle. As long as you are pretty, you are qualified to be a model. You know the competition better than me. But what I want to say is that with your excellent conditions, starting as a model is not a good move. Of course, I also believe that with the girl's smart brain, she will succeed in the end, but this is a complete waste of talent. There are many ways to become a big star. I'm actually quite glad that you were able to quit early, otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to meet such an outstanding sister." Lin Jiling, who was praised, smiled particularly happily because she could hear the sincerity in Huang Bo's tone. Huang Bo continued, "You may seem confused and busy these days, but if you think carefully, you've learned a lot of new knowledge." Lin Jiling nodded and replied with a smile, "I was forced to do something. Even though I didn't do some things well, I always felt like someone was pushing me to improve." Huang Bo agreed, "That's right. When you have a clearer understanding of this industry, it will be easier to find the path to success. Just like you are now laying a foundation for yourself, the more solid the foundation is, the smoother your journey will be and the higher you will climb." Lin Jiling covered her mouth and chuckled, "After my brother's analysis, I feel like I accidentally stumbled upon the right route." Huang Bo said proudly, "You can understand it this way, but don't be impatient, let's talk about Director Chen. In just 2 or 3 years, they have achieved such results, which is outstanding in the country. Although I still can't see through Director Chen, I can sense that he is quietly playing a big game. Being able to connect with Director Chen and follow his footsteps will not only make things go smoothly, but will also ensure a bright future." Lin Jiling laughed and said, "I thought I was obsessed with personality cult, but it seems my brother is even more deeply poisoned." Unconsciously, Lin Jiling's sweet baby voice came out again. Huang Bo's ears almost felt pregnant. He immediately recited the Ice Heart Sutra silently and said seriously, "Sister, when you find a boyfriend in the future, you must keep your eyes open. If you are wronged, you must tell me and I will definitely stand up for you." Lin Jiling waved her little fist, "Har har har tilde, don't worry, brother, I've practiced it before." As a veteran figure in Fanxing Entertainment, Huang Bo is definitely the most popular person in the entire company. Even Chen Lang cannot compare to him in this regard. Huang Bo is humble, has a strong heart, and is loyal in his relationships. He is willing to listen to others, keep secrets, and provide emotional value. In fact, in addition to Cheng Hao and Chen Lang, Fan Binbin, a fellow villager, also sought out Huang Bo, his close brother, to talk about his inner thoughts. It seems that Chen Lang has good luck in love, but Huang Bo is also very popular with women. Everyone has character flaws. Take Chen Lang as an example, the most obvious one is his amorousness. It is thanks to this thick skin and unique personal charm that he can withstand the situation in most cases, otherwise he would have failed early. 3 days after the filming of Full House started, Chen Lang never came again. As for the reason, everyone seemed to be able to guess. But what is Chen Lang busy with? Naturally, he is preparing for the next work. Maybe this is the loneliness of the strong. P.S. Dear readers, this shameless person should be removed and buried immediately. Change to the next one. Just a joke, just kidding. The movie, My Sassy Girl, earned more than 3 million in box office revenue in the Hong Kong film market within 10 days of its release. This is definitely a gratifying result for the new director Chen Lang. What surprised Chen Lang even more was that distributors in many Southeast Asian countries, even South Korea and island countries, showed great interest in this movie. This is a fortune for Chen Lang, and a political achievement for Mr. Hansanya. Master Hansan never imagined that his junior brother would accidentally create such an extraordinary thing. Little do people know that the real reason why the movie, My Sassy Girl, is valued by these markets is because of the majority of women. Chen Lang also inadvertently obtained the title of International Women's Friend, abbreviated as IWF. When it comes to the domestic market, Chen Lang still talks about past personal relationships, but when it comes to the international market, he plays tough. After all, when you are strong, it is weak, and when you are weak, it is strong. These are real interests, so why should you give them up? Therefore, South Korea's plan to spend 2 million to buy out the distribution fell through, and Chen Lang simply added a zero to this number. P.S. According to my personal data, My Sassy Girl was screened in mainland China that year, with approximately 5 million viewers and each ticket costing $5. The box office in Hong Kong was approximately 7 million. Chapter 35, Earning Money Outside and Spending Money at Home. Relying on the copyright and broadcasting rights of the movie, My Sassy Girl, Chen Lang went out for a while and brought back more than 30 million in foreign exchange from the foreign market. He then went back home to invest and consume it, feeling very happy. Of the more than 30 million, 10 million was used for investment, 10 million was used to buy 5 properties, 8 million was used as working capital for the company, and the remaining several million was all used to buy gifts. Director Chen eats the meat and his younger brothers drink the soup. Even Zhu Yiwei, Ning Hao, Zhang Sungguan can receive a watch worth tens of thousands of dollars, not to mention others. When Chen Lang went to buy a watch wearing a mask, he scared the sales lady. Others would compare many times before choosing a watch, but this rich man just glanced at them a few times and then bought the watch directly. So domineering. As the male and female protagonists of My Sassy Girl, Huang Bo and Cheng Hao were each rewarded with a luxury property. The third person to receive this kind of award was Lin Jiling. When she opened the file bag, she saw a large red book with nearly 200 square meters and a bunch of keys. Lin Jiling looked at him with a complicated expression. What do you mean? Chen Lang spread his hands and smiled. It's the right thing for the company to reward outstanding talents. This way, you can finally have your own home in this city. As for how to decorate it, you'll have to decide for yourself. Lin Jiling is not a fool. With her current salary level, it will take her 10 years to save up the money to buy the property she owns. Lin Jiling smiled and said to Chen Lang, "Aren't you afraid that I will cash out the house and run away?" Chen Lang stood up, patted the other person on the shoulder, and said expectantly, "It's been a while since we've worked on a new topic. This time, we're focusing on the workplace. You should prepare well." Lin Jiling's eyes flashed with wisdom as she reminded him again, "Money can be very tempting, but I'm really good at running away." Chen Lang said solemnly, "Then consider it all as hush money. Dong 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 tilde dong 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 tilde. Come in." At the company's recruitment site, after several rounds of competition, an outstanding talent named Xiaoling successfully entered the final interview. Chen Lang, who plays the role of recruitment manager, sees the interviewee walk in with big wavy hair, fiery red lipstick, a purple silk scarf tied around his neck, a double-breasted black blazer, a lace little black dress with fishnet stockings, and black high heels. "Hello, my name is Lin Xiaoling. I'd like to apply for the position of administrative assistant. Here's my resume." Manager Chen took the resume handed over by the other party, flipped through it quickly, put it on the table and said with a smile, "To have made it this far shows that you have excellent grades. So, please describe what qualities are required of an excellent administrative assistant." When facing any problem, you must maintain a stable mood. When facing various emergencies, we must maintain an optimistic attitude. They also need to have a spirit of dedication, the ability to endure hardships, and the willingness to work overtime. Manager Chen smiled and applauded, saying, "That's a very good summary. It seems you've done a lot of homework before, but you didn't mention the most important point. That is absolute loyalty, loyalty to the company, loyalty to leadership, and loyalty to one's position. You were right to remind me. It was Xiaoling who was negligent." Manager Chen pointed at the resume and said, "The work experience column is blank. I want to know some of your past experiences so that I can make a better judgment." Lin Jiling pouted. The other party was really lying with his eyes open. It was obviously a blank piece of paper, but the higher the official, the more powerful he was. Both mouths needed to eat. Lin Jiling briefly stated, "While I was studying abroad, I had some work experience. Later, when I returned to my hometown, my family introduced me to a job. I just felt that it was not suitable for me. I changed jobs not long ago and joined a new company. Unfortunately, I was fired before I even finished my internship. That's about 2.5 experiences in total." Manager Chen shook his head. "Tell me about your impression of your previous employer and why you chose to work at our company." "My impression of my former club is private and I really cannot answer that. As for why I chose to work for your company, the good benefits are one reason, but more importantly, the broad prospects for future development and the great knowledge I can learn." Manager Chen said seriously, jobs are hard to find these days. I can't just hire you based on your one-sided statement. I must conduct a thorough and responsible investigation. This topic often arises in the workplace, especially for the key position of administrative assistant. Before coming here, Lin Xiaoling had already made sufficient mental preparations and smiled and said, I will prove to you that I am capable of doing this job. After a while, the other party finally impressed Manager Chen with his unremitting efforts. Manager Chen stroked the girl's hair and said with a smile, Congratulations, Xiaoling, on passing this interview. Let's work together and forge ahead for the company's development. After completing her workplace research, Lin Jiling helplessly complained, Director Chen, you're so mean. Chen Lang chuckled, how am I being mean? I'm clearly helping you improve your acting skills. When you encounter urban white-collar roles in the future, you can directly perform on camera. Lin Jiling said mischievously, you are really bad. You only know how to bully me in various ways. This versatile beauty has participated in too many of Chen Lang's personal projects, and her level of cooperation is quite amazing. She really deserves a good reward. As their boss, Cheng Hao naturally knew where Chen Lang purchased the property, and his vigilance towards Lin Jiling increased to a higher level. Cheng Hao could fully understand why the valuable property was awarded to Huang Bo. After all, the former was a veteran of the company and was very motivated. Although using money to win people's hearts may seem cliché, it is definitely effective. After all, the simpler the means, the more obvious the results. Most people in this world cannot help but be tempted when faced with real money. We all work hard in pursuit of a higher quality of life. Cheng Hao had previously thought that at least one of the properties Chen Lang purchased was for the little fat girl, but it seems he had misjudged. If Chen Lang knew what Cheng Hao was thinking, he would of course laugh out loud. Don't try to guess what a man is thinking. You will never understand it no matter how hard you try. It is certain that he will give it to the little fat girl, but not now. Feelings are feelings, but if it is just feelings, Chen Lang doesn't need to go through so much trouble. Unearned love and pursuit-based love are two completely different concepts. Chen Lang never intended to raise a canary, and he would not break its wings out of strong desire for possession. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and Chen Lang just hopes that when everyone spreads their wings and soars, they will always remember that there is a harbor where they can always dock. Chapter 36, Wandering in America. Taking half a step is a genius, taking one step is a madman. As the accompanying assistant, Lin Jiling finally realized the words, a good future, said before leaving during her time abroad. On this trip, you should see another side of Chen Lang. Lin Jiling really saw what kind of state Chen Lang was in when he went crazy. The series of shocking bets that Chen Lang signed directly with Time Warner really scared Lin Jiling. Lin Jiling couldn't imagine at the time why Chen Lang was so confident that he could complete two such harsh bets in succession. But just a week later, Lin Jiling, who was following Chen Lang, actually witnessed a miracle. A baby was born right under her nose. In just one night, that girl, see you again, in home. Chen Lang wrote down 8 super nice songs while humming them. Especially the song, That Girl, which was created in the recording studio. After listening to it repeatedly, Lin Jiling found it difficult to control her sadness and burst into tears while hugging Chen Lang. After venting her feelings, Lin Jiling assured, Chen Lang, I love you. I will never become the girl in the lyrics who is reluctant to leave you. Sister Jiling sympathetically expressed the words that had been hidden in her heart for a long time, saying that she would not hesitate even if the whole world questioned her. Lin Jiling felt very distressed. It must have been very painful for Chen Lang to compose these 8 love songs. This big boy who looks extremely cheerful buried all his sad emotions in a world where no one can find him. The big boy seems to care about nothing, but his mind is more delicate than anyone else. All the apparent coldness is actually because he is more afraid of losing than anyone else. The word love has never been spoken, and the word like has never been mentioned, but all my emotions are always silently presented in every aspect of work and life. The big boy is not fickle, he is just more affectionate than others. Lin Jiling feels very lucky and proud of her courage, otherwise she would lose the most precious thing in her life. What could Chen Lang do? He just took advantage of a few songs, but he didn't expect that he would release a heavyweight, nuclear bomb, which made Assistant Lin overflow with love. Nowadays, sad and affectionate personalities are still very popular. Handsome and melancholic boys are always loved by outstanding young ladies. Chen Lang was suffocated and even breathing became difficult, so he had to interrupt Lin Jiling's spell. Of course, if Chen Lang didn't do it, he would be doing a disservice to his calligraphy. He smiled happily and said, "You said you wouldn't leave me." The other party did not answer, but used practical actions to show his firm position. During the days of creating his second album, Chen Lang's life was extremely exciting. Sister Jiling, with her ever-changing looks, performed magic tricks to allow him to experience a wide variety of happiness. This made Chen Lang's mind run out for a while, and he couldn't think of any role he hadn't tried yet. As Assistant Lin's body continued to send out warnings, this visual feast came to a temporary end. In just half a month, Chen Lang released his second music album, Silence, after 2.5 years. Even though the senior music executives at Warner Music were not aware of the creation process of this album, after listening to all 8 songs, they were still conquered by Chen Lang's unparalleled talent. Everyone present was knowledgeable and naturally understood the immense value of Silence. It could be said that every song sung on it had a high probability of becoming a classic. Chen, any fancy words used to describe Silence are pale and powerless. Oh my god, there are so many cute little green creatures waving at me happily. Let's join hands and make the billboard tremble again. Even though the album has not been released yet, anyone with a discerning eye knows that the platinum record is just the starting point for Silence, and the diamond record is destined to be the destination of this masterpiece. Taking out Silence means that Chen Lang is invincible in this shocking gamble. Of course, Time Warner will not be disappointed, but will be more excited, which means it can make more money. The final editing rights of Hollywood movies are what many famous directors dream of and strive for. And Chen Lang, a fledgling new director, actually took it into his own hands by taking a roundabout way to save the country. The script of The Butterfly Effect was naturally taken extremely seriously by Warner Brothers, who were worried that Chen Lang would ruin such a shocking work. But as the original creator of the script, Chen Lang was extremely persistent and insisted on taking control of the crew, even if it meant that The Butterfly Effect would be shelved forever. The two parties stipulated in this bet that as long as the box office of the movie could exceed $50 million, even if Chen Lang won a big victory, he could enjoy lifetime dividends. Of course, the higher the box office of The Butterfly Effect, the higher the proportion Chen Lang will earn. In order to shoot The Butterfly Effect, Warner prepared a budget of $20 million, a standard B-level investment, and would not interfere with Chen Lang's creative process. On March 25, 2001, the 73rd Academy Awards were grandly announced in Los Angeles. China's martial arts film, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, successfully won 4 awards at this ceremony. Both director Lian and all the actors involved in the filming of the movie were extremely excited. Among them, Zhang Ziyi, who had just graduated, was so excited that she shed tears on the spot. Her great success in career has left her peers far behind. At the same time, the album, Silence, had sold over 3 million copies in just 2 months, with 4 songs ranking in the top 20 of the Billboard charts, an incredible achievement. As the creator of siheyuan, Chen Lang has also completed the preliminary preparations for The Butterfly Effect and is about to join the filming crew. The male lead of The Butterfly Effect is Reynolds, who debuted as a child star in Hollywood, had a stable career as an adult, was Scarlett Johansson's ex-husband, and was nicknamed Little Deadbeat by Houhai movie fans. The heroine is Anne Hathaway, a rising star in Hollywood who will quickly become famous with The Princess Diaries and will be severely criticized by the entire internet in the next few years. In the movie The Butterfly Effect, Anne Hathaway, who plays the heroine, will challenge many difficult roles because of the hero's constant backtracking. During the audition a month ago, director Chen Lang confirmed the role repeatedly, carefully checked it, and personally experienced Anne Hathaway's acting skills before deciding on the actress. As for why Anne Hathaway accepted the test of new director Chen Lang, the achievements of Wave and Silence played an indispensable role. Anne Hathaway was completely attracted by this talented man from the mysterious East and naturally wanted to communicate and cooperate with him. After seeing another side of director Chen, assistant Lin felt even more complicated. What went wrong? However, Chen Lang, who was only physically present but not in his heart, was attending the celebration dinner for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon with his female companion Anne Hathaway. Not long after entering, Chen Lang, accompanied by his female companion, greeted everyone with a smile. Handsome guy, congratulations. Sister Z, congratulations. Chapter 37, Wandering in America Part 2. As young people, Zhang Ziyi and Chen Lang are undoubtedly the best among their peers. With the help of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, she got a pass to Hollywood and was confirmed to star in the first mainland blockbuster, Hero. Zhang Ziyi's performance can be ranked among the top 5 among her peers in mainland China. But sometimes it is true that comparison makes one feel dreadful. Chen Lang, this oddball. His first film as a director, My Sassy Girl, grossed over 20 million in mainland China and over $40 million worldwide, of which South Korea alone contributed $20 million. He even obtained the rights to shoot Hollywood B-level movies. But compared to making movies, Chen Lang's achievements in music are even more incredible. Zhang Ziyi's lumbar disc was already prominent enough, but Chen Lang's lumbar disc looked like it had detached from his body and flown into the sky. Nowadays, singing is undoubtedly more profitable than making movies. Take Silence, for example, each copy is priced at $15. With sales of more than 3 million, the gross profit exceeded $50 million. Usually, for albums that have gone platinum or higher, the total cost of various expenses accounts for about 20% of the gross profit. The combined share of distribution and retail accounts for approximately 50% of the gross profit. The remaining 30% of net profit is divided equally between the company, songwriter, and producer. If the artist is under the company, the distribution will be carried out step by step according to the signed contract. But Chen Lang, who was almost their outlier who was caught in the same trap, had a 50-50 profit distribution after signing a contract with Warner Music. That is to say, in the past 2 months, Chen Lang has earned about $7.5 million just from the album Silence. Even after deducting various taxes, you can still put almost $4 million in your pocket. But the enthusiasm of avid music lovers for buying Silence remains unabated, which helps Chen Lang achieve one small goal at a time. Another point is that even 50 years after Chen Lang's death, as long as this album generates revenue, Chen Lang himself will benefit from it. This is the horror of music copyright. People abroad buy the genuine Silence, while people in China enjoy the benefits for free. Chen Lang is such a double standard. Of course, if any domestic colleague uses one of the songs for commercial performances without prior notice, Chen Lang would not agree. At the celebration party for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, there were also many foreign faces who came over to communicate with each other. However, Chen Lang, who was present, was somewhat out of place because these women of different skin colors were really rushing towards him. The passionate and unrestrained Hollywood actresses and models with blonde hair, blue eyes, big waves, black pearls and chocolates, even the female executives of large and small production companies all greeted Chen Lang enthusiastically. Being forced to temporarily play the roles of Houhai and Zhang Ziyi, Chen Lang's left and right bodyguards, is really a bit awkward. Not to mention Chen Lang, the person involved, who is black, white, red, green, flashy, bold and open-minded, and is even more painful than a male gynecologist. What made Chen Lang even more helpless was that when he was studying abroad, he seemed to have been too extravagant here. He would meet a familiar face every few steps. Jovovich, the future star of Resident Evil, Chen, long time no see. Charlize Theron, is this a long-term stay? Beckinsale, the future star of Underworld, Chen, how about grabbing a drink sometime? Although they had not communicated with Chen Lang many times, the sisters were really impressed and were very enthusiastic. Of course, Chen Lang is a wanderer, but his aesthetic tastes are different. Among the targets he has dated, blondes with blue eyes and big waves are his first choice, followed by chocolate sweethearts, but he has no interest in black pearls. Zhang Ziyi, who was forced to become the right protector, admired Chen Lang very much. The fact that he could be praised by so many top Hollywood actresses showed that his ability was definitely extraordinary. The other male compatriots at the scene, especially those with the same skin color as Chen Lang, were so envious that their eyes almost popped out and they gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. Bullshit. You are so boastful. As for Chen Lang himself, the smile on his face became stiff. He had barely managed to escape the sisters' pursuit and interception. Breathing in the fresh air, Chen Lang sighed with emotion. It's really hard for me to be the number one Baturu. Chen Lang lit a cigarette and smoked it while focusing his eyes on the interview not far away. Even before this year's Oscars ceremony, more than a dozen domestic media outlets came to follow up on the event. Fortunately, it lived up to expectations and became the first Chinese-language film in history to win the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film. Not only that, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was also the first film to gross over $100 million in the American film market. When facing the camera, Zhang Zi talked freely, and the smile on her lips could not be hidden at all. I knew that Zhang Zi was able to successfully join the group thanks to her generosity. Originally, director Lian chose Xu Qi to play the role of Jade Fox. It's a pity that Xu Qi was busy making money and repaying debts, so she couldn't spare too much time to participate in the filming of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The project of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon took a year from its inception to casting. After the filming officially started, Lian and the entire crew spent nearly 9 months to successfully complete the filming. This is as slow as a snail, compared to the fact that Young and Dangerous was filmed in a week and The Demon Cult Master was filmed in half a month. Xu Qi, who was initially spotted by Lian, completed the filming of 4 or 5 films during this period. So sometimes, fate is like this. You may gain something unintentionally, and lose something unintentionally. After finishing the interview, Zhang Zi came over to chat with Chen Lang again. I have established myself here. I just want to know when I can have the opportunity to work with director Chen. Chen Lang smiled and replied, if there is a suitable role, I will definitely think of you. The two smiled at each other and left. Chen Lang then took Hathaway back to their high-end villa they rented here. Chen Lang hasn't seen Hathaway for nearly a month since the last audition. Now that the film, The Butterfly Effect, is about to start shooting, as a responsible director, Chen Lang naturally has the obligation to check Hathaway's progress. Hathaway's role tonight is a stripper in a bar. One thing I have to admit is that the women on the Omei side are truly outstanding in terms of physical fitness. In Eastern culture, the concept of cause and effect and destiny has a significant influence. For example, related concepts such as Buddhism are deeply rooted in people's hearts, and many people also believe in the cycle of cause and effect, such as retribution for good and punishment for evil. At the same time, it also advocates the doctrine of the mean, emphasizes moderation, balance, and not going to extremes, tries to avoid extremism, and seeks a harmonious state. In Western culture, some situations are characterized by strong black and white, right and wrong. Especially in the interpretation of some religious doctrines, traditional moral judgments and some legal definitions, the tendency is more clear. Anne Hathaway said she didn't understand it, but was still shocked. In creating The Butterfly Effect, Chen Lang arranged for the male protagonist to suffer from amnesia 6 times and travel through time 5 times. Every time he tried to change the past, the result became worse and worse, so that in the end he killed himself, looking forward to an unknown but ideal perfect ending. All the actors selected for the filming of The Butterfly Effect knew that they were fortunate enough to be involved in a masterpiece. Of course, due to the confidentiality of the script, the only person who can know the whole story now is Hathaway, who is performing hard in front of Chen Lang. 20-year-old Hathaway is truly enviable, both in terms of figure and personal condition. Chen Lang is naturally no exception. Through his own efforts, he helped Hathaway grow faster and participate in the filming of the movie with a better attitude. Even in the dead of night, the two people were still discussing the script upstairs and sharing their thoughts with each other, not noticing that assistant Lin downstairs couldn't sleep at all. Sister Jiling was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, and taking out her anger on their husky pillow from time to time. How could this be? Hateful director Chen. Damn it, Annie, can't you be a little more reserved? All the glorious and positive images of teacher Chen in Sister Jiling's heart were shattered to pieces after Anne Hathaway appeared. Since she couldn't sleep and thought that it was still daytime in China, Lin Jiling directly called boss Chen and told him everything she knew. When Cheng Hao heard that Chen Lang had only been in contact with Anne Hathaway recently, he was not angry at all. Instead, he said with relief, okay, don't take this little thing to heart. Lin Jiling was shocked and asked in disbelief, how can this be a small matter? Chen Lang is fooling around with that bitch. Cheng Hao couldn't help but smile, and asked directly, you follow Chen Lang all day long, why can't you keep an eye on him? Lin Jiling didn't know how to respond for a moment. Should she tell Cheng Hao that her abilities were limited and she couldn't fight continuously for a long time? He told Cheng Hao that he was just an assistant and would never dare to disobey Chen Lang's decision. Why aren't you talking? Is it because the signal is bad and you didn't hear me, or have you thought of something else? In response to Cheng Hao's questioning, Lin Jiling sighed and said, then what should I do? From what I know about Chen Lang, he's just trying to have fun for the sake of novelty, you don't have to take it to heart. I forgot to tell you that when Chen Lang was studying abroad, he had even crazier things than this. He even slept with almost every top Hollywood star you think is beautiful. Cheng Hao had his own purpose in giving this reminder, which was to indirectly tell Lin Jiling that it would be best to withdraw in time. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jiling began to reflect on what Cheng Hao had just said, and then she smiled intriguingly. The next day, Chen Lang met Lin Jiling. The latter acted as if she knew nothing. She even greeted Anne Hathaway with a smile when she saw her. It was because Lin Jiling behaved too normally that Hathaway felt something was wrong. What on earth happened? There are always people who promote the differences between Eastern and Western aesthetics, but the reality is that there is really no difference between the two sides. Eastern and Western aesthetics actually have a lot in common in some aspects. At the most basic level, the aesthetic perception of the human body itself is extremely similar. For example, when it comes to human body proportions, both the East and the West tend to believe that a well-proportioned body is beautiful. On this point, whether it is the ancient Greeks' pursuit of perfect proportions of the human body or the harmonious display of human form in traditional Eastern painting art, they all lead to the same goal. Hathaway was a little envious of Lin Kai-ling's face, figure, temperament, and image, especially her curvy figure. If such a beauty said that she had no emotional connection with Chen Lang, Hathaway would definitely dig out her eyeballs and examine them carefully to see if she was blind. Some things don't need to be said out loud. Even if the languages are different, both parties can basically understand the meaning conveyed by the eyes. Apart from the most basic etiquette, Lin Jiling completely and calmly ignored Anne Hathaway. Anne Hathaway is also happy to maintain this status quo and try not to communicate with each other. It was in this strange atmosphere that the crew of The Butterfly Effect officially started filming. The sunny and cheerful boy Xiao Zhenjian was almost tortured into depression by the inhumane director Chen. It was simply because Xiao Zhenjian's previous understanding of the character Ivan did not meet director Chen's filming requirements. What's even more outrageous is that director Chen wants to be a little mean and convey the protagonist's complex psychological emotions through his eyes. It's too difficult. It's so painful. So Xiao Zhenjian locked himself in a small dark room and stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights. When the whole person was carried out by the staff, Xiao Zhenjian looked haggard, as if he had a different soul. But Chen Lang laughed. What he wanted was a character like Xiao Zhenjian, whose despair became deeper and deeper each time. Only in this way could the essence of the movie be perfectly presented. This is also why many senior actors have mental illnesses of varying degrees and need to seek counseling from psychologists and receive medication. When mental illness becomes severe enough, these actors may even have a tendency to leave the world, and in more serious cases, they may even act out the situation. Chapter 39, Wandering in America Part 4. The continuous high-intensity and stressful shooting has exhausted Xiao Zhenjian mentally and physically. Fortunately, when he was about to give up, he finally came to his welfare bureau. In the script of The Butterfly Effect, the male protagonist goes back to the past to change his destiny. There is a particularly heartwarming scene in which when he wakes up again, he sees a colorful world. Director Chen Lang looked at the group of beautiful girls, who looked like they were about to attend a sexy beach party. He patted the girl beside him and asked, "How about it, are you ready?" The previously decadent and empty look in Xiao Zhenjian's eyes became noticeably brighter, and he rubbed his hands with a smile. "I can't wait any longer." Xiao Zhenjian still looks quite lively. Chen Lang smiled with relief. No matter what mental illness, sadness, depression or loneliness, this old Chinese doctor can cure the disease immediately. The entire shooting scene was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. After all, who doesn't like this kind of liveliness that is comparable to the Victoria's Secret live show? Chen Lang, holding a loudspeaker, shouted passionately, "Girls, get excited." As the explosive music sounded, the girls from the Los Angeles Lakers cheerleading team unrestrainedly displayed their youth in various beautiful and wild ways. This is not only a welfare agency for Xiao Zhenjian, but also a welfare agency for all the crew members. The generous Mr. Chen directly provided a luxurious venue and delicious food. Filming was just a side job, and the anticipated party was the highlight. In the United States, various forms of parties have long been integrated into people's daily lives. When wealthy capitalists hold parties, the food is exquisite, the scenery is beautiful, and the content is naturally extremely rich. A poor Houhai can still have a great time partying with just a second-hand speaker and a few bottles of cheap alcohol. Mr. Chen, who spent public funds, directly gave a big red envelope of 500,000 mana and invited a team of beautiful cheerleaders to come and party with everyone. Assistant Lin, who was enjoying a glass of juice, sighed, "Director Chen, who comes from the East, is even more Western than Westerners. Chen Lang, the behind-the-scenes helmsman of the company, was very caring towards assistant Lin. Not only did he double his monthly salary while he was abroad, he also gave him a Sineki position in the crew during the filming of The Butterfly Effect. Lin Jiling's dream is to become a big star, so Chen Lang took advantage of the convenience in his hands and arranged a role for her in the movie. Although she only appeared on screen for 1 or 2 minutes and was just a vase, she was secretly taken care of by Mr. Chen, so the effect was naturally guaranteed. It was precisely because of this series of operations that Chen Lang spent the crew's money, allowing Assistant Lin to receive an additional subsidy of 50,000 mana. Assistant Lin can never repay Master Chen's kindness. Deadpool's image and figure are both pretty good, no wonder he is regarded by the media as Tom Cruise's successor in the future. As the camera indicator light kept flashing, the shirtless little bastard suddenly sat up from the bed, looking extremely ferocious. At this time, Hathaway, who was wearing sexy lace underwear, immediately comforted her in a panic. "What's wrong with you?" Little bitch observed the surrounding scene and looked at the beauty beside him, knowing that he had successfully traveled through time again. In this life, Hathaway not only had a healthy childhood, but also became a couple with Deadpool. They both successfully entered college, and their lives seemed to become extremely beautiful. Although Anne Hathaway is young, she has great plasticity in acting. In The Butterfly Effect, she played roles such as a low-level cashier, a school beauty, a clown girl, and a white-collar worker in the workplace. Through different outfits and Anne Hathaway's superb acting skills, if you don't look closely, you can't tell that this is the same person. The happy and excited little Deadpool gave his girlfriend, Hathaway, a big hug, and then ran out eagerly to learn more about the time travel environment. Following the camera's perspective, little Deadbeat saw in the girls' dormitory that it was full of benefits. Some people just came back from exercise and took a shower. Some are playing poker with their boyfriends. There are 3 or 5 good deals for chatting and drinking. Some people just woke up and stretched in front of the mirror. My goodness, no wonder so many young men, even those from well-off families, are willing to enter the entertainment industry to become actors. How many people can refuse such a welfare scenario? The little jerk in the camera is acting completely as himself, and the smile in his eyes can't be hidden at all. Cool. The best part is yet to come. All the extras involved in the filming of the movie gave their best and completed all the filming required by the director in no time. Chen Lang said with satisfaction, "The carnival officially begins." Some people opened champagne, some danced, and some sang and danced. The place was immediately on fire. The beautiful cheerleaders lifted up director Chen Lang and threw him into the swimming pool amid cheers. The local gangs were too unruly. Chen Lang popped his head out of the swimming pool and started looking for the culprit, but ended up finding nothing. After being tortured by director Chen for so long, they finally got the chance. Everyone who worked together naturally wanted to retaliate. Just as Chen Lang was about to go ashore, a large group of cheerleaders, led by Hathaway, joined him. Some of them held pots and pans in their hands, while others simply paddled manually and splashed water in their direction. Even if it was just a party, Chen Lang would not give up on it, firstly to promote the movie, and secondly to leave some reputation. After changing into clean clothes, Chen Lang shouted through a loudspeaker, "Hey, hey, hey tilde stop, everyone listen to me." Chen Lang began a passionate speech, telling us that there are still many patients in the world who are suffering from ALS and cannot enjoy a healthy life. Chen Lang planned the Ice Bucket Challenge to raise funds for the ALS community and help improve their plight. The Ice Bucket Challenge is simple. Participants post a video of themselves being doused with ice water, and then challenge others to join in the action. The rules of the event are that those who are invited can choose to accept the challenge within the next 24 hours or donate $100. As the initiator of the event, Chen Lang not only accepted being doused with ice water, but also donated $100 and extended an invitation to Hathaway. In modern society, a kind person with a charitable heart will naturally be respected by everyone. Everyone at the scene was moved to tears when they learned that Chen Lang had proposed this humanistic activity. "Chen, you are simply great. I'm willing to accept the challenge. Count me in." What was originally just a lively party was given more meaning due to the introduction of the Ice Bucket Challenge. Chapter 40, Wandering in America v. Nowadays, programs like home comedy videos and street entertainment games are very popular among the audience. As the current entertainment capital of the world, Los Angeles has countless strange and bizarre things happening every moment. Whenever the media reporters gathered here discovered breaking news, they would rush to report it crazily, and the relevant news would spread to the whole world in a very short time. The crew of The Butterfly Effect, even the people working behind the scenes, have a strong spirit of entertainment. The Ice Bucket Challenge proposed by Chen is not only highly entertaining, but also full of humanistic care. The party that followed became extremely lively, and some people even brought cameras from the crew over to record this joyful scene. Mike, ice is in urgent need. James, it's your turn next. Lucy, stop pulling at my pants. The chaotic dance at the party and all the funny moments of everyone were captured by the camera. $8,500 was the final amount raised for charity by the Ice Bucket Challenge. All the guests who attended the party, regardless of whether they were drenched in cold water or not, donated their own kindness. The last person named, Carly, is the captain of the Los Angeles Lakers cheerleading team. She directly expressed her desire to pass on this kindness. The most entertaining star in the NBA today is Shaquille O'Neal of the Lakers. The person Carly was about to name was the big shark who made the entire NBA league tremble. The Lakers, who are currently in the playoffs, have advanced to the Western Conference Finals with a perfect record. As the initiator of the Ice Bucket Challenge, Chen naturally hoped that the baton could be passed on. He solemnly handed the bucket to Carly and said sincerely, "I wish you success." The party ended here, but all the participants drove off in a mighty manner to donate this love to local charities. If there is a creative and talented activity, after it is accidentally spread by someone with ulterior motives, it will naturally attract the attention of a large number of paparazzi, as if sharks smell blood and swarm in. Many reporters became even more excited after learning the whole story, especially with the ready-made video, as if they saw a bunch of green manes waving at them affectionately. Local newspapers and radio stations in Los Angeles even conducted follow-up interviews with Chen, the initiator. In an interview with reporters, Chen said sincerely, "When I learned that there are still such people in this world who are suffering from ALS, I felt very sad. I thought about what I could do for them, and then I came up with the Ice Bucket Challenge." Reporter A, this is truly magnificent. On behalf of all ALS patients, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to all the warriors who participated in the Ice Bucket Challenge. Before the start of the first game of the NBA Western Conference Finals, compared to the nervousness of the entire Spurs team, the Lakers, who were playing at home, were extremely relaxed. In particular, the star player O'Neal agreed without hesitation when he was invited by Carly to participate in the Ice Bucket Challenge. In order to let more people pay attention to the charity event of Ice Bucket Challenge, O'Neal not only said that he would repay the fans with a big victory at Staples Center in front of cameras around the world, but also accepted the challenge after the game. All of O'Neal's teammates actively signed up to participate in such a meaningful activity. So before the first game of the Western Conference Finals even started, many media outlets in Los Angeles had already made harsh statements. O'Neal will use his dominance to teach Duncan what deep despair is. O'Neal himself admitted that he would accept the Ice Bucket Challenge at the end of the game. News about the Ice Bucket Challenge spread quickly around the world like a virus. When many viewers learned the significance of this challenge and the initiator of the event, they immediately cheered again. The name Chen is not only well known in America, but at least here in Los Angeles, most people are familiar with it. Since O'Neal accepted the challenge, Chen naturally also called out to him and would come to the Staples Center to witness the former's dominance. O'Neal also said arrogantly, "I will never let Chen down." As more media outlets joined in, the Ice Bucket Challenge became even more lively. As the first batch of contestants to participate in the challenge, they also used their own ways to bring their relatives and friends over. In just a few days, local ice sales in Los Angeles increased several times, and the related electricity consumption also rose rapidly. Participants in the Ice Bucket Challenge captured the wonderful moments of the challenge in their own unique way and kept them as a souvenir. Everyone benefited greatly from this entertainment carnival. The media gained positive traffic, the participants gained attention, the onlookers gained joy, and ALS patients gained attention. Of course, the first person to try something new often reaps the biggest rewards. Chen second album, Silence, which was originally a bit weak, experienced another explosion in a short period of time. According to authoritative statistics, Silence has sold nearly 8 million copies in 5 months since its release, and is only one step away from becoming a diamond record. Some new friends became fans of Chen after listening to the encouraging and positive music in the album. On the evening of May 28, Los Angeles time, in the front row of Staples Center, when Chen Lang's figure appeared on the big screen, many audience members applauded excitedly. The commentator Wei Ping, who was broadcasting the game live in China, said with a smile, "I didn't expect Chen Lang to be so popular in Los Angeles." Host Su Kun explained, "The Ice Bucket Challenge, which has swept the world in the past week, was initiated by our outstanding young director Chen Lang. Many of my friends have already watched My Sassy Girl, directed by Chen Lang, either through pirated discs or on movie channels. Some of the people who follow Chen Lang's updates also know that their idol is filming a movie in Hollywood. He is handsome, talented, sings well, and acts in movies. In addition, he is so caring that he immediately attracted a large number of fans." During this period, the thoughts of the vast majority of Chinese people were still simple and honest. They valued friendship and loyalty, treated others sincerely, had close neighborhood relations, worked diligently and steadily, and believed that they could change their current living conditions through hard work. Therefore, when it comes to behavior like Chen Lang's, there is really no voice that jumps out to accuse or criticize him. Anil fulfilled his pre-match promise with a big victory, but when he accepted the Ice Bucket Challenge, he was also disappointed by the initiator Chen Lang. Anil, who was shouting loudly, soon used the same method to let his younger brother Kobe feel the love from his brother. Everything seemed so harmonious and loving. Chapter 41, No Worries About Food and Clothing Within 20 Years. Since the outbreak of the financial crisis 2 years ago, today's internet technology companies have been living a worse life than dogs. But anyone with vision knows that the future internet will definitely create a huge wave. The Ice Bucket Challenge was just a brief episode for Chen Lang, and the filming of The Butterfly Effect is still going on. What Chen Lang didn't expect was that he had received many calls from China recently, and the other party's purpose was very clear, which was to seek investment. The album, Silence, was a big hit. Although these people didn't know exactly how much money Chen Lang made, they understood that he definitely had a lot of money. Of the two people who came to see Chen Lang, one of them had a silly look on his face, wore a pair of gentle glasses, and looked particularly kind. The other middle-aged man, wearing a pair of round-framed glasses, also looked easygoing. However, Chen Lang saw through this disguise and saw the hidden shrewdness. The middle-aged man is Li Charon's second son, named Li Zikai, and the silly man is the future famous Xiao Ge. At this time, Assistant Lin brought over the freshly brewed coffee and handed it to the two of them. Silly little brother Mar thanked him stiffly. Compared to the reserved Xiao Ge, the cheerful and talkative Li Zikai smiled and said, "Director Chen is young and promising. I really admire him." Chen Lang smiled and said, "Second young master, you are too modest. I am just lucky." Chen Lang, who was negotiating with Li Zikai repeatedly, noticed that Xiao Ge beside him seemed very reserved, and did not have the dominance of recent years. Chen Lang smiled and said to Xiao, "Don't worry, even if I buy shares, I will not interfere with the future development of the company. After all, professional matters should be left to professionals." Li Zikai also smiled and said, "Director Chen is an open person, so I will be frank. 13 million is my final offer." 2 years ago, Li Zikai invested just over $2 million to buy 1/5 of Penguin's shares. Now, 2 years have passed, and Li Zikai plans to sell it for $13 million, which is nearly 5 times the profit. He is truly an investment genius. In the past few months, thanks to the sales of more than 8 million albums of Silence, Chen Lang has also pocketed tens of millions of dollars. Combined with other income in recent years, Chen Lang cashed out all his investments and was able to barely gather $15 million in cash. Li Zikai said that this was the final bottom line, but Chen Lang naturally didn't believe it. He smiled and bargained, 12 million. I really have great sincerity. After another round of extreme tug-of-war, Chen Lang successfully took over 20% of Li Zikai's Penguin shares at a sky-high price of $12.5 million through the holding of a shadow company. After seeing them off, Chen Lang lamented, "After 3 years of hard work, we're back to where we were before liberation." Assistant Lin reminded, "Director Chen, you still have shares." Chen Lang said helplessly, "I can't cash it in, I can only look at it but can't spend it, it hurts me." "If you feel so bad, why do you still invest?" Assistant Lin, who has been helping Chen Lang manage his assets during this period, really doesn't understand why the other party wants to get involved in this mess. Moreover, in order to obtain Penguin shares, Chen Lang set up several layers of identities, which made assistant Lin unable to understand why he did so. Chen Lang did not give too much explanation. He wanted to invest in Penguin 2 years ago, but unfortunately he did not get the chance. Now he can get on board midway and basically have nothing to worry about for the next 20 years. After attending the graduation ceremony at school and finishing work on The Butterfly Effect, Chen Lang returned to China at the end of August. There hasn't been much change in Fanxing Entertainment in the past 6 months. Full House, which was simultaneously aired on more than a dozen TV stations in July, sold a total of 15 million for the first and second round broadcast rights alone. It can only be said that the male and female lead combination of Zhao Enjuan and Fan Binbin gave Cheng Hao a great advantage when bargaining with various TV stations. Of course, it is impossible for the company to survive in the first half of the year by relying solely on Full House. Fanxing Entertainment has invested in another costume drama unit TV series called Love Manual. The drama is co-starred by Fan Binbin, Wang Bo, Yang Danchen, Ren Quan and others. It is divided into 5 units: Rescuing the Wind and Dust, Green Peony, The Kite Mistake, The Little Chess Player, and The Oil Seller. It mainly tells the romance and beauty of ancient love stories. The key project of Fanxing Entertainment this year is the upcoming film, The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty, which is jointly produced by TVB and directed by Wang Jing with a total investment of 35 million yuan. Knowing that Chen Lang had returned, Cheng Hao came over immediately and gave a detailed introduction to the company's current financial situation. Since Love Manual is still in post-production, the 12 million investment cannot be recovered in a short time. The company has had various expenses over the past 6 months, and the current available funds in the account are only around 10 million. For the drama, The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty, Fanxing Entertainment invested 20 million yuan, and TVB invested 15 million yuan and provided the behind-the-scenes team, with each party taking 50% of the profits. Of course Chen Lang understood Cheng Hao's intention. If he couldn't raise the money, he would have to find a way to borrow money or get a mortgage loan. Cheng Hao said, as a matter of course, there's nothing I can do about it. This project requires too much investment, and I have a huge debt to pay for. Love Guide. I don't want to sell the overseas broadcasting rights of My Sassy Girl at a low price, so I have no choice but to come to you. Chen Lang sighed. After all this time, you still treat me like an ATM. Cheng Hao spread his hands and said, who made you, a big star, so profitable? With one album that became a global hit. If not you, who else can I turn to? Chen Lang, who only had 20 million left on hand, was really in tears. It seemed that he had to work hard to make money. Chen Lang did not tell Cheng Hao about the investment in Penguin, so as not to affect his mood. Cheng Hao, who had snatched 10 million from Chen Lang, laughed very happily and used all his skills to reward the rich man. Chen Lang, in a good mood, also began to check the confirmed cast list of The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty. The distribution of actors from Hong Kong and mainland China is basically half and half. The 5 artists in the company all got good roles. Fan Binbin plays Wanwan. Bian Bufu, played by Huang Bo. Zhu Yiwei plays the amorous young man Houhai. Several actors that Chen Lang had previously decided on have also gotten the corresponding roles. Wang Hong and Zhao Enjuan played the roles of Zhu Yuyan and Shi Zhishuan, who love and hate each other. Thanks to Fan Binbin, roommate Dong Xian got the role of Shen Luo Yang, Che Xiao played Hong Fu Nu, and Zhang Yuti played Shang Xiuxuan. The actors chosen by TVB have hardly changed from the roles they played in their previous lives. The Legend of the Twin Dragons is about to start filming. After resting in Yangjing for half a month, Chen Lang goes south to Shaxing to meet up with Wang Jing. Chapter 42: The current situation of actors. The filming location of Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty is in Shaxing. When the poet Liu Yu visited here and saw the beautiful scenery, he wrote the following poem. The roads are as straight as a rope, and the suburban gardens are as smooth as a whetstone. The mountains are like green snails, and the bridges are like bright rainbows. The most popular person in the entire crew is obviously Chen Lang. He's an international star. Idol, please sign an autograph for me. Director Chen, can we take a photo together tilde? Director Wang Jing couldn't help but envy him and said, Director Chen's popularity is no less than even that of the 4 heavenly kings. Of course, there is naturally an element of Wang Jing's flattery in this. Chen Lang's current fan base in China is mostly concentrated in high schools and universities, and cannot be compared with the 4 heavenly kings. On the other hand, in Hollywood, the 4 heavenly kings are really no match for Chen Lang, but they are also unable to catch up with Jackie Chan for the time being. If Chen Lang announces a concert, he doesn't have to worry about a dull audience, as he will definitely have a large number of fans supporting him. Perhaps it was because of Chen Lang, or perhaps it was because of the instructions from Wang Jing and TVB executives before filming started. Hong Kong actors who go north to film and mainland actors who go south are basically treated equally in terms of food and accommodation. Of course, considering the dietary issues, the crew has definitely put a lot of effort into catering. In the film and television industry, there is a tacit rule that whenever a crew is filming in a certain place, they will ask local acquaintances to help coordinate. These acquaintances are usually extremely enthusiastic and arrange the crew's needs in an orderly manner without charging any fees. In return, the person in charge of the crew will also hand over the lunchbox business to their acquaintances. Don't underestimate this business. Take the Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty as an example. The standard cost of 3 meals a day for each person is 10 plus 15 plus 15 yuan. Of course, this standard is obviously twice as much as that of an ordinary crew. The main actors and behind-the-scenes staff of the Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty crew have a total of more than 200 people, and there are an average of no less than 100 extras every day. The daily food expenses are around 10,000 yuan. The crew's filming time is about 3 months. According to the 50-50 profit distribution in the catering industry, acquaintances alone can earn at least a sweet. During the filming, the crew cannot just ask for help from an acquaintance. For example, the actor's accommodation, commuting guarantee, extras, also need help from local acquaintances. In this case, don't be reluctant to spend money. After all, if you can finish filming a few days earlier, you can save a lot of money. In the film and television industry, those who know the business can accomplish great things with little money, while those who don't are simply treated as fat sheep. The crew of the Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty will shoot according to the framework of the original novel, so the 35 million investment was originally planned to be spent on the best possible means. But even so, it doesn't mean that people like Chen Lang and Wang Jing who organized the party can't find a way to share the money. Because the cast of the Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty is here, there will always be actors who are eager to become famous and want to fight for a role, and the operation process in between is absolutely unimaginable. New actress Liu Dao successfully got the role of Dong Shu Ni through an intermediary. There are more than a dozen actors in the crew who are in a similar situation as Liu Dao. Although these actors have the ability to play the roles they have been given. But if there is no middleman, there will be no problem in finding a replacement actor for the same role. Since it is a business, there are bound to be some tricks. They're honest and responsible. Wang Jing and his companions can guarantee that this drama is not in vain and they can have another prosperous year happily. It is very difficult for an actor who does not have a financial backer, comes from an ordinary background, and has no support from noble people to make a name for himself in this era. There is another situation, that is, the actor's own network of connections cannot be ignored by others. Everyone is out there just to make a living. Newcomer Han Shui finally got the role of Shi Qingxian based on her hard power. The TVB executive who came from the north naturally saw all of this, but did not say anything. After all, the protagonists who played the roles of Xuanlong were all on his side. Compromise does not mean being spineless. In some cases, it is actually an art. Because of the filming, the mainland actors and the actors from TVB naturally had to communicate with each other. Since most of us are newcomers, we are very curious about each other's income. When Yang Yi, who plays Li Shuning, learned that Fan Binbin, who became famous with Full House, was paid 400,000 yuan for playing Wanwan, it was simply unbelievable. When Fan Binbin learned that Yang Yi's income, even if it was a salary plus performance model, and even with the travel allowance to go north, was less than 30,000, he found it even more incredible. Didn't we agree that the pay of Hong Kong actors is higher than another? Fan Binbin played Wanwan in about 20 episodes in total, with an average pay of 20,000 per episode. Even if the company split it in half, he could still get 200,000. Yang Yi plays Li Shuning, who has about 17 or 18 episodes in total, which is almost a month's worth of scenes. Although my own fame is far different from Fan Binbin's, I still have to consider the area where I live. What was most incredible to Fan Binbin was that Lin Feng, who played Ku Zhongxiong Xiaolong had not yet been aired, had much more scenes than himself, but his salary barely exceeded 6 figures. The income of TVB actors and the basic salary of second-tier artists are just enough to make a living, and the basic salary of third-tier artists is not even enough to pay the property management fee. As for the pay, for first-tier artists and second-tier artists, the former barely earns more than 10,000 yuan per episode, while the latter earns even less. Although TVB is the top entertainment company in Hong Kong, most of its actors find it difficult to support themselves without part-time jobs. Being an actor is just a job, just a means of making a living. At this moment, the filters that the artists of Fanching Entertainment once had have completely disappeared. In private, Zhu Yiwei even joked with Zhang Sungwen, "I never thought that my income could be comparable to that of TVB's second-tier artists." Zhang Sungwen said with a smile, "The rumors that TVB is squeezing out artists' pay are indeed not groundless." The actor with the highest salary in The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty was Zhao Enjuan, who played Shi Zhishuan. He received a salary of 700,000 yuan for about 20 episodes. Of course, this is also because the crew is strong enough, and they have cooperated with Fanching Entertainment. Considering the long-term development in the future, Zhao Enjuan's agency is obviously not as black-hearted as last time. Of course, it is precisely because of this kind of exploitation that the crew has enough funds to be used for scene layout, costume and prop expenses, and large-scale special effects production. As I said before, the aftermath of the financial crisis has not yet completely ended, and it is really not easy for everyone to have a bowl of rice to eat. Chen Lang privately lamented, "Even if this industry continues for another decade or so, the living conditions of the vast majority of actors will remain largely unchanged." Chapter 43 Interesting things about the crew. If we judge the costume dramas produced by TVB from the perspective of more than 10 years later, they are full of plastic texture. Look at the outfit of Xuanglong in front of you, with his hair hanging down. He looks like a street thug, and his main theme is unrestrained freedom. For TV dramas shot in mainland China, especially those shot by capable crews, the main emphasis is on rigor in costumes and props. But even so, it still does not affect future viewers from following the show, and they can even use various technological means to find obvious loopholes in it. For example, in costume dramas, a wooling car accidentally enters the market, and a cigarette lighter travels through time and space. The most amazing thing is that you can see women wearing high feet during the Three Kingdoms period. The production of film and television dramas in mainland China and Hong Kong has some common tacit understanding in some aspects, such as the common face-to-face shooting, and the smooth flow of various action moves. Even if it was to make the plot more interesting, I wouldn't think of replaying it in slow motion by turning the left hand to the right hand, and then the right hand to the left hand. The most typical memory is the broadcast of the sequel to Journey to the West. Due to the lack of time, it would rather use flashbacks and ghost-like methods than prolong the emotional entanglement between men and women. In this regard, South Korean TV dramas often have dozens or even hundreds of episodes, so even if the audience misses one or two episodes in the middle, it will not affect the continuity of the drama. To put it nicely, this slow pace is because the audience doesn't want to miss some key details. To put it bluntly, the old lady's foot binding is sour and smelly. Back to the crew of The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty. For this long costume martial arts drama, or half of a martial arts drama about cultivating immortals, if it really follows the shooting rhythm of Korean dramas, it will take at least 300 to 500 episodes to be completed. Even if the screenwriter deleted many minor details and simply glossed over some places, the overall plot would still be at least 60 or 70 episodes. Fortunately, after years of development, TVB can still handle such a large-scale filming plan with ease, and the entire behind-the-scenes team operates efficiently and smoothly. Chen Lang, who was witnessing the event, said with heartfelt emotion, "This is the core wealth left by the Hong Kong film and television industry. The development direction of the industrialization of Hollywood film and television dramas lies in the innovative role of science and technology. The development direction of the industrialization of Hong Kong film and television dramas lies in the overall coordination of the behind-the-scenes members. The skill points of the two are, one in the direction of technology and the other in the direction of coordination." But as time went on, Hollywood film and television companies absorbed many of the advantages of Hong Kong film and television companies, allowing themselves to reach a higher level. However, due to the limitations of market size, Hong Kong film and television companies gradually declined. Normally, a film or TV series requires 15 to 20 times the amount of shooting material. If you encounter a serious director like Jiang Wen, he can even shoot 50 or 100 times the amount of material. But at the set of The Legend of the Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty, Chen Lang only heard the executive director constantly urging, "Pass. Hurry up, prepare the next one." The assembly line operations, lighting, props, script supervisors, and even the actors all cooperate very well. No wonder an episode of a TV series can be shot in one day. The speed is really amazing. Chen Lang was envious of such an efficient production team and wanted to take them all away to strengthen the foundation of Fanxing Entertainment. As the director, Wang Jing basically took care of the 3 filming crews in a leisurely manner, offering some pointers at critical moments, with the main theme being to find joy in adversity. The current entertainment market in the mainland is not as prosperous as that in Hong Kong. Apart from filming, the crew members can only laugh the rest of the time. This is why there are so many couples in the film and television industry. Firstly, I lived in a desolate place for several months. Secondly, during the filming, there were many rival scenes. If the relationship doesn't heat up, people will start to suspect whether there is something wrong with your personal orientation. Chen Lang then found Wang Jing, who was directing the filming nearby, and said with a smile, "I got 10 fat sheep, let's have fun tonight." Wang Jing's eyes were bright, and he was smiling as he announced through a loudspeaker, "Attention everyone, let's work harder and finish work early so we can roast the whole lamb tonight. Yeah tilde. Got it tilde. Guaranteed to complete the mission tilde. Don't blame these people for not being excited. After all, when they open their eyes, they are filming, and when they close their eyes, they are thinking about the plot." After working non-stop for half a month, away from home and with no opportunities for entertainment, the mental fatigue is far greater than the physical strain. Having the opportunity to be happy is like a traveler walking in the desert who suddenly sees an oasis and is sure it is not a mirage. Thrilling heart, shaking hands, let's get excited, calmer. Lao Wang, the lighting engineer who had become familiar with Chen Lang recently, came over and asked with a smile, "Do you have any wine?" Chen Lang also responded with a smile, "Authentic daughter's red wine, guaranteed to be enough. I would rather offend the screenwriter than offend Mr. Deng. If you offend the screenwriter, you can change him, but if you offend Mr. Deng, you will suffer the consequences." Whether it is now or even in 10 or 20 years, the position of the crew's lighting technician is obviously irreplaceable. Being a lighting technician is a technical job, and it's one that requires a lot of experience. An ordinary-looking actor can become a beauty with the friendship of a lighting technician. The art of light and shadow is a noble person who can help actors reach a higher level. After spending a long time with this group of old smokers, Chen Lang inevitably joined them. He took the hard men handed to him by Lao Wang and took a few puffs happily. Look at the actors on the set, each of them is working hard to speed up the filming progress. Feel free to express your lines as long as the meaning is right. The performance is a bit exaggerated, but as long as the effect is good. After all, people are not machines and naturally have their own understanding of the script. As long as they do not deviate from the framework, the results of free play can even bring people unexpected surprises. As the sun was about to set, the staff who were cleaning up the set heard the sound of a 3-wheeled motorcycle coming closer and closer. In the sight of everyone, a 3-wheeled motorcycle slowly enlarged, and in the open back bed were 10 fat sheep that had just been processed. Looking in another direction, someone had already built a bonfire, and not far away a few men were unloading goods from a van. A bonfire banquet for more than 200 people is no small project. It's okay for the actors from the mainland, but many people from Hong Kong have never seen a buffet in the countryside. The busy chef, not caring about the identities of these people, shouted at the top of his voice, "Come over and give me a hand." Huang Bo rolled up his sleeves and laughed, "Here I come tilde." Chen Lang also joined the team to help. Some were building the stage, some were fetching water. A group of ancient people were busy in various ways. What a busy picture. Chapter 44, So much joy and so much sorrow. Where there are people, there is a world of its own, especially for a crew like the Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty, where people from the same place naturally form their own small circle. The whole lamb is barbecued and enjoyable, and you must drink 3 big bowls of it. Drinking from big bowls of wine and eating meat with big mouthfuls, the sumptuous meal brought the two sides closer together. Chen Lang came to the crew for vacation, for further studies, in short, not for work, so there was no need to bring assistant Lin with him. It is precisely because of this that I inadvertently give others a good opportunity to get in touch with me. Liu Dao, holding a small jar of daughter's red wine, came over to greet Chen Lang. "Director Chen, I'll toast you a glass." Liu Dao was the celebrity of this bonfire banquet. The spectacular sight of him drinking from his daughter's red wine really shocked many onlookers. Some women either don't drink at all, or when they do, they are absolutely as good as men. To make it in the entertainment industry, you naturally have to attend various drinking parties and have a large number of actresses, which will definitely amaze everyone. Chen Lang also admired Liu Dao's straightforwardness. He picked up the small jar of wine and drank with him. Tun 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 tilde tun 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 tilde. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Liu Dao drank almost half a pound of daughter's red wine in a heroic manner. After the shock, I don't know who yelled okay first. This was followed by thunderous applause for such a huge amount of Liu Dao. Chen Lang was deeply impressed and gave her a thumbs up, praising her, "Sister Dao, I admire you." Liu Dao, who had been in the spotlight, knew that his goal had been achieved, so he left according to the circumstances. This was just a small episode at the bonfire dinner, and Liu Dao was not the only one who wanted to show off. Chen Lang and Wang Jing were definitely the ones who received the most attention at the entire banquet. Even though Wang Jing's reputation in the outside world sounds a bit bad, it still does not prevent young actresses from flocking to him. After all, being appreciated by Fatty Wang means that you are not far from becoming famous, especially for a young actress who is confident in her beauty. Of course, Wang Pang's popularity is obviously not as high as Chen Lang's, their idler. Whether they are from the mainland or from Hong Kong, they all want to show their faces in front of him whenever they get the chance. As he drank, Chen Lang felt a little dizzy. Fortunately, he replaced the wine with water and no one said anything. Amidst the envy of many people, Chen Lang, who was a little shaky, was helped away by Yang Dan Chen. Of course, what everyone envied was not Chen Lang, but Chen Lang's so-called senior sister. In the crew of the Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty, it is obvious that Chen Lang has a special relationship with this senior sister. They are often seen together. Anyone with eyes can definitely guess it. As for Fan Binbin, the top star of Fanqing Entertainment, although she was also favored by Chen Lang, her relationship with Yang Danchen was obviously different, and they were more like brother and sister. Even in front of outsiders, Chen Lang always calls her little fatty tilde little fatty, which is obviously the love that a brother has for his sister. Fan Binbin didn't show any abnormality, and his shouts of brother tilde brother seemed to confirm this speculation. However, even so, the other actresses in the crew clearly wanted to find an opportunity to establish a relationship with Chen Lang. After all, as the saying goes, he who laughs last laughs best. The reason for this is that the gap between everyone is really not on the same level. At present, some actresses in mainland China are greatly influenced by their bad atmosphere in Hong Kong and hope to marry into a wealthy family. Even though the four heavenly kings are still as popular as ever, the top actresses in the circle have no plans in this regard. To give the simplest example, a few years ago, King Leslie Chung expressed his affection for Joey Wong and Lee Jusun during filming. Unfortunately, the result was contrary to expectations. Wang Zuxian politely refused, and Lee Jusun didn't even look at her. These top beauties in Hong Kong are extremely realistic. They may seek novelty, but they must not let their dreams of marrying into a wealthy family get in the way, even if they intervene as a third party. The situation of male stars in Hong Kong 10 years ago and male actors in mainland China a few years later was extremely similar. They were neither loved by their grandmothers nor by their uncles. Especially nowadays, in the cooperation between Hong Kong film and television production and mainland channels, there is a rule that the ratio of actors on both sides must maintain a certain balance. However, this so-called balance is obviously unbalanced for male actors in mainland China, because it is unknown when this situation where women are more powerful than men will end. Haven't you seen that a few years later, in most film and television dramas, the male protagonists are Hong Kong actors, while the female protagonists are mainland actors? It's not fair. It's so unfair. Unfortunately, the nature of this world is that there is no real fairness. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Since the bonfire dinner ended, Liu Dao appeared in front of Chen Lang more frequently in the following few days. Perhaps Chen Lang's vision was quite picky, and he did not have the deepest impression of the somewhat dark-skinned Liu Dao, who was in his early 20s, as of the virtuous wife Liu or teacher Bai, who were engraved in his memory. From the smile on his face, Liu Dao seemed to sense, consciously or unconsciously, that Chen Lang was keeping a subtle distance from him. Why did this situation happen? Even with his extremely accurate sixth sense, Liu Dao still couldn't capture the key information. Liu Dao is not the only one who is familiar with Chen Lang. 18-year-old Han Shui also pops up occasionally. Unlike the environment she grew up in, compared to Liu Dao's deliberateness, Han Shui obviously has no scruples in this regard. Brother Chen, sing a song. Brother Chen, does this suit look good? The arrogant Han daughter, facing the talented, handsome and successful Chen Lang, obviously intends to make friends. Anyone with a little bit of insight can understand Han Shui's tricks. After all, a person's inherent sunderiness cannot be faked. Han Shui's outfit may seem ordinary, but the bracelet on her arm is obviously of great value. Even director Wang Jing's tone when speaking to Han Shui was different from that of everyone else. Even if Han Shui made obvious mistakes during the filming process, the executive director in charge would at most remind her of the precautions, unlike those actors who were criticized like grandsons. In the crew of The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty, there are 3 women who should not be provoked obviously: Chen Lang's senior, Fan Xing's number 1 sister, and this Han daughter. After all, there aren't many idiots who would want to lose their jobs just because they couldn't control their thoughts about a woman. Wu Zhuoxi, the handsome guy who plays Xu Xiling, did not dare to do anything inappropriate even when he was seduced by the chubby girl who plays Wanwan. Maybe it was required by the plot, or maybe Wu Zhuoxi had some concerns, but anyway it was so exciting and interesting. Brother Xiling tilde. Hearing the call of the enchantress Wanwan, Xu Xiling put on a mask of pain. Why is she here again? Chapter 45. The crew is really lively. Whoever said Fan Binbin has no acting skills, Chen Lang is the first to express his disagreement. Look at how the chubby girl interprets Wanwan's silly infatuation and the temptation she exudes inadvertently to perfection. If this isn't acting, then what is? Wanwan described in the novel has a seductive and charming appearance, skin as white as snow, like an innocent girl, as if she came from the deepest darkness, or like a rose with thorns. Her beauty is beyond that of an ordinary person. He has a bad temper, is extremely vicious, and is very cunning. He can kill people while chatting and laughing, but when it comes to love, he dares to love and hate. Fan Binbin's performance during the filming process was as if he was truly possessed by Wanwan in the novel, and his performance was extremely brilliant. You are such a bold demonic woman, you are so good at deceiving people. Today, I will destroy you. Wanwan is proficient in the magic of the devil. She dances with red silk, fusing the ultimate beauty and the ultimate evil into one, disturbing the enemy's mind and delivering a fatal blow. A gentleman does not conceal the beauty of others, nor does he praise the elegance of others. Recognizing the excellence of others is the beginning of your own progress. The martial arts instructor from Hong Kong is definitely a leader in the industry when it comes to designing action routines, and Chen Lang sincerely admires him for this. There is also the fat guy Wang Jing, who looks out of place on weekdays, but can often come up with brilliant insights when filming key martial arts scenes. Fan Binbin's performance of Wanwan has absolutely no problems with her image, and her acting skills are also excellent. Unfortunately, she has some obvious shortcomings in her martial arts scenes. After all, Fan Binbin had no systematic dance practice when he was a child. During the filming of the action scenes, he was unable to perform the big and wide movements like those actors with flexible bodies. Fortunately, the director gave me some ideas and the action director helped me. In addition, this martial arts drama has risen to the level of fantasy and even developed towards the direction of immortal heroes. When Fan Binbin performs fighting scenes, try to launch long-range attacks. Even if you encounter close combat, you can just use 1 or 2 smooth little combos to cut through it. As for why not use a substitute? Actors of this era are extremely dedicated most of the time. They will only let stuntmen do the shooting for them if they can't achieve the desired effect after their own efforts or if they really can't complete the task themselves. Everything can be turned. Jiao Juan, who plays Shi Xuan, turned the folding fan in his hand into flowers, making a group of young actresses scream in surprise. If you have never hung on a wire, ridden a horse, or even done a sword dance, you would be embarrassed to admit that you have ever filmed an action scene. Looking at the wonderful scene in front of him, Chen Lang, who was a little excited, wanted to shout loudly, "I want to be 10 of them." Chen Lang has his own aspirations, and his mind is not solely focused on picking up girls and chasing women. During the filming time, he maintained a straight posture and observed and learned carefully. What kind of people are most worthy of respect? Even though you are so capable and successful, you can still remain humble. Chen Lang's unintentional actions secretly won him a lot of good reputation. After all, no one likes to make friends with arrogant and domineering people. As the chubby girl's roommate, Dongxian whispered, "Binbin, are your brother and Yang Danchen really that kind of relationship?" The wary little chubby girl asked suspiciously, what kind of relationship are you referring to? Dong Xian asked curiously. Of course they are boyfriend and girlfriend. But I'm surprised you don't have any thoughts. Fan Binbin curled his lips and really didn't want to pay attention to this unsophisticated roommate who was stabbing him in the heart. The chubby girl asked back, Xian, you're not secretly planning to take advantage of my brother, are you? Dong Xian, after all, hadn't yet mastered the skill of remaining calm even under pressure, so she stammered, how could that be? Don't talk nonsense. The little chubby girl pressed on, how could I be talking nonsense? Even if you have a crush on my brother, there's nothing shameful about it. After all, my brother is so outstanding, and you're not the only one who has a crush on him. Chen Lang treated himself as the walking Tang monk in the crew, and few of the actresses who passed by him didn't have their eyes shining. Dong Xian said stubbornly, that's not a secret crush, it's a fan's admiration for their idol. Don't confuse the two. The chubby girl grinned wickedly, oh my, if you admire me, then you admire me. If you have a crush on me, then you have a crush on me. You don't have to explain it to me so clearly. It is not shameful to be a fan these days, and expressing one's own ideas boldly is also completely in line with the spirit of reform and opening up. Fan Binbin changed the subject and made his roommate Dong Xian ignore his own problem. As for the entire crew, who was under the most pressure? Naturally, it was Yang Danchen who was in the open, staring at Chen Lang's girlfriend, attracting countless jealous glances. When Yang Danchen received the declaration of war asking her to stay away from Chen Lang, she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. They were all adults, so why were they still playing childish games from their school days? She didn't take it seriously at all. Although the crew seemed calm on the surface, there were undercurrents behind the scenes. In the next few days, Yang Danchen, who didn't take it seriously at all, still followed his original schedule. However, their trouble Yang Danchen faces does not only come from within the crew. The number of people visiting the set has increased significantly during this period, and they come in large numbers. Zhao Yanzi, the current top actress of the young generation of small screen in mainland China, and Zhang Zi, the top actress on the big screen, met by coincidence at the door of the crew of the Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty without knowing whether they had agreed to do so. The meeting between these two people is bound to generate a lot of topics. The paparazzi stationed here seem to have smelled the scent of money and are frantically pressing the shutter buttons in their hands. Facing Zhao Yanzi, who was 3 years older than her, Zhang Zi did not speak first. Thanks to the popularity of Stephen Chow's movies, Zhao Yanzi, whose career has reached a new level, also showed great momentum. The two popular actresses were deadlocked at the door of the crew. The paparazzi who were snapping photos seemed to smell the strong smell of gunpowder in the air. The security guard in charge of guarding the door had already told Chen Lang the truth about what happened here, without any exaggeration, and described the tit-for-tat at the door. Wang Jing, who was watching the excitement, didn't mind the big deal at all. He jokingly said, this is the first wave. Brothers are still the most impressive. The purpose of this group of people coming here is naturally obvious. Seeing Chen Lang is secondary, and the main thing is to get information from Chen Lang. The two people at the door were also calm and composed. Facing the increasing number of onlookers, their expressions were calm and there was no change. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Jing, who was pushed out helplessly, came out with a smile, and the smoke-filled situation was finally withdrawn. Zhao Yanzi, whom Wang Jing obviously valued more, was the first to greet her with a smile, and Zhang Zi also put away her airs and followed closely behind. After a brief conversation, the two of them asked where Chen Lang was. The spectators in the crew watched all this with curiosity and discussed in a low voice. Oh my goodness, this is so lively. Guess what these two people are doing here? To be honest, I feel a little sorry for Yang Danchen. Damn, the pressure is too great. Chapter 46 A Simple Confrontation. The four future beauties can all be described as ruthless people. International, Zhang is good at seizing opportunities, young master, Zhu is good at grasping roles, stock god, Zhao is good at controlling herself, and talented woman, Shulazhong is good at grasping men. Every time these four people meet, there is bound to be a competition, which also provides netizens with countless big melons. In the bustling entertainment industry, what the audience wants to see is not the deep love between sisters, but pulling each other down, extreme fighting, and even tit-for-tat confrontation. Although Zhang Zi is only in her early 20s now, she is worthy of being someone who has studied abroad, and her main character is bold and unrestrained. At Chen Long's birthday party this year, Zhang Zi gave herself away as a gift. I asked how many female celebrities in a dozen years' time would dare to be so blatant. Although Zhao Yanzi is 3 years older than Zhang Zi, she has not yet evolved into a complete form and is slightly inferior in terms of yin and yang. But no matter how the two used their tricks in front of Chen Lang, the chubby girl who came over to watch the fun completely kept herself out of it and happily ate melons. In the entire crew of the twin dragons of Tang dynasty, the person who is closest to Chen Lang is not the senior Yang Dan Chen, but Fan Binbin, who calls herself his younger sister. Everyone is a tough guy. From the very beginning, Fan Binbin easily positioned herself as Chen Lang's girlfriend. Anyone who wants can grab her. She will always be her brother's favorite little fat girl. Even when Chen Lang gave away 3 properties, Fan Binbin was not jealous at all. He said, "Even if you give it to me, I don't want it. I will just stay in the courtyard and eat and drink for free." With the identity of sister, the little fat girl dares to make jokes unscrupulously in many public occasions about who might become her sister-in-law. Why is it that Yang Dan Chen in the crew is still in an awkward situation even though she often shows affection with Chen Lang unintentionally? It's because Fan Binbin, her junior, calls her senior sister. At first, people didn't care, but as time went on, some criticism would naturally arise. Even just a few days ago, Yang Danchen privately received a letter warning herself to stay away from Chen Lang. Chen Lang naturally expressed enough respect for his senior Yang Danchen, but the people in the crew only dared to do some small things behind the scenes and maintained respect on the surface. As for why Chen Lang didn't make a big announcement to the world that Yang Danchen was his girlfriend. We are all adults and we are still in the entertainment industry. We all know some things, but if we admit them personally, it means the nature of the matter has changed. Yang Danchen dreams of proving his identity, but there are several big threats around him. If things get out of control, he will be the one who suffers. So some time ago, when Chen Lang privately gave Yang Danchen the property certificate, Yang Danchen accepted it with a clear conscience. It's just a little fame, which is nothing compared to the actual benefits gained. Having enjoyed the convenience brought by his rumored girlfriend, Yang Danchen is reluctant to give it up. Moreover, before everything is settled, no outcome is predictable, and Yang Danchen does not want to quit this exciting game too early. No matter what the purpose of Zhao Yanzi and Zhang Zi coming to visit the set was, as their host, Chen Lang naturally had to do his best to be a good host. At lunchtime, Yang Danchen said she was not feeling well and did not come over, but the little fat girl actively joined in, as did Fatty Wang, who was almost ignored. When ordering, Chen Lang, as their host, took the lead and ordered 2 super hard dishes. When handing over the menu, he said, "Just order whatever you like. Don't treat me as an outsider." Fan Binbin laughed and said, "Then I won't be polite." Fatty Wang smiled and said, "Let's have a flying moon reaching and a flower in the mist." Chinese dinner parties may seem lively, but in fact there are many tricks involved. Different places have their own customs, and no one knows how they were passed down. To give the simplest example, the price of the dishes ordered by the guests should not exceed the price ordered by the host. Chen Lang ordered the most expensive item on the menu, which meant that everyone didn't need to be too polite at this dinner, and the main focus was on having fun and relaxing. After confirming the food was served and the waiter left, Zhao Yanzi asked with a smile, "I wonder when you plan to film your new drama, Junior Brother." Zhang Zi also said happily, "It has been half a year since we last met in Los Angeles. I have been looking forward to working with you." The meal hasn't even started yet, and the two of them are already competing with each other. Wang Jing and Fan Binbin, in tacit understanding, took out a handful of melon seeds and pricked up their ears to listen carefully. Chen Lang has heard the same question too many times these days. He feels helpless when being asked this question. He is such a popular person, but he is really being stared at by countless eyes. Chen Lang said perfunctorily, "I don't have any idea yet. I don't know what to make of my next film. If there's a suitable opportunity, I'll definitely contact you too." What Chen Lang said was of course a lie. Not only was he preparing to shoot Fatal ID next, but even the next movie, Source Code, was already lined up. Then I'll wait for my junior's call. I wonder if director Wang has a role suitable for me. Zhao Yanzi came to visit the set, naturally to look for resources and consolidate her image on the big screen. Although Kung Fu Soccer helped Zhao Yanzi successfully gain a foothold on the big screen. But one must move forward or else he will fall behind. In order to go one step further and get rid of her image on the small screen, Zhao Yanzi rejected invitations from TV crews one after another. Not to mention today's era, even in the past 10 years, these actors in the entertainment industry still insisted that movie stars have a higher status than TV stars. Wang Jing, who was originally eating melon seeds, didn't expect to be dragged into this. He also said perfunctorily, "Good scripts are hard to find, otherwise I wouldn't have fallen to this point and come here to film a TV series." Unlike Zhao Yanzi, who is eager to obtain film resources, Zhang Zi is full of confidence and can pick any script she wants. This is why domestic actors are eager to go to Hollywood to gain experience, and then come back to upgrade their careers immediately. The tangible benefits are so addictive. Chen Lang did not deny that this was also the reason why he went there to develop in the past 2 years. He worked hard to build up his reputation and gain bargaining chips so that he could have more say after returning. Just like Zhang Zi, who returned from Hollywood, she can hold her head high even when she goes to Hong Kong, where some people look down on mainland actors. However, this phenomenon will be completely reversed with the rapid rise of mainland entertainment. The gradual decline of the Hong Kong film market has forced the once arrogant locals to adjust their attitude and come to the mainland to seek opportunities. As the waiters brought all the dishes, the confrontation between Zhang Zi and Zhao Yanzi became more and more obvious. Especially when the two of them clinked glasses and drank, Zhang Zi deliberately only drank half a glass. Chapter 47, Breaking News, There's new news. Looking at the half glass of wine left in Zhang Zi's mouth, Zhao Yanzi said with a half smile, "Is Zi feeling unwell, or is she planning to raise fish?" Zhang Zi also sneered and said sarcastically, "I will drink first to show my respect to those I respect. A clown like you is not worthy of this." Just now, when the two of them were clinking glasses, the rim of Zhao Yanzi's glass was slightly lower than the other person's, which was why Zhang Zi refuted. Zhao Yanzi wasn't angry, but said sarcastically, "Be a good person before doing things. Don't think that just because you've achieved a little, you're superior to others and forget the basic principle of respecting your predecessors." Zhang Zi was not to be outdone and said, "Seniors with good morals are naturally worthy of my respect. I don't bother to deal with those without good morals." The tension between the two sides has been exposed, and they are just short of calling each other's names and greeting each other's ancestors. Even considering that there were other people present, Zhao Yanzi and Zhang Zi did not roll up their sleeves and engage in an epic confrontation of hair-pulling and slapping. Fan Binbin, who had been watching the scene, saw the situation about to get out of control and suddenly applauded. The impromptu performance of the two elder sisters was really wonderful. I have to admit that I am inferior to them. Don't underestimate these young people. They are all very smart and experienced in the field. In fact, when Zhang Zi and Zhao Yanzi were passionately talking to each other, they were secretly complaining in their hearts, wondering why the boss in front of them didn't stand up to stop them. As a bystander, Chen Lang naturally didn't want to get involved in this mess, not to mention that those who were just watching the fun certainly didn't mind any trouble. Wang Jing, who was standing aside, naturally maintained the same mentality. This seemingly fierce quarrel was actually just a small scene and there was nothing to worry about. As for why Fan Binbin stood up to stop it, it was because he was the youngest and was born to be a hard-working person. Of course, Fan Binbin has given us a way out. You two big sisters born in the 1970s should not embarrass yourself in front of us born in the 1980s. The confident Fan Binbin's abilities have not deteriorated after 2 years of comfortable life, and he is definitely a master at quarreling. Fan Binbin now has someone to support him, and he has become even more confident. I am invincible below the line, and I can exchange 1 for 1 above the line. It doesn't matter if I encounter a group fight, I will just laugh at you for not being able to afford to lose. Little fatty. W? Yeah. Zhao Yanzi, oh, this guy is not easy to deal with either. Zhang Zi, I am not afraid of anyone, strength is the only thing that matters. The meal ended peacefully on the surface, with everyone having their own agenda. On their way back, Chen Lang suddenly sighed, those who can take it up and let it go are all masters among masters. The entertainment industry will become more and more interesting in the future. Fan Binbin smiled and agreed, brother is my mouthpiece. These people are more shameless than each other. Even Rong Mama's needle can't penetrate them. Chen Lang also smiled and said, Madam Rong was too lenient, and you slipped through the net. Fan Binbin reminded, Jean Suor didn't escape Rong Mama's clutches either. When she parted ways with her former employer, the little fat girl would definitely be unhappy when the name Jinswoer was mentioned. Now, 2 years have passed, and Fan Binbin can make fun of himself without any burden, and he also thinks that the name is really well chosen, which makes his good brother Suo very happy. The conversation between the two is like Li Kuei and Li Gui, they have nothing in common. Chen Lang said that the little fat girl escaped the net because her future destiny line had changed. Fan Binbin stated that he was not spared, which means he admitted that he was thick-skinned and had no psychological burden. It has to be said that the actors who have made a name for themselves in this era, and even the future great poets of the Tang dynasty, have absolutely excellent psychological qualities, and their ability to withstand stress is even higher than that of psychologists. On the other hand, those who become frightened and cry like broken glass birds at the slightest sign of trouble should not be in the entertainment industry at all. When they arrived at the door of the crew, the paparazzi who had been waiting there immediately surrounded them, trying to dig out some valuable materials from Chen Lang. Chen Lang laughed and said to these familiar faces, "Don't worry, come one by one." During such a long period of time, everyone has become familiar with each other. When the paparazzi know that Chen Lang is happy, they will definitely reveal some hot news about promotions and salary increases. The reporter from the Daily News chuckled, "Director Chen, do you have anything to say about Zhang Zi and Zhao Yinzi visiting the set?" "Zhuo Wei, how can I have any ideas? My legs are on my body." Zhuo Wei, whose name was called out by Chen Lang all of a sudden, felt very happy, even though the other party was joking with him. Director Chen is joking, why not give some comments? Chen Lang didn't mind breaking a big news to the paparazzi present today. It is less than 2 months away from 2002, and the results of the selection of the For Little Flowers will probably be announced soon. As early as last summer, the concept of For Little Flowers was proposed in entertainment newspapers, and during this period, some media outlets also made analogies with the For Great Flowers of Peking opera. Today, the mainland entertainment industry is developing rapidly and has formed an industrialization trend. Chen Lang, who pretended to be a charlatan, analyzed his guesses about the candidates suitable for the For Little Beauties in a serious manner. Zhang Zi and Zhao Yinzi are on the list without any suspense. Zhu Gongzi is also among them, and the last guest name, Chen Lang predicted, is Li Xiaolu. Of course, Chen Lang also gave the reason for his prediction. Li Xiaolu debuted as a child star and won many awards for Bathroom before she reached adulthood. Anything that is banned is more likely to arouse people's curiosity. Li Xiaolu has attracted a lot of criticism because of this drama. As for why Chen Lang, who was keeping the suspense, didn't give the correct answer, that's a matter of opinion. Shu Kane, you are polite. When the opinions and candidates of the For Little Flowers were put forward, the paparazzi's hearts were excited, their hands were shaking, and they almost couldn't hold onto their old friends who were eating. Big news. This is big news. As long as the report comes out, even if the editor-in-chief does not promote the paparazzi, he should at least give them a big red envelope, which is enough for these people to help the young ladies on the streets several times. Not everyone would be grateful for the rewards from others. An insatiable paparazzi wanted to dig out more explosive information from Chen Lang. However, this paparazzi obviously didn't understand the situation. When he asked questions, he didn't notice Mr. Chen's expression and kept talking non-stop. Many colleagues couldn't stand this tactless paparazzi anymore, and they surrounded him tacitly, waving to Mr. Chen with a smile. Of course, the actions of these paparazzi are spontaneous in this era where neither grandma nor uncle loves them. Not only did Master Chen not despise them, he even called them by their names and occasionally even sent people over to bring them some food and drinks. In the eyes of Master Chen, these are just trivial matters, but in the eyes of the paparazzi, they are absolutely a great favor, and even in the cold winter, their hearts feel warm. Even Master Chen took the initiative to reveal the truth. This heavy favor can never be repaid. Chapter 48 Discussion on the For Little Flowers. The concept of For Little Flowers sparked huge discussion after Chen Lang accidentally proposed it. The first person to come back to the crew was Fan Binbin, who counted carefully on his fingers. I think Jiang Qin, Li Bingbing, Cao Ying, Wang Yang, Dao Hong, and Qin Hailu are all qualified to be selected as the For Little Flowers. Needless to say, the people mentioned by the fat girl are all familiar faces on the small screen. They are very competitive in terms of the quality of the works they have participated in and the awards they have won. Chen Lang replied with a smile, "Do you think the For Little Flowers can be selected based on the audience's familiarity with them?" As an excellent supporting role, the little fat girl raised her neck and asked back, "Isn't it?" Here's a little scientific knowledge. The so-called for little flowers not only consider the present, but also take into account future development. What's more important is that the selection of the for little flowers not only represents themselves, but also the game of forces behind them. Today's cultural center is in the north, and is mainly divided into two circles, the Beijing Circle and the Northwest Circle. However, compared with the unity of the Beijing Circle, the Northwest Circle seems a bit loose, although the latter's achievements in the forefront cannot be underestimated. But one thing we must also consider is that in the field of entertainment, culture and media, the South now has more say, such as the Mango TV that has emerged and the Southern Metropolis Weekly that has a wide audience. From a geographical perspective, this means that among the four selected young actresses, at least one should be born in the South, and there is no doubt that this person is Miss Ju. Judging from the three major art colleges in mainland China, the success rate of Beijing Film Academy and Central Academy of Drama is obviously much higher than that of Shanghai Theatre Academy. Zhao Yanzi and Zhang Zi represent the outstanding new generation of Beijing Film Academy and the Central Academy of Drama respectively, and their current achievements are enough to surpass their competitors with the same conditions. It is basically a foregone conclusion that the above three will be selected as the for little beauties. Who will get the last spot depends on who has more power and who will stand out. After hearing Chen Lang's detailed analysis, Fan Binbin was greatly shocked. At the same time, he understood his brother better and why he had strongly suggested that he should choose to go to college. Even if a person is excellent, it is as difficult for him to make a name for himself in this complicated entertainment industry alone as it is for Zhao Zilong to go in and out 7 times. Fan Binbin suddenly understood and asked with a smile, "Brother, you are not telling the truth. Who do you think is better for the last spot?" Chen Lang smiled and rubbed the little fat girl's clever head, and answered seriously, "Compared to the looseness of the Northwest Circle, the last spot must be strongly recommended by the Beijing Circle." Fan Binbin smiled and said, "So, Li Bingbing is the most likely candidate." It is true that in the past 2 years, Li Bingbing has filmed many hit TV series and won the Best Actress award at an overseas film festival for the movie Going Home for the New Year. But Li Bingbing and Li Xiaolu are in the same situation, that is, the award-winning works they participated in were not released in mainland China for some reasons. Of course, it should be said that although Li Bingbing is the #1 star of Houhai, which is currently the largest film and television entertainment company in the mainland, it is still the formal road that controls the right to speak. The big and small Wangs of Houhai can at most be considered high-level figures in the entire Beijing Circle, and there is still a certain distance between them and the core group. There is no right time, place or people to push Li Bingbing to the position of the for little beauties. Chen Lang smiled and then reminded, "Little fatty, you actually overlooked someone." Fan Binbin blinked his clear eyes and asked, "Oh? Tell me who it is." Chen Lang affirmed, "Xu Jinglei." Fan Binbin was surprised, how could it be her? It's no wonder that the little fat girl ignored this person. It's true that Xu Kainu has no works that are well known to the public at the moment. In fact, among the 4 young actresses on the list, Zhang Zi, who is only 22 years old, has incredible resources and is the rising star Tai Xuanman. The other 3 are all over 25 years old. Don't you see that Zhang Zi is surrounded by all kinds of negative news now? It's just like the situation a few years later when Liu Qianqian, in her youth, tried to catch up with her predecessors and was then brutally strangled. We are all of the same age, why should you take off first? Not to mention that you have any black material, even if you don't have any, you can fabricate a bunch of black material out of thin air. The most important thing in the entertainment industry is to become famous as early as possible, especially for female stars. Times make heroes, and the meaning of being one step ahead is self-evident. Especially people like Zhang Zi and Liu Qianqian, who have taken advantage of the dividends of the times to achieve phenomenal results that cannot be replicated at all. Chen Lang didn't keep the little fat girl in suspense and said bluntly, "Because Xu Kain is Wang Shuoror's." And who is Wang Shuoror? In the past 10 years, half of the phenomenal hit dramas shot in mainland China were based on Wang Shuoror's masterpieces. It is no exaggeration to say that he single-handedly supports half of the entertainment industry. Wang Shuoror is the core representative of the Beijing Circle. Xu Kain wants a place in the For Little Flowers by relying on her status as the girlfriend of a talented man, so those people will naturally give her face. Of course, Li Xiaolu has good connections. It can be said that 3 generations of her family are engaged in art. Her grandfather is a senior director, her grandmother is a ballet dancer, and both her parents have achieved outstanding results. Otherwise, how could Li Xiaolu be able to act when she was only 3 or 4 years old? Such a heaven-defying configuration can be called a perfect start. When Fan Binbin heard Chen Lang talk about such a complicated network of interpersonal relationships, he felt that he was worthy of growing up in a compound and had an extraordinary vision. Logically speaking, the little fat girl's family background is extraordinary compared to ordinary people, but in the eyes of these core circles, she is still an inferior existence. Otherwise, the older generation often said that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers under the feet of the emperor, and there are many talented people. Any inconspicuous one is someone that outsiders cannot afford to provoke. As if he had thought of something, Fan Binbin curiously asked, "Speaking of which, brother, have you and Li Xiaolu known each other for a long time?" It's no wonder that the chubby girl is so gossipy. After all, Li Xiaolu is fair-skinned and beautiful, with such an outstanding family background. She is almost the same age as Chen Lang. If there is no story behind this, only a fool would believe it. In fact, when Chen Lang was a child, he went to the same school as Li Xiaolu. It's a pity that Li Xiaolu, who was raised as a good girl by her family, has received countless warnings to stay away from Chen Lang, that bastard. Later, in order to prevent Chen Lang, people actually arranged for Li Xiaolu to transfer schools. It's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. Now that the little fat girl asked about the past, Chen Lang complained helplessly, "It's adults' business, you little brat, don't ask about it." Chapter 49, For Little Flowers. All parties are taking action. Reports about the For Little Flowers have been making a lot of noise these days. Although the topic was raised by Chen Lang, there was still a terrifying force that continued to push it forward, otherwise it would not have the influence it has today. At this moment, Li Chen said that he was very nervous. He was so nervous that he didn't even know how many times he had cursed Chen Lang's ancestors. As for why Li Chen was like this, it was because Chen Lang mentioned Li Xiaolu, who happened to be the person he was currently pursuing vigorously. In order to pursue his beloved girl, Li Chen traveled to Houghton a few days ago and personally picked out the stone that symbolized beautiful love from countless pebbles. But this damn Chen Lang showed up at this critical moment, and Li Chen was afraid that something bad would happen. The relationship between Li Chen and Chen Lang can be traced back to their elementary school days. At that time, Li Chen was in the 3rd grade. Suddenly one day, his cousin who was in the 1st grade came to him crying and said, "Cousin, I was bullied." An angry Li Chen went straight to Chen Lang and vowed to stand up for his cousin. However, relying on Li Chen, who was 2 years older than him, he was obviously careless. The tiger could not defeat the wolves and he was beaten by the crowd. After regrouping, Li Chen found 2 helpers and blocked Chen Lang, the bastard, after school. The process went smoothly, and Li Chen successfully stopped Chen Lang, who was traveling with only 3 other people. The result was terrible. Li Chen, who was fighting against Chen Lang alone, was obviously the one being abused. Chen Lang became famous in one battle, and from then on began his grand ambition of dominating the elementary school. Chen Lang, who was loyal at the time, had completely taken the throne of the campus leader when he was in the 3rd grade. When talking about Chen Lang's bad reputation, the big yellow dog on the roadside has the most say. After seeing this devil, it dared not bark loudly and immediately ran away with its tail between its legs, otherwise it would inevitably get kicked. Chen Lang's rise meant that Li Chen's elementary school life for the next 2 years would become bleak. Li Chen always took a detour when going to and from school, for fear of running into Chen Lang, the living ancestor, because the other party was jealous of his stunning beauty and would occasionally slap him. Although the crisp slap did not hurt, it was extremely insulting. Li Chen thought about resisting at that time, but he really could not beat this living devil. Later, when he met Chen Lang, Li Chen gave up resisting. Every time he was slapped, he would say in frustration, "Why did you hit me this time?" "Because of the school you stepped into with your right foot." "Because you're not wearing a red scarf." "Because you didn't move your face towards me." Listen, this is a reason that anyone can come up with. Fortunately, 2 years passed in a flash, and after entering junior high school, we never met again. 10 years passed in a flash. When Li Chen heard Chen Lang's name again, he felt uncomfortable and his face was burning with pain. Of course, what is more important now is that Li Chen wants to confirm his girlfriend's reaction. When Li Xiaolu was young, she was warned by her family and she transferred to another school, so she had little contact with Chen Lang. After all, according to his family at the time, Chen Lang, this bastard, would inevitably end up being a thief when he grew up. As a good girl, Li Xiaolu really hates these bad students who fight. But Li Xiaolu, who has grown up, is no longer the same person she used to be and has a completely new perspective on things. I just didn't expect that the bad student in my memory would achieve such results when he grew up. But curiosity aside, Li Xiaolu, whose personality has become stronger, thinks her ideal boyfriend is a little puppy who can be summoned at any time and dismissed at will. Of course, he can also occasionally transform into a little wolf dog. Li Xiaolu is still very satisfied with Li Chen, who is pursuing her like a lapdog. As for Qin Lang suddenly mentioning her and the chance to be selected as one of the four little beauties, Li Xiaolu was surprised and a little proud. What does this indicate? It shows that Chen Lang has good vision. If Chen Lang wanted to meet her, the arrogant Princess Li said that it would depend on his sincerity. But now, Li Xiaolu is more interested in teasing the dog in front of her. Pulling out an exquisite gift box from his pocket, Li Chen said in a flattering and sincere manner, "Xiaolu, this is a gift I personally selected after traveling thousands of miles. Open it and take a look." Li Xiaolu took the box and opened it, and saw a crystal clear heart-shaped stone. Li Chen is handsome and has many ways to pursue beautiful, rich and pretty girls, and he makes Li Xiaolu crazy. When Li Chen heard his beloved queen admit that she had no feelings for Chen Lang, he was so proud that he flew to the sky. If the little puppy doesn't show off his power, do you think Li Chen is Hello Kitty? Li Chen, who felt that he had defeated Chen Lang once, was full of energy and spirit. He said proudly that he was a man of great virtue and forgave the former's ignorance in his childhood. Li Xiaolu put away the stone and said seriously, "What do you think about the selection of the four little flowers?" Li Chen also said gently and seriously, "This selection is very important. It is closely related to our future development. We must strive for it with all our strength." Li Xiaolu nodded and agreed, "I will go back home to find the old man and discuss how to operate it." Li Chen took the initiative to open the passenger door, escorted the queen into the car, and headed towards the destination. At the same time, the actresses in the entertainment industry also took action. Some used their connections, some contacted the media, and mobilized all their personal connections to fight for a spot in the Four Little Flowers. At this time, the Beijing circle was in chaos, just like northwestern Shaanxi. The entertainment industry is not small, but not big either. You see people everywhere you look. It's a common thing. If you have connections everywhere, you will inevitably run into acquaintances, feel a little awkward with each other, and then go your separate ways. Even the candidate mentioned by Chen Lang, who was most likely to get 3 spots among the Four Little Flowers, was giving it his all at this time, fearing that his home would be stolen at the critical moment. After all, changing roles before filming starts is not uncommon in this circle. In such a lively entertainment industry, the happiest people are the newspaper media, whose sales have increased significantly during this period. One has to admit that these female stars are more crazy than each other when they start to cause trouble. They are ruthless and will expose all the secrets of their competitors. Who doesn't have 3 or 5 friends when they go out? These actors directly seek external help to promote themselves. How could Zhu Zun, that short, black potato with no good looks, be qualified to be one of the Four Little Flowers? Not everyone gets to participate in the selection of the Four Little Flowers just because they are famous. I hope the media will also consider the other person's character when voting. I just want to know who this Li Xiaolu is. What qualifications does she have to compete with Jiang Qinqin? When these sisters get angry, they will definitely get close to each other and roll up their sleeves to passionately criticize each other. After the show ends every day, the topics that the majority of the spectators talk about are related to their Four Little Flowers. Chen Lang, who made the clear proposal, naturally joined the army of spectators, and the chubby girl who knew the inside story even set up a scheme, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. Fan Binbin, the dealer, promptly reported the seeded player's odds of winning and urged Zhu Yiwei beside him, "Don't dilly-dally. Place your bets now." Chapter 50. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The odds offered by the little fat girl. Li Xiaolu is 3 times. Jiang Qinqin is 3.5 times. Xu Jinglei and several other names are mixed in the 7-9 times range. There are also several upsets with a multiple of more than 10 times the odds. Zhu Yiwei, who was constantly urged by Fan Binbin, gritted her teeth and took out 5 large tickets that she had treasured for a long time. "I have to support director Chen even at Gaudi." Seeing the other party suppressing Li Xiaolu, Fan Binbin smiled and continued to persuade, "Since you support my brother, at least give more. Even if the old secrets turn over, I will keep it a secret. Ju Yiwei is now dating Zhang Yu. Life is very tight and her small treasury has obviously shrunk. Ju Yiwei boasted, it was not easy for him to save up some money, but he was reluctant to give up the opportunity to fill his small treasury. He rummaged through their boxes and took out 5 large bills, saying solemnly, "Let me be clear, Sister Binbin can't steal all my belongings." Fan Binbin snatched the 5 large bills and promised solemnly, "Don't worry, I'm an honest man and I won't tell on anyone." Most of the filming of The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty has been completed, and Che Xiao, Zhang Yuti, Zhang Sungguan and Heibo have already finished filming and left. However, this did not pose a problem for the clever Fan Binbin. He made direct phone calls to recommend people remotely, not missing out on any of his roommates or colleagues at the company. Small bets are fun, and everyone is willing to give face to the mascot, the little fat girl, and bet as little as 3 to 500. Some, like Wang Bo, bet 3,000 on Jiang Qin and refused to join Chen Lang in supporting the goddess. However, these are not a problem at all for the little fat girl, because as of now, among the more than 20,000 chips, not a single cent is bet on Shukainv. Having successfully tricked Ju Yiwei into joining the game, Fan Binbin, who was still trying to make progress, said with a wry smile, "Who are you going to bet on, Brother Zun?" Wang Zun, born in 1974, wears a pair of gentle glasses and is an artist recently signed by Fanxing Entertainment. In his previous life, Wang Zun was a good friend of Wang Bo, a golden supporting actor, and a professional villain. As the legal representative of Fanxing Entertainment, Cheng Hao likes to sign male artists. Even when the mascot, Little Fatty, recommended Dong Xian, she was rejected. Cheng Hao's management philosophy for the company is that female artists should not sign if they can. It's not that there is any discrimination, but it is purely to avoid trouble. Outsiders don't know whether the company doesn't sign female artists, especially beautiful ones, because it is wary of Chen Lang. But signing a male artist does have many benefits. First, if the male artists are placed outside, the company can save a lot of worry. The second is that male artists can temporarily play many roles, such as movers, drivers, bodyguards, and do some physical work. The third reason is that Cheng Hao, as a woman, understands women best. In ancient times, Meng Changjun supported 3,000 guests. Nowadays, male artists of Fanxing Entertainment can get a guaranteed salary of 2,000 yuan from the company even if they have no movies to shoot on weekdays or even if they often do not come to work. You should know that this figure is definitely above the per capita income in today's urban areas. Now, in the artist department of Fanxing Entertainment, except for Cheng Hao who is a figurehead and Fan Binbin who is the mascot, the remaining 5 artists are all men. Except for Ning Hao's girlfriend Aina, the remaining 4 people in the production department are all men. When Cheng Hao went out to discuss business, he casually asked a few male artists to follow him, and he felt very at ease. Wang Zun, who was being targeted by Fan Binbin, cheerfully counted out 3 large bills from his wallet and said, "I'm betting on Qin Hailu." Qin Hailu, who won the Golden Horse Award for Best Actress, had an 8-to-1 odds. Fan Binbin took out a small notebook to record the money, happily accepted the money, and began to look for his next target. Although the chubby girl is somewhat hostile towards her senior Yang Dan-chen, it does not affect her plan to make money. Is senior free? Binbin is here, what's up? The 2 women smiled on the surface, but actually kept their distance. Yang Dan-chen, who plays Siheyuan, and Fan Binbin, who plays Wanwan, are sworn enemies who love and hate each other in the play. There are many scenes of fighting between the 2 in the play. Whether it is Yang Dan-chen or Fan Binbin, they both put in their utmost effort, just to secretly suppress the other. Especially when filming the fight scenes, if there were no staff to stop them in time, these 2 people would really be fully armed, pulling hair and clothes. Please, this is a movie, not a place where 2 people have to risk their lives. It really caused a lot of jokes. But the 2 parties involved found a suitable reason with high-sounding sound, and everything was for the filming. They are so dedicated, crazy about the drama, mad about the drama, and willing to bang their heads against the wall just to make a movie. What else can others say? Shame on you. The little fat girl naturally wanted to cheat Yang Dan-chen out of a big loss, so she was particularly enthusiastic in her sales pitch and even suggested, as long as you have a good one, you can bet on it. In order to make money, Fan Binbin worked so hard that he explained the rules, how the odds were determined, and the current information of these people. Yang Danchen was stunned after hearing this, not knowing what Fan Binbin came up with. Li Xiaolu bet 2,500. Jiang Qin deposited 2,000. Qin Hailu bet 500 as an extra insurance for herself. The little fat girl was overjoyed after extorting 5,000 yuan from Yang Danchen. Others don't know the specific situation, but the chubby girl who has unconditional trust in Chen Lang absolutely believes that Shukain, the dark horse, will definitely stand out. La tilde. The chubby girl with twin ponytails is running away happily tilde. But before Fan Binbin could be happy for long, he was blocked by Chen Lang. Seeing Chen Lang's strange smile, Fan Binbin's heart skipped a beat. He greeted him awkwardly, "Brother, what's the matter?" Chen Lang chuckled and asked, "I heard you came to Yizhuang." Fan Binbin blinked, "How did you know?" Chen Lang spread his hands and said, "Just listen to what Cheng Hao said." Of course, the chubby girl was not let go. Cheng Hao, the big fat sheep, pried a bet of 10,000 yuan from the other party. Fan Binbin said guiltily, "If there is nothing else, I have to go back and prepare to read the script. I'm just placing a bet. It won't take much time." Chen Lang directly asked for the brand name. Fan Binbin's face immediately fell. His eyes rolled around and he said mysteriously, "I'll give you half when the time comes." Chen Lang smiled and shook his head. Fan Binbin said, 40% to 60% of the profit, I'll take the lion's share. Chen Lang continued to shake his head, and Fan Binbin shook his arm and said coquettishly, 30% to 70% of the bill, my good brother, leave some soup for me. Seeing that Chen Lang still didn't say anything, Fan Binbin said firmly, "Brother, you can't be too greedy. The 20/80 split is my final bottom line." Chen Lang then said, "I'm not that kind of person either. I'll just bet 100,000 on Xu Jinglei." Fan Binbin, what tilde. Chapter 51 The Fat Girl Being Sanctioned. If you don't punish him for 3 days, he will fall off the roof. If you don't learn well when you are young, what will happen to you when you grow up? Under the death threat from Chen Lang, the big money sponsor who was involved in cheating, the dealer, who was almost bankrupt, had to admit his mistake. Holding a small notebook, Fan Binbin apologized and refunded the bettors one by one. Of course, Chen Lang didn't make things difficult for the little fat girl. In the spirit of enjoying a little gambling, he set the maximum amount to no more than 100 yuan. Everyone who received the refund felt relieved, because no matter who wins or loses, it may not be a good thing. After all, everyone will have to live together for a long time in the future. Chen Lang still bet 100 on Shukain. He couldn't let the fat girl work in vain. Chen Lang earns 800 and the fat girl earns 500? It seems that this is not the correct calculation, because an apology requires sincerity. The fat girl paid for a big meal for everyone at a cost of 2,000 yuan out of her own pocket. Although no one understood the reason, they had to be happy because someone was treating them. The fast came to an end in a flash, and the busy filming continued. In the script of The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty, as Wanwan's uncle and Zhu Yuyan's junior brother, Bian Bufu is notorious for being lustful and greedy. As for how lustful he is, Bian Bufu did not even let go of his senior sister's daughter Shan Maixian, and even had feelings for his own daughter Shan Wanjing. The sex maniac Bian Bufu naturally has inexplicable feelings for his senior sister and niece. However, Zhu Yuyan's martial arts skills are unparalleled, and Wanwan, who is even better than her master, is a genius, and her kung fu is not inferior to Bian Busu at all. As they both came from the demonic sect, Wanwan was naturally always on guard against this uncle master. After all, if Wanwan wants to pursue the supreme mystery of the heavenly demonic lore, she needs to protect her yin yuan. The demon sect has always been unscrupulous in its actions, and uses all kinds of insidious tricks with ease. The next scene to be filmed is about the seriously injured Wanwan, who is hiding to recuperate when she meets Bian Bufu, who comes to her door. Fan Binbin, who plays Wanwan, has twin ponytails, wears a charming red dress, and has bare white feet. She is incredibly beautiful. When Huang Bo, who plays Bian Bufu, casually reveals a lewd smile, people can't help but want to rush up and slap him a few times. Huang Bo doesn't look young in his 20s, nor does he look old in his 40s. His face is so versatile that he doesn't even need to wear makeup. Huang Bo, in the camera, his gaze wanders over Fan Binbin, who is sitting and regulating his breathing. Huang Bo asked with concern, "How did your niece get hurt? Tell me who hit you. I'll kill him." Fan Binbin said cautiously, "Don't worry about it, Uncle Master. Wanwan will avenge herself." Huang Bo still looked concerned and was about to step forward when the director immediately stopped him. Fan Binbin, covering his mouth to suppress his laughter, held back his breath for several seconds before apologizing awkwardly. I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Why did Fan Binbin act like this? It was because Huang Bo's obscene expression just now was so funny. Unless he couldn't help it, even though Fan Binbin is a professional actor, he still broke down. The specific reason is very simple. Fan Binbin and Huang Bo are too familiar with each other. Although they look like they are facing a formidable enemy, they always produce the effect of happy comedians. The director was also helpless about this. After all, these two were not ordinary people, and Chen Lang was watching right next to them. At this time, Wang Jing stepped forward to smooth things over, and said with a smile, "Adjust for 3 minutes." 3 minutes later, Huang Bo approached Fan Binbin and said obscenely, "Wanwan, let your uncle heal you." Fan Binbin, as if facing a formidable enemy, said, "Master, I thank you for your kindness. As for healing my wounds, that's completely unnecessary." Huang Bo was not angry at Fan Binbin's rejection, but instead carefully observed the other party's specific injuries. The person in front of him was the most outstanding disciple of the Inkui sect in the past 100 years, and with the full training of Zhu Yuyan, Bian Bufu, who was of mediocre talent, was not absolutely sure that he could subdue him. But faced with such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Bian Bufu was unwilling to give up and decided to give it a try. Fan Binbin naturally noticed Huang Bo's little movements and threatened him viciously, "If you take another step forward, don't blame Wanwan for being rude." Huang Bo said playfully, "Don't misunderstand Wanwan. Uncle sure also has good intentions. It's out in the wilderness. If someone breaks in, wouldn't it be?" Before Huang Bo finished speaking, he waved his robe and a powerful palm wind, carrying colorless and odorless powder, attacked Fan Binbin's delicate body with overwhelming force. Fan Binbin, who had been on guard for a long time, directly used the heavenly demonic technique, and the belts in the sky formed an air wall to prevent the powder from coming in. In other words, Wanwan understood the methods of the demon sect. Otherwise, if she hadn't just used such a despicable method, those with little experience would have definitely fallen into the trap. Wanwan, who was seriously injured, was naturally no match for Bian Bufu. While fighting and retreating, she was looking for a way to get rid of Bian Bufu. Fan Binbin, hanging on the wire, was swaying in the narrow space, and red liquid was sprayed out from time to time. He was so beautiful and strong. The evil Huang Bo, like a cat playing with a mouse, would occasionally touch Fan Binbin's feet and would smile in ecstasy, "My dear niece, don't struggle. Uncle Master will definitely love you well." Fan Binbin's delicate body shuddered with a chill, and she struggled desperately to break free from the evil uncle, keeping a distance from him cautiously. There was no sign of fear on Fan Binbin's face, and he tried hard not to laugh out loud. In contrast, the more professional Huang Bo completely controlled his expression and continued his performance in a serious manner. As for why the director didn't call for a pause, it was because the shot at that moment didn't capture Fan Binbin's expression at all. The director was completely giving up. Since Fan Binbin's performance in this part was not good, he gave more frontal shots to Huang Bo. Ding ding bang bang tilde. He tilde. Puff, puff tilde. After a fierce fight, Fan Binbin, whose injuries worsened, finally escaped from the clutches of Huang Bo with his ghostly lightness skills. After finishing this scene, Fan Binbin could finally breathe a sigh of relief, because it was really tiring to hold back his laughter while filming. Huang Bo came over at this time and jokingly criticized, "Hey Binbin, why are you so serious tilde?" Fan Binbin, holding his stomach, pointed at the camera and replied, "Brother Bo, please let me take it easy." Huang Bo did not respond, but came to the camera and reviewed the performance. The director who was pointing at the camera definitely had a grudge against Huang Bo, as he actually gave him several close-up shots. Huang Bo would never admit that it was him with that disgusting look on his face. Fan Binbin, the person involved, came over and said with a grumble, "Now you know how hard it was for me to endure." Chapter 52, The Crazy Chen Lang. During the filming of The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty, the TV series Love Codex, produced by Fanxing Entertainment in the first half of the year, has been released. During the evening break, Yang Danchen came over and watched TV series with Chen Lang. "Xin Yao Qin, the most beautiful courtesan in the brothel, I am already a fallen woman." Oil seller Qin Zhang said, "How can a little girl bear the consequences of this worldly situation? I think you are like the bright moon, pure and innocent. What was being broadcast on TV was the fifth unit drama of Love Encyclopedia, The Oil Seller, which tells the sincere love story between the courtesan Shen Yaoqin and the oil seller. Yang Danchen played the courtesan Shen Yaoqin, and Ren Quan played the oil seller Qin Chong. If you want to meet the most famous courtesan in linen, you need at least 10 taels of silver. Qin Chong, an oil seller who had met Shen Yaoqin once, worked hard without eating or drinking in order to see the beauty again. He finally saved up 10 taels of silver in 2.5 years. Ren Quan, who plays the oil seller in the TV show, is really handsome and elegant, and there are few actors in China who can replace his scholarly spirit. In order to see the beautiful woman he had been dreaming about day and night, the oil seller Ren Quan dressed up specially. The owner of a second-hand store boasted, "I may sell old clothes, but they look just like new when you wear them." The shy Ren Quan sincerely said that he couldn't afford it and only needed to wear it for one day. This is the same principle as female celebrities renting haute couture outfits to walk the red carpet. The oil seller paid a penny to rent an haute couture dress, dressed up carefully, took all his belongings and went to the brothel to see the beauty he had been dreaming about day and night. The brothel's madam, seeing that Ren Quan was a loyal and honest man, specifically reminded him, "If you want to see Miss Yaoqin, you must spend at least 10 taels of silver tonight." The oil seller, who had already inquired about all this, casually showed him the 10 taels of silver he had prepared. When the mama-san learned that the young man had saved money for 2.5 years without eating or drinking, she couldn't help but sigh, "There are so few men in the world as infatuated as you." Chen Lang, who was watching the drama with Yang Danchen, couldn't help but shake his head, "It's so touching. If I were an oil seller, I would change the 8-ounce weight to 7 ounces. Even when filming, she was moved to tears. When she heard Chen Lang's cold joke, Yang Danchen said in a bad mood, "You are devil." Chen Lang jokingly said, "One thought can make you a devil, one thought can make you a Buddha, angels are in hell, and demons are on earth." Yang Danchen, get lost and just focus on watching the drama. Don't talk about why an oil seller, after being exposed to wind and sun for 2.5 years, still looks as fair as a pretty boy. Don't complain about a courtesan who comes and goes every day but has no trace of worldly desires on her. The irritable Yang Danchen kicked Chen Lang fiercely, but not only did the other party not move at all, he was also restrained. Yang Danchen, the Avildor's first complaint, "Can you please just be quiet and focus on watching the drama?" Chen Lang, with a cold and stern expression, "Can't you just be more honest and watch TV seriously?" After waking up, the courtesan found out that the oil seller not only did not touch her, but also stayed with her all night. Upon learning of the expenses, the courtesan asked solemnly, "You saved every penny?" The oil seller, who dared not look directly at the courtesan, said, "I saved every penny." "How long have you been saving it?" 2.5 years. Yang Danchen, who was watching TV and wiping tears, suddenly heard Chen Lang's laughter and immediately shouted angrily, "Chen Lang, you are crazy." Chen Lang. Chen Lang was still abrupt. After all, Yang Danchen didn't know what 2.5 years meant. You have to control yourself and don't let anyone see you crying. Singing a modified version of Star Wish, Chen Lang dodged and protected his head to fend off Yang Danchen, who was throwing a pillow at him. Yang Danchen was very angry at this moment and had no mood to follow the drama. She took a pillow and used the chaotic cloak hammer technique to hit Chen Lang hard. Chen Lang realized that it was his fault, and silently endured the heavy blows, like raindrops, until the other party had vented his anger. Panting, Yang Danchen stared at Chen Lang coldly with murderous eyes and said threateningly, "You'd better give me an explanation." Chen Lang lowered his arm that was protecting his head, covered up his previous action with an awkward smile, and whispered, "Let me make it clear first, you are not allowed to do this again." Yang Danchen pinched her waist and said, "Get me a glass of water." After everything calmed down, Yang Danchen also forgot why Chen Lang suddenly went crazy and continued to devote herself to watching the drama. Those born in the 1980s and 1990s are definitely a happy generation, even though they have experienced tremendous changes of the times. Dragon Ball, Fist of the North Star, Sailor Moon, you can watch any imported anime. Jazz, pop, country, listen to all kinds of high-quality music. Costume dramas, martial arts dramas, fairy tale dramas, emotional dramas, action dramas, all kinds of high-quality film and television dramas are available for you to follow. Going to the arcade without the parents' knowledge, secretly exchanging game cards with friends, and being envied by them when I beat a level. Being chased around the yard by parents, being put in a sack by the headmaster, getting into a fight with friends. The happy times, the painful times, the times of scheming with parents and teachers, are all so nostalgic. Since its release, Love Guide has maintained a very good viewership rating in the same time period. This means that in the next few rounds of broadcasting, Fancheng Entertainment will be able to make money again. This year, Fancheng Entertainment can be said to have achieved success in both movies and TV series. Not only has the movie My Sassy Girl been a huge success in the South Korean market, but the TV series Full House also sold its broadcasting rights there at a sky-high price a few days ago. Cheng Hao, the person in charge, didn't understand why this happened, but he still happily accepted the tens of millions in revenue. Love Guide has now recovered its filming costs, and the next few rounds of broadcasting rights will all be net profits. Cheng Hao, who was full of fighting spirit, asked assistant Lin to prepare exquisite gifts and visit the crew of The Legend of the Two Heroes of Tang Dynasty. Seeing Chen Lang relaxing on the set, Cheng Hao did not feel dissatisfied with his own running around. Instead, he said with a smile, "I plan to give everyone a big red envelope before the new year." The reason for greeting in advance was because Chen Lang was going to Hollywood to film a movie in a few days. The filming of Fatal ID has been officially approved, and Warner is willing to provide $25 million in production funds. There is also the movie The Butterfly Effect, which was officially released during Christmas. Chen Lang, this idler, is destined to be busy for a while. Chen Lang smiled and asked, "How much money does the company have on its books right now?" Cheng Hao said truthfully, "After offsetting the amount I borrowed from you, there is still about 15 million left. Take out 3 million, and you can take half of it. I won't have to worry about it. As for the rest, you can arrange it as you see fit." Chapter 53, Fancheng's first 5-year plan. From the perspective of employees, they would definitely jump for excitement if they could get a dividend of 1.5 million. But from the perspective of an operator, you have to think about the future development of the company. Cheng Hao quickly worked out a preliminary distribution plan in his mind and replied with a smile, 1.5 million is too much, how about 800,000? I will donate 1 million of this as charity to people in need. The final 1.2 million will be used as everyone's year-end bonus. Chen Lang smiled and said, "Just make up your mind." The company currently has less than 20 people, so even if the pay is evenly distributed, each person can still get 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. However, this kind of big pot distribution method is obviously harmful to employees who have made significant contributions. Cheng Hao thought about it and decided that people like Wang Zun who had been working for a short time should get less, while people like Cheng Feng, director of the business department, who worked hard and ran around, should get more. Cheng Hao would not have any taboos about avoiding Cheng Feng just because he was the second brother of his uncle. In fact, many companies, during their initial development process, relied on the strong support of friends and family to gradually grow and develop. Cheng Hao had no complaints about Chen Lang, the hands-off boss. After all, he had more important things to do. Cheng Hao, the second brother, resigned from his job at the China Merchants Group and came to help when Fancheng Entertainment was just about to expand its business. Cheng Feng, who is good at speaking, has no time to find a partner for the sake of the company's development. You know, how many elderly people in the family don't worry about their children's marriage. Cheng Feng, who is already 25 years old, is still a bachelor. No matter how the family tried to persuade him, and even secretly told Cheng Hao to introduce a suitable partner to Cheng Feng, the key point was that the other party simply brushed it off by saying that they were not compatible. Just as Cheng Hao was finishing up the distribution plan, Chen Lang suddenly spoke in a serious tone, "Next, I want to talk to you about the company's development plan for the next 5 years." Cheng Hao also said seriously, "Tell me about it, I'm all ears." The development of Fancheng Garden will be able to accommodate 500 to 600 households, mainly with 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom apartments. At the same time, apartments that can accommodate 100 people will be built within the community. The community's floor area ratio is no less than 1.5. It also has a series of convenient facilities such as kindergartens and parking spaces for no less than 800 vehicles. The construction of Fancheng Yaju can accommodate 80 to 100 households. It mainly consists of 4-bedroom and 2 living room buildings, and its main feature is its elegant environment. Develop Fancheng Culture Media and build an office building of no less than 50,000 square meters. Fancheng Entertainment will be upgraded to Fancheng Culture Media, which will have multiple departments in the future, including artist department, film and television department, publicity department, etc. Listening to Chen Lang's endless chatter, Cheng Hao felt a headache and immediately interrupted him. Stop, stop, stop. Let's not talk about building a house first. What's the point of building such a large office space? Chen Lang reminded him, there can't be a second or third 5-year plan. We're all about development anyway, so why not lay a solid foundation from the start? Cheng Hao didn't object and continued to express his thoughts, but have you ever thought about how much money is needed for such a large-scale construction? Chen Lang smacked his lips and chuckled, 1 billion should be enough. Cheng Hao slapped his forehead and wondered why the other party said 1 billion yuan was so easy. Of course, Cheng Hao had no doubt about Chen Lang's ability to make money. He could only earn that much from one album, so it was just a matter of hard work. But one thing is, how can Chen Lang gather so much money in such a short time? Cheng Hao said very seriously, since you have such great ambitions, I am of course willing to go crazy with you. But planning comes first. I don't have the ability to make a lot of money, so at best I'll do my best to not hold you back. Chen Lang smiled and said, don't worry about this. After all, it's not necessary to take out 1 billion at once. Cheng Hao complained, to come up with 1 billion in 5 years is just a fantasy. Due to the limitations of my memory, there are not many English songs left for Chen Lang. At most, I can only put together 3 albums. As for Chinese songs, except for a few of them, as a person with a bottom line, Chen Lang had no intention of grabbing them, otherwise it would seem too inhumane. Things in the entertainment industry should be resolved in the entertainment industry as much as possible. After all, Chen Lang is not omniscient and omnipotent. However, the World Cup half a year later was also one of the few important turning points for Chen Lang, who still remembers it vividly. Chen Lang was confident that he could grab a few small targets from them, but he was not sure about more. After all, there was never a shortage of smart people in this world. It is simply a pipe dream to think that you can make tens or hundreds of billions of dollars from the World Cup. You really think that the bookmakers are running a charity? Like in the last World Cup, Chen Lang only made tens of millions, but he put a lot of thought into the process. Using $1 to pry $100 is indeed too ostentatious, but using $10 to pry $50 is at most considered lucky by the outside world. As for the remaining hundreds of millions, Chen Lang planned to take out a loan directly. After all, it seemed a bit out of place these days if he didn't have any debts on his shoulders. If you owe the bank 1 or 200,000, you are a grandson. If you owe the bank hundreds of millions or even billions, you are a boss. What's more, Chen Lang is not unwilling to pay it back. Chen Lang said arrogantly, I'll take care of the money, and you handle the investigation. If you need to use connections, tell me, and we'll work together. Cheng Hao laughed heartily, no problem tilde no problem, with the help of director Chen, I, Cheng Hao, will also build my own wealthy family in the future. Chen Lang would not hide anything that should be told to Cheng Hao, such as future developments. Chen Lang would not tell the other party things that he should not tell them. After all, the most unpredictable thing in this world is the human heart. Even if one day in the future, Chen Lang is kicked out by Fanxing, he can still live a free and easy life with his status as a Penguin shareholder. Your own life should be controlled by yourself, not by others. Hearing Chen Lang's great ambition, Cheng Hao's eyes lit up. He was indeed the man she had chosen. If he could be less unfaithful, he would be even more perfect. He went downstairs to get a bottle of wine and brought up 2 snacks. Cheng Hao opened the bottle himself, filled 2 glasses, and said excitedly, come on, let's have one. The reward of comradeship is more precious than so-called love. Chen Lang raised his glass and said proudly, cheers. The two of them drank like this, imagining the future and reminiscing about the past, feeling particularly relaxed. But just now, Cheng Hao's action of going downstairs was discovered by Fan Binbin, and since he couldn't sleep, he quietly came over. Dong 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 tilde. Dong 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 tilde. Hearing the knock on the door, Cheng Hao asked in confusion, who could it be at this hour of night? I'll go over and take a look. Chen Lang stood up and opened the door to see the chubby girl with a sly smile. Before Chen Lang could say anything, the agile Fan Binbin scurried into the room and exclaimed in surprise, you didn't call me when you had something good to say. Chapter 54 Liu Dao's confusion. They are discussing the company's future development plans and exchanging strong comradeship. Why are you, a mascot, coming here to join in the fun? Fan Binbin was such a beautiful girl, but before she could even stay for a moment, she was kicked out with disgust. The chubby girl who was left outside the door was completely speechless, but there was no room for negotiation and she could only leave sadly. In fact, with Fan Binbin and Yang Danchen present at the same time, Cheng Hao was still very confident in Chen Lang. After all, these two people together couldn't keep an eye on Chen Lang. Cheng Hao said that he could just find a crooked tree and hang him on it, as he was not worthy of his attention. But these are all Cheng Hao's own guesses. Chen Lang stayed in the crew not for leisure and vacation. Even though the Hong Kong crew is now in decline, the systematic experience accumulated over the years is still worth Chen Lang's serious study. Another important reason is to come here for some talented people. Now Fanching Entertainment and TVB are still in a cooperative relationship, so Chen Lang would feel embarrassed to poach employees openly. But the present does not represent the future. People go to high places and water flows to low places. When Chen Lang takes over, TVB will not find any reason to stop him. Cheng Hao stayed one more night on the set of The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty because of assistant Lin. You can't eat meat while others watch you. This is not conducive to unity. Chen Lang, who is full of talent, always finds some inexplicable happiness in the beautiful assistant Lin. Faced with such an alternative rope art, Sister Jiling, who buried her head, felt ashamed. Teacher Chen, who was full of creative ideas, always came up with new topics in different ways. Lin Jiling is a good student with excellent character and academic performance, and is willing to make progress. With the bold encouragement of Professor Chen, she has absorbed a lot of new knowledge. This is another extremely wonderful classic work, but it has no chance to meet the majority of compatriots, which is a pity. To appease the temperamental little sister, Chen Lang said mischievously, "Be good, Jiling, I'm going to check your foreign language skills first." R. Tilde. The coquettish voice was like an accelerant, making the air burn. The unique voice that I haven't heard for some time still makes my blood boil when it echoes in my ears again. This new topic is still too difficult, and it is still extremely difficult for Lin to communicate. Sometimes actresses are strange. When they first debuted, their legs were obviously straight, but as they became more famous, the shape of their legs changed. Similar things also happen to models. Is it because they wear high heels all year round and accidentally fall, so that their originally smooth corrugated skin always has new wounds covering old ones? When we go out, we all work to earn some hard-earned money to live, but we are always cheated by scumbags. It is really too difficult. Cheng Hao and assistant Lin left, along with Wang Bo and Wang Zun, who had just finished filming. After more than 2 months of filming, the crew of The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty is now more than half the size of the original crew. Liu Dao, who had recently become involved with Wang Jing, appeared before Chen Lang and whispered, "I heard someone say director Chen is going back to Hollywood soon." Chen Lang said truthfully, "That's what happened. The movie is about to be released, and I have to go and see it." Liu Dao complimented him, "Director Chen is really amazing, releasing albums and making movies at the same time." "Thank you for the compliment, I feel the same way. Being overly humble is worse than not being humble at all." Besides, Chen Lang is only in his early 20s, so it is normal for him to be a little arrogant. Looking at the man in front of him, who was obviously a young man yet so calm and experienced, Liu Dao felt as if he was seen through and didn't know how to continue speaking. Chen Lang was like a very patient angler, waiting for Liu Dao's next move. Finally unable to hold back, Liu Dao confessed, "I've been very confused lately. I don't know which direction to go next. I'd like to hear Director Chen's opinion. How about going to Hong Kong? Nowadays, mainland actors can only get a few film and television dramas, and compared with male actors, female actors are obviously more popular in Hong Kong. Of course, if you want to return, you have to pay in advance and take risks in the process, because the input and output are often not proportional. That depends on your own wishes. After all, I don't really know the real situation in Hong Kong." Chen Lang did not give a direct answer, but he did not lie to the other party either. After all, he had never been there to film a movie. Even if he had stayed there, what he saw and heard was just superficial. The reason why Liu Dao was anxious was that he was influenced by the popularity of the Four Little Beauties. Today, the number of actors mentioned by the media and even emerging internet forums has reached dozens. But Liu Dao was not among the names, which made me anxious. There is no actor who doesn't want to become famous. Liu Dao, who came from an ordinary family, has had a strong sense of crisis since an early age. Liu Dao, who has a strong character, paid a great price and successfully joined the crew of the Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty. It was also because of this opportunity that Liu Dao, who tried hard to show himself, drank 2 small jars of girls' red wine at the bonfire party more than a month ago and became the celebrity of the crew. In the following days, after many exchanges with TVB actors, Liu Dao also roughly understood the current situation of the Hong Kong film and television industry. To sum it up in 5 words, unsatisfactory. Liu Dao, somewhat unwilling to give up, successfully contacted Wang Jing again, wanting to know more. Now that Dong Shu Ni is about to be offline, Liu Dao, who is about to leave the crew, wants to hear more people's opinions. Noticing Liu Dao's hesitation, Chen Lang patiently reminded him, what others describe is not what you see. Whether you wander around or seek other methods, you must ultimately walk your own path. Those involved are often confused, but those who are watching can see things more clearly. Director Chen is right. I've gone a little crazy. Liu Dao smiled and continued, but I still want to go over and take a look, otherwise I'll never be able to untie this knot in my heart. Before I leave, I'd like to hear Director Chen's advice on what I should pay attention to. Look more, think more, talk less, and be careful when you go out. Chen Lang gave the other party 16 words, and there was no further follow-up. The opportunity that belonged to Liu Dao would be in Qianlong a year later, and there was no need for him to interfere at all. Women who can take the initiative to pick up the wine glass are mostly generous and free-spirited. Making friends with such people always has good results. Don't always think that everyone is so dirty. At least before the virtuous wife came online, Chen Lang was able to remain calm. As for the so-called Prime Minister Cao, he is nothing more than the embodiment of the will of the masses. If you have other distracting thoughts, head tilde to E. Norsier. Our Master Chen is definitely not the kind of vulgar person who is ruled by instinct. Chen Lang is determined to make Sister Dao his friend. As for when to make friends, the two of them are chatting happily at this moment. Chapter 55. Han Shui comes to ask for a song. In Liu Dao's eyes, Chen Lang is the Yu Buchuan who no one can expose. He is hardworking, capable of judging the situation, and absolutely great and righteous. In Yang Danchen's eyes, Chen Lang is a real villain like Tian Bubuan, who is extremely lustful and greedy, and always keeps his eyes on the pot while eating from the bowl. In Fan Binbin's eyes, Chen Lang is the handsome and free-spirited Ling Hu Chong, and most importantly, he is a man who dotes on his sister. In Chang Hao's eyes, although there are some similarities between the above items, it is purely coincidental. Chen Lang is Chen Lang, the unrestrained Lang. If the most popular urban romance drama among young people this year is Full House, the most talked about ancient costume martial arts drama among the general public is none other than the remake of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer by Big Beard. Chen Lang, who was chatting with Liu Dao, suddenly suggested, the remake of Swordsman was so successful, Big Beard must have other plans next. Fei Shuili and Qian Shi Bailu, Xiao Shushan Xie Yi Bai Yuan, Mr. Jin's series of representative works have an absolutely huge readership in this era. Liu Dao naturally understood the implication of Chen Lang's words and replied with a smile, indeed, Qianlong, the legend of the Condor Heroes, the return of the Condor Heroes, and even the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber could all be considered by the bearded man. Chen Lang jokingly said, now that we have a clear general direction, let's prepare carefully. When the opportunity comes, it always favors those who are prepared. Liu Dao nodded in agreement and asked with a smile, in Director Chen's opinion, which roles do you think I should focus on preparing for? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course it's true. What roles did Liu Dao play? Are Zhu in Qianlong, Han Xiaoying in The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Huang Rong in The Return of the Condor Heroes? This is of course a matter of personal opinion. After all, there are a million Hamlets in the eyes of 10,000 readers. Chen Lang did not give a direct definition of this because there are too many factors to consider. Seeing that Chen Lang did not answer, Liu Dao was not angry, he was even quite happy. It was just that before he came, he was like a headless fly, unable to tell the direction of the future. Chen Lang's mention of the bearded man undoubtedly gave Liu Dao a new idea, and the two sides ended this very pleasant conversation. My dear brother, you are so popular. There are always girls who approach you. Chen Lang, who had just returned, heard the little fat girl humming a randomly adapted song. It is impossible to find out when this trend came about, but Fan Binbin, who often hangs out with Chen Lang, has heard similar songs many times. Little fatty, you sing beautifully, sing it again. Noticing Chen Lang's half smile, Fan Binbin happily acted coquettishly to cover up the complaints he had just made. She absolutely couldn't sing, at least not in front of Chen Lang, so she carefully composed the theme song for the landlord. Chen Lang is so attractive that even if he just stands there without saying anything, there will be beautiful girls who will come up to him and talk to him. Fan Binbin felt that he was very smart. He used the identity of a girl to confuse people and at the same time deter those with ulterior motives. Do you have my looks? Do you have my fame? Are you as favored as I am? Since you have nothing, why do you want to hook up with my brother? Bartilder shameless. Chen Lang didn't even notice that this harmless little fat girl in front of him had secretly cut off so many of his marriage ties. If you want to be my sister-in-law, you have to get past me, the chubby girl. Of course, although such a little fat girl can dissuade most people, she cannot intimidate courageous challengers. Just as the two were chatting, Han Shui, who played Shi Qingxian, came over. Fan Binbin's mouth twitched at Han Shui's appearance. It was even more exaggerated than that of a big star. Not only was he picked up and dropped off by cars, but he was also guarded by strong men. Fan Binbin has seen the movie Romantic Sakura, which was released in the summer, and he is very interested in the line. It's better to give it to me than to give it to them. I'm not that bad. Isn't he one enough? I was particularly impressed. The reason why Han Shui looked for Chen Lang was very simple. She just wanted him to write a song for her. Today's stars are all pursuing multi-facet development, acting in movies, releasing albums as singers, hosting. Cross-border development is a common thing. Although Chen Lang has written few Mandarin songs, each one is a classic and many people come to listen to his songs. With Fan Binbin dumbfounded, Han Shui said sincerely, I am willing to spend 3 million to ask director Chen to write a song for me. Is 3 million expensive? It can be said that one word is worth 10,000. Stunned by Han Shui's generosity, the little fat girl looked a little fanatical. Look, this is my brother, my dear brother. I have worked so hard for so long, but I have earned less than a fraction of what others have earned. This is a matter of money. This is a matter of principle. If you want me, Chen, to write a song for you, you have to pay more. Chen Lang reluctantly said, I feel Miss Han's sincerity, but tilde. Han Shui raised the stakes again, 3.5 million, is that okay? Chen Lang smiled and said, this is not a matter of money. Han Shui said domineeringly, for million. Chen Lang hesitated and said, I'm afraid of the song I write tilde. Before Chen Lang could finish his explanation, Han Shui unleashed her ultimate killer move, 5 million. I believe in director Chen's ability. No matter what the song turns out to be, I won't regret it. Fan Binbin also joined the persuasion team and said very seriously, brother, just help them. For the first time, Han Shui cast a grateful look at Fan Binbin, hoping that the other party could say a few good words for her. More than 5 million. That depends on who it is placed on. At least in Han Shui's eyes, Chen Lang is definitely not the kind of person who would bow down for a few pieces of silver. Think about the 10 million diamond sales of the album Silence and the popularity of Meeting. If you spend 5 million to buy a song of this quality, you will definitely make a lot of money, right? Looking at the slightly agitated Han Shui, Chen Lang coughed lightly and reminded her, Miss Han, calm down first. At least show me your voice first so I can make plans for the future. Han Shui was stunned at first, and then ecstatic. What does this represent? This represents professionalism. 5 million was placed right in front of him, but he didn't even blink. With such a responsible attitude, he deserves to be famous. Such an outstanding man, such an intimate man, such a humble man, how could he not be my man? Whether in terms of age, family background, or even appearance, they can definitely be considered a match made in heaven. Under Chen Lang's serious gaze, Han Shui quickly adjusted her mentality and sang her favorite song, Floating. When the wind stops, the clouds know when love leaves, their heart knows. When it comes, you can't hide from it when it leaves quietly. After the song was over, Han Shui quietly waited for an answer. Chen Lang said, go back. I'll call you when I have some clues. Chapter 56 From Meeting to Goodbye. I've seen people active in collecting debts, but I've never seen anyone so proactive in giving money. The next day, Han Shui handed over a check for 5 million with both hands. Han Shui said happily, Director Chen, please keep it. And then there was no further news. No one asked when the song would be completed, nor did they ask about the style and content of the song. After Han Shui left, Chen Lang, who had put away the check, said supportively, "How wonderful it would be if everyone in this world were this naive and innocent." Fan Binbin came over and whispered, "Brother, why don't you give Thinking of You to him?" The little fat girl has long been accustomed to Chen Lang's abilities. He is so good at composing English songs, so this little thing is no problem for him. If Han Shui had not intervened, Fan Binbin really wanted to take the song Thinking of You for himself as soon as possible. Chen Lang Fan's track, "Scarcity Makes Things Valuable." If you hand over the song so soon, I'll be annoyed to death in the future. What you said makes a lot of sense, I really can't refute it. Fan Binbin, his wisdom gleaming, said cunningly, as the saying goes, whoever sees it gets a share. How much hush money are you planning to pay, brother? The gambling game that was set up not long ago was ruined by Chen Lang, and Fan Binbin suffered a painful loss of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, Fan Binbin feels that there is something wrong with his thinking if he doesn't extort some money from Chen Lang. Being threatened, Chen Lang remained calm and asked, "What kind of hush money do you plan to ask for?" He tilde good brother also knows that my appetite is very small, and I can be full after eating a little bit. Brother, don't worry, just write me a song on par with Thinking of You. I promise to be a good boy and not tell anyone about this. The chubby girl rubbed her hands, with a look of 3 parts expectation, 3 parts wit, and 4 parts admiration, just like a little squirrel asking for nuts. Unfortunately, in return, his face was indeed rubbed. Chen Lang carefully identified it and said, "Your face is quite thick. You dare to threaten me? You are really brave." Fan Binbin did not resist, and replied naively, "As the closer you are to a red person, the more you become red. What kind of good brother I have is exactly like me. Why don't you say that bad company breeds bad company? Don't be ridiculous, isn't that cute pink thing brother's favorite?" As expected, she is so shameless that she has learned to take advantage of her beauty to act aggressively and become arrogant because of her favor. Unfortunately, the little fat girl made a wrong calculation. Chen Lang asked seriously. Han Shui at least paid out a first prize lottery ticket that can be cashed in. What can you give? If this problem were put on an average person, they would either turn around and leave, or settle for the next best thing and beg humbly. Or you can respond strongly, or at worst, give yourself to him. But the little fat girl is not an ordinary person, she gave the answer very proudly. Because I can provide my brother with a lot of emotional value. A cute little elf like me, who is so pure and sexy, is so popular. Is this a face thing? It's normal for a delicate girl to act coquettishly with her brother. Chen Lang was really amused by the chubby girl's performance and promised to compose a song tailor-made for her at the appropriate time. It's just the deadline that's intriguing. It could be a month, a year, or even a lifetime. It's just a song, Fan Binbin doesn't really care. What he cares about is the worry-free way of getting along with Chen Lang. Which little woman doesn't dream of having a good brother who pampers her and provides her with a good life? A few days later, it was not Han Shui who left, but Chen Lang who embarked on a journey. It's just that the song Thinking of You was given to Han Shui by Fan Binbin. The entire song has about 300 words. Excluding the chorus, the main part has just over 200 words. Although this was written by Chen Lang himself and he copied it specially, Fan Binbin's real thought was, Han Shui was a sucker. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. Fan Binbin said seriously, "My brother specifically told you to try singing Thinking of You in the same tone as Floating before he left." Han Shui didn't even think about whether the music score made sense or not, as she couldn't understand it anyway. As for the content of the lyrics, what a beautiful and sentimental story, it is indeed written by a master. Han Shui liked it very much when she read it for the first time. Thinking of you and I holding hands. Tears turned into rain and filled the sky. If you and I could meet again. Let the love remain and the dream come true. The rhythm of the song Thinking of You is very simple. Han Shui grasped the essence of it after singing it twice. Chen Lang is Chen Lang, the 5 million is totally worth it. The more Han Shui thought about it, the more excited and happy she became. She asked with a smile, "Sister Binbin, where did director Chen go?" Fan Binbin performed a flying display and explained in a low voice, "I'm going to promote the movie." If The Butterfly Effect was promoted as a suspenseful science fiction and brain-burning movie, these simple-minded foreigners would definitely be confused. What? What is this? What are you talking about? Looking at the cast of The Butterfly Effect, the men and women are all handsome, and I seem to have seen them somewhere, but I just can't remember where. The Princess Diaries has not been released yet, and Anne Hathaway is not a very famous actress. Although Deadpool 2 has some popularity, there is still a big gap compared to those familiar faces. To be honest, the most popular person in the entire Butterfly Effect crew is director Chen Lang. When Chen Lang was editing The Butterfly Effect, he did not act arbitrarily and choose Ivan being strangled to death as the ending of the story. After all, these days, you can't get along with anyone except money. As a result of the last time travel, the hero has lived a normal life, but he has lost contact with the heroine. The last shot of The Butterfly Effect takes place on a busy street. When the heroine and the hero pass by each other, the hero suddenly turns around. The reason for this arrangement is to cooperate with the promotion of the movie, or more specifically, to cooperate with Chen Lang's promotion. In Chen Lang's second album Silence, there is a song called See You Again. Apart from the complicated imagination, The Butterfly Effect also has a clear theme, which is that the male protagonist wants to live a happy life with the female protagonist. The hero goes back again and again, travels through time and space again and again, and is always looking for the heroine's trace. If Chen Lang does not make use of such a clear emotional line, he will definitely lose the watermelon and pick up sesame seeds. The most prominent publicity target of The Butterfly Effect is precisely the tens of millions of music listeners who have purchased the Silence album. Meet is the theme song of My Sassy Girl, and Goodbye is the theme song of The Butterfly Effect. It seemed as if there was a divine will in the dark. Chen Lang was so clever that it was hard for him not to succeed. Chapter 57: The Unbelievable Butterfly Effect. The song See You Again was already very popular and was selected for the Grammy Awards in 2001. But when The Butterfly Effect was promoted together with See You Again, music enthusiasts were immediately excited. Oh my god, Chen is a genius. He made a movie directly from a song. I can't wait for The Butterfly Effect to be released. I heard it's a tear-jerking romance. I really want to see it. Although Chen Lang is not the first person to promote a movie in this way, he is definitely the first foreigner. In the eyes of Europeans and Americans, Chen Lang is of course a foreigner, but this foreigner can actually compose such beautiful songs, so the movies he shoots must not be too bad. Rather than calling it the premiere press conference of The Butterfly Effect, it would be more like Chen Lang's personal concert. There are even many loyal fans who regard The Butterfly Effect as a fan movie. Los Angeles Weekly: The Butterfly Effect grossed an incredible $43 million in its first 3 days. The New York Times: I originally thought that The Butterfly Effect was a romantic fun film, but I didn't expect it to be an extremely brain-burning suspenseful science fiction film. The Houston Entertainment News even gave a striking headline: What else can Chen Lang not do? Not only that, the two film review websites IMDb and Tomato gave extremely high praise to the movie The Butterfly Effect. Many fans who like to listen to Chen Lang singing became even more crazy after watching the movie. Especially the last scene in the movie: what exactly does it mean? Everyone is engaged in a crazy discussion. Michael: I don't know if Amy the heroine still remembers Ivan the hero who has always liked her. Beyonce: the movie is so complicated. I watched it several times and still couldn't understand whether Ivan succeeded in the end. James: it must have been a success. Think about why I think of the song Reunion Day. Michaela: I hate Chen Lang because he made me cry for a whole day. Major film critics worked overtime all night to study the specific content of The Butterfly Effect. After careful analysis, calm film critics came to the following conclusion. Although See You Again and The Butterfly Effect are somewhat related, Chen Lang has completely replaced the concept when it comes to expressing the main theme. However, these film critics did not criticize it, but praised it generously, saying that The Butterfly Effect opened a precedent for multi-time and space narratives, promoted the imagination space of suspense films, and enriched the imagination space of science fiction films. The imaginative film critics have explored the core of The Butterfly Effect from multiple angles and in all aspects. Mr. Freud, a famous film critic: I am very fortunate to be able to appreciate such a great artistic creation as The Butterfly Effect in my lifetime. Thanks to Mr. Chen Lang for the profound exploration of fate and choices presented in the film. The hero in the film tries to change the past to control his destiny, but it leads to even more unpredictable consequences. People always fantasize about being able to travel through time and space and change their past fate, but they often overlook the reality of what would happen if they actually went back to the past. Along with Mr. Freud, film critic Ms. Serena also praised the butterfly effect. Ivan's time travel stems from his desire to compensate for past trauma and pursue beautiful emotions, revealing his complex psychological and emotional world. This makes the film more delicate and profound in expressing emotions, and provides a reference for the creation of psychological films. Director Nolan also publicly praised his appreciation for director Chen Lang. The movie The Butterfly Effect opened up new possibilities for my imagination. I discovered that scientific theories can be so concrete, and science fiction films can be so integrated with humanity's themes. As a fan of The Butterfly Effect, I can't wait to meet director Chen Lang. I would also like to mention that Anne Hathaway's multi-professional performance in the film also amazed me. Countless voices of praise made Deadpool and Anne Hathaway admire Mr. Chen even more, and they felt so lucky to be able to participate in the filming of such a groundbreaking movie like The Butterfly Effect. Of course, the happiest person is Time Warner, the producer of The Butterfly Effect, which doesn't care at all about the content of the bet with Chen Lang. It's a great profit. It's really a great profit. This is not all. You should know that Time Warner and Chen Lang are about to start filming another movie called Fatal ID. Chen Lang, who won about 20% of the box office share, was also very happy. After all, this was also the movie with the largest single profit in his history. Although during this period, there were strong opponents such as The Lord of the Rings and Black Hawk Down. The Butterfly Effect, which is entering its second week, is still performing strongly at the box office even though it has lost the support of many music fans due to its continued reputation. Because of Chen Lang, The Butterfly Effect officially met with mainland audiences on January 8, 2002. Deadpool, Anne Hathaway. Most of the publicity team members of The Butterfly Effect are visiting the mysterious East for the first time. Although separated by the Pacific Ocean, the two major powers are currently in a honeymoon phase. The hospitable Chinese people completely conquered these unexperienced taste buds with their traditional cuisine that has been passed down for thousands of years. Oh my god, it's roasted tilde. Oh my god, I love China. When Anne Hathaway, who had no idea about it, said she wanted to try all the delicious food in China, she returned to Los Angeles. Chen Lang asked suspiciously, "Are you serious?" Anne Hathaway's eyes were firm and she said seriously, "I never speak without thinking." Not to mention trying all the snacks in China, even if she tried all the 8 major cuisines and experienced the Manchuhan banquet, Anne Hathaway would be moved to tears by her own impulse. The pretty translator next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Jianjian thought she was so rude, but he still asked patiently, "Why?" According to incomplete statistics, the 8 major cuisines alone include thousands of common dishes. Counting all the dishes in different categories, there are at least tens of thousands of dishes. If we count the local snacks, there are definitely more than 100,000 of them. If a person can live to be 100 years old, and eat 3 meals a day, even if they are varied but not repeated, it is worth the challenge. Of course, this does not include the fact that many protected wild game are not allowed to be eaten and many undeveloped dishes are not included. Oh my god tilde. Oh my god tilde. Deadpool was already so shocked that his jaw dropped, and Anne Hathaway was so exaggerated that she could stuff a 200-degree light bulb into her mouth. Chapter 58 Passionate Jiang Wen. After the Chinese premiere of The Butterfly Effect, Jiang Wen, who had been banned from filming for 5 years, blocked Chen Lang's way. Jiang Wen said carelessly, "Chen family boy, the movie is very good overall, but the ending of the story still seems a bit flawed." Chen Lang became interested and asked curiously, "Brother Jiang, what kind of ending would be more exciting?" Jiang Wen chuckled and said, "A dead male protagonist is a good male protagonist." Chen Lang gave a thumbs up and whispered, "To be honest with you, Brother Jiang, I actually filmed 3 endings. One of them was that the male protagonist traveled back to the womb and strangled himself with the umbilical cord." After Jiang Wen heard this, his eyes lit up and he agreed very much, "That's right, but you kid, why don't you use it?" Chen Lang helplessly spread his hands and said, "Of course it's to make more money. Otherwise, I can't explain it to the fans." After all, when Chen Lang first promoted The Butterfly Effect, he used "See You Again" to guide it in the direction of a fan movie. The result is obvious. The Butterfly Effect was released in North America for more than 20 days and the box office reached $123 million. What's even more gratifying is that the box office of The Butterfly Effect is currently heading towards the $200 million mark. However, Jiang Wen clearly disagreed with Chen Lang's approach and criticized him tactfully. Even if it's for making money, you have to make it while standing. It's a pity that such a classic is ruined. Chen Lang chuckled, making more money isn't a shame. Besides, once the video goes on sale, everyone will be able to see the results I just mentioned. Why was Time Warner so generous as to directly agree to give Chen Lang a 20% share of the box office revenue? One of the main reasons is that the revenue from videotapes of today's movies, especially thriller, suspense and brain-burning science fiction movies like The Butterfly Effect, is no worse than the box office results. Jiang Wen chuckled and said, "When the video goes on sale, you have to get me a copy as soon as possible." Chen Lang readily agreed, "These are all small problems." Jiang Wen looked around at this time, and when he found that no one was coming, he immediately hugged Chen Lang's neck and whispered, "I heard that you're planning to make another thriller, suspense, and brain-burning movie. Can you tell me what it's about?" Chen Lang didn't doubt Jiang Wen's information channels. After all, this guy had made Quentin, who was on the other side of the ocean, into so big. Quentin also recently praised The Butterfly Effect, directed by Chen Lang. In addition, the casting of Fatal ID has been successfully completed, so it is no longer a secret. In the movie Fatal ID, the only person who has had any interaction with Chen Lang is Beckinsale, who plays an expired female star. Jiang Wen wanted to find out some information, but Chen Lang naturally wouldn't tell him everything. He just said that Fatal ID and The Butterfly Effect were similar movies, both of which had protagonists with mental problems. Jiang Wen was speechless. "Oh, Tilder, I don't want to say it, forget it, but are you planning to develop in Hollywood for a long time? Don't ever think that Hollywood is just about stupid people with a lot of money. That's definitely real profit. When you are not good enough, people look down on you. When you are awesome, people will want to lick your ass." For example, a few years ago, when Jet Li first went there, his movie salary was agreed to be $1 million, but was eventually reduced to $500,000. But one thing needs to be made clear: people who are boastful will be boastful wherever they go. With just one movie, Jet Li immediately made Time Warner bow down to him. Now, his salary for a single movie has developed to the point where he can earn over $10 million and can participate in the global box office profit dividends. Of course, Hollywood is also very realistic. No matter how popular you are, once you fail, it will be extremely difficult to return to the top. On this point, they are at completely different extremes from their counterparts in the mainland who are just resting on their laurels and doing nothing. As for the case of Chen Lang, he also took great risks and signed a series of shocking gambles to achieve his current results. All we can say is that Chen Lang had the capital, the ability, and what the outside world considered to be luck, which is why he ultimately won the final bet. Seeing that he couldn't get anything valuable out of Chen Lang, Jiang Wen changed the subject. "When are you going to come back to China to make a movie? Remember to let me know. I'm free now, so if there's a suitable role, I'd like to join in the fun." Looking at Jiang Wen's sincere face, if Chen Lang believed it, wouldn't it be too naive? You know, this old guy is the best at making trouble and his ideas are more righteous than anyone else. The movie that Jiang Wen participates in is still his own movie. Chen Lang chuckled and said, "That's no problem, but I also have a premise, that is, Brother Jiang, you can't interfere with the normal filming of the crew." Jiang Wen's eyes were as big as copper bells. How could his little thoughts be seen through so easily? Jiang Wen patted his chest solemnly and assured, "How is that possible? Besides, I'm not that kind of person." "Tsk Tilder, you little old man are so mean." Chen Lang was also busy, so he stayed and chatted with Jiang Wen. The Butterfly Effect was able to be successfully released simultaneously in China, and Han Sanya, a senior from the Beijing Film Academy, helped Chen Lang a lot. Chen Lang, who is relying on the power of others to bully others, is also indirectly telling the senior management of Time Warner in this way that no matter how awesome he is, he will be even more awesome when he returns to his motherland. Mr. Hansanya is also a visionary person. He will actively support anything that contributes to the domestic film and television industry. Although China has successfully joined the WTO, its film and television industry is still under relevant protection for the time being. There are clear indicators for the number of Hollywood blockbusters introduced each year. No matter how good the movie you make is, it still cannot be released if there is no channel. Although the film market in mainland China is still in its infancy, its scale is comparable to others. Even if Warner can only get 13% of the box office share of The Butterfly Effect, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is, and every bite counts. After staying in China for 2 days, even though she was busy with publicity and relied on Chinese food, Anne Hathaway still managed to gain 5 kilograms before boarding the plane back home. When Hathaway said goodbye to Chen Lang, she made a bold declaration: "This is a magical place. Next time I come here, I must be fully prepared and I must control my mouth." Chen Lang smiled and waved goodbye to the other party. On January 23, The Butterfly Effect, which had been released for 2 weeks, had already earned 58 million yuan at the mainland box office and tens of millions at the Hong Kong box office. These unexpected results allowed Chen Lang to successfully join the ranks of the mainland's top 50 million directors, even though there was suspicion of cheating in the results. But this is not the point. The point is that Li Xiaolu suddenly found Chen Lang to discuss something important. However, Chen Lang's gaze remained on Li Chen's face, whom he had not seen for many years. Chen Lang asked curiously, "Why are you covering your face?" "Li Chen, can I say this is a stress response?" Chapter 59. Everyone asks Chen Lang for help. It seemed as if his soul was under natural suppression, and Li Chen was very panicked at the moment. But what made Li Chen even more panicked was Li Xiaolu's attitude towards Chen Lang. Some people are not photogenic by nature, and they are even more beautiful and handsome in real life than on screen. Although Chen Lang doesn't make a living by his looks, he is only slightly inferior to the masters of tomato, which makes Li Chen feel ashamed. Li Xiaolu, who is naturally obsessed with looks, was a little dazed when she saw Chen Lang. Fortunately, Li Xiaolu quickly adjusted herself and stated the purpose of her visit directly: "Director Chen, I need your help." The doorway was not the right place to talk, so Chen Lang invited the two into their house. When they sat down, he asked, "What's up?" Li Xiaolu began to express her purpose. The final candidates for the Four Little Flowers were about to be announced, but there was an accident. The position that was originally a sure thing was replaced by Xu Jinglei. As Chen Lang expected, Xu Jinglei left because of Wang Shuo's relationship, and several core figures in the Beijing circle were also willing to give the latter face. Although Li Xiaolu's family is somewhat unwilling to accept such a distribution result, they are also helpless, unless a key person can stand up and turn the tide at this critical juncture. Li Xiaolu said with emotion, "Director Chen's vision is unique. His prediction a few months ago was spot on. If Xu Jinglei hadn't come along and disrupted the situation, this would have definitely become a great story." Was this a lament or an accusation? Chen Lang said indifferently, "It was just random speculation in front of the media. I didn't take it seriously." Li Xiaolu blinked her large, sparkling eyes and asked earnestly, "Is that really the case?" Li Chen, who was paying attention to Li Xiaolu the whole time, was so nervous that his heart was in his throat. "My dear, can you be a little more reserved?" Noticing Li Chen's conflicted expression, Chen Lang felt a little sympathetic. He was indeed a dog licker, and in the end he had nothing. The targeting in the past was nothing more than a childhood mischief. Now that he has grown up, there is really no trace of Li Chen in Chen Lang's vision of the Sea of Stars. Seeing that Chen Lang didn't answer, Li Xiaolu felt a little panicked. She shouldn't have let Li Chen follow her. In Li Xiaolu's world, since Chen Lang mentioned her some time ago, it must mean that he had secretly paid attention to her. What does this mean? The answer is self-evident. But this damn Li Chen has no sense at all and is obviously trying to ruin his good deeds. After all, with Chen Lang's current ability, as long as he is willing to help, Li Xiaolu is confident that with the help of her family connections, she will definitely be able to kick Xu Jinglei out. The atmosphere at the scene was a little quiet for a while. Li Xiaolu said directly, "As long as Director Chen is willing to help, any conditions are acceptable." "Miss Li, you're joking. I don't think I have such ability." Although Chen Lang said this, Li Xiaolu could tell from the other party's playful tone that she seemed to have no bargaining chips. This made Li Xiaolu, who always felt superior and had a strong desire to win, feel deeply frustrated. Knowing the purpose of this trip, Li Xiaolu, who rarely showed any signs of self-will, complimented him. "Director Chen is the leading director of the new generation and is deeply admired by the third master. You are being too modest." Chen Lang smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, but even so, even if I help, what benefits can I get? The world is bustling with people, all seeking profit. The world is in turmoil, all seeking profit. Although Chen Lang was not afraid of offending Wang Shuo, he did not want to make enemies for no reason, especially since Li Xiaolu was an outsider. Li Xiaolu thought for a moment and said, "As long as Director Chen helps me, I'm willing to work for you for 5 years. Something seems wrong?" Chen Lang helped Li Xiaolu to compete for Little Flowers, and she joined Fanqing Entertainment and then worked for him. But who is working for whom? After all the efforts, Li Xiaolu got the advantage. Chen Lang relied on both favors and connections. Just noticing that Li Chen's fists were clenched tightly, it meant that there was something else going on. The girlfriend that Li Chen had just licked was so impatient that she threw herself into the arms of another man just to get a spot in the so-called for Little Flowers. Wasn't there a green grassland on her head? Veins popped up on Li Chen's forehead, but the words seemed to be stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a word. Li Xiaolu also knew clearly what this meant, but considering that Chen Lang was so handsome, she didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Just when the atmosphere reached a stalemate, a cheerful figure came running in, skipping and jumping. "Ha! Brother! There are guests at home." The one who spoke was Fan Binbin, smiling and acting coquettishly with Chen Lang. Li Chen, who was ignored, was originally angry, but his anger disappeared with the arrival of the little fat girl. "What a nice view!" Li Chen felt emotional, wondering why such inexplicable emotion surged up in him, even though he clearly hadn't lost anything. Chen Lang smiled and said solemnly, "This is Fan Binbin, the top star of Fanqing Entertainment, and these two are Li Chen and Li Xiaolu." Fan Binbin chuckled, "Hello, my brother is always joking. The company only signed me as a female artist." Facing the two guests in front of him, Fan Binbin naturally showed his status as their host. However, the most embarrassed person at the moment is Li Xiaolu. After all, if Chen Lang really wants to make an effort, she shouldn't be the one he supports. Compared to Li Xiaolu's bad mood, Li Chen was obviously much more relaxed and didn't have to worry about the cuckold issue for the time being. As for why we use temporary, the love and hate, right and wrong in the entertainment industry, today he loves her, tomorrow she loves him, he loves her stunning beauty, she loves his wealth, who can make sense of it? Chen Lang didn't beat around the bush with Li Xiaolu and said bluntly, "Even if I have some ideas about the four little beauties, I want to support my own people, don't you think?" Li Xiaolu laughed awkwardly and said, "That's true. We can't let our own people down." The following conversation became relaxed and pleasant. Fan Binbin said to Chen Lang, "He is so nice to his girlfriend." Li Chen, who was praised, felt a little proud and had a better impression of the chubby girl. At the same time, his fear of Chen Lang was eliminated. Li Xiaolu smiled on the surface, but her mood was extremely complicated. It was all Li Chen's fault for following her and ruining her good fortune. She must deal with him when she gets back. But at this point, Li Xiaolu gave up the idea of competing for the top 4 actresses. Seeing that the time was almost up, she made up an excuse and left with Li Chen. After receiving a call from his father Chen Jungwo, Chen Lang took the little fat girl home for dinner. The family of four gathered around the dinner table. Fan Binbin kept praising Uncle Chen for his good cooking skills, and his mother Song Shuhuan was also very happy. But the old man seemed to be worried and was a little perfunctory when eating. It was Song Shuhuan who took the initiative to speak. "Your father is embarrassed and wants to ask you for help with something." Chen Jungwo smiled awkwardly. His son was so outstanding that he felt embarrassed. Chen Lang took the initiative to say, "Dad, if you have something to say, just tell me. It's not a big deal, actually. The studio is planning to film a new drama, but the budget is a little tight." Chapter 60 Chen Lang's Filial Piety. The branch of Beijing film studio where the old man works is planning to produce a TV series called The Golden Age after the new year. Due to the nature of the production studio, it was unable to allocate a production budget of 20 million at the moment. Of course, given the fame and reputation of Beijing Film Studio, it is not difficult to find private capital. But as the saying goes, good things should be kept in the family. If it can be digested internally, then of course it should be digested internally. Chen Lang smiled and said, "How much does it cost?" Chen Jungwo simply said frankly, "Almost 10 million. Okay, I'll tell Cheng how later." Chen Lang didn't waste any words. He said that there would naturally be many benefits if Fanqing Entertainment cooperated more with the production studio. And with the old man in charge, everything is convenient. Chen Jungwo also knew that the brat was capable. He pretended to be indifferent on the surface, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Especially when at work, colleagues and friends around him praised, Jung-woo raised a good son. The old man couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Fan Binbin, who was working hard, listened attentively. After the two finished their conversation, he volunteered, "Uncle, are you looking for a female lead?" Song Shu-wan had also read the novel Golden Age Family and said cheerfully, "I think Binbin is quite suitable to play Ling Qingqiu." Fan Binbin, who was on the rise, said happily, "Thank you, godmother," even though he had never read the novel. As for why the old man is called uncle and the tigress becomes godmother, the main reason is that the title of godfather is ambiguous in this circle. Can Fan Binbin play Ling Qingqiu well with his image? Anyway, the tigress has made the final decision, and Chen Jung-woo can only accept it. Another very important point is that Fanxing Entertainment has invested so much money, so it is reasonable for them to have a female lead. After finishing the topic of the Golden Age, the old man curiously asked, "By the way, how much money can you make from the butterfly effect?" Chen Lang said with a pained face, "They eat meat, and I just drink soup, and it's only half a bowl of soup." The old man grinned and said, "Don't be so cryptic. How much is half a bowl of soup?" Chen Lang feiner track, "Not much, just a small goal." The tigress and the old man were both sucking their teeth. The two fashionable old men also knew that Chen Lang was joking about the 100 million. Looking at the two surprised people, Fan Binbin blinked his clear yet silly big eyes, indicating that he didn't understand, but was still shocked. Relying on their butterfly effect, Chen Lang was able to achieve two small goals, but almost half of them were robbed. Chen Jung-woo understood why the brat didn't even frown when the 10 million investment was mentioned. It turned out that he really didn't care. Tigress smacked her lips and said with a laugh, "My arms and neck always feel like something's missing. Also, the selection of wine in their wine cabinet is a bit monotonous." Chen Jung-woo, who had realized what was happening, also chimed in, "My watch has been keeping inaccurate lately, and I don't know where to get it repaired." Chen Lang was so upset after hearing this that he complained helplessly, stop it, I can't bleed you." The tigress gleamed with wisdom and praised, "I knew you were the smartest boy. I heard Romanée Conti tastes great. Remember to get a couple of cases." The old man smiled innocently and said, "I heard that fishing can cultivate one's sentiments. I want to try it too. I want to catch some fresh fish and save some money. It's too much, it's simply too much. It is said that fishing can make you poor for 3 years. You have to prepare fishing gear and a vehicle for travel. God knows how much the old man can save." Chen Lang was speechless, remembering that before he left, Han Shui had given him a check for 5 million yuan and put it in a newly opened bank card. Chen Lang took it out of his wallet and handed it to Tigress. "Mom, take it and spend it as you like." It's not that Chen Lang is unwilling to take care of it himself, but he is about to leave and really doesn't he have time. Song Shu-wan naturally accepted the gift from her son with great joy, and didn't care at all about the old man's resentful look. It's no wonder that Chen Jung-woo has such an expression. After all, the tigress controls the financial power. If he wants to buy some big items, he has to apply in advance. Song Shu-wan knew what the other party was thinking. She stood up with a smile, went to the safe in the room, put her bank card in, and took out a stack of bills. The tigress smiled and said, "We'll talk about the watch later. Use this money to buy some fishing equipment." Chen Jung-woo was delighted. Seeing the 10,000 yuan was more appealing to him than seeing his son. He cheerfully promised, "When my fishing skills become perfect, I'll make sure we have fresh fish to eat every day." Chen Jung-woo didn't take what he said seriously, and no one else would take it seriously either. In the next 2 days, the biggest news in the entertainment industry was naturally the announcement of the Four Little Beauties. After the majority of the spectators learned the results, they started a lively discussion. "Oh my god, that Chen Lang is really good. He can guess 3 out of 4 correctly. I completely agree with Zhang Zi and Zhao Yanzi being selected, and I can also accept Zhu Zun being selected, but does Xu Jinglei have any outstanding works? How could it be Xu Jinglei? My Jiang Qinqin would be the first one to disagree. Even if Li Xiaolu wasn't chosen, Xu Jinglei shouldn't have been chosen. Li Xiaoran, Cao Ying, or Jiang Qinqin, none of them are qualified. It is obvious that when the list of the Four Little Beauties was announced, Xu Jinglei, who was on the list, suffered huge controversy. Not to mention the doubts raised by the majority of laymen, even many insiders have expressed deep dissatisfaction. Li Xiaolu complained to the camera during an interview, "If it was Jiang Qinqin or Dao Hong, I would have lost without a doubt, but what qualifications does Xu Jinglei have to be selected as one of the four little flowers?" Li Xiaolu started to tear apart the argument directly, and the reporter who was interviewing her was also very excited, and even hoped that the other party would drop more bombshells. As for why the media were so eager to interview Li Xiaolu herself, it had a lot to do with Chen Lang's original prediction. In the entertainment industry these days, topics related to women are naturally inseparable from the four little beauties, but when it comes to topics related to men, Chen Lang can almost dominate the list. The box office of The Butterfly Effect in mainland China is only half a step away from breaking 80 million, and the global box office has reached $200 million. The topic related to the Four Little Flowers was so lively because it was still brought up by Chen Lang. The media interviewed Li Xiaolu and would not let Chen Lang, the person involved, go. A paparazzi from Hong Kong's Entertainment Weekly 8 chased Chen Lang and asked, "Director Chen, Li Xiaolu wasn't selected as one of the Four Little Flower actresses. What do you think?" There were also paparazzi from Late Night Chat, who were unwilling to give up and followed closely the list of the Four Little Beauties and director Chen. Chen Lang ignored these paparazzi carrying cameras and long guns. But just because Chen Lang didn't answer doesn't mean the paparazzi have no way out. Just one day later, the latest issue of Entertainment Weekly 8 used up half a page to write a 5,000-word essay. Li Xiaolu's failure to be selected, Chen Lang's anger. Chapter 61. What a big melon. Shoei Sak tilde. After reading the report in Entertainment Weekly 8, Lin Jiling was in disbelief that director Chen and Li Xiaolu had such a wonderful past. It's no wonder that Lin Jiling was so surprised, as this short essay about the two of them was very well written. People these days are still extremely naive, especially in believing that photos are not photoshopped and videos are real. In the photo on the left side of the newspaper, Chen Lang's expression is serious, as if he is shouting, "This is a conspiracy, this must be a conspiracy." In the photo on the right side of the newspaper, Li Xiaolu was crying, as if she had suffered a great injustice. The writing style of the short composition editor is quite amazing. Even if he writes pornographic articles, he can still make a living. The 5,000 words vividly describe the unknown love and affection between the two people in the past. As for the authenticity of the content, with the support of editor Chuanqiu's writing style, the onlookers have no interest in questioning it. Lin Jiling pointed at the newspaper and asked Chen Lang curiously, "You and Li Xiaolu, it can't be true, right? I've only met Li Xiaolu once, and she came to me a few days ago with her man." Chen Lang was also very upset. He wanted to hang the screenwriter up and beat him 100 times. How could he write stories like this? Lin Jiling's big, gossipy eyes flashed, and her face was full of the words, "Are you kidding me?" Even Lin Jiling suspected that Chen Lang had secretly given a red envelope to the editor and was expressing his affection to Li Xiaolu in such an unconventional way. Not only Lin Jiling thought so, even Cheng Hao was a little suspicious, wondering when Chen Lang and Li Xiaolu had had an affair. According to this editor's description, the two grew up together and are childhood sweethearts. "You act for me, I direct for you, you dance for me, and I sing for you." The screenwriter obviously did some research before writing, and put himself in Chen Lang's perspective, separated from his beloved girl, so he worked hard. Otherwise, why would the young Chen Lang's first film work be My Sassy Girl, and why he even wrote a song, Meeting, specifically for it? Perhaps the separation of the two was blocked by some mysterious force. Heartbroken Chen Lang created the album, Silence, and each song is a tribute to that relationship. But Chen Lang still seems unable to free himself from sadness, and hides all his emotions in the movie The Butterfly Effect. Especially the last scene of the movie, in the crowd, the beloved girl walks past the infatuated man, but can't remember him. Chen Lang tried to win back Li Xiaolu through various efforts. This humorous little essay increased the sales of this issue of Entertainment Weekly 8 by 30%. The onlookers who read the report were all stunned. Who on earth is this Li Xiaolu, and how could she make Chen Lang so desperate? Many infatuated women cried out, "Why can't I meet such an excellent boyfriend?" Some experienced women envy, all the good men belong to others. As the person involved in this report, Chen Lang never expected that one day he would be the one eating the melon. Fortunately, after practicing the magic skills for so many years, Chen Lang didn't care too much about it. After all, he wouldn't lose any weight. Chen Lang didn't care, but his mother wasn't happy. Song Shu-wan called and ordered, You little brat, have you read that report? Chen Lang replied indifferently, I saw it. This damn bastard actually portrayed my precious son as a lowly bootlicker. This is intolerable. Chen Lang was busy trying to console her. Your Majesty, please calm down. Talking to such low-brow people is only lowering your status. Tigress retorted unconvincedly, no, I can't help myself. You must stand up and tell that bastard off harshly. It is pitiful that parents in the world cannot bear to see their children do bad things. Chen Lang on this end of the phone and Chen Jiongwo on the other end took great pains to get the old lady to take over the matter. The reason why Chen Lang did not respond was that he was deeply influenced by the information explosion in his previous life. 1 second he was eating gossip from the entertainment industry, 1 second he was eating gossip from the live streaming industry, and the next second he was eating gossip from the sports industry. Various clarifications and slanders, various questions and rebuttals. To be honest, reports like this that are so detailed are just child's play. The editor is still hoping to get more bonuses so that he can go home happily for the new year. As long as it's not a matter of principle, Chen Lang will turn a blind eye. It can't be said that he is open-minded, but because he has taken this job, similar gossip is bound to fly all over the place in the future, so why should he be angry with himself? Li Xiaolu, another person involved in the report, felt completely numb after reading it, and said bitterly, if that were true, it would be so great. I'd even stand upside down to wash my hair. Compared with Li Xiaolu's bitterness, Li Xiaolu's mother regretted so much that she changed her daughter's school. As bad as Chen Lang was back then, Director Chen is as good today. Although Li Chen seemed to be a loyal and honest boy, Li's mother still felt deeply guilty for missing out on such an outstanding son-in-law. There is nothing wrong with children's free love, and parents should try not to interfere. But Li's mother, who was in a complicated mood, still found Li Xiaolu and had a detailed talk with her all night long. After describing the scene of meeting Chen Lang, Li Xiaolu said seriously, this is really a misunderstanding, and I can also feel that he has no such thoughts about your daughter at all. Li's mother analyzed, you two haven't had much contact, and Li Chen was there at the time. Regarding her mother's attempt to arrange a marriage, Li Xiaolu bluntly said, you might not be happy to hear this, but I don't have the confidence to be with Chen Lang. What else could Li's mother say? Her daughter couldn't control Chen Lang, the strong son-in-law, so she could only sigh helplessly. In the end, she missed the opportunity. Li Chen, who had also read the report, laughed triumphantly, no matter how awesome you are, Chen Lang, the woman you love most is still in my hands. Of course, Li Chen knew this was fake, but he couldn't help but fantasize about it. After all, without dreams, wouldn't he be like a salted fish, licking the dog, licking the dog, licking the dog, and in the end, he would have everything. No matter what Li Xiaolu and Li Chen's mood was, or how helpless they were about not being selected as the seed contestants of the For Little Flowers, it did not affect the pride of the four parties involved. The introduction of the For Little Flowers signifies the impending arrival of a flourishing spring for the domestic entertainment industry, which will influence the flourishing landscape of the next 5, or even 10 years. Summer came again in a blink of an eye. Chen Lang had just returned to China after finishing the filming of Fatal ID, and Yang Danchen came to him a few days later. Looking at the senior who looked like she had something to say, Chen Lang frowned and asked, what's wrong? Yang Danchen sighed and said, Wang Yuyan's role is gone tilde. Chapter 62 Abnormal Liu Qianqian. Chen Lang was not surprised that Yang Danchen missed the role of the fairy sister. But what surprised Chen Lang was that Yang Danchen actually said that Liu 1111 got these roles because of her acting skills. What made Chen Lang even more unbelievable was that Liu Qianqian seemed to be very opinionated and actually suggested that Yang Danchen play Mrs. Wang. Chen Lang asked with a smile, so you agreed? Yang Danchen said helplessly, it's hard to refuse such a generous offer, especially from Liu Qianqian. Not only is she beautiful and sweet-spoken, but she also calls me senior sister all the time. It's really hard to refuse. Chen Lang jokingly said, that's not a big deal. After all, the role of Madame Wang is the daughter of Wu Yarzi and Li Qiushui. Finding a younger actress to play the role wouldn't be a problem. That's not wrong, but guess who plays Li Qiushui? Looking at the other person's strange expression, Chen Lang muttered, could it be Liu Qianqian's mother? Yang Danchen was incredulous and said, fuck. How did you guess it so quickly? Liu Xiaoli is not an ordinary person. It is not an exaggeration to describe her as still charming. It is a pity that the daughter she gave birth to is the ugliest in the family. Things seemed to become even more interesting, and Chen Lang was secretly amazed. Because Fan Binbin was participating in The Story of a Noble Family, Yang Danchen did not participate in it, but went to film other TV series. The filming of Chen Long by Big Beard is much more popular than Swordsman. The public casting alone has provided a lot of heat to the entertainment industry for a long time. The confirmed cast of Chen Long also has some deviations from the previous life. The actors who play Li Chiu Shui and Li Qing Luo have become Liu Xiaoli and Yang Danchen, and the actor who plays Aziz has become Li Xielu, who missed the opportunity to play one of the four little beauties. Since the list of the four little beauties was announced, Zhang, Zhao, Zhu and Shu have been the talk of the town for nearly half a year. The operator behind the scenes took advantage of this favorable situation and continued to exert his strength, bringing great benefits to the four people. During this period, once an actor successfully became a star, he would generally not jump back to the television industry from the film industry unless there were special reasons. In addition, due to funding constraints, it was obviously not cost-effective to find the four little flower actresses to film Qian Long. Although it is a remake of Qian Long, Da Huzhi naturally has his own focus, such as making it clear that the leading female role is Aziz, so Li Xiaolu naturally joined the crew. Turning our attention to Fanxing Entertainment, the company split into two groups in the first half of the year. Fan Binbin, Heibo, and Zhang Sungwen participated in the filming of The Golden Age. Chang Hao and Huang Bo, along with Wang Zun and Zhu Yiwei, filmed Sex and the City, a joint investment with China Audio Visual. Among them, Cheng Hao plays the heartthrob, Huang Bo plays the lecherous landlord, Wang Zun plays Sun Debao, and Zhu Yiwei plays Romeo. It may be surprising to say that the most handsome male artist in Fanxing Entertainment is actually the youngest Zhu Yiwei. Zhang Sungwen looks relatively normal, while the other three special actors are completely ugly. Cheng Hao filmed the drama Sex and the City purely because she liked the role of the heartthrob. As for why he didn't shoot more movies, it was because Cheng Hao couldn't spare the time. As the important executor of the three projects, Fanxing Media, Fanxing Yaju and Fanxing Garden, Cheng Hao naturally knows which one is more important. In the just concluded World Cup, Chen Lang lost a lot and won even more from the revenue share of The Butterfly Effect, and just enough to make up the principal of 500 million. Cheng Hao's second brother Cheng Feng had already selected 3 vacant lots not far from each other between the 4th and 5th ring roads in the past 6 months. The largest plot covers about 200 acres, just enough for the construction of the Star Garden. The larger piece covers an area of about 150 mu and can be used to build the Starry residence. The smallest plot covers an area of about 80 mu, which is enough to build a 50,000 square meter Star Media. The mainland real estate market was just starting out during this period, and the average transaction price of the 3 plots of land was 800,000 yuan per mu. It could be said that buying them was a profit. As soon as Chen Lang's funds were in place, Cheng Feng took action and acquired the 3 pieces of land at a transaction price of 260 million yuan. The next step is to go through the approval process, apply for loans, and find construction parties to develop these 3 projects in turn. For a long time to come, the work focus of Cheng Feng, Cheng Hao, and even Chen Lang will be shifted towards project development. But it does not mean that the daily work of Fanxing Entertainment will stop. It will continue to cooperate with China Film Group. The newly graduated director Ning Hao will shoot the first commercial film in his life. The name of the movie is Crazy Supermarket, a humorous comedy, starring Huang Bo and Fan Binbin, and all the company's artists are involved. The movie mainly tells the story of a fake robbery, fake kidnapping, real kidnapping, a series of thrilling and funny stories that are linked together but very interesting. Huang Bo plays a principled homeless man. Fan Binbin plays a careless shop assistant who only cares about showing off it's all the angel's fault. Wang Zun plays the district police officer. Zhu Yiwei plays the real robber. Director Ning Hao. Screenwriter Ina. After finishing filming The Story of a Noble Family, Fan Binbin learned that Chen Lang had returned. After finishing the work at hand, he rushed back like a madman. Brother, I miss you so much. Little fatty, brother misses you too. The moment she saw Chen Lang, the chubby little girl jumped into his arms. Chen Lang naturally held up Fan Binbin, who was hanging on his body, with his hands to prevent him from falling. Although Fan Binbin is not fat at all now, Chen Lang is used to calling her a little fat girl and has not changed because of this. Girls change a lot as they grow up, and they become more and more beautiful. The chubby girl has grown up completely, with a delicate and perfect oval face, plump and attractive lips that are chewy and elastic, and she exudes youthful vitality all the time. Chen Lang is a frugal person. Even if there is only 1 grain of rice in the bowl, he will eat it all. Fan Binbin, who finally regained his breathing space, chattered and shared the interesting stories he had experienced in the past 6 months. The one who impressed Fan Binbin the most was naturally his junior Liu Qianqian. Fan Binbin said with a sigh, "I started filming at the age of 17, and others were admitted to university at the age of 16. Young people nowadays are more amazing than each other." Fan Binbin continued, "What's even more incredible is that Liu Qianqian is obviously younger than me, but her style of behavior is even more mature than mine. I look more like a junior student, while she looks more like a senior student." Chen Lang felt from Yang Danchen that this Liu Qianqian was a little different. After hearing what Fan Binbin said, he became even more curious. Chen Lang said ramblingly, "Then you better explain in detail what's wrong with it." Fan Binbin thought for a moment and answered seriously, "There are many abnormalities. For example, she said that beautiful girls should keep their eyes open and protect themselves when going out. For example, she also said, she also particularly likes to chat with me and even more likes to ask about her brother's affairs. P.S. After passing the verification period, I officially meet readers like Daniel Wu and Afei today. I hope you will support me." Chapter 63, Conversation Between Two Lunatics. In a library in Chaoyang, a delicate and beautiful girl who had captured the dreams of countless people, greeted Chen Lang openly. "I knew you would come to see me. I don't need to introduce myself. You and I know each other." Chen Lang smiled and asked, "Oh, where do you get the confidence that I will definitely recognize you?" Liu Qianqian casually waved her hand, pointed to her face, and said confidently, "Why bother to tell? Besides, Sister Binbin has already called." Liu Qianqian was invited out by Chen Lang on his own initiative, and the middleman was naturally Fan Binbin, who had a very good chat with him in The Story of a Noble Family. Perhaps because everyone was busy, there were only a few customers in this library. The cashier at the counter was knitting a sweater out of boredom. No one noticed that there were 2 lunatics in the corner, chatting about some weird things. Liu Qianqian took out a business card from her wallet and handed it to Chen Lang. Chen Lang took the business card, looked at the concise information on it, and read it out softly, "Manhwa Entertainment, Liu Qianqian." Liu Qianqian stretched out her hand and said with a smile, "What about yours?" Chen Lang said frankly, "Sorry, I don't have a business card." Liu Qianqian said very straightforwardly, "Oh, that's right. With your ability, you don't need this thing, so give me a call." There was absolutely no excitement of a passerby meeting a big star. Liu 1111's casual and indifferent attitude gave people a weird feeling. During the call, Chen Lang asked, "Do you want to see me too?" Liu Qianqian, who had saved the phone number, replied with a smile, "You're like a big light bulb in the dark, flickering. It's normal for me to be curious, right?" Chen Lang also smiled and said, "Speaking of this Manhwa Entertainment, I've never heard of it. How about you introduce it to me?" Liu Qianqian waved her hand and said, "It's just a small workshop. It's okay to tell you. The legal person is my mother, Ms. Liu Xiaoli, and I'm just a handyman." What a harmless Liu Qianqian who does odd jobs. It is obvious that she is lying with her eyes open. Fan Binbin told Chen Lang that during the filming of The Story of a Noble Family, Ms. Liu Xiaoli completely obeyed the instructions of Liu Qianqian. Liu Qianqian seemed to feel that there was no point in such an awkward conversation. She came up with a good idea and said with a smile, "Next, let's play a fun quiz. I'll ask the first question, what does the great Tang poet represent?" Chen Lang answered without thinking, "Li Bai." "Why don't you say he was an assassin?" Liu Qianqian pouted, obviously dissatisfied with the answer. Chen Lang said seriously, "You can say he is an assassin. Li Bai has excellent swordsmanship. He can kill 1 person every 10 steps and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Liu Qianqian complained, "Don't pretend to be confused when you know the truth. There's no need to continue chatting like this." Chen Lang said innocently, "What did I say wrong? Why are you opposing this method?" Liu Qianqian snorted coldly, "How did My Sassy Girl and The Butterfly Effect become your works? If you don't tell the truth, I will report you and have experts slice you up for research. Stop pretending, let us be honest. There's a cheater here, come and catch him." Chen Lang's mouth twitched. It turned out that the more beautiful a woman is, the more evil her heart is. Chen Lang simply said straight to the point, at worst, when I get sliced, I still have a fairy sister to accompany me, so it's not a loss for me. It's just mutual harm, we are all lunatics, who is afraid of who? Liu Qianqian, unfazed, said, you're wishful thinking. I've only gained 20 years of memory, but I might be able to extract some kind of cheat from you. Chen Lang bowed and said, so it's Feixian who's here. Thank you for your kindness. Liu Qianqian didn't get angry either, and directly confessed, I'm using the memory awakening style. I wonder what style you belong to? What kind of cheats do you have? Chen Lang curled his lips and said, there's no such thing as a cheat. It's just that my brain works a little better and my body is a little stronger. Since you're so honest, aren't you afraid of being silenced by me? Liu Qianqian pouted and said, I've read a lot of similar novels in my previous life. I don't understand what's going on in the mind of someone like you. Since it's unavoidable, let's just be frank. You have your Yangguan road, and I'll go mine. We'll keep our distance. What do you think? Chen Lang retorted, what do you mean by someone like me? You should explain it clearly. Liu Qianqian sarcastically said, Fan Binbin, Lin Jiling, if you don't have a harem, you've traveled through time in vain. Don't treat others like fools. We'll definitely run into each other in the future, but I still want to live a carefree life. The truth is that these two people will eventually meet. If Chen Lang is the big light bulb in the dark night, Liu Qianqian will surely join this group soon. Liu 1111's future life, even if she bids farewell to the entertainment industry, will definitely attract Chen Lang's attention. Before meeting Chen Lang, Liu Qianqian had thought it over carefully. She only hated herself for going back to the past and being unable to compete with Chen Lang, who was very likely to have cheats. Instead of living in fear, it is better to stand up bravely. At worst, just treat it as a dream and start over happily. Since it was a confession, Liu Qianqian simply stopped pretending. After all, we have no grudges against each other. Let's just live our own lives and not make things difficult for each other. What do you think? Chen Lang said calmly, of course no problem, I'm not the kind of person who stirs up trouble. The following conversation became extremely relaxed and pleasant. Liu Qianqian asked curiously, I awakened while filming The Golden Age. When did you come here? Chen Lang, grown up from my mother's womb. Liu Qianqian, oh tilde as expected, if you're one step ahead, you're far ahead. By the way, you didn't miss the World Cup, did you? Chen Lang, the harvest is good, how about you? Liu Qianqian said proudly, it's just okay. I just managed to get some startup capital. My mother was really shocked. Cool cowhide tilde. Liu Qianqian handled the biggest source of instability around her, and Chen Lang gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Chen Lang asked curiously, speaking of which, what are your plans for the future? Liu Qianqian also said frankly, my life before the age of 18 has some regrets. I plan to work hard to make up for the flaws in the works I participated in and give an explanation to my fans. As for when I grow up, of course I want to train my mother to be a big star. One has to admit that before she turned 18, Liu Qianqian's life was a cheat. But one also has to complain that Liu 1111's dark side makes Liu Xiaoli experience the happiness of being a big star. Chen Lang, returning the favor, also smiled and reminded, give up the penguin idea, but what about Ali and JD? Thanks for waking up, I know what to do. I also want to ask you a favor. Tang Tang and Chang Chang are both my good friends, so don't try to get anything done to them. Chapter 64, a two-person complaining session. There is no need to elaborate on the sisterhood between Su Chang and Liu 1111, and the same is true for Tang Tang. However, Liu Qianqian, who was becoming more and more familiar with Chen Lang, gloated and said, Reber is such a good seedling, please give her to me. Chen Lang said with a sigh, why don't you dig up all the good future seedlings and bring them to your side? Liu 1111 pouted and laughed, no, I left Nazher for you. Besides, I don't have any ideas about Da Qianqian either. Those who don't know would think that these two lunatics were secretly holding a dividing the spoils meeting. Nazher is a love-brained person and there is no way she can escape. As for the beautiful and rich woman in the world, it is really not something that ordinary people can handle. Liu 1111 hummed a light tune, perhaps with beautiful visions of the future, and also with the feeling that she was not alone in this world. Chen Lang also laughed jokingly, since God has been so kind to you, You better be careful in the future and don't really become a fat immortal. You're asking for a beating. The heroic Liu Qianqian waved her little fist and hit Chen Lang hard. Chen Lang exclaimed, as expected of someone who grew up eating beef, "He's so strong." Liu Qianqian snorted coldly, "Those who bullied me in my previous life, I will settle accounts with them when I find the opportunity. I also advise Director Chen not to mess with me in the future, I'm very powerful." Chen Lang said fearfully, "I'm also curious. Who are you planning to settle accounts with? Don't let the flood wash away the Dragon King Temple and make family members disown each other." Liu Qianqian threatened fiercely, "HMPH. If it weren't for those people in mainland China banding together to ban me, I wouldn't have ended up looking for resources in Hong Kong." Chen Lang complained, "Isn't it because you're too famous, blocking other people's financial path, and you don't want to be their cash cow? If not you, who else should I target? That's the truth, but since I'm famous and unlucky, I should just cooperate and let others manipulate me. And that careless mother perfectly avoided all the right paths for me. And those 85-year-old girls who always step on me, I didn't stop them from getting rich." It was as if she had found an outlet to vent her feelings. The words that had been suppressed for too long came out like beans. Liu 1111 became more and more angry as she spoke, and she even shed tears for the first time since her memory awakened. From the other party's words, Chen Lang could feel that this woman seemed to have turned a little evil. Chen Lang patted the other person's shoulder and said softly, "This is just the status quo of the entertainment industry. Just be open-minded and it's not a big deal." Slurp slurp tilde. Liu Qianqian wiped away her tears and said with a smile, "I was just a little excited at the moment, but I'm not as fragile as you think. You can complain about the acting skills of the Tang dynasty poets, or even criticize them for staying in their comfort zone, but you must definitely admire their strong mental qualities. I make my money, I live my life, you can say whatever you want. If even 1/10 of the online violence these people suffered were transferred to ordinary people, a large number of them would suffer from depression. Most of the money they earn is used to make up for being criticized for their big heart." After Liu Qianqian calmed down, she laughed and said, "You can't just listen to my jokes, at least share your own." Chen Lang said calmly, "There's really nothing much to say about me. I just eat and drink as I please, and don't take any worries to heart." Tsk tilde, why are you still so proud? You still have worries in your heart, but you haven't encountered any real worries. If someone comes along one day and cuts off your financial resources, I wonder if you can still be so carefree. This is not Liu 1111 at all, she is obviously Liu Juedui. It seems that she disguises herself too well in front of the public. However, through interviews when she was young, it can definitely be discovered that Liu 1111 actually has the characteristics of a husky. To sum up, this is a funny guy, a master at arguing with people, and a debris flow in interviews. Chen Lang said frankly, "Actually, I have my own worries. As the team continues to grow, it becomes increasingly difficult to lead." Liu Qianqian said carelessly, "How shameless. You're always looking at the pot while eating from your bowl. This is a common problem for people like you. You deserve the troubles you have." Chen Lang retorted, "It's not as bad as you say. People like this just want to give others a warm haven and avoid some hardships. Of course, those with dirty thoughts are an exception. Har tilde, you're really good at flattering yourself, but in the end, you're just coveting someone else's body. Even if there's an element of envy for someone's body, there's nothing wrong with humans appreciating beauty, and we all have the right to pursue it. Is there anything wrong with fraternity? Isn't it true that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? Most people may have bad intentions, but due to realistic factors, they don't have the opportunity to express them." In response to Chen Lang's serious nonsense, Liu Qianqian not only did not refute him, but also frequently echoed him. Yes, you are right. He couldn't just complain by himself, so Chen Lang changed the subject and ruthlessly attacked, "Let's talk about your past life, when you filmed a movie and harmed a handsome guy." The fans who kissed her everywhere were heartbroken. Even though she was criticized, she still let herself go. After all, she was just greedy for her body. Liu Qianqian frowned, then loosened her clenched fists, suppressed her rising emotions, and began to argue. "You can't blame me for this. If you were surrounded by enemies, the psychological pressure would be immense, and you'd naturally need a way to vent. And as an actor, I should tilde. Hi, why do I have to explain so much to you? I'm just a little curious, were you my little blackie in your previous life? Chen Lang said openly, at first I was your fan, but gradually we became strangers. I heard you were dating a Korean, and it felt like the juicy cabbage at home was eaten by a pig, so I completely turned into a hater. Har 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 tilde har 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 tilde. Listening to Chen Lang's blunt complaints, Liu Qianqian was so angry that her teeth were exposed. Chen Lang continued, laugh, laugh, what's so funny? I don't know if you have a mental disorder that you have to pick a washed-up Korean. Liu Qianqian said frankly, yo tilde, she's quite resentful. Chan Chan knows about this and is actually a little disappointed in me. He also blames me for being too rebellious back then and really ignoring Houhai's feelings. Chen Lang was speechless, so when you get mad outside, you come back and flirt with all the handsome guys at home. You're really something. Stop. I'm still underage, stop talking nonsense like this. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. But if you become a handsome guy in the future, don't blame me for blackening you to death. They agreed to stop, but the two of them continued to tell all kinds of dirty jokes, and people of this era simply couldn't understand much of the content. What? What did you say? What the hell is that? Chapter 65, Dear Senior, please help me. After all, you're famous in Hollywood. Have you ever raped any women over there? Looking at Liu Qianqian's cunning appearance, Chen Lang really couldn't imagine how the other party could say such vicious words with a 37-degree mouth. Seeing that Chen Lang didn't answer, Liu Qianqian looked at him with a slightly disdainful look and whispered, how many of those time travelers don't just enjoy the world and the air? Don't tell me you can't do it. Chen Lang almost spat in the other person's face, his eyes cold as he said, if you don't agree, just try it directly. Liu Qianqian was clearly not afraid and replied with a tough tone, Humph, who are you trying to scare? You have the will but not the guts. Be careful or your account will be blocked. This damn thing is protected by the novice village, and Chen Lang really has no idea what to do. But it's never too late for a man to take revenge. We'll see what happens then. Hey tilde, you're angry already, you really can't help but be amused. Liu Qianqian laughed, then asked seriously, by the way, what movie have you made? Chen Lang, Fatal ID. Liu Qianqian, tsk tilde, I really want to dig up all the classic science fiction. Chen Lang, it's none of your business. Liu Qianqian, I want to discuss something with you. Chen Lang was a little impatient, speak. Liu Qianqian chuckled, it's nothing, actually. After I finish filming The Return of the Condor Heroes, I'll be an adult. Then we can work together. I'm going to play the leading role in The Witch, which will be my big screen debut. Chen Lang, you are so shameless. Liu Qianqian said narcissistically, I am the older sister in the first part, Chan Chan plays the younger sister in the second part, and my mom plays the doctor. It's perfect. Chen Lang laughed angrily and asked directly, what's the matter? May Love is not filming anymore. Liu Qianqian said proudly, you're worthy of being my little blackie. You remember it so clearly. Forget about the movies I made in the past. It's so boring to watch them over and over again. Chen Lang jokingly said, oh, you're so courageous. You can let go of such a great resource as the Forbidden Kingdom. Liu Qianqian said self-deprecatingly, what high-quality resources are there? I still flopped. I'm really unlucky. None of the movies I've acted in have been box office hits. Chen Lang complained, what else do you want? This is a resource that people only dream of, and you're still scorning it. When you put it that way, it seems like I'm really a bitch and hypocritical. I didn't say that. Chen Lang denied it on the surface, but actually he agreed very much. Liu Qianqian in front of him was quite self-aware. It seemed that he should be less critical of her in the future. Liu 1111 also felt very strange at the moment. The other party was obviously her anti-fan, but she could still open her heart and speak freely. Liu Qianqian reminded, hey tilde, at least give me a word, are you going to agree or not? Chen Lang blinked. Not to mention that he didn't look like a loser, why should he agree to it? At the other party's rudeness, Chen Lang asked back, hey, who is this? I don't know him. Senior tilde, my good senior, just promise 1111. Liu Qianqian used the honey trap when they disagreed, almost catching Chen Lang off guard. He looked at her in horror. Back tilde. Liu Qianqian said cutely, I can see that the senior is just a fake fan. What little hater doesn't care about their idol's career? Oh my god. How much free time did Liu Qianqian have in her previous life? She can easily come up with all kinds of popular memes, speak eloquently with all kinds of jokes, and has endless tricks. It's shameful to act cute, but it's really useful. Chen Lang softened his tone and said, "We can discuss anything, but could you please speak like a normal person? I'm afraid the only filter in my heart will collapse into ruins from now on." Liu 1111, who was extremely attractive, came forward, blinked innocently, and whispered softly, 1111, "I'll leave it to you, senior." There was a moment, just a moment, when Chen Lang's Dao heart, which he had spent decades forging, was completely shattered to pieces. Fortunately, Chen Lang's willpower was absolutely impeccable. The moment his Dao heart was broken, he immediately used Qi Kai to snap and quickly stick to it with Wu 02. It is worthy of being able to withstand the most stringent magic mirror screening in history. Her skin is as white as cream, elastic even if blown, and clean and flawless. Not to mention the hot-blooded handsome young man, even the old man on crutches couldn't stand it, he simply couldn't stand it. Chen Lang had reason to suspect that he was being teased, but he just couldn't find anywhere to complain. Liu 1111 is extremely confident in her unrivaled beauty. The so-called being the ugliest person in the family is nothing but a hoax. Anyone who believes it is a fool. Liu Qianqian deliberately pursed her lips and continued to act coquettishly, "Good senior, just agree to my junior tilde." Chen Lang used the 502 to glue the broken Dao heart together several times, inside and out, and said seriously, "Put away this playful attitude, or I will never play with you. If you don't take advantage of your beauty, you're a fool." Liu Qianqian made an "okay" sign and said slyly, "Then it's a deal, senior. You'll wait until I grow up." The reason why Liu Qianqian acted like this was, of course, because she had secretly investigated Chen Lang. As for when the investigation took place, it was of course during the filming of The Story of a Noble Family. As a woman with rich experience, Liu Qianqian roughly analyzed Chen Lang's personality from Fan Binbin's performance during filming. Whether a woman is happy or not, whether she is happy or not, it is impossible to hide it after being together for a long time. Even if Fan Binbin's acting skills are outstanding, his age is still there. The clear eyes could not be hidden, especially when Liu 1111 deliberately inquired about Chen Lang's news. Fan Binbin's eyes of joy and admiration became even brighter. Chen Lang didn't even realize that it was because he was too good to Fan Binbin that this idiot sold out most of his assets. When Liu Qianqian met Chen Lang face to face, surprise, confusion, and joy flashed in his eyes, but the only thing that didn't flash in his eyes was definitely greed and evil thoughts. What does this indicate? This shows that Chen Lang is either a really good guy or an old fox, but he is definitely not mediocre. The two spent about an hour together in the library. Chen Lang was about to leave when he was stopped by Liu Qianqian, who smiled faintly and said, "I heard you have a bar." "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just haven't been active for a long time, so I want to relax." Liu Qianqian twisted her neck and flexed her knuckles, looking eager to try. Chen Lang asked back, "How old are you? Isn't Aunt Liu worried?" Liu Qianqian said confidently, "Aunt Liu, you can be absolutely confident in me now. I just need to call and report it." Chen Lang admired him and said, "I have to say, you are really brave." Liu Qianqian chuckled, "I have my senior to back me up, so what could possibly happen to me? The DJ God is coming online soon, and the Wild Wolf Disco's high dynamic light waves will make the place lively." Chapter 66, Liu Qianqian having fun. Big back hair, BB machine, 007 on the dance floor. The first generation of Thunderbolt brothers in Northeast China, DJ is also anxious when he sees me. "Come to the left and draw a dragon with me. Hey tilde on your right tilde draw a rainbow. Come to the left and draw a rainbow with me. Hey tilde on your right tilde draw a dragon." Liu 1111 on the stage, with a young face, was DJing with one hand and humming at the same time. Even though his singing skills aren't that great, he's having a lot of fun. Seeing Liu Qianqian having so much fun, Huang Bo couldn't help but ask Chen Lang, oh my god, where did this guy come from? This is too awesome." Chen Lang also jokingly said, "It is indeed a rare flower that will soon be admitted to Beijing Film Academy." Huang Bo was even more curious and asked, "After all this time, it turns out she's your junior. But judging by her age, she doesn't look that old, right?" Chen Lang replied, At most, he's only 15 years old. How old can he be? Wang Bo's eyes widened like bells, and he seemed to remember something. He asked uncertainly, could she be the 1111 who filmed with Binbin? Congratulations, you guessed it right. Unfortunately, there is no reward. At this moment, the Star Bar was extremely lively, and many guests who arrived called for help. Hurry up, Star Bar, you'll regret it if you miss it. I've seen many beautiful women, but this is the first time I've met a woman with such a unique personality. Let me tell you, this woman is not only incredibly beautiful, but she can also DJ and sing. She's simply amazing. Chen Lang's job as a driver was not in vain. Liu Qianqian, who was parachuted in, doubled the bar's daily turnover in just 1 hour. The customers who come here to consume are all smart people. They just come here to appreciate, have fun. Liu 1111 was really showing off. In addition to singing Wild Wolf Disco, she also sang several songs by Chen Lang. When Fan Binbin heard that someone was coming to the bar to cause trouble, he rushed over in a hurry. Then, seeing Liu 1111's show, Fan Binbin was completely stunned. He really wanted to shout out loud, "To Hua's show, you are the best." Liu Qianqian, who was leading the crowd in the excitement, naturally noticed Fan Binbin's arrival. During a break in her singing, she DJ'd and shouted, "Sister Binbin, come up and play." Chen Lang is simply ridiculous. He is so young and yet he is like this. Why is he so unreasonable? Many of the guests in the bar naturally noticed Fan Binbin and screamed at the top of their lungs. Come and play! Come and play! Chen Lang was even more upset. He really regretted bringing Liu Qianqian here. Fan Binbin was not polite either. He took 2 steps at a time and jumped onto the stage in a flash. The following scene is quite like "Chicken, you are too beautiful," which is really eye-catching. Forgive me for my unruly and free-spirited life. I'm afraid I'll fall one day. For Li Xiong Tilder. The song is out of tune and full of sparks, and the main sound is a gar-gar. The guests in the venue, regardless of whether the singer sang well or not, all turned into true fans and howled along. Chen Lang was numb all over. One husky was noisy enough, and 2 of them together were about to tear down the bar. Liu 1111, who loves the stage, naturally would not let Chen Lang go. She had to trick him onto the stage to show off his skills. The reason why Fanxing Bar is doing so well is closely related to the awesome singer Chen Lang. People have to travel thousands of miles to attend concerts and wait for the right time. If you come here to spend money and you are lucky, you can listen to Chen Lang roar for free up close. What is appearance? This is appearance. Didn't you see that there were more than a dozen foreigners in the venue who waited for a month just to listen to their idol sing? It was obvious that in this lively venue tonight, Chen Lang did not disappoint everyone when he took the stage. It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. Not long after the success of the song, the uncles and aunts sweeping the streets of the city were all enthusiastically learning a few words of "Harwow tilder my de yo tilder." In the classrooms of primary and kindergarten, there are all kinds of "hi tilder hello tilder." Chen Lang had just sung 2 lines when he pointed the microphone at the customers, and naturally a large group of people followed suit. Those who can't sing will hum, and those who can sing will roar with even more endurance. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. Although it was not a concert, Chen Lang on the stage still experienced the joy of slacking off. Fan Binbin was swaying to the rhythm, while DJ Liu 1111 was nodding her head to control the scene. After the song was over, someone shouted, "Cheers!" Everyone was having a great time, except for the waiter in the bar, who almost broke his legs from running himself. Liu 1111, who had been high for quite a while, was now so thirsty that her throat was smoking. After all, he is still a minor and drinking is not allowed in the bar. Fortunately, Chen Lang made preparations in advance. A smart waiter brought the drinks over as soon as he saw Chen Lang waving. However, when Liu Qianqian looked at the row of Houhai calcium milk bottles that Chen Lang handed to her, some bad thoughts inexplicably emerged in her mind. Chen Lang asked curiously, "Are you not used to drinking it?" Liu Qianqian twisted her nose and proved with her actions that you were definitely thinking the wrong way. After finishing 1 bottle and still not feeling satisfied, Liu 1111 drank another one. She was really full of energy. But the other party suddenly asked, "Do you remember the music video of The Muppets?" Chen Lang asked back, "I seem to have some impression. What do you want to say?" Dirty tilder. After Liu Qianqian finished speaking, she finished another bottle. Fan Binbin could understand the language these two people were speaking, but he couldn't understand the content at all. What the hell is going on? Liu Qianqian found a plastic bag and put all the rewards worth tens of thousands of yuan into it, not leaving a single cent for Chen Lang. Liu Qianqian said bluntly, "It's getting late. Find someone to take me home." It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and Chen Lang immediately arranged for someone to send the somewhat irritable Liu Qianqian back home. After singing a song and chatting for a while, Chen Lang also took Fan Binbin back to the courtyard. Fan Binbin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked curiously, "It seems like brother and 1111 are getting along quite well." Chen Lang, who was driving, replied casually, "That's it." Fan Binbin continued, "What kind of family can cultivate such an outstanding talent? 1111 must have a lot of common topics with her brother." Chen Lang arrived at the courtyard with a single step on the accelerator, and did not answer the question. Now Huangbo has moved from here to a new home and lives alone with his girlfriend. However, the empty east room became Lin Jiling's frequent stay. Although it was almost midnight, when I turned on the TV, there were still 7 or 8 channels playing the recently released The Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty. The TV was showing a battle between Fan Binbin and Yang Danchen, two lifelong enemies. The two of them were fighting back and forth, and it was a very lively fight. Chen Lang quickly searched for tomorrow's schedule. He almost missed the invitation dinner of Houhai. He dragged the little fat girl to the bathroom. Chapter 67, an extension of the For Little Flowers. As the #1 private entertainment company in mainland China, it couldn't even get a spot in one of the For Little Beauties. Naturally, the big and small Wangs of Houhai had other thoughts. At tonight's banquet, the young Wang Zhonglei was in charge, and the signature director Feng Xiaogang and the mainland's top agent Wang Jingwo were among them. The new generation director Ting Huadao, the leading actress Li Bingbing and Houhai were also there. Gao Yuan was discovered and trained by Ting Huadao. She has starred in Dwelling Narrowness and Love is Not Blind. Of course, her most famous representative work is the famous Fortress of Devil City. Houhai, who was nurtured by Wang Zhonglei, replaced all of Fan Binbin's resources. Chen Lang brought Cheng Hao to attend this reception dinner. Wang Zhonglei wanted to give Chen Lang a warm hug as soon as they met, but Chen Lang smiled nonchalantly and stretched out his hand. It was the first time for everyone to meet each other formally. Let us not talk about the awkwardness of two grown men hugging each other. Not to mention that Chen Lang also knows the other party's background and is really popular with both men and women. Chen Lang, whose appearance is second only to Master Tomato in terms of cultivation, said that he would never suffer this loss. Wang Zhonglei, who was eloquent, laughed heartily and said, "I have been looking forward to seeing Brother Chen for a long time. Today we finally meet. It is like a new chapter in my life." Chen Lang also laughed and said, "Me too." Wang Zhonglei almost got stuck, but luckily he reacted quickly, "Tilder har har har, Brother Chen is really a wonderful person." Houhai, who was beside him, covered her mouth and tried hard to suppress her laughter. Wang Jingwo smiled and nodded at Cheng Hao, then said, "Mr. Wang, Director Chen, let's sit inside." Wang Zhonglei, yes, Tilder come inside and sit." After a brief introduction, the dinner officially began when the waiters brought all the food. Wang Zhonglei, "Brother Chen, you have come together at such a great time. It's truly remarkable, truly remarkable. Chen Lang, Houhai is thriving, and Brother Wang has made an indelible contribution." Everyone carried the colorful sedan chair and laughed together. In the joy of drinking and chatting, life should be clear and bright. At this moment, nonsense literature was displayed to the fullest, and the atmosphere at the table quickly became lively. Feng Xiaogang was full of admiration for Chen Lang's sudden emergence, and he was amazed that he was finally no longer alone in the field of commercial films. Wang Zhonglei drank a mouthful of white wine and finally said something meaningful. "These old stubborn people with rotten ideas just want to delve into art all day long. But art can't really be used to make a living. It's been 20 years since the reform and opening up, and they don't want to think about keeping this industry alive first." The passionate Wang Zhonglei directly criticized this group of old, stubborn people. To put it nicely, this is called patriotism. To put it bluntly, this is called talking about morality but pretending to be business-oriented. Of course, the general trend is irreversible. Only by standing on the wind can we fly higher. Feng Xiaogang said carelessly, "Those people who make art films pretend to be righteous, but few of them actually have any real talent. It's not that I look down on them, but if they didn't have someone to back them up, these bastards would have been screwed by now. Human beings are complex creatures, and we cannot judge them with a single-minded approach, no matter how bad their reputations are, even for Wang Zhonglei and Feng Xiaogang. But it is undeniable that, at a certain period of time, these people really hoped to develop the film market. Feng Xiaogang spent nearly 20 years filming 1942 and revised the script countless times. In order to support Feng Xiaogang's work, Wang Zhonglei, against all odds, paid 200 million yuan just to fulfill his dream. There are countless similar examples, such as The Whistleblower, Earthquake, Assembly. Putting aside the character of these people, they have also made real contributions to the film industry. Chen Lang has a very stable mentality. He will cooperate if he can, and won't cooperate if he can't. There is no need to target others too much, nor to deliberately cater to others. Director Feng's films are down to earth, with the core of art films wrapped in commercial films. When Chen Lang inadvertently revealed the essence of Feng Xiaogang's works, the latter's hand, which was holding up the glass, was noticeably trembling. Feng Xiaogang paused, then drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, feeling a mixture of emotions. I never thought that Brother Chen, despite his young age, for a film and television entertainment company, having such a great director will immediately help it soar to success. What people talk about at the dinner table is, of course, family and country feelings, of course, ideals and ambitions, and of course, ancient and modern times, China and abroad. It's all so fake and empty. Let's talk about entertainment gossip and brothels, how hot this woman is, how charming that little song is, and let's all have fun together. The atmosphere was already very harmonious. Wang Zhonglei, not forgetting the ultimate goal, pointed out the theme of the dinner. Brother Chen, it was you who suggested the slicked back hairstyles for the 4 young actresses, but you ended up doing something bad for your family. I'm not convinced. Oh Brother Wang, do you have any ideas or plans? At this time, not only Chen Lang, but everyone present pricked up their ears to listen. Here it comes finally here. Wang Zhonglei took a big sip and said with a stern look in his eyes, Houhai's efforts over the years have not been in vain. My brother's Fanxing has also been very good in the past 2 years. Both my Bingbing and your Bingbing are quite popular. With the ability of director Feng and my younger brother, it is a piece of cake for them to support a role. Even if the 4 little flowers become a reality, we can still combine our 2 families and add the 2 Bingbings to make it the Ferdans and the 2 Bings. Wouldn't that be a good story? As soon as Wang Zhonglei said this, Li Bingbing became more excited and Houhai became more awkward. Li Bingbing thought that being able to be on par with the 4 little beauties meant that her future career would definitely reach a higher level. What Houhai was thinking was, you are such a good guy, Wang Zhonglei, you forget about me as soon as you put on your pants, all the suffering I have suffered these days is in vain. When you get involved with Wang Zhonglei, a sex-hungry man, sandwiches are just appetizers, and puffed cheese and meat buns are even more commonplace. There is nothing they can't do, except what you can't think of. After all their hard work, they still plan to promote Li Bingbing. Houhai was naturally dissatisfied. Why? Why are they called the Ferdans and the 2 Bings? Why can't they be called the Ferdans and the 2 Bings? Why not change your stage name to Hua Bingbing, and then call yourself Ferdans and 2 Bings? After Wang Zhonglei finished speaking, Li Bingbing and Wang Jinghua both looked at Chen Lang. Chen Lang seemed to be thinking, but his eyes stayed on Cheng Hao. Chapter 68. There was a loud bang in the sky, and the little rich girl made a brilliant appearance. During this period, not only Wang Zhonglei had this idea, but other entertainment companies also had similar plans. Since you have created the 4 little flowery actresses, why can't I create the 4 little chingy actresses? I can even be bolder and directly create the 12 golden hairpins. Wang Zhonglei looked at Chen Lang, who was thinking, and Wang Jinghua and Li Bingbing were also very nervous. After all, being able to pull Chen Lang into the same camp means that the title of Ferdans and 2 Bings has been officially endorsed. Lively girl Fan Xiaopang and charming assistant Lin Jiling. Pretty senior Yang Danchen and comrade Cheng Hao are the most reliable. Cheng Hao, who guessed Chen Lang's intention, smiled and reminded him, the 4 little flowers were proposed by director Chen. If they get involved. Cheng Hao stopped talking halfway. Everyone was so excited that they realized that Chen Lang was contradicting himself. What is a good comrade? It is someone who can take the initiative to block bullets for you at critical moments. Chen Lang was also embarrassed and said, even if I was the one who proposed the for little flowers, it would be better for me to go around the process. It's not appropriate to directly promote Fan Binbin. Wang Zhonglei smiled awkwardly and actually ignored Chang Hao. No wonder Chen Lang politely refused. Feng Xiaogan was calm and composed, watching Wang Zhonglei make a fool of himself, and spoke without paying attention to the occasion. He was completely different from Wang Zhongjuan. Fan Binbin, the door to the first tier was almost closed by Chen Lang, his brother. Chen Lang, just focus on filming and don't always think about going out and making noise. As an actor, always remember to let your work speak for itself. Wang Jinghua remained calm, Li Bingbing was slightly disappointed, and Houhai was extremely surprised. Since Wang Zhonglei proposed this concept, it means that the company must take action next. Houhai was thinking carefully and secretly observing Li Bingbing's reaction. Where there are people, there are underworld. There are cliques and gangs within Hawaii, and it is not a harmonious society. Even though Li Bingbing is the top actress in the company, Houhai, who has already established connections with Hong Kong and worked with Hong Jinbao in Flying Dragon, naturally has her own plans. Wang Zhonglei, who was at the dinner table, took over the previous topic and said with a smile, "When there is an opportunity, let's cooperate." Chen Lang also said seriously, "Of course there is no problem. I will have to rely on my brother for help when the time comes." Wang Zhonglei wanted to leverage Chen Lang's reputation overseas to sell more of his films. In the future, Chen Lang will also need some actors under Hawaii to participate in the filming of his company's works. It was acceptable in terms of face, and the dinner was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Since Chang Hao was present, Hawaii did not follow the usual practice and let Houhai, Li Bingbing and Chen Lang continue to dig deeper. On their way back, Chang Hao, who was sitting in the back seat, said with a smile, "I must have ruined your good fortune." Chen Lang said casually, "That's not the case. I'm actually grateful to you for coming out and taking the blame." Hawaii's public relations approach is well known not only in the mainland but also in Hong Kong, and its purpose is extremely clear. On this point, Lao Wang of Bangxian behaved very principled and almost never brought the company's artists to private drinking parties. Of course, it's a two-way street, and even after a few years, this circle will be nothing but a new bottle in a new bottle, and it's just the pot calling the kettle black. A week later, half a month before the start of the new semester, several guests came to Chen Lang's house. The elegant lady dressed in cheongsam and with a face that resembled Saiting was named Wei Xiaowan. She had a past relationship with Chen Lang's mother Song Shuwan. The man with ordinary appearance but majestic aura is called Lu Zheng, and he calls Wei Xiaowan sister. There was also a little girl, about 14 or 15, with bright eyes and white teeth. Chen Lang naturally recognized her. "Don't hide, you sad frog." Little Jingtian, who was standing next to Wei Xiaowan, greeted her obediently, "Hello, uncle and auntie, hello, brother too. My name is Jingtian, and my nickname is Chen." Tigress Song Shuwan, with a rare kind smile, patted little Jingtian's head and praised her lovingly, "Good, good, good. It's been a few years since we last met. Chen has grown into a big girl." After praising Xiao Jingtian, Song Shuwan took Wei Xiaojuan's hand and said with great nostalgia, "Time flies so fast. Now we sisters can walk around more." As Jingtian grows up and wants to become an actor in the entertainment industry, she transferred from her hometown to attend the affiliated high school of Beijing Dance Academy this summer. There are some minor deviations, which will not affect the viewing experience. As a mother, Wei Xiaowan naturally came along to take care of her precious daughter. As for Wei Luzheng also followed, it naturally had a lot to do with Chen Lang. After returning to China, Chen Lang told Chen Zhengwo and Song Shuwan about Fancheng Entertainment's first 5-year plan. After hearing this, the old couple's hearts almost jumped out. They knew that this brat Chen Lang was capable of making trouble, but they didn't expect him to be so troublesome. However, when the old man learned that Chen Lang had quietly achieved several small goals, his mood at that time was beyond words. On the contrary, Empress Dowager Cixi smiled brightly. Song Shuwan patted Chen Lang's face and said with great satisfaction, "Not bad, not bad. You are worthy of being the son of Song Shuwan. You have a promising future." When Song Shuwan was talking to Wei Xiaowan on the phone, she learned that the other party had a younger brother, Lu Zheng, who was engaged in real estate construction. When Chen Lang was informed of the news, he was initially surprised, but then he said, "We'll discuss it in detail when we meet." The layout of the room at this moment was quite interesting. Song Shu-wan and Wei Xiaowan were chatting about family matters, and Chen Jungwo, as the supporting actor, gave them compliments from time to time. Little Jingqian next to them was quiet and didn't say a word. In the study, Chen Lang discussed in detail with Lu Zheng the matters concerning the development of Fanxing. After all, this was not a small amount of money. After listening to Chen Lang's general plan, Lu Zheng was filled with admiration and said, "Brother Chen is truly generous. However, I'll need someone to come up with a plan for the specific cost calculation when I get back." Chen Lang also smiled and said, "Of course, no problem, Brother Lu, please don't let yourself get hurt." Lu Zheng laughed heartily, "Don't worry, you won't lose money. I wish I could meet more high-quality big clients like Brother Chen." According to Chen Lang's plan, the first building to be developed would be the Fanxing Media Building. Although a large part of the 50,000 square meters of building area would not be used, these days some people still think that the office area is not large enough. The second to be developed is Fanxing Garden, which includes 302 bedroom, 1 living room units of about 80 square meters, 203 bedroom, 1 living room units of about 100 square meters, and 101 bedroom, 1 living room units of about 50 square meters. The last one to be developed was Fanxing Yaju, which consists of 44 bedroom, 2 living room apartments of about 200 square meters and 20 duplex villas of about 300 square meters. The two of them had almost finished talking about business, and Lu Jing said with a smile, "Originally, Sister Wei asked me to protect Qianqian after she entered the entertainment industry. But I'm just a rough guy, so I don't know much about the entertainment industry. I happened to meet Brother Chen, and I want to entrust Qianqian's affairs to you." Chapter 69 Welcome Princess Jing. Nanjingqian, Beijingqian, Da Qianqian who can't be made popular. Sure enough, God opened a door for you, and then thought it was not difficult, so he closed a window. In fact, when the three of them arrived, Lu Zheng, Wei Xiaowan, and even the family members reached a final agreement on Xiao Jingqian's future development direction. Chen Lang is a very capable person, and the atmosphere in Fanxing Entertainment is very harmonious. His future development is limitless. Just as Chen Lang and Lu Zheng were discussing matters concerning Xiao Jingqian in the study, Wei Xiaowan and Song Shu-wan, who were chatting, were also discussing similar topics. The quiet little Jingqian was very pleasing sitting beside her. Song Shu-wan made the decision directly, "I'll ask that brat to finalize this matter during dinner later." Of course, Song Shu-wan would not let her son down. Now that the theater chain reform has become a foregone conclusion, private capital has poured in like crazy. Lu Zheng, who came with her, has a lot of resources in this regard. To gain the simplest benefit, even if it is an entertainment company, as long as it serves Princess Jing as its mascot well, it can ensure a steady flow of wealth. As long as Princess Jing participates in any work and it does not go too far in terms of principles, people will turn a blind eye and let it go. The strong alliance is one aspect, but the more important thing is that Song Shu-wan just feels that the girls of the Jing family are rare. While the group was having lunch, Song Shu-wan casually said, "Qianqian likes being an actor so much, and Chen Lang happens to be in the same field." Wei Xiaowan, the supporting actor, said happily, "Sister Song, look how inappropriate this is." Song Shu-wan smiled and said, "What's inappropriate about this, don't you think, little brat?" What could Chen Lang say? This group of people were obviously just joking. They were smiling and watching the harmless little Jingqian. Is this sweet and innocent girl really that sweet and innocent? Maybe he is stupid and naive in some aspects, or maybe it is because of meeting the wrong person or being rebellious, but for those who come from such a family, being stupid does not mean being brainless. The so-called naive person is just a person of character. Even if he sees something, he pretends not to see it. Whether he is naive or smart, Chen Lang has a very good impression of him. Chen Lang smiled and said to Jingqian, "Qian, I want to hear your true thoughts." Little Jingqian said innocently, "I like filming, I want to be an actor." Chen Lang, anything else? Little Jingqian, no. Chen Lang continued, "Then do you want to come to my brother's company?" Little Jingqian looked at Wei Xiaowan, then at Lu Zheng. After receiving the hint, she nodded obediently and said, "I do." The little girl's upbringing was very good, but it also had its drawbacks. It was precisely because she was brought up too strictly that she grew up like a flower in a greenhouse, never having seen the true evil of human nature, that she became careless when she rebelled. Chen Lang said seriously, "I think it's possible, but I also have a prerequisite. You have to prove yourself first, such as studying hard, such as. Why did Chen in her previous life fail for the past 10 years and never recover? It was because of her initial positioning. A young girl who has just started out, even with incredible resources, can never become famous due to her limited abilities and positioning. It is true that Chen works really hard, but among the young actresses of the same period, how many of them do not work hard, not to mention those who work twice as hard to become famous? Being separated from the mass line is ultimately a castle in the air. Without laying a solid foundation, it is simply a daydream to think about spreading your wings and soaring. If the direction had been determined from the beginning, Chen could have started as the second female lead in a TV series, like by Yao in Zhu Xian, who was cute and beautiful among young people, and filmed a few hit dramas to accumulate word of mouth and popularity. Then move forward step by step. At this time, the extraordinary resources will not be obstacles, but help you to ride the wind and waves. Even if Chen Lang did not become a director, with his vision that transcends this era, he would be able to carve out a new world in the agent circle. Chen Lang was talking about laying the foundation, and Xiao Jingqian listened attentively. Lu Jing agreed deeply, saying, only professionals can do professional things well. Wei Xiaohuan also agreed, let Chen go to Shechen's company, and Auntie will be relieved. Chen Lang, Aunt Wei, you might be saying this too early. Song Shuwan said happily, come on, everyone, use your chopsticks. The food will get cold soon. During the meal, the adults talked about the current hit TV series, The Legend of the Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty. The well-behaved little Jingqian, with his ears erect, chewed his food quietly and slowly, just like a little hamster. Song Shuwan suddenly changed the subject. Chen Lang is filming a movie right now, and Chen hasn't started school yet, so she might as well go over and have some fun. It's also a way to experience it in advance. Little Jingqian raised his head, blinked his eyes, and happily wanted to blow a kiss to Song Shujuan's mouth. Little Jingqian, who was taking a step back to advance, was surprised but a little embarrassed. I wonder if it's convenient for me. I'll take you around then. When Chang Hao learned from Chen Lang that the construction of the Fanqing project was in sight, he breathed a sigh of relief. All he had to do was find a reliable person. After all, building a house, especially an office building, involves many twists and turns that are beyond the ability of laymen like Chen Lang to figure out. 99% of things that can be solved with money are not a big deal, and Chen Lang doesn't have to worry that Lu Jing will cheat him in this matter. What Cheng Hao didn't expect was the appearance of Jing Qian, the little ancestor. There is nothing wrong with calling her little ancestor. After all, through Chen Lang's brief description, Cheng Hao, who had never met Jing Qian, naturally thought that this rich girl just came out to experience life. Chen Lang may not care about Princess Jing's connections, but Cheng Hao, as the executor, cannot help but care. It's a headache. Chen Lang laughed and joked, what's the big deal? It will take at least a few years for them to get here. There is a saying that goes, the boss opens his mouth and the subordinates run themselves ragged. Cheng Hao looked at the several male artists in the company. Only Zhang Sungwen gave outsiders the impression of being decent, low-key and humble. At the same time, his basic acting skills were extremely solid. After Chen Lang finished explaining his affairs and left, Cheng Hao specifically looked for Zhang Sungwen to come over and chat with him. Cheng Hao asked sincerely, I want to ask you for a favor. Zhang Sungwen said with a pleasant face, if you have anything to say, please tell me. Actually, it was not a big deal. Cheng Hao just gave Jing Qian, this little burden, to Zhang Sungwen to take care of when he was free. The artists under Fanqing Entertainment have a strong sense of belonging to the company. Even if they cannot play the leading male role, they can still earn a lot on a daily basis and get a big red envelope at the end of the year. Cheng Hao didn't want Zhang Sungwen to help for free. Jing Qian would also pay him corresponding compensation. Who wouldn't want to earn a little more? Zhang Sungwen said happily, Boss Cheng isn't asking me for a favor, he's clearly taking care of me. Cheng Hao's arrangements went beyond that. He asked Ning Hao to work overtime overnight to arrange a role for Jing Qian to appear, even if it was just a few words, so that this rich girl could experience the joy of home. In the crew of Crazy Supermarket, the cute little Jing Qian happily followed Chen Lang, with eyes wide open with curiosity. He, here I come tilde. Chapter 70 Princess Jing, the mission failed and she almost died of laughter. Brother Bo's character, Bien Bufu, was so bad that I was shocked when I was watching the drama. Sister Binbin's portrayal of Wanwan is so beautiful, especially when she's fighting with siheyuan. Brother Wei plays the amorous young man, handsome, evil and cool. When he came to the crew of Crazy Supermarket, Xiao Jingqian's mouth seemed to be covered with honey, and he couldn't stop praising people. The little girl is so pretty and cute that everyone loves her and flowers bloom when she sees them. Fan Binbin stood among Ning Hao and the others, giving people a sense of beauty and the beast. Cheng Hao had greeted them before, and they knew that Xiao Jingqian's identity was not ordinary. They thought that he was a little ancestor who was difficult to get along with, but it turned out that they were overthinking. What is a real daughter? The Princess Jing before her was a genuine daughter, well-educated, well-mannered, an elegant lady. After adjusting the script overnight, director Ning Hao said cheerfully, Qianqian's arrival is such a coincidence. The crew just happens to be short of a young actor who looks like you. Jing Qian blinked her eager eyes, wanting to say something but turned back and looked at Chen Lang with great anticipation. Chen Lang silently praised everyone's arrangement and said with an encouraging smile, be brave and give it a try. Oh yeah tilde. Happy little Jing Qian immediately jumped and danced. Fan Binbin also said with a smile, the crew has to pay them their salary. Ning Hao chuckled and said, of course tilde. Do I need to change into a costume? Do I need to wear makeup? What are my lines? What should I pay attention to? Although he had never acted before, the serious little Jingqian still threw out all the questions according to his own understanding. The play, Supermarket, is a hilarious and absurd black comedy. As the director, Ning Hao answered all the questions for little Jingqian, telling her that she didn't need to change her costumes, just tie her hair into a sky-high bun. Ning Hao gestured and patiently explained the process. When you come in, do this first, then that, then scream loudly with an exaggerated expression of fear, and finally run out as fast as you can. The character played by Xiao Jingqian is a passerby who enters the supermarket to buy a bottle of water, but finds that there is no one at the front desk. Just as Xiao Jingqian was about to leave, she saw the kidnappers tying up the cashier. The frightened little Jingqian screamed, help! Someone is robbing me! The kidnapper was startled and turned around to attack Xiao Jingqian. Xiao Jingqian, with her hair in a high bun, turned around and ran away with sparks and lightning without thinking. The plot is actually very simple and there is no difficulty in filming at all. The character of Xiao Jingqian also has a foreshadowing purpose, which is to call Yaoyaling to report the incident. Of course, anyone can play this role, and replacing it with a middle-aged woman will not affect the plot. Ning Hao didn't explain a lot of so-called principles, nor did he even teach Xiao Jingqian how to stand. He just emphasized one point. When running, you must use all your strength to make the bun swing. Princess Jing didn't find the right lens during the filming process. It wasn't Princess Jing's problem, but the lens's problem. What if the performance is not good? There weren't many scenes to begin with, so everyone just treated it as playing house with the kids. Like Fan Binbin, Princess Jing, who has fair skin, also has thick, smooth black hair. Fan Binbin personally made a fried meatball bun for this lovely little girl. After her hairstyle was done, little Jingqian stood in front of the mirror and looked at the unique look in the mirror. There is a round ball on the head, which is relatively high, as if it is about to fly into the sky. Little Jingqian, who had never tried such a hairstyle before, was amused by herself. She pointed at her head and asked curiously, Sister Binbin, can you teach me? Fan Binbin smiled and explained carefully, after combing your hair straight, gather the hair on the top of your head first, then tie it into a high ponytail with a rubber band. Then spread the hair out in all directions and twist it into a bun shape. Secure it with bobby pins and then slightly loosen the hair for a more natural and fluffy look. Little Jingqian admired, wow tilde Sister Binbin is so amazing. As for why Fan Binbin knows this skill, it is because he learned it from Chen Lang. When Chen Lang has nothing to do, he likes to create various advanced designs based on Fan Binbin's styling. Sometimes they are extremely ugly, and sometimes they are extremely interesting. Although he was very unwilling to be used as an experimental subject, the weak and helpless Fan Binbin could only lie down and give in. The style that Ning Hao just mentioned is the one that Fan Binbin personally experienced a few days ago. Princess Jing, so love is passed on, and I became the victim. Everyone was a professional actor, so naturally they all tried not to laugh. Ning Hao looked at Princess Jing with satisfaction and said encouragingly, let's try it twice first, Qian Qian, so you can get the feel for it. Even if we are just playing house, we still want Princess Jing to experience immersive happiness. Wang Bo, who plays the role of an unemployed vagrant and fake robber, sits on the ground in a miserable state. Heibo, who played the male cashier, not only sat on the ground, but also symbolically tied Wang Bo on his own legs with ropes. Fan Binbin, who played the female cashier, was even more considerate. She took the initiative to tear off 2 pieces of tape, first blocking Wang Bo and Heibo's mouths, and then doing it to herself. Little Jingqian saw the actions of the 3 people and thought that his brothers and sisters were so professional and he was just wasting his time. What made Xiao Jingqian applaud even more was that Zhu Yiwei, who played the real robber, just picked up a pair of stockings at random from the supermarket shelf. Flesh-colored. Zhu Yiwei didn't care whether he would make a fool of himself or not. He opened the package, took out the stockings, and put them directly on his head. Har 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 tilde har 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 tilde. Xiao Jingqian really couldn't help it, because Zhu Yiwei's look was really too shocking. What's even more shocking is that due to the poor quality of the stockings, Zhu Yiwei's head was directly hit. At this moment, no matter whether they were professional or not, everyone was stunned and petrified, and then burst into shocking laughter. Fan Binbin, whose mouth had just been sealed with tape, had his defenses broken, with half of the tape hanging on his cheek. The tapes of Wang Bo and Heibo fell silently to the ground because they used too much force. Ning Hao quickly adjusted himself and asked with a stern face, "Don't you know that you should love what you do and be more professional?" Everyone was very professional, unless they really couldn't help themselves. Xiao Jingqian, who joined in temporarily, was already squatting on the ground, trying hard to control his stomach cramps from laughing. Har 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 tilde. Har 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 tilde. As for Zhu Yiwei, the person involved, what can he say? Anyway, the stockings have 2 legs, so he can still use them. Xiao Jingqian, I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore, if I laugh any more my brain will be deprived of oxygen. En tilde tilde tilde.